Hashtag C667 Eternal City. Just when all the forces focused their attention on Xuanhuan's promotion to the Imperial dynasty, there was a huge change in the demon god abyss, which came very suddenly. The demon god abyss is huge, and cracks spread throughout the entire eternal great world. But on this day, the demon god abyss was rumbling, and all the cracks spread wildly, like cobwebs, as if to be connected together. The boundless demonic energy erupted, and some places even turned into demonic realms, and countless demons came out of the demon god abyss. First, countless ancient cities appeared, and now it is the earth-shattering change in demon god abyss. What happened? Are these two things related? Look, there is a vacuum area under the demon god abyss, as if something incredible is about to appear. Really? What kind of peerless and terrifying existence will appear in there? Everyone's eyes shifted from Xuanhuan to demon Xuanhuan. The history of Xuanhuan is too long. I heard the ancestors of the demon clan, the ancestors of the Holy Turtle, say that in ancient times, when he was just born, it existed here in Xuanhuan, indicating that the birth of Xuanhuan was in something more ancient. Yeah, and my demon ancestors also went deep into the demon god abyss and wanted to investigate, but in the end they never returned, and it became a forbidden place, and no one dared to set foot there. There were also voices coming out of the demon clan. Their ancestor of the Holy Turtle was a big demon who lived from ancient times to the present, when there was demon god abyss. Your Majesty, there is a change in the demon god abyss. This power minister feels similar to the turbulence of the origin of the world, causing the entire world to shatter. In the Xuanhuan Hall, many ministers gathered and respectfully looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan on the throne. Now they are ministers of the Imperial dynasty. I also have this hunch. The eternal great world is the top super-large world, containing the power of immortality and eternity. The power of the origin of the world is vast and majestic, much higher than other great worlds I have ever seen. Xuanhuan said, "It should be the time to explode." Your Majesty, in my Xuanhuan territory, the demonic abyss is everywhere, and the demonic energy erupts. Fortunately, it was suppressed by the Empire's luck. But this change is still going on, and no one can tell what will happen next. Feather God Light Road. Recently, while preparing for the Imperial banquet, I have been monitoring Xuanhuan at all times. Xuanhuan said. The alarm in the demon god abyss kept going for about a month, and even more amazing news came. In the depths of the underground demon god abyss, there is an incomparably magnificent and incomparably huge city of gods. The style of this city is the same as that of the ancient city that appeared in the eternal world before, but it is many times bigger. It can be concluded that the ancient city is closely related to this divine city, and it is most likely from the same force. It seems that an ancient secret is about to surface, and the situation in the eternal world is becoming more and more complicated. Xuanhuan said, "Mu Xian, Mu Heng, you all enter the city of God." Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Xin and Mu Heng take the lead. Although he came to Xuanhuan in frustration before, Emperor Wu also did not treat them badly. He had obtained such a good resource of Xuanhuan and felt the majesty of Emperor Xuanhuan, and he hoped to make contributions urgently. They know that His Majesty will not treat the meritorious officials badly. It is now certain that the death of the late emperor is inextricably linked to this divine city. Xuanhuan saw the two go to Xuanhuan and sat on the throne to ponder. Investigate the demon god abyss. Not only him, but other forces in the eternal world have also sent people in. Mu Heng, this is the city of God. After the two arrived, their faces were solemn. What they saw in front of them was that this divine city was too big, and what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Brother, this city of God gives me a very grand and strange feeling. I even feel a sense of fear. There is great terror here, but we first came to Xuanhuan, and as wanderers, we must do something. Only then can His Majesty see what we are capable of. Shepherd Road. Mu Xian nodded, His Majesty's strength is too terrifying. I heard that there are countless monsters here, so be careful. Start to explore, according to His Majesty's instructions. If you see some ancient texts, you can also collect them. The Master of the Eternal World. Not long after Mu Xian's exploration, he suddenly saw an old man in black, with a small figure, even with a stooped back. He was not surprised. He was in front of a stone tablet, constantly looking at the words written on it, frowning and thinking. This is a master. Mu Xin has been a wanderer for many years and is extremely sensitive to danger. Although this old man was unremarkable, people couldn't think of his terrifying strength, but Mu Xian did not dare to be careless. The powerhouse of Xuanhuan? The old man turned his head to look. Be careful. Mu Heng said vigilantly. You also want this ancient monument? The old man has written it down, so let's take it with you. The old man moved instantly and disappeared in front of them. This? Mu Xinmu looked at each other sideways. This strong man walked too directly. Although they don't know the specific origin of the old man, the two still took down the stone tablet. It doesn't matter, take your things away first. Shepherd Road. Huh? What is that? When the two continued to explore in the City of God, they suddenly saw tens of thousands of tall figures in armor lined up in a huge square sleeping here. It's more like a military camp here. Shepherd is cautious. Could it be that this is the core of stone statues in those ancient cities? Mu Heng guessed. Not quite like it. Swish. All of a sudden, these tens of thousands of tall figures suddenly opened their eyes, scarlet red and fierce. All of them have a tyrannical and violent aura released, and one by one actually woke up, as if it was because of the invasion of foreign aura. Cold but incomprehensible words came out of their mouths. If the old man was here before, he would definitely be able to hear that they spoke a language of the gods, meaning that the gods would go out on an expedition, and the blockers would be killed without mercy. No, these soldiers actually woke up. Shepherd Xian shouted. The armor worn by these people is extremely ancient, not any style in the eternal world. Brother, let's take action and capture some to return to His Majesty, so that people in the country can study. Shepherd Road. The two of them have already seen that these soldiers are definitely not stone statues, but flesh and blood creatures, more similar to an even more ancient monster, sleeping in this place, inspired by the breath of the incoming person. These soldiers immediately rushed towards Mu Heng. Their strength was extremely powerful, but they brought a very strange feeling to the two of them. Court death. Mu Heng attacked with fists and palms, and the power of the Holy Spirit was violent. But it doesn't matter if you don't make a move, it's like piercing a hornet's nest. From all directions, not only one, but countless awakened. Just after a while, dozens of millions of soldiers came to kill. Not good. Among these soldiers, there are even those who are comparable to the Holy Spirit. Leave quickly. Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. These things can't be touched. They belong to the soldiers of God and defend the existence of God. This is one of the oldest secrets of the eternal world. The old man was far away, holding a book in his hand with a lot of words written on it, and said, but this man of martial arts has some means. He just killed a bloody path in this kind of siege. Hashtag C668 Holy Tortoise. Divine Martial Emperor Capital. Your Majesty, this is what we captured from the City of God. The City of God is too terrifying. There are actually many existences, comparable to the Holy Spirit. I don't know the origin. Mu Xian and Mu Heng returned to Xuanhuan, and immediately met with Chu Yuan and detailed the affairs of Xincheng. The two of them also had some lingering fears when they thought of what happened to the City of God. If Chu Yuan hadn't given them a lot of magic pills to restore their vitality, the two brothers would most likely have been trapped in it. These warriors, who appeared in the City of God. Chu Yuan's palm shone with light, and he suddenly felt that there was a strong divinity in the bodies of these warriors. It was by no means comparable to the previously sealed monsters. It was even higher, as if all of them were gods. Something interesting. These warriors were still roaring, but Xuanhuan directly sealed them with the great sealing technique. He originally guessed that in the deepest part of Demon God Abyss, there would be an endless chaotic scene, filled with endless violent monsters, fighting together in chaos. But I didn't expect it to be an incomparably vast divine city. And there are so many warriors with such terrifying strength in the city of God. It is no wonder that after so many years, no one knows the specific situation under the Demon God Abyss. I'll go see it myself. Xuanhuan understood that the shocking changes under the Demon God Abyss and the appearance of the God City would bring unexpected changes to the eternal Great World. He couldn't sit still and wanted to see this God City with his own eyes. At this moment, in the City of God, the battle was extremely fierce, and the forces that entered here were hunted down by these warriors, and many people had already died. And what makes these people uncomfortable is that the strength of these warriors is too powerful, all of them are brave, and their power seems to be infinite, and there is a power of tyrannical origin supplying them. I can't provoke me, old man, although I have lived for a long time, but I still don't want to die. There are great horrors in this city of gods, and I can't provoke the old man. The unremarkable old man was traveling fast in the city of God. Wherever there was a war, he would leave. At this time a person appeared out of thin air, and it was Xuanhuan. He stared at the city of God and pondered, the location of the city of God seems to be in the center of the eternal world. There is a taste of the origin of the world here. Could it be that under the city of God, it is the place where you enter the origin of the eternal world? Xuanhuan is exploring. He can be sure that the appearance of the city of God hides a big secret. Suddenly, his arrival also aroused the induction of the warriors of the city of God. After those warriors of the city of God smelled the breath of life, they would wake up, and hundreds of thousands of warriors would kill him. However, with his current strength, how could he fear these warriors? He grabbed it with one palm, and the bright, immortal power immediately covered these warriors of the city of God. The power of just one move made these warriors unable to move. Here, the stronger the performance, the greater the rebound. I don't dare to do anything at will, old man. The old man was on the other side of the city and saw Xuanhuan suppressing the warriors of the city, and said, "A more powerful guardian has appeared." Sure enough, as his words fell, it seemed like a god general, holding a war dagger, and swept away fiercely. The terrifying power turned the world upside down, and the speed was like thunder. The general Holy Spirit was entangled by him, and it was very likely to be killed. Xuanhuan came to the city of God, his eyes were cold. His emperor's temperament swept through, and he grabbed his big hand violently, and the chains formed by the great sealing technique directly suppressed this divine general. Killing God picture. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the picture of the god of slaughter appeared. This picture scroll itself is a huge world of slaughter, covering it down, and the countless warriors of the city of God were sucked in one after another. Even this god general couldn't resist it. This city of gods is weird and interesting. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly turned to a place in the city of God, and he said, "Do you still want to leave?" "Can't go." This unremarkable old man walked out with an embarrassed look, and saluted Xuanhuan. "Old man, I have seen Emperor Xuanhuan. If I'm not mistaken, you are the holy tortoise demon saint of the demon clan, which existed in ancient times." Xuanhuan said. This old man is actually the holy tortoise demon saint, the oldest one of the demon clan today. In front of Emperor Xuanhuan, I am not called the ancestor. The holy tortoise demon sage waved his hands again and again. Obviously his cultivation base was extremely high, but he did not dare to show a little strength in front of Xuanhuan, and was extremely cautious. "I don't like to hear falsehoods." Xuanhuan said, "I can see that with your strength, even if the existence of the ancient 5 emperors, it may not be able to kill you. I can't compare to the 5 ancient emperors, and of course I can't compare to the great Emperor Xuanhuan. It's just that I have lived a little longer. The Holy Turtle Demon Sage shook his head. I am a bit more defensive. When I encounter the ancient 5 emperors, I can only passively defend, and I can't make a counterattack. I just defend their power and get beaten. Racial talent makes Holy Turtle Demon Saint possess extremely terrifying defense. I don't know if your majesty has other things. Can I go? Said the ancestor of the Holy Turtle. Cannot. Xuanhuan said. Since your majesty doesn't let me go, then I won't go. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint said simply. Oh? You don't ask why? Xuanhuan felt that this Holy Tortoise and Demon Saint was very interesting, and this kind of cooperative attitude made people not want to do anything to him. Because I know that your majesty can kill me, but his majesty doesn't want to kill me, because I am useful. Your majesty needs to know something from my mouth. Indeed, what your majesty wants to know, I know something. The Holy Turtle and Demon Saint can live from ancient times to the present, not only because of his racial talent, but also because of his keen sense of danger. It is not that he has never seen the 5 ancient emperors, and he does not have a strong sense of oppression brought by Xuanhuan. This person looks very calm now, but when he moves his hand, it will inevitably be violent and stormy, such as the anger of Tiangong, and his tortoise shell does not know if it can block it. Knowing how to cooperate is also the way to survive. He has gone from ancient times to the present. You are very cooperative. Xuanhuan nodded, very satisfied with the wisdom of the Holy Tortoise Demon Saint. You are right, I need your erudition. You have lived from ancient times to the present, and much of what you know is from personal experience, not from records. There are many ancient writings in this divine city, but I have searched many ancient books for this type of writing, but it is difficult to find records, and I only know a few. And you are in the city of God, and you are also studying this ancient script. Come on, tell me what you know. What Xuanhuan needs is the erudition of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint. It's normal that your majesty doesn't know it, because this kind of text is not from the eternal world, and I do know some of it. The Holy Tortoise Demon Saint also proudly said, I have lived for so long, don't have the ability, but I know a lot, this kind of text. I spent a long time, went to the extraterritorial starry sky many times to find some ancient relics, and spent a lot of time. It took a lot of hard work to learn some big secrets. Very good, tell me. Xuanhuan said, I need the hard work you have researched. #C669 God. No problem, I will tell His Majesty everything I know. Xuanhuan actually wanted the hard work of his life's research, and the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint agreed. He knew that he couldn't resist the might of Emperor Xuanhuan, so he might as well cooperate wisely. Your Majesty, please look, here are the ancient writings I recorded after I came to the city of God. This type of writing is actually called the writings of the gods, which means the writings created by the gods. Only gods can recognize them, but with the changes in the world, they have long been out of fashion. Spread. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint took out a book with dense inscriptions on it and explained it to Xuanhuan. Speak slowly, I'm listening. Xuanhuan said. This city is called the Eternal God City. Those warriors are all fighters and guardians of the God City. The master of the Eternal Great World is the Eternal World Lord, and they all obey the orders of the Eternal World Lord. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road. Eternal World Lord? The God who controls the world God. Xuanhuan nodded and said, that's right, the ancient city spreads throughout the entire eternal world, and there may have been a world god in an extremely ancient period. If he does not control the eternal world, he cannot do this, and only the world can do this. God has such a great hand. The Eternal World Lord created the Eternal God City, but the Eternal World Lord also obeys the existence of God. Holy Turtle Demon Saint continued. Who is God? Xuanhuan asked. I don't know that. The main purpose of entering the city of God this time is to find more records about God. The Holy Turtle Demon Sage shook his head, but one thing is certain, this God rules the eternal world Lord. It took me an extremely long time to get to know some of this divine text. Your Majesty, listen to me, and continue. God leads his people to battle the universe, and wherever they go, they belong to God's territory. God created the court of God, which is the most powerful place in the universe. God is the greatest God in this world, and he is the most supreme, the master of all gods, and everyone must obey the command of God, and the whole universe belongs to God. The more the Holy Turtle Demon Saint said, the more shocking he became. Xuanhuan frowned. If the interpretation of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint is true, the strength of this God is extremely terrifying. The universe, starry sky, so many worlds, the entire universe belongs to God. How strong should this divine court be? He thought about when he discovered a main city. One of his subordinates, Xing, also deciphered a few intermittent words. Eternity, God, sign, destruction, disaster, heaven. Xuanhuan can probably make some connections. Go ahead. Xuanhuan said. God is beyond the universe. He is high above. God wants to control the universe and is above the universe. God wants to control the entire universe in his own hands. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road. Transcendence, above the universe. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. If a person can become a god of the world, then he is beyond the world, and this God is beyond the universe. In the rumors, there are ancient powerhouses who can achieve detachment from the universe. The universe is destroyed, but he is immortal, and it will still exist in the next cosmos reincarnation. This is probably detachment, and the existence of Xuanhuan has no restrictions on them. The pursuit of it is another level of things. Of course, many of these are inferred by my analysis of ancient books. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint stated his guess, God is beyond the universe, and he has to control the universe. Beyond the universe, this has broken the lifespan of heaven and earth. The universe is extinct, but itself is immortal, the mystery of immortality. Xuanhuan also nodded. This time, he met the Holy Tortoise and the Demon Saint and interpreted many of his questions. But I don't seem to have heard of God's rumors? Xuanhuan said. It's not surprising, because the gods have long since disappeared, and the traces they left have been erased too much. It was only by chance that I came to know this divine script, and I was able to answer it reluctantly. The Holy Turtle Demon said, God fights the universe, although he is proud of the universe, but God's ambition has caused him to encounter disasters. The heaven and the earth have fought back, the universe has collapsed, and the gods have disappeared. Encountered adversity from the universe. Although God is beyond the universe, he still cannot fully control the universe, so God died? Xuanhuan asked. God is immortal, God will be brilliant again, God will come back. When God comes back, that's when you tremble. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint said, this is the most important sentence I have seen in the records. This is more like event, and it cannot be taken seriously. After all, it is too long since the existence of God, and those who know these records are not, the more it is, the more difficult it is to distinguish the true from the false. He also couldn't be sure of something like this, before the ancient era. But looking at the various relics, there is indeed the power of a divine court that has become the master of the universe. Perhaps the appearance of the eternal city of God will be a sign of God's return. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint continued, I came here to investigate the ruins of the gods. In fact, I don't care about the ruins of your Majesty and the 5 ancient empires in the eternal world. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Strength, a big world can no longer trap me. In order to find the relics of God, I can spend all my years in exploration. It seems that you know other relics about the gods. Xuanhuan asked. I know a little bit. After all, there are too few relics of God, and too many have died out over the long years. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road. You know a lot. I also have a problem here. In the long years, there have been many people who have lost their vitality and seem to have been deprived of their vitality. I suspect that it has something to do with Xinchen. Xuanhuan said. The ancestor of the Holy Turtle knows a lot. There is indeed such a connection. This phenomenon has actually existed since ancient times. I guess that perhaps the life essence of these people was absorbed by the existence in the city of God, depriving them of their lives, which may be very large. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road. Xuanhuan was non-committal, and he stared at the city of God. Although the city of God has appeared, there is still an extremely terrifying existence in the demon god abyss that has not yet appeared. Maybe he is the eternal world lord, and he is still not dead. He has lived to this era and is continuing his life. It's possible. The Holy Turtle Demon said, if you really become the god of the world and become the world lord of the eternal world will not be destroyed, and he will not be destroyed. I know from the records that God suffered when he was in full swing. Destruction blow, maybe that eternal world lord is not dead, this time it appears, it is very likely to reappear. When it comes to the eternal world lord, the Holy Turtle Demon Saint is also afraid. Even if he appears, this era doesn't belong to him anymore. Whoever stands in front of me will be killed by me. Xuanhuan said this sentence in an extremely indifferent tone. After hearing this, the Holy Turtle and Demon Saint couldn't help trembling. This His Majesty's murderous aura was very heavy. Boom. Just when Xuanhuan was in the Eternal God City, in the Eternal Great World, an earth-shaking fluctuation suddenly appeared, and beams of light shot out from the ancient 5 kingdoms, forming an eternal great array. This great formation broke the void of infinite dimensions and penetrated into the heaven and earth. In the open void, 5 vague figures slowly appeared, and the breath was very terrifying. These 5 people are. The 5 ancient emperors have finally come. The protagonists of the ancient times, the 5 great emperors who dominated the ancient times, they are back. #C670, the ancient 5 emperors. The ancient 5 emperors returned to the eternal world. Although they knew that their return would be a matter of time, they still made the major forces of the eternal powers have incomparable worries in their hearts, and they did not want the 5 emperors to return so quickly. From the time they left in ancient times to the time they returned, no one knew how powerful their strength was. Fortunately, before the return of the 5 emperors, the Xuanhu Empire rose. Their radiance was at its peak like the sun, and the Emperor Xuanhu was extremely aggressive, ambitious, and extremely domineering. Even if the ancient 5 emperors wanted to unify the eternal world, they would have to fight against the Xuanhu Empire. Emperor Wu's claim to the Imperial dynasty at this time actually showed an attitude. He also had the determination to dominate the eternal world. Even if the 5 emperors returned, they would have to fight, and there would be no half-step progression. Unknowingly, the situation in the eternal world has changed a long time ago, and the fight against the 5 ancient emperors has become dominated by the Xuanhu Empire. The 5 emperors have returned. Xuanhuan also felt this fluctuation. Your Majesty, I have told you everything I know, can I go? The Holy Turtle Demon Saint sensed the smoke of the war, his neck shrank, he wanted to take refuge, and he went outside the territory, not wanting to mix. No. Xuanhuan said slowly, follow me back to Xuanhu, I need your knowledge and talents. His words are tough, and not allowed to refuse. The Holy Turtle and Demon Saint are not only powerful, but also able to recognize the divine scriptures and have a deep research on the relics of the gods. Xuanhuan will not let him go. Can I refuse? The Holy Turtle Demon Saint grimaced. Can't refuse. Xuanhuan's voice was cold. Is it a sin to be erudite and talented? The Holy Turtle Demon Saint said, can I resist? He was dejected, but in the end he did not resist, and followed Xuanhuan back to Xuanwu. Although he is strong, he is wiser to know that although he has a tortoise shell with a strong defense, he will still not be Xuanhuan's opponent. This person definitely has a way to break his tortoise shell. You can't escape from Emperor Wu's palm once you enter the divine martial arts. As soon as the ancestor of the Holy Tortoise entered Xuanwu, he could not breathe because of the fate of the Imperial dynasty. Within the imperial capital of a country, Emperor Wu could suppress him easily. And this moment. Congratulations to the great emperor. The 5 ancient emperors have returned from the extraterrestrial starry sky. They descended into their own imperial dynasty. Eternal great world, we are finally back. The ancient 5 emperors all made such a sound. Indeed, they have left the eternal world for too long. When they saw this world, they also made a sound of lamenting the long years. Sure enough, as we expected, the relic of the gods appeared in the eternal world this time, and the secret emerged. The thoughts of the 5 emperors are also communicating across the air. When this emperor left this time, the eternal world has also undergone tremendous changes. The Emperor Xuanwu, suddenly rose to control an extremely mysterious power. Who is the Emperor Xuanwu? What does he represent? Emperor Aoki Chongqing is facing inward. Dressed in a blue-gold imperial robe, a young man appeared, but his eyes were particularly vicissitudes. He is the great Emperor Aoki Chongqing, mastering the power of Chongqing, and looking at the Xuanwu Empire from afar. Great Emperor, you are back. The tree of immortality shook its branches and leaves, and made an excited sound. I'm back. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said slowly, it's just that this emperor didn't expect that in just a few decades, there will be a Xuanwu Empire rising. When the emperor returns, we have the backbone. The Holy Spirit of the Aoki Eternal Empire rejoices. During this period of time, they could be described as extremely aggrieved. Emperor Wu's strength made them not dare to leave the imperial capital easily. Now that they have Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, they are not afraid of Emperor Wu anymore. Your Majesty, with the return of the 5 emperors, the prelude to the Great War is about to begin. Now that there is another Eternal God City, the situation is becoming more and more chaotic. Divine Martial Emperor Capital. Inside the Temple of God. All the ministers looked solemn. The return of the 5 emperors means that the situation in the eternal world will change again. The next battle will be more intense, the fall of the Holy Spirit will also be the norm, and it will not be calm until the final winner is determined. Prepare for war. Xuanhuan knows that there is only one battle, and he is not afraid of war. After the 5 emperors return, they will coordinate the domestic forces. This will be a period of time. After the imperial banquet, there will be a collision between empires. The return of the ancient 5 emperors is very likely to attack us and clean up the forces in various regions. It can't be underestimated. The 5 emperors swept the eternal world in ancient times. This time, their strength will definitely be even more terrifying. The real decisive battle is coming. If it really doesn't work, you can only give up your foundation in the eternal world. The return of the 5 ancient emperors pushed the situation in the eternal world to a tense situation. The fire is raging, like a world of flames. In the fire-burning emperor capital, a tall and burly figure appeared. His arrival made the temperature here even hotter. Wearing a flame emperor robe, his eyes swept away, where the world was incinerated into nothingness, and the breath was very domineering. The emperor is back. As soon as the great fire-burning emperor appeared, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Among the 5 ancient emperors, this emperor was also the most belligerent, and the most irascible. Those who dared to disobey him were sent out to kill him personally. In ancient times, countless people died at his hands. Great Emperor, Holy Spirit Qian died in the hands of Emperor Wu, and he died tragically. As soon as they saw the return of the great fire-burning heaven emperor, the group of people hurriedly gathered and denounced the various crimes of Emperor Wu. Red Flame. The great fire-burning emperor had a square face, fierce and unyielding, as if he was in a kind of rage all the time. Sure enough, his flame breath erupted again. It was anger. Qi Yan followed the emperor in the ancient times, and he did not fall. This time he died in the hands of the Emperor Wu. Dare to kill the emperor's subordinates, the emperor will make him pay cost. Great Emperor, Emperor Xuanhuan has become the common enemy of the 5 ancient empires, and the other 4 emperors will not let him go. There is the Holy Spirit. Xuanhuan Empire. After he returned, someone carefully recounted the deeds of the Xuanhuan Empire over the years, which also made the strong-armed emperor frown. Then the great Emperor Xuanhuan must die. Unifying the eternal great world is only a part of the plan of this emperor and the other 4 emperors. No one can stop him. We want to make his emperor dynasty the shortest emperor dynasty in the eternal great world. The great fire burning heaven was murderous. Destroy his imperial dynasty and get the reason for his power. Yes, the Xuanhuan Empire must be destroyed. If we consume the power of the other 4 empires, the greatest benefit we get is the best. The Holy Spirit of the fire-burning empire roared. The Xuanhuan Empire is the closest to the Aoki Longevity Empire. The great emperor rising fire and burning heaven looked in the direction of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire and knew that this emperor was the deepest, most mysterious, and the most unpredictable among the 5 of them. He said cruelly, when the emperor returns, some people still haven't surrendered. It seems that they have forgotten the methods of the emperor. There are too many emperor-level forces in the eternal world, and some should disappear forever. #C671, the Great Fire Emperor. The army went out with this emperor, and I don't know whether to live or die. This group of people looking for death dared to rebel against this emperor and obstructed the plan. This emperor wants them to pay the price in blood. Is this forgetting the prestige of this emperor in ancient times? The great emperor rising fire burning heaven was tall, and the flames swept the sky, shouting loudly, the place where this emperor's soldiers are pointing is when they perished. The warriors step through their sects and forge the blood power of the rising fire, burning heaven empire. Boom! The heaven and the earth shook, and the infinite sky fire came down and turned into the flame world. Great! 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 Countless imperial soldiers roared and became excited. Just like in the ancient times, the great fire-burning emperor led them on an expedition, broke through the sect empires, cut off their heads, and became his own military exploits. The great fire-burning emperor waved his hands, and the infinite void was torn apart, and the army of the empire immediately began to set off. He is worthy of being the most irascible and belligerent emperor among the 5 emperors. The other 4 emperors have just returned and haven't moved a bit. The great fire-burning heaven emperor began his personal expedition to destroy other emperor-level forces. Emperor fire-burning heaven is about to take action. After an ancient time, his temper has not changed at all. This time he will go to Xuanhuan sect to kill chickens and warn monkeys to shock the Xuanhuan Empire. If his temper changes, it's not the great fire emperor, and the flame is always the most irritable. Let the great fire-burning emperor start the first battle to return to the eternal world. The spiritual senses of the other 4 emperors fluctuated one after another, and they were very familiar with the temper of the great fire-burning emperor. And they also reached an agreement that this time they will control the eternal great world together, and use the power of the eternal great world to become a world god. Boom! The void is broken. In the deep blue and boundless ocean, there is an incomparably huge land, surrounded by the ocean, and the countless sea ships that stayed here were suddenly burned to ashes by the infinite flame. Groups of fiery imperial armies are coming. They were clad in flaming armor, and each of them was a blazing, moving flame. Enemy attack! A shrill scream resounded on this continent, and there was a huge sect on it, and a blue protective mask immediately appeared. The war has begun. This sect is called Songhai sect. It is also an emperor-level force, and its strength is strong. It is enough to rank in the top 3 among the emperor-level forces in the middle region, and there is not only one strong person in the realm of the Holy Spirit. The counterattack that day was when Song Haizong killed a Holy Spirit of the fire-burning Heaven Empire. But now, Kang Haizong encountered the conquest of the Imperial army. Dare to stop this emperor? The great fire Fenshin looked at the protective mask, and he slashed with a palm. The infinite power actually shattered the mask that could resist the power of the Holy Spirit in an instant, and endless flames swept into the Songhai sect. Ah! Countless people screamed, and many people were contaminated with a little spark, and they were instantly ignited into a torch, unable to withstand the power of the aftermath. The great fire-burning Heaven Emperor. Sect Master Songhai appeared. He shouted angrily, looked at the mountain gate that was broken in an instant, and said angrily, "You just returned to the eternal world. Do you just want to destroy my Songhai sect? My Songhai sect is also an emperor-level force, can't we be humiliated? Songhai?" The small character back then also established an emperor-level force. The great fire-burning emperor disdains it. If you want to destroy my Songhai sect, you will pay the price. The Songhai sect master did not expect that the great fire-burning Heaven Emperor was so belligerent and violent that he would destroy his Songhai sect as soon as he returned. Originally, their idea was for the Xuanhuan Empire to take the lead, and they supported it. Even if you are one of the 5 ancient emperors, I have to fight with you. I am not afraid of you in the sea. This continent is called the Songhai continent, like a pearl above the ocean. Infinite deep blue vitality gathered on his body. The sect master Songhai was like a sea god above the ocean. He waved it at will, and the power of the entire ocean was being manipulated by him, and countless waterspouts rushed out. He knew that if the other 4 emperors were submissive, he might still survive. But the great fire-burning emperor will never let him go. This man has an extremely irascible temper. He killed many holy gods in ancient times. If he dares to disobey him a little, he will be slaughtered. And above this sea, with the help of the boundless power of the sea, even the great fire-burning emperor has the courage to fight. At this moment, on the sea, the forces of the 2 emperor-level forces are confronting each other. This is the struggle of the highest power. Songhai Shandgong. Boom. The waves roared, and the whole sea turned upside down. In an instant, sect master Songhai took control of the sea, condensed a huge sea god, and fiercely charged towards the great fire Fenshin emperor. On the sea, my strength is infinite. Sect master Songhai is shouting, inspiring the military. Tips for carving insects. The flames were submerged, and the sect master Songhai wanted to use water to overcome fire, but when the flames of the great fire-burning emperor submerged in the ocean, a scene of horror appeared, and the ocean was actually burned to the boil. The sea level is falling at a rate visible to the naked eye. When it came to the great fire-burning emperor, the ordinary use of water to overcome fire had no effect on him. The great fire Fenshin didn't even look at it. He came directly to the sect master Songhai, and the flame fist bombed out. Boom! A dark blue shield appeared on sect master Songhai's chest, but it was useless, and it shattered immediately. Your strength. Sect master Songhai was terrified. With his strength, he was defeated in one move. If it were the ancient times, he would never be defeated by one move. But after an ancient time passed, he became stronger, but the great fire-burning heaven became stronger. Useless things, dare to go against this emperor. The great emperor raging fire-burning heaven was murderous. Although he was irritable, he was not stupid. He deliberately used Kang Haizong to open the sword. Wherever he went, he turned into a world of flames. The Songhai sect screamed mournfully and was occupied by flames, and countless people were burned to ashes, cursing the great fire-burning heaven great emperor. He is ruthless, and his strength is terrifying. One person can easily destroy an Emperor-level force. Emperor Fire Burning Heaven, I fought with you. Seeing the destroyed sect, this is the foundation that sect-mastered Xuanhuan finally laid. Waste. With a slap in the face, the Great Fire Fenchen slapped the Xuanhuan sect master out and suppressed it directly. This is the end of going against this emperor, and everyone will die. With another slap, he ravaged sect-mastered Xuanhuan, beating his entire body to a bloody mess, watching in despair as Great Fire Burning Heaven Emperor destroyed his sect. Even he is not an opponent, who else can stop the Great Fire Emperor? Everyone in the Xuanhuan sect is going to die. This battle is really exciting, Great Fire Burning Heaven Emperor, do you want to show your strength? #C672 You can't think of it, I have more here. A loud voice came out. The Gate of the Void appeared on the sea, opening the transmission channel. Boom! In the vast sea, many battleships emerged from the Gate of the Void, and among these many battleships, there were a few particularly huge ones, which were surrounded by many battleships like mobile star fortresses. Xuanhuan Army. The eyes of these people looked immediately. This kind of warship is the symbol of Xuanhuan. The battleship is here, and so is Xuanhuan. What new warship is that? Their eyes fell on the star warship again. This kind of warship is hundreds of times larger than the star warship. They have never seen Xuanhuan used before. Now that they appear, is this announcing their heritage after becoming an empire? Xuanhuan's reinforcements are here. The Kanghazan people were excited, like seeing a ray of light in the darkness, and hope of life in the despair. They were attacked by the fiery Burning Heaven Empire. Unexpectedly, the only one who came to rescue was Xuanhuan in the eastern region. Xuanhuan Emperor Dynasty. The fiery eyes of the Great Fire Burning Heaven immediately looked over and shouted, Great Emperor Xuanhuan, come out. The name of the Great Fire Burning Heaven Emperor, I have long heard of it, the most violent emperor in the ancient times. Xuanhuan came, and the king landed on the sea. His cold and stern gaze looked at the Great Fire Burning Heaven Emperor. This emperor was indeed belligerent, and he would immediately destroy the Xuanhuan sect and declare his hegemony. I have seen Emperor Xuanhuan. Sect-mastered Xuanhuan immediately came to salute. Other things, wait until I defeat the Great Fire Emperor. Xuanhuan raised his hand. Haha, I've heard of Emperor Wu's name, Ben Emperor. It is rumored that you are the protagonist of this era, and you have a lot of strange things in your hands, but in front of absolute strength, everything is in vain. The Great Fire Burning Emperor believed in power and laughed. I think so too. Xuanhuan recognized this sentence. The most important thing is always strength. I saved Xuanhuan today, do you have any opinion? Xuanhuan said. Yes, I have a great opinion. I have to say that your tone is extremely arrogant, but your rise is indeed miraculous. This emperor also wanted to fight with you. Since you are here in person, it is better to let this emperor. Look at your strength, whether you have this strength. The monstrous flames roared out, and the Great Fire Burning Emperor was full of fighting spirit. War! 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 The people of the Burning Heaven Empire roared loudly. Kill! 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 The Xuanhuan Empire is also not to be outdone. The two great emperor-level beings are standing on the sea. Although they have not yet fought, the collision of momentum has caused the eternal world to be turned upside down, and the entire sea has swept into a boundless tsunami storm. The great Emperor Xuanhuan and the Great Fire Burning Emperor are going to fight. The Great Fire Burning Emperor is a peerless powerhouse who became famous in ancient times. However, the rise of Emperor Xuanhuan is more legendary than that of the Great Fire Burning Emperor. He can be called the strongest in this era. The two really fought each other, and their power destroyed the sky and the earth. I don't know, can the Emperor Xuanhuan resist the attack of the Great Fire Burning Emperor? I don't know, but this time, if Emperor Xuanhuan repels Great Emperor Fire Burning Heaven, then his prestige will be truly forged, and Emperor Xuanhuan will be recognized by the entire eternal world as an existence that is no weaker than the 5 ancient emperors. The Fire and Burning Heaven Empire's attack on the Xuanhuan sect was so loud that many people knew it, and they did not dare to appear to directly rescue the Xuanhuan sect, but watched the movement here. Let the most fighter among us, the great Fire Fenchen, test the strength of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. We are too unfamiliar with him. The other 4 emperors are also watching the movement here. This emperor wants to see whether you are really powerful or bluff, a paper tiger. Boom! The pillar of fire erupted from the sky. The great emperor of raging Fire Fenchen has only used his true strength now. The fire is shining in the sky, and he is the flame controller. He stepped forward and slapped Xuanhuan with his flaming palm. Stronger than just now, the great Fire Emperor is using all his strength. Sect Master Xuanhuan's face was pale. I was extremely worried in my heart that if Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't resist, he would surely die. Xuanhuan's face was calm when he saw the great fire-burning emperor coming to kill him. He also hit a palm, and the 2 palms immediately impacted. When they fought each other, the infinite light was dazzling, and it didn't move at all, and no one took advantage. This is the great light technique. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw Xuanhuan performing the great brightness technique. Did you see that Emperor Xuanhuan just resisted the blow of great fire burning heaven? No, it shouldn't be used to resist, but it should be used directly by Emperor Xuanhuan just now, and he didn't fall into the disadvantage. My God, how did Emperor Xuanhuan cultivate? Could he be the incarnation of fate? Everyone was horrified. The great fire-burning emperor is a legendary existence in the eternal great world, not to mention being able to fight against him. It is extremely difficult to see him. Good. The great emperor fire-burning heaven did not panic. He stepped on the 4 poles, his body was like a mad dragon, and he attacked again. This man was a real fighting mad emperor. His fighting skills were crazy. Fluctuations. The boundless flames fell, as if a sea of flames had been knocked down. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and the 5 ancient emperors were undoubtedly the most ferocious and the most insane. At this time, a small portal appeared in Xuanhuan's palm, and flames rushed out. Want to fight fire with fire? This emperor thought you had any ability, haha, don't you know that what this emperor is most afraid of is fire? The great fire-burning emperor laughed wildly. If Xuanhuan fought against him by any other means, he would still be afraid of 3 points, but he was really not afraid of this flame. The 2 flames clashed, the impact exploded, and the hot meteor shower burst out. According to common sense, the great fire-burning emperor should have swept away in the face of the flames, but the actual situation exceeded everyone's expectations. The great Emperor Xuanhuan did not know what kind of flames he displayed, but he did not fall behind. The great Emperor Fire Fenchen stared at the portal in Xuanhuan's palm, a portal that can summon the power of the source of flames. If I get it, my power will be able to suppress the other 4 emperors, and the battle situation in the eternal world is up to me. He was moved. He saw that Xuanhuan's portal was an extremely rare fetish. I didn't expect that you have enough fetishes. With a loud shout, the might of the sky swept through, the great fire-burning heaven emperor fully unleashed his combat power, and a flaming palm descended from the sky. You can't think of it, I have more here. Xuanhuan slapped the palm away, layer upon layer, endless flames spread out, layer by layer, containing the different powers of countless flames, and the last one seemed to be a real flame door. Boom! Xuanhuan teleported in 1 step, and the flame gate instantly shattered the flame palm. He attacked heavily with the gate of flame, and the supreme majesty swept over him. He also controlled the existence of an empire. The imperial prestige was vast and majestic, and a blow slammed into the chest of the great fire-burning emperor. This portal fell on the chest of the great fire-burning emperor, and it quickly enlarged in an instant. #C673 Benevolence. The door of flame is suppressed. The great emperor fire and burning heaven only felt that he had encountered an unstoppable force, was suppressed by this portal, and tried his best to fight back. However, he was still hit by this huge force, and he shot back fiercely. He gliding in the void for 100 steps before he stopped his body. It was also fortunate that he practiced Flame 1, and although he was suppressed and regressed, he was not injured. But it also revealed bad news. The great Emperor Fire Fenshin suffered a loss. In the simple confrontation against Xuanhuan, he lost to the great Emperor Xuanhuan, which means that in the one-on-one fight, his strength is not as good as that of his opponent, and his strength is weaker than the opponent. Oh my god, how can the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan be so terrifying? Even the great fire-burning emperor has fallen into a disadvantage. Could it be that the strength of the great Emperor Xuanhuan has surpassed that of the great fire-burning emperor? The great fire emperor has started to fight back. The situation was changing so fast that no one could react. At this moment, the great fire-burning emperor turned into an incomparably huge flame giant. Every time he attacked, there seemed to be flame soldiers in the flames, which seemed to contain spirituality, and attacked Xuanhuan. This power is almost to the limit that the Holy Spirit can control. But Xuanhuan attacked, traversing the ancient times, his momentum was infinitely high, as if the emperor's anger, and the emperor's enforcers appeared, and they fought together with those flame soldiers in an instant. The two sides fought frantically in the void. Sect Master Xuanhuan was nervous. The battle between the two great emperors was too violent. Although he was powerful, he felt that he was a weak person in front of the two great emperors. This kind of combat power was fully utilized, and he could not resist. There were other changes in his heart. The sky is falling apart. The great fire-burning emperor roared, his arm fell, and the space shattered. Xuanhuan returned with the palm of his hand, and the great killing technique started to run in his hand, and countless slaughter divine lights shot out, all of which were sharp, and then his fingers fell again, and the great cutting technique came down with the power of killing. The sky will be cut in half. The great Emperor Fire Fenshin retreated again, and he was stronger than him, so he had to dodge. With his dodging, Xuanhuan wouldn't have a chance, and he took a step forward and attacked him directly. Hateful. With the character of the fire-burning heaven emperor, how could he be willing to be beaten by Xuanhuan? He rushed up again, the blood in his body surged like magma, the volcano erupted, and the anger of the gods roared out. He broke out this time, but resisted Xuanhuan's attack. Kill. Suddenly, the great fire-burning emperor pointed to kill, and pointed to God's wrath. The terrifying power tore everything apart, and the ocean was torn apart by him. But Xuanhuan's expression was calm, as if everything was under his control. He had too many methods, his hands evolved Tai Chi, and the finger of the great fire-burning emperor was easily broken. At this moment, the great fire-burning heaven emperor was also very uncomfortable. His opponent, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, was as violent as thunder when attacking, but possessed vast and long strength when he was calm. This person seemed to have no weakness, his strength was perfectly balanced, and he seemed to be flawless. The great fire emperor has an opponent. The other four emperors were also staring at the battle. Of course they could see who had the upper hand in this battle. Bang bang bang. Xuanhuan shot, the power was violent, and the power of light and thunder appeared. Such power is too ferocious. The great fire-burning heaven emperor also had to admit that the great Emperor Xuanhuan was an extremely terrifying opponent. Sky Slash. The ultimate move, Song Qiong Slash, was cast from the hands of the great fire and burning emperor. Immediately, his palms were like knives, and one after another flaming long knives thundered down. When the thousands of flaming long knives were cut out, one knives were superimposed together and fell into one knives. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. The catastrophe of Xuanhuan heaven and earth unfolded. The emergence of this force is not only the catastrophe of heaven and earth, but also the catastrophe of the gods in this world. In this force, the sky will also perish. As long as it does not transcend this world, the gods will also perish. With this move, he immediately broke through the famed stunt of the great fire and burning heaven, the 9 slashes in the sky, and hit him fiercely. The divine power of great fire burning heaven's body exploded, as if an ancient desolate world appeared. This is the power of the realm, the ability of the world god to dominate, but this great fire burning heaven great emperor is obviously not yet, but he has already mastered the power of some world gods. But the power of his world was also shattered with a bang, his body trembled fiercely, and the hands that resisted had cracked blood. His blood was extremely hot, and when it fell on the sea, he boiled a large piece of sea water. The great fire and burning emperor would never have imagined that this person used an incredible method to directly break through his methods, putting him at a great disadvantage. His face was red with anger. As the great emperor of the ancient times, with a great reputation, how could he be willing to bear this kind of humiliation? The great fire-burning emperor, quickly retreat. The voices of the other 4 emperors also came out at the same time. They saw that the great fire-burning emperor was at a disadvantage. Even if the 5 emperors joined forces, they could suppress him, but it would be extremely difficult to kill him. The only option was to break his empire and destroy his country. Hateful! The great fire-burning emperor roared. But the voices of the other 4 emperors woke him up, and with a flick of his finger, countless imperial armies evacuated from the cracks in the void. The great emperor Li Huafenshen returned to the eternal world. He wanted to destroy an emperor-level sect, but he encountered Xuanhuan's obstruction. Even the most irascible emperor, the great emperor Li Huafenshen, had to retreat temporarily. The sky above Canghezong suddenly became empty. The great fire and burning emperor has retreated. Emperor Xuanhu overwhelms great emperor Huafenshen. Is this his true strength? I'm afraid it will be a battle between the Xuanhu Empire and the 5 ancient empires. The hearts of countless people were extremely shocked, and they did not expect such a result. How could Emperor Wu's strength be so terrifying? This is simply unreasonable, breaking their imagination and bringing too much shock. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. There is nothing more realistic than the record. Even some people in the Songhai sect cheered. If Emperor Xuanhu hadn't come to help today, their words would have died long ago. I, Li Songhai, thank the Emperor Xuanhu for his action. If there was no Emperor Xuanhu, it would have been unpredictable today. Songhai sect master Li Songhai respectfully approached Xuanhuan and lowered his proud head. The 5 ancient empires are our common enemies, and I will not watch them kill at will in the eternal world. Xuanhuan said. If these emperor-level forces are arbitrarily attacked and killed by the 5 ancient empires, who will participate in his imperial banquet? The emperor is merciful, save my Canghezong, countless creatures. Li Songhai seemed to be making a difficult decision and firmly said, if Emperor Xuanhu does not dislike it, I, Li Songhai, are willing to bring the entire Songhai sect to join the Xuanhu Empire. I will be His Majesty's servant in the future, and I will obey His Majesty's orders. #C674 Another war. Sect Master Songhai took the initiative to seek refuge in Xuanhuan and dedicate his foundation to Emperor Xuanhu. But this is not surprising. Xuanhuan's repelling the great fire-burning emperor has already demonstrated his strength, and he can completely compete with the ancient 5 empires. He is not a fool. He knows that although the Songhai sect is large, it is far from being comparable to the Xuanhu Empire. If he doesn't report a thigh, he will be destroyed. The Xuanhu Emperor can save him once, but not necessarily the second time. There were only 2 options in front of him. One is to go to the outer starry sky, to be a wanderer. The second is to rely on Xuanhuan. Now that the Xuanhu Empire has just been proclaimed emperor, and it is facing a huge battle, it is precisely when it needs a master. He actively joins, and he has the power of the dragon. He really won this big battle, and he is also a hero. The benefits are greater than the risks. 2 options. He chose to rely on Xuanhuan and hugged this thigh tightly. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie, and he will be that Junjie this time. Oh? You want to rely on me? Xuanhuan's face did not show any joy, and he asked in an ordinary way. The great emperor saved my Xuanhai sect this time, and I, Li Xuanhai, have nothing in return, and I can see that the situation in the future is not something I can contend with alone. Only by relying on your majesty can we see the dawn of hope. I am willing to sacrifice my life, help your majesty, to rule the eternal world. Li Xuanhai could see that Xuanhuan had great ambitions, and his goal was to unify the eternal world. Okay, Li Xuanhai. Xuanhuan said, this will also be the territory of the Xuanhu Empire in the future. I have seen your majesty. Li Xuanhai knelt down. Xuanhuan's strength has completely convinced him. Follow me back to Xuanhu. I have always appreciated those who are aware of current affairs. Xuanhuan's battleship was mighty, entered the gate of the void, and returned to the Xuanhu Empire. Damn, I, the great emperor of fire-burning heaven, traversed the ancient times. How could I ever suffer such a big loss? Today, instead of destroying the Xuanhai sect, I suffered a great loss at the hands of the great emperor Xuanhu in front of countless people, and lost face. Shame, it's a huge shame. Although the great fire-burning emperor receded, the anger in his heart could not be dissipated. His temper was already irritable. At this moment, he wanted to kill countless people. This time, the great Emperor Xuanhu stepped on his own face and forged his prestige. Emperor Fire Burning Heaven, you are calm and calm. Emperor Xuanhu is not only your enemy, but also our common enemy. The 4 emperors also appeared when they saw the angry fire-burning emperor. The great Emperor Xuanhuan, a prudent old man, said, You. The great Emperor Fire Fenchen gradually calmed down and said, although the great Emperor Xuanhu is powerful, but the 5 of us join forces, the world god can't help us, and we also control a whole card that is enough to decide the situation of the battle, and we can directly kill him if we have the opportunity. Disaster. Emperor Heishui Matian said, this emperor has lived for so long, and I have seen countless people, but no one has the mystery that Emperor Xuanhu brought me. Have you seen that battleship? We have seen so many worlds, and I haven't seen that kind of battleship. It doesn't look like this universe can appear. Even if the 5 of us join forces, there is no problem in defeating him, but beheading is not necessarily the case. The great Emperor Aoki Chongqing said. He's terrifying. The great Emperor Xuanhuan continued, I don't know the origins behind him. He has been promoted to the Imperial dynasty in a few decades. Who can do it? It's like a god's help, saying that he only has superficial means. I don't believe it. Emperor Aoki Chongqing, you are the closest to the Xuanhu Empire, and you have the most ideas. Tell me what you think. Gangjin, splitting heaven Dao. There is no good way for this emperor, but we only know that if our 5 emperors want to truly control the eternal world, the Xuanhu Empire will be the biggest obstacle in front of us. No matter how much we pay, it will be destroyed. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said slowly, at the moment, we can only gather the power of the 5 major empires and launch an all-out offensive to destroy his empire and make him a loner. Once this war starts, it will be a full-scale war. The 5 of us must be fully prepared. Once we start, we cannot give him a chance to breathe. The Tao of the Great Emperor of Thick Earth and Xuanhuan. Okay, we can only join forces, with our strength, let alone him, the world gods can fight. This time we will use the power of the supreme source of the eternal world to make the five of us become world gods. The great fire-burning emperor said fiercely, I don't believe that he can really defy the sky. Fighting against the Xuanhu Empire is a major event. The five of us must gather the strongest strength, take into account all the details, and be foolproof. This battle is different from any battle in the ancient times. It will be a decisive battle. The Tiao of the Great Emperor of Thick Earth and Xuanhuan. You're still so cautious. Emperor Heishui said, but you are right. Xuanhu exceeds any enemy we can imagine. It is related to common interests. We cannot make mistakes at all. I suggest that Emperor Xuanhuan of Hutu can lead the battle. No comment. I have no opinion either. Under the common interests of the five emperors, none of them had any opinions. Divine Martial Emperor Capital. Chu Yuan's battleship returned. Xuanhu. Li Songhai also came to Xuanhu for the first time. Although I have heard of the imperial capital of Xuanhu, how can I see it with my own eyes? The giant guarding the imperial capital or the Saint Rui Qilin in the temple of Xuanhu are not scary. I think it's right to take refuge this time. Li Songhai said in shock. Your Majesty is back. A large number of courtiers waited. You are the holy tortoise demon saint of the demon clan. Li Songhai suddenly saw an ordinary-looking old man, and suddenly said in shock, the ancestor of the demon clan that existed in ancient times is actually in the Xuanhu Empire. You know, he grew up listening to the legend of the ancestor of the holy turtle. The power that existed in ancient times did not use some kind of closed and sleepy method, but actually lived a lot of years to the present. Well, I was brought to Dao by His Majesty. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint was also shocked when he learned that Chu Yuan had repelled the great fire-burning emperor. Fire-burning Heaven Great Emperor, the most violent attack among the five emperors, can make this great emperor retreat. One can imagine how powerful the Xuanhu Great Emperor is. In the future, we will work together in the hands of His Majesty. Li Songhai rode. Get ready, we have another war before the decisive battle with the five ancient empires. Chu Yuan said. Another war. When the ancestor of the Holy Turtle heard it, his heart jumped. He already knew who Chu Yuan said about the target of this other war. He couldn't help but glanced in that direction and sighed, hoping that they would be able to understand the current affairs. The situation today is not what it used to be. Li Songhai, register the powerhouses of your Songhai sect in the register and hand it over to the Ministry of Household, Yonghong. Songhai sect has just been merged into Xuanhu, and the system of Xuanhu is still unclear. You are responsible for telling them this. After Chu Yuan issued some orders, he disappeared in front of him. Joining Xuanhu now, we are the ministers of Xuanhu. Following His Majesty's orders, there will be no Songhai sect in the future. Only me, Li Songhai. Li Songhai said to the Holy Spirit of Songhai sect. If he chooses to join Xuanhu, then he must join thoroughly, and he cannot be half-hearted, otherwise he will die miserably in this chaotic world. #C675 Conquering the Demon Realm. After repelling the great fire-burning emperor, and the Songhai sect taking refuge, Chu Yuan's momentum reached a peak, and everyone knew that Xuanhu's power was unimaginable. This is the power of Xuanhu's national destiny, it's really terrifying. The boundless power of national transport, Xuanhu's land seems to be wrapped in a thick crystal wall, guarded layer by layer, exuding a vortex like a galaxy. Many people came to Xuanhu to take refuge in Chu Yuan, and there were even a few strong people in the Holy Spirit realm. Many people know that this time, the change is completely different from the past. The eternal great world is destined to usher in a master, and it has been against the five emperors for so long, and there is no way to rely on it, only the great Emperor Xuanhu. And they all heard that those who took refuge in the great Emperor Xuanhu got boundless benefits. Time flies. It's finally the end of the year. It snowed in the sky, the snow was like goose feathers, and it was covered in silver. It's snowing, Your Majesty, the snow is so beautiful. Yao Linker snuggled beside Xuanhuan and watched the snow scene. She was the first concubine who followed Xuanhuan and witnessed the promotion of the Imperial dynasty to the Imperial dynasty. Yes, this snow is very beautiful, but in my eyes, this snow is not white, but blood red. Xuanhuan grabbed her slightly cold hand. In 1 month, the great martial year will be changed, entering the new first year of Xuanwu, and the imperial conquest will begin a new cruel stage. It's time to go. Xuanhuan's body moved and entered the sky above the imperial capital. Countless battleships floated in the air, and many legions stood on the huge square with solemn expressions, quietly waiting for orders. The holy turtle demon saint also appeared here. His face was bitter, but Xuanhuan directly named him, and he couldn't resist, and he knew where Xuanhuan was going. There is still a month left to enter the new year of Xuanwu, and we will expedition to the demon realm in the last great year of martial arts, conquer the demon clan, and use it for the Xuanwu Empire. This battle is the prelude to the 5 ancient empires. Xuanhuan's voice rolled on, My warriors, use our strength to conquer the demon realm. That's right, he is going to personally conquer the demon clan this time, so that they won't continue to exist. In order to prepare for this war and not leak the rumors, Xuanhuan had already closed the country's fortunes. There is another very important reason. His imperial capital of Xuanwu is connected to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, which is also the demon domain controlled by the demon clan, and can directly attack his imperial capital through the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. If he starts a war with the ancient 5 empires, this demon clan suddenly stabs a knife in the back, which is definitely an extremely troublesome matter. It is best to solve it completely and incorporate the power of the demon clan into the Xuanwu Empire. Rebels are killed without mercy. The army roared. Yang Ting also put on the armor representing Xuanwu, stood in front of the army, and said with murderous aura, Going to war for Your Majesty, everything is for Xuanwu. Everything is for Xuanwu. The army was in high spirits. Go on an expedition and conquer the demon realm. Xuanhuan's army set out from the myriad beast mountains. Immediately, many battleships began to swarm around the star warships. Since the Xuanwu Emperor was already connected to the myriad beast mountains, it didn't take too long to reach the demon land controlled by the demon clan. There are many strong people in the demon clan, but they have been infighting before, and they have lost too much power. Now, under the leadership of the Dragon Clan and the Wind Clan, the Demon Alliance has been formed, and finally the power of the Demon Clan has been temporarily unified, and they are also looking for opportunities. The army marched in person, with great momentum, the wind swept the earth, directly swept the land of the Demon Clan, penetrated into the demon domain with lightning speed, and broke into the core place. Demon Realm Demon League. Originally, the holy spirits of all races were distributed all over the demon realm, but the establishment of the Demon League made these holy spirits gather in the Demon League. In another month, Xuanwu will hold the Emperor Banquet. With their power, there will be many masters participating, and our Demon League will also respond. The real Phoenix Demon Saint held a meeting. Humph. The terrifyingness of the Emperor Xuanwu has made the 5 ancient emperors extremely fearful, especially when he repelled the great emperor raging fire and burning heaven. His power is no longer something that a single great emperor can deal with. The demon saint of the Jinping clan snorted coldly. I think the 5 ancient emperors announced their attack during the Xuanwu Emperor's banquet, and they won't be giving him time. Jinping Yaoxing is right. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan said, if the 5 emperors did it, it would be difficult for us to stay out of the way. The demon realm and Xuanwu are separated by a mountain of 10,000 beasts. His first strike target. Any factor must be taken into account, and my Demon League is ready. Boom. Just as the group of demon saints were discussing, they suddenly heard the roar of the battleship. They suddenly saw that the densely packed battleships came through the void and slaughtered directly into the Demon Alliance. That's Xuanhuan's battleship. Xuanhuan actually killed the Demon Alliance directly. Damn, his courage. Does he want to send troops to destroy my demon clan? The demon saint of the demon clan also shouted angrily when he saw this scene. Although your Emperor Xuanhuan is very strong, they also admit that if you can directly attack the demon realm, they will not take them seriously. The demon realm is also not allowed to be trampled. You demon saints, Xuanhuan invades, we have to mobilize the army of the Demon Alliance to fight against the Xuanhuan Empire. The Dragon Clan grew up drinking. Although the Xuanhuan army came, he did not panic. Those who are obedient will prosper, those who are contrary will perish. The dense appearance of the army shouted to the army of the Demon Clan and the Demon Alliance, that infinite momentum, although there are many strong Demon Clan, but also made some Demon Clan strong people numb their calves. It is absolutely impossible for us to surrender obediently. A burly man appeared, it was the earthly bear, his bloody eyes glared at the army of gods and martial arts. Fight with Xuanhuan. Jinping Yaosheng opened his mouth. Xiao Xiong, Xiaopeng, your majesty's strength is not something you can resist. Old man, I advise you not to do anything, let go of your resistance honestly, join your majesty, and become a minister of great martial arts, so that you can survive. The Holy Tortoise Demon Saint appeared and looked at the Demon Clan powerhouse. He doesn't like to mix anything. But I also know that now, he can't escape from His Majesty's palm. In order to prevent the monsters from being killed, I hope they can give up their resistance. The Bear of the Earth and the Demon Saint Jinping were raised by the Saint Turtle Demon Saint. Your Majesty will not be embarrassed to take the initiative to surrender. Ancestor of the Holy Turtle. When Xiongsheng and Jinping Yaosheng saw the Holy Tortoise monster, their eyes were about to pop out, and they were shocked. Why are you in Xuanhuan? Could it be that you have already taken refuge with the great Emperor Xuanhuan and went to the demon realm for him? That's right, I followed the great Emperor to the demon realm this time. You guys are thinking about fighting against the Xuanhuan Empire, so it's hard for me to handle the old man. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint said helplessly, give up your fearless resistance, you only have to surrender this way. #C676 Steady as an old turtle. The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise, who lived the longest in the Demon Clan, was actually trying to persuade the Xuanhuan Empire to surrender the demon domain, which immediately caused an uproar. Even the ancestors of the Holy Tortoise took refuge in Xuanhuan, which shows that Emperor Wu's strength has become terrifying. Also, the great Emperor of Fire and Burning Heaven was repelled by him. Yeah, with the power of our demon clan, how could it be the opponent of the Xuanhuan Empire? The old ancestor has lived for so long, and he is the wisest and wisest. He has already seen that Emperor Xuanhuan will rule the eternal world. Joining now as a hero, or if we wait for it to be broken, then we will have no good fruit to eat. Already. Follow the ancestors of the Holy Turtle, we still have a way to live. The Demon Alliance itself is not stable. The addition of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint to the Xuanhuan Empire made the minds of these monsters change even more. You want to reverse the water? The Dragon Patriarch's eyes are cold and biting. Ha ha ha, the person who knows the current affairs is Junjia. The ancestors have lived from ancient times to the present, relying on a pair of eyes to see the situation clearly. I don't have the ability, but I only follow the ancestors of the Holy Turtle. You are watching the lamb has grown up, and I have suffered a lot, and it is not easy to cultivate step by step to become a demon saint. The goat spirit shouted, and even wiped tears in front of the Holy Tortoise Demon Saint. He is the most wise, knowing that there is nothing wrong with following in the footsteps of the ancestors of the Holy Turtle. He also knows that Dragon and Phoenix are fighting for hegemony, and the Demon League is dominated by these two clans, and he will not get any benefit, so it is better to follow the ancestors of the Holy Turtle. Old goat, you want to betray. The patriarch of the dragon clan shouted, heart of the bad demon alliance, you should be damned. The dragon claw suddenly grabbed it. Although this goat spirit is also a demon saint, it is just an ordinary holy god, and the strength gap between it and the dragon clan patriarch is too great. Suddenly the goat spirit said in fear, Ancestor, save me. The patriarch of the dragon clan, you are too tender to shoot in front of the old man. At the moment when the dragon patriarch's claws fell, the holy tortoise demon sage waved his hand, ripples in the void, the goat spirit actually disappeared, and was moved directly in front of him. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving me. The goat spirit immediately said, the little sheep pays respects to Emperor Xuanhuan. Ancestor Holy Turtle, you are really determined to join the Xuanhuan Empire. I remember that you have never been involved in any battles. This was the case in ancient times, and the same is true in ancient times, but why have you changed your mind now? The sound of the roar came, and the patriarch of the dragon clan was very angry and gnashed his teeth. You don't need to help the demon alliance, but instead help the god's empire to fight the demon clan in turn. You do not understand. The holy turtle demon sage shook his head, the times have changed, this era is His Majesty's era, although I want to be on my own, but I have already been involved, and I can't get out of it, so don't continue to resist, otherwise the disaster of genocide will be here. In front of you, no one can help you, I am here to save you. He was also helpless. He was controlled by Xuanhuan in the Eternal God City that day, and he knew that he could not escape. It's useless to say more. The 5 emperors in the ancient times failed to pacify my demon realm. Today, I don't believe that his Xuanhuan Empire can destroy my demon realm. The bear sage was short-tempered, showing his true body, a terrestrial bear with a height of several hundred meters. Roots of hair were like steel needles, bombarded with a punch, created a world storm, and blasted away angrily at the army of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, let me do it. The holy turtle demon sage knew that once Xuanhuan ordered the army to attack, blood would flow into the entire demon domain, and the situation of the war would be unstoppable. Xuanhuan asked him to do it. His strategic purpose this time is to conquer all the demon races in the demon domain. Immediately, the holy tortoise demon saint shot. Although the bear sage was violent, his breath was heavy, and with a wave of his palm, a shield like a turtle shell appeared. Xuanhuan punched hard and hit the shield, but his face changed suddenly, he hit a steel plate, his whole body went numb, and he was knocked back out. Humph! A ray of golden light silently assassinated. Jinping Yaoxing held a golden sword in his hand, attacked from behind the holy turtle demon, and struck hard, but the holy tortoise Yaoxing didn't care, he gave Jinping Yaoxing with a wave of his hand. Hit fly out. The holy turtle and the demon saint are amazing. Li Songhai exclaimed. Holy turtle! The patriarch of the dragon clan was furious, and when he saw the holy tortoise and the demon saint, he transformed into a huge golden dragon. The dragon's claws were like a 5-fingered dragon mountain. You still can't deal with the old man. The tortoise shell appeared, although the dragon claw of the dragon patriarch fell ruthlessly, but the defense of the holy turtle and demon saint was too terrifying. What a terrifying defense! The dragon body is tumbling, and the patriarch of the dragon clan also knows that the holy tortoise and the holy monster have a strong defense. Dragon fights in the wild. In an instant, the patriarch of the dragon clan took out his claws again, and his energy turned the world upside down. The dragon fought in the wild, and he played the dragon clan's peerless fighting secret method. The old man is standing here and letting you fight, you can't help me. The holy turtle demon saint really stood there. No matter how many times the patriarch of the dragon clan bombarded him and how shocking his power was, he still couldn't shake the defense of the holy turtle and the demon saint. On the tortoise shell, he transformed into, the light of runes swept away, forming some kind of ancient oracle bone inscriptions. These oracle bone inscriptions fell in Xuanhuan's eyes, and his eyes moved slightly. He recognized that it was the word of God. Saint Turtle and Demon Saint searched for the relics left by God, and engraved the ancient divine inscriptions into formations, which brought his defense to a new level. It is indeed such a powerful defense that even the great fire-burning emperor cannot break through. He decisively gave up and resisted Xuanhuan that day, and honestly, he also guessed that Xuanhuan had a way to break his defense. He didn't guess wrong. No matter how powerful the defense is, it is vulnerable in front of the human emperor sword with the 6 attributes of the unsealing. Colorful light. The real Phoenix Demon Saint shot. The multicolored divine light was incomparably fierce, and it washed hard on the body of the Holy Tortoise and the Demon Saint. Oh my God, the ancestor of the Holy Turtle is too powerful. His defense is unparalleled in the world. Even the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and the real Phoenix Demon Saint can't bear him. This is the power of the ancestors of the Holy Turtle. There is a reason why the ancestors can live from ancient times to the present. We still listen to the words of our ancestors and let us go to work early. The Holy Tortoise Demon Sage rarely shoots, but when he does, he shows his unparalleled strength. The Holy Tortoise Demon Sage felt very boring. The tortoise shell he made easily made the 2 demon sages unbreakable. He could even sit down, drink a cup of tea, and sleep for a while when he was free. Have you had enough? The tortoise shell suddenly shattered, and the tyrannical anti-shock force caused the 2 demon saints to fly out and spit out a mouthful of blood. Shenfeng Yaoshun looked at the Holy Tortoise Demon and said in disbelief, Saint Tortoise, your strength has already touched the threshold of the world god. Why are you so powerful, and you have to rely on the Emperor Xuanhuan? God of the world, the God who controls the creation of the world. Above the Holy Spirit is the God of the world. You can't even break the old man's tortoise shell, and you still want to provoke your majesty. If the old man can escape from his majesty's hands, he will join Xuanhuan and use your brains to figure out what to do. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint is telling the horror of Emperor Xuanhuan. #C677 1 Dragon and 1 Phoenix. The words of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint fell into the ears of this group of demon saints, telling a terrifying fact. Even if all the demon saints were present at the scene, they would not be able to break his tortoise shell defense. Moreover, he has already touched the threshold of the world gods. If he hadn't felt the aura of the supreme human sovereign that day, he would not have honestly listened to the words of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. The defense of the Holy Tortoise and the Holy Monster is extremely tyrannical, and only the great Emperor of the human race can match him. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan also felt deeply powerless in the face of the defense of the Holy Tortoise and the Demon Saint, and there was no way to fight. If the old man hadn't watched you demon saints grow up under my nose one by one, it's not easy to cultivate to today's realm, and I wouldn't be too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road. Holy Turtle and Demon Saint, do you really want to help Emperor Xuanhuan and abandon the interests of my demon clan? The Dragon Patriarch roared. Holy Turtle. Suddenly, the breath of the dragon filled the air, and an incomparably huge dragon flew into the sky, suppressed by a terrifying and vast force, and made a cold voice, you should stand with us. After the dragon roared, it turned into a tall black-haired old man. Emperor Xuanhuan came to my demon clan today, and this saint is also very curious about the emperor. I can see it today, and it is indeed extraordinary and awe-inspiring. In the purple gold light, a purple gold phoenix appeared, and then became a middle-aged woman in purple clothes, graceful and luxurious. This is actually a purple gold phoenix. Moreover, the strength of this dragon and phoenix is not weaker than that of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint, and they have all touched the threshold of the world god. Tianmong Longsheng, Huang Ziyun. The Holy Turtle Demon Sage smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many years, you are stronger than in the ancient times. Back then, your father, mother and the old man existed in the same period, and now they have been ancient for many years. This is the strongest ancestor of the Dragon and Phoenix clans in the Eternal World. The patriarch of the Dragon clan and the real Phoenix Demon Saint can only be regarded as grandchildren in front of the Holy Turtle Demon Saint. Holy Turtle Demon Saint, you are indeed very alive. Tian Manglong Holy Way. Emperor Xuanhuan, if you come from afar, you are a guest. Your empire is connected to my demon domain, and it is also half a neighbor. I know that you have come here for a reason, but you are worried that the demon clan will cause trouble when you fight against the 5 ancient empires. Huang Ziyun said, you don't have to worry about this, the demon clan will not do it, and they are even willing to ally with the Xuanhuan Empire to fight against the 5 ancient emperors. I will never put my retreat on other people's promises, and trust other people's promises. This is the greatest cruelty to myself. Chu Yuan said indifferently, Tianmong Longxing, Huang Ziyun, there is no other choice in front of you 2 monsters, surrender to me and obey my orders. What a big breath. Tianmong Longxing's eyes froze, looking at Chu Yuan, his eyes showed deep murderous intent, and said, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, I admit that you are indeed very strong, I am not even your opponent, but don't forget, if you insist on in this way, if you can't attack the demon clan for a long time and lose your strength, the 5 emperors will not let you go, I think you'd better retreat. This battle will end soon. Although Chu Yuan's voice was calm, he revealed a strong confidence. The army is murderous, and the weapons in their hands have been lit up. Just waiting for Chu Yuan's order, he will directly kill the demon clan. Ha 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 ha. Tianmong Longxing laughed, the ancient 5 emperors also wanted to destroy my demon clan back then, but they still failed, because they know that they can break through by storming them, but they have to pay for the fall of several great emperors. Go back, Emperor Xuanhuan. Huang Ziyun said. The times have changed, and it is no longer ancient. This era will eventually have to dominate. I have lived for so long, old man, longer than your parents, because I can see the situation. The Holy Tortoise Demon Saint said, there is a way to survive if you know the current affairs. Saint Tortoise and Demon Saint, I respect you as our senior, why don't you abandon the darkness to the light? Huang Ziyun persuaded, our 3 saints join forces, you are the main defense, and this holy master assists, Tian Manglong is the main attack, even this Xuanhuan emperor can't help us. We even hope to dominate the eternal world, and use the origin of the eternal world to break through the world gods. Tianmong Longxing said excitedly. Who doesn't want to be a world god? The old man is not tossing anymore. The Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint shook his head, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix suppress, and the power of the demon clan will naturally collapse. Long and Yifeng of you don't seem to be able to surrender obediently. Chu Yuan's indifferent eyes fell on Long Feng, and he said solemnly, then pull the car for me. If you want me to pull the car for you, you are outrageous. Tianmong Longxing shouted angrily. Although his demon clan's power is inferior to that of human clan in the eternal world, he should not be humiliated, especially in the demon realm, where he is not afraid of Emperor Xuanhuan. He punched out, the world power impacted, the dragon energy exploded, and a black hole appeared on his fist. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint is good at defense, and this day, the power of the Manglong Saint is obviously much more violent. Let's do it together. Chu Yuan's expression was stern, and he didn't move. Watching Tianmong Longxing kill, his will to fight in a big battle was turning. He pushed his palm forward, and immediately fought fiercely with Tian Manglong Sheng. Chu Yuan has too many means under his control. Boom! He slashed horizontally with 1 palm, like a slash across the sky. Tianmong Longxing violently endured this force and retreated again and again, only to feel that the man in front of him was too majestic, like the sky and the earth, completely different from the feeling that the 5 ancient emperors brought him, like the sky like a god. I'll help you. Huang Ziyun let out a clear roar. In the face of such a terrifying opponent as Emperor Xuanhuan, they naturally wouldn't say anything about fighting alone. They immediately charged into the sky, and a purple vortex emerged, like a long purple river, and the supreme Fengwei swept out. In the sky, the three terrifying levels immediately existed within the scope of the fight. The Xuanhu army did not act rashly, but looked at the demon clan coldly. Except for the dragon clan and the wind clan, which seemed restless, the other demon clans seemed very calm. If Tianmong Longxing and Huang Ziyun couldn't resist Emperor Xuanhu, they would not have to continue their struggle. The war is about to break out. If Qu Yuan is in a stalemate, the army will inevitably be strangled together. One finger cut. Qu Yuan's peerless elegance and indifference, he swung his finger down, and suddenly a ray of light to the extreme slammed into Tianmong Longxing's body, slashing his whole body out. Even if he touches the threshold of the world god, he is still not the world god, but the Holy Spirit in essence. If it is not the god of the world, it cannot escape the control of Qu Yuan. There was a purple aura everywhere. Huang Ziyun's face was extremely solemn, and the instant confrontation let her know that the strength of Emperor Xuanhu was definitely more difficult than that of the ancient five emperors, and it was even more difficult to understand his means. Because, from various intelligence analysis, no one knows how many trump cards the Emperor Xuanhu has. Nirvana Phoenix Fire. She slammed it away with a palm, the flames filled the sky, and the purple phoenix fire suddenly burned on Qu Yuan. Qu Yuan is not afraid of fire, and the power of the supreme human being is exuded. His breath is at the peak at this moment, and the phoenix fire is immediately extinguished when it reaches his body. #C678 Miserable. Even my Nirvana flames have no effect on him. His power is too weird and weird. This person has a supreme aura that suppresses the world. Tianmong Longxing, he is unbelievably powerful. Seeing Qu Yuan walking out of the phoenix fire, Huang Ziyun was also startled. Huang Ziyun, you restrict his actions, I will attack him, this saint doesn't believe it, and I can't stop him from conquering the demon realm together. Tianmong Longxing's face is solemn, this is the strongest opponent he has encountered since his cultivation. It is good. In an instant, a purple gold phoenix of several hundred meters appeared, with extraordinary dignity. Her feathers were as dazzling as purple metal, and with a wave of her wings, a storm blew up, and countless purple phoenix fires swept through. These phoenix fires jumped and formed small purple phoenixes. With a wave of Qu Yuan's hand, countless purple phoenixes shattered. Dragon fights in the wild. This is also a dragon fighting in the wild, but it is displayed from the hands of Tianmong Longxing, which is many times more powerful than the dragon patriarch. A huge dragon body appeared, his eyes were cold, and he was fighting in the universe. The dragon claws pierced through the ages, breaking the barriers of the world, covering the sky and the sun, and the fighting dragon force slammed into Qu Yuan. Seeing Tian Manglong's main attack, Huang Ziyun also spit out a purple phoenix fire from his mouth, and it suddenly burned. Catch! The golden light in Qu Yuan's hand was dazzling, and the power was vast. He could use it at will, and the sky was torn apart. Facing the attack of a dragon and a phoenix, he was not afraid. He stepped out, and the endless storm roared, and suddenly a boundless and huge force swept through. His power runs through the epic, across the ages. Long Zhanyuye came over, Qu Yuan and Long Claw collided, and instead of stepping back, he stepped forward. Bang bang bang. In this collision, Tianmong Longxing's huge dragon body was beaten and rolled in the air, and the dragon scales on his body collapsed. Feng Yan broke, Qu Yuan slapped the palm, and the storm ripped through Huang Ziyun's body, causing her to cry out in grief. Dragon fights 9 heavens. Tianmong Longxing was not reconciled. Mighty, a giant dragon was directly fighting against Qu Yuan. The human emperor in front of him looked like a small body, but he burst out with irresistible divine might. 9 days? I told you to get down. Qu Yuan fought recklessly. He threw his fist away. The power of a huge empire was in his fist. The two fought fiercely. Tianmong Longxing couldn't take any advantage, but instead let out a roaring sound. Every move of Chu Yuan has supreme and invincible power. How is it possible that the two ancestors joined forces to deal with the Emperor Xuanhuan, and they can't take advantage of it? My God, his power is terrifying. Are the two old ancestors really going to be defeated by him? These monsters were terrified, and the confrontation between one person and two monsters was no longer something they could intervene in. Heaven and Earth Dragon Clan. At this moment, Tianmong Longxing roared, and his dragon chi impact was an ancient color like the wild, playing the vast momentum of the dragon race fighting in the heaven and earth, and the galloping dragons. He gathered all the power on the claws, and the power reached its peak in an instant, at the strongest moment. Twilight of the Gods. Chu Yuan's face suddenly became solemn. He is like ending the existence of the civilization of the gods, the power of the sunset and dusk appears, and all the glory will go to the end, not the glory. What power is this? Tianmong Longxing roared. He felt that he was getting old, not young, not strong, all the strength in his body seemed to be drawn out of thin air, and he became a weak and helpless dragon. No, it's just fake, my power is at its peak, the strongest moment. Tianmong Longxing regained his infinite self-confidence again. He looked up and down, pressing down on the 8 wildernesses, breaking through the power of dusk with one claw, descending directly, grabbing Chu Yuan's head ruthlessly. But he was suddenly terrified. He thought he had broken through the twilight of the gods, but in fact he had only fallen into a larger twilight, and his power was empty like a reservoir, and he could not maintain the peak moment at all. Moreover, his crystal and glowing dragon scales actually dimmed at this moment. The dragon scales are dim, which is a situation that a dragon will only appear at the end of his life. That kind of power. The Holy Tortoise and the Demon Saint also shouted in surprise. What happened? Tianmong Longxing was puzzled. Instant brilliance. Chu Yuan burst out with a moment of brilliant power, like a ray of light, and the brilliant light suddenly burst on Tianmong Longxing's body, blasting his huge dragon body out, and blasting the land of the demon domain into a big hole. Tianmong Longxing. Huang Ziyun was startled. She waved her phoenix wings, stripes of purple energy vertically and horizontally, and the aura was earth-shattering, condensed into a purple-gold phoenix, and charged towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan glanced at her and shattered. He came to the front of Huang Ziyun and used the means of capturing the phoenix. The boundless force shook down, smashing her phoenix flames, and pressing down on the Zijin phoenix with a big hand, causing her to let out a shrill voice again and again. The two demon ancestors attacked the great Emperor Xuanhuan, but instead of taking advantage of it, they were suppressed at an absolute disadvantage. Xuanhuan. Chu Yuan broke out of the peerless power of being an emperor of a country. He fights a dragon with his left hand and a phoenix with his right. The stronger the country is, the stronger it is. What? Tianmong Longxing shouted. He flew over, and was slapped by Chu Yuan's 5 fingers. 5 fierce divine lights cut through him, and the dragon's body was immediately covered with scars, and the dragon's blood splattered out. Huang Ziyun was also hit by Chu Yuan and flew in the air. I don't know how many phoenix feathers were blasted off her body, and the flesh and blood of the phoenix can be seen in some places. I don't know how many pieces a dragon scale has been smashed, and a phoenix feather will all be smashed. The holy turtle demon smacked his tongue, not knowing what to say. How is it possible? How can he be so powerful? Although I am not a world god, but I am not so weak, hateful and hateful. Looking at his miserable dragon body, Tianmong Longxing drank bitterly, but he was not an opponent at all, and roared, "No, I absolutely don't believe it. We haven't lost yet." Huang Ziyun was also very miserable. Yes, the power of the dragon nest. A huge dragon nest like a honeycomb appeared, and the boundless dragon energy was tumbling. This dragon's nest looks very huge from the outside, and when you enter it, you will find that the inside is a huge dragon cave, after generations of dragons and countless years of sacrifice. Boom! The power of this dragon's nest suddenly turned into a rolling world power, which blessed Tianmong Longsheng. Phoenix Nest. A phoenix nest appeared, with many ancient phoenix trees. Huang Ziyun also allowed the power of Phoenix Nest to bless him. The dragon's nest and the phoenix's nest contain the power of the world, which is equivalent to a relatively special artifact. The power of the world blesses you and becomes a godlike powerhouse in the pseudo-world. Bless yourself with the power of Dragon Nest and Phoenix Nest. These two saints are going to work hard. The holy turtle demon saint's eyes were solemn, and he suddenly saw the powerful monsters who were about to move, and shouted, "I see who of you dares to move. Emperor Xuanhuan, now I see what kind of resistance you have. As I said, it's not that easy to deal with me in the demon realm." Tianmong Longsheng received the blessing of the dragon nest and regained his infinite self-confidence again. #C679 Dragon and Phoenix Pull Cart. The two demon saints blessed themselves with the power of the dragon nest and the phoenix nest, temporarily allowing their strength to reach the realm of a pseudo-world god. In fact, their own strength is really nothing to fear in front of the ancient five emperors, but they are afraid that they will perish in the situation of destroying the dragon's nest and the phoenix's nest, so they have been kept and not killed. Emperor Xuanhuan, blessed with the power of the dragon nest, if you want to conquer the demon realm, you have to pay a heavy price. Tianmong Longsheng shouted angrily. The light of the world was strong, and he wanted to force Xuanhuan to retreat. Like water off a duck's back. Xuanhuan was indifferent and just said these four words. "Okay, then let you see our true power." Tianmong Longsheng erupted with endless dragon breath, pushed his hands, and a force exploded out, roaring, "Dragon world is coming." In a huge world, a vast dragon covered the sky and the earth, and it came with a rumble. This is the breath of the dragon family born in the dragon's nest for countless years. It was condensed together and turned into a dragon. And Huang Ziyun also shot out a phoenix, which appeared from the phoenix nest with a cry. This phoenix curled its wings, and a rolling purple-gold storm charged. This dragon and a phoenix are the power of the world. The face of the holy turtle and demon saint changed. Even if he defended against tyranny, he couldn't resist this power, and the level of the ancient five emperors would also recede, and he would not directly resist. After all, even if it is a pseudo-world god, it is extremely terrifying to work hard. But Xuanhuan stood there steadily, not moving, silently watching the power of the dragon and the phoenix. "You are forcing us to fight with you. Tianmong Longsheng is murderous. Does this Emperor Xuanhuan really think that he is invincible? It's all like this, and it's not going back." Boom! One dragon and one phoenix are also in endless anger, descending with the power of dragon and phoenix. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. A dazzling white light shone in the demon realm, extremely dazzling. When Xuanhuan cast it, it turned into an extremely terrifying beam, covering the past, directly killing and slamming into long foam. Boom! The rays of light are like the sea, and the dragon and the phoenix are suddenly submerged. Just like the chaos of chaos, which brought the catastrophe of heaven and earth, after being hit, the power of the dragon nest and the phoenix nest collapsed. Tianmong Longsheng and Huang Ziyun screamed with all their strength at the same time, and they were blown into a bloody mess and flew out. Miserable. The power of the two demon saints, the dragon's nest and the phoenix's nest, not only failed to resist the power of Xuanhuan, but was blown up to pieces, and the power of the world blessed on them also collapsed and returned to its original shape. The catastrophe of heaven and earth is the power of the world. The holy turtle and the demon saint also saw his scalp tingling. If he resisted that day, and Xuanhuan used this move, the tortoise-shell defense he was proud of would not be able to resist at all. "Come here for me." Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand. Tianmong Longxing saw Chu Yuan's powerful mana with a dragon face and was terrified. He struggled to make the dragon soar for 9 days, but this power was Wuzishan. Tianmong Longxing struggled. Crazy twisted in the big mana hand, like a loach twisting to and fro, but unable to break free. Huang Ziyun also wants to split up. Chu Yuan shows no mercy. Strictly suppressed directly. The 2 great demon saint ancestors have all lost. Seeing that Tianmong Longxing and Huang Ziyun were both subdued, the demons' strong minds were greatly impacted, their beliefs collapsed, and their faces showed extremely frightened expressions. Even the ancestors are not opponents, and what can these people do to fight against Emperor Xuanhuan? You haven't surrendered quickly. Do you want to wait until your majesty dispatches troops and destroys you? The holy tortoise and the demon sage shouted loudly, awakening the demons. Submit, we are willing to submit, please forgive your sins, and forgive us. These demon clan powerhouses looked at each other in dismay, and Emperor Xuanhuan was infinitely powerful. In the shouting of the holy turtle and demon saint, one by one gave up their resistance and surrendered. Do not. The powerhouses of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan were unwilling to accept such a failure, roaring and roaring, looking at Tianmong Longxing and Huang Ziyun, hoping that they would still be able to make a big move. And this moment. Huang Ziyun and Tianmong Longxing cried out in pain. Tianmong Longxing, Huang Ziyun, you are a dragon and a phoenix, pulling the cart. Chu Yuan suppressed the 2 demon saints and looked at the 2 saints with extremely indifferent eyes. I want me, Tianmong, to be your slave and pull the cart for you. It's impossible. Emperor Xuanhuan, I fought with you. Tianmong Longxing has gone crazy. I have backbone, but this backbone has no effect on me. Chu Yuan looked at Tianmong Longxing, his ancient emperor's chariot appeared, and directly grabbed Tianmong Longxing's neck with his big mana, and bound him to the ancient emperor's chariot. Tianmong Longxing twisted and struggled. Chu Yuan wasn't used to him either, so he took out the soul-beating whip and whipped it fiercely. What? Tianmong Longxing roars in pain. But if he dares to be a little dishonest, the soul whip will continue to be drawn. When Yangting saw the whip, his eyes straightened, and he took a deep breath. His Majesty was going to take this whip again, to whip the dragon, which made him sigh secretly. It was really disobedient. No matter how strong you are, if you are beaten by the soul whip and can't bear it, you will feel that sometimes death is a very beautiful thing. Dragon and Phoenix, pulling the cart, how could it be without you, the purple, gold Phoenix? Chu Yuan looked at the trembling Huang Ziyun. She saw Tianmong Longxing screaming and knew that this dragon had suffered boundless pain. Seeing Chu Yuan's big hand grabbing it, she didn't make any resistance, her heart collapsed, and she was bound to the ancient emperor's chariot. The demon domain is settled. The holy turtle demon saint muttered, and shuddered when he saw 2 tyrannical beings, a dragon and a phoenix, bound to the ancient emperor's chariot. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan was beyond his imagination. Great Emperor Divine Power. There was a roar like a tsunami of mountains and a tsunami. Seeing Chu Yuan pulling the cart with a dragon and a phoenix, the Xuanhuan army went crazy, tearing their voices and roaring. In their hearts, the Xuanhuan emperor was the only one, and no one could match them. Emperor Xuanhuan is their only strongest belief. With Emperor Xuanhuan in his place, they would not be afraid of death. Those demon clan powerhouses are also frightened. This is because their strength is too terrifying. The Emperor Xuanhuan is simply terrible. The 2 powerful ancestors of the demon clan, Tianmong Longxing and Huang Ziyun, have been subdued and can only pull carts. Emperor Xuanhuan. Those powerful monsters were also roaring in fear of Chu Yuan's power. At this moment, they have no other thoughts in their hearts. These monster clan powerhouses are completely surrendered. The demon clan adheres to the law of the jungle, the strong are respected, and everything speaks with strength. Seeing such a scene, the three strongest ancestors of the demon clan, one demon surrendered, and the two demons were suppressed and pulled. Submissive ones can live. Xuanhuan stepped on the ancient emperor's chariot, suppressed by the boundless breath, and the dragon and phoenix were pulling the chariot for him. To clean up the demon clan, use the strongest force to subdue them and let them know how powerful they are, so that they can use it obediently for themselves. #C680 The first year of Xuanhuan. After subduing the dragon and phoenix and taking control of the demon clan, Xuanhuan used the Jiuji Xuanhuan treasure map to open the treasure space in the demon domain. After opening it, he saw a dark mist, like ink. He touched it lightly, and suddenly the fog erupted into endless darkness, and the inside was an infinite darkness of light. His eyes were suddenly dark, and he couldn't reach his fingers. Even the Holy Spirit couldn't see the light. The darkness had completely swallowed the light. Dark world, dark light. Xuanhuan sealed this black light. He tested it out. This light of darkness can devour all light. Just imagine that during the war, you suddenly cast a black eye. This short-lived darkness, the fight between life and death, will bring an unexpected reversal to the fighter. Accepting this light of darkness, Xuanhuan returned to the demon clan. In the past, the Supreme Phoenix and Dragon clan in the demon domain had fallen to the altar, and this huge piece of land was also brought under the control of Xuanhuan, becoming the territory of the gods and martial arts, connected with the Imperial capital. But Xuanhuan was not at all happy. His purpose is to control the entire eternal world. A demon domain is just the beginning of a unified eternity. Tianmon Longxing and Huang Ziyun pulled a cart for Xuanhuan and returned to the imperial capital. All the powerful monsters were incorporated into the army of monsters and handed over to the Holy Tortoise monster to lead them, which once again strengthened the strength of the empire. The demon domain was trampled. Tianmon Longxing, Huang Ziyun were subdued by the Xuanhuan emperor, pulled the cart for him. The Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint turned to the Xuanhuan Emperor, and the power of the demon domain was incorporated into the rule of the Xuanhuan Empire. The demon domain was breached, and this great disappearance brought the five emperors together again. They also did not expect that the Xuanhuan Empire would sweep the demon clan directly with thunder, nor did they expect that the demon domain would be defeated so quickly. Tianmon Longxing and Huang Ziyun, these two wastes, were directly suppressed by the Emperor Xuanhuan, pulled up the car. Useless things, the Emperor saw it in the ancient times, they are not very useful, if they rely on it. The dragon nest and phoenix nest are here, they will be destroyed long ago, and will they be left to this day? As soon as the great fire-burning Emperor heard the news, he immediately became furious. Tianmon Longxing, Huang Ziyun is not fake, but that Emperor Xuanhuan can conquer the demon realm, which is more terrifying than we imagined, and what surprised this emperor the most is that the Holy Tortoise Demon Holy, he actually took refuge in Emperor Xuanhuan. The great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven was surprised. In ancient times, he used his strongest sword to challenge the Holy Turtle and Demon Saint, but he failed to penetrate his defense. The demon clan has never been cleaned up by the five emperors. They are not the most afraid of Tianmon Longxing and Huang Ziyun, but the Holy Turtle Demon. Forget about the waste in the demon realm, this emperor's eyes are only on the Emperor Xuanhuan. The great Emperor Li Huafengchen shouted, "How are you preparing? My empire is ready, and I can go to war at any time. I can't continue to give Emperor Xuanhuan a chance. This time I have to directly step on the Xuanhuan and kill him. We are also ready. Don't worry about the great fire-burning emperor. This time, our five major empires will attack the Xuanhuan Empire with all their strength. After all, this is related to our big plan in the future." The great Emperor Xuanhuan said calmly, "There is less than a month left. When the great Emperor Xuanhuan will hold the Emperor Banquet, we will start at that time. Give him the most brutal blow when he is most in high spirits and destroy the Xuanhuan Empire. It's called thinking about heaven, thinking about hell, and falling from heaven to hell is not a good feeling. The black water, monstrous, the great emperor said. Haha, okay, let him bear the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. There will also be many forces participating in the imperial banquet. With this opportunity, they will be wiped out and control all the power of the eternal world. The great fire-burning emperor grinned. Destroying Xuanhuan is only the first step of our plan. The source of the divine artifact related to the eternal world and the eternal God city will be obtained in one fell swoop this time. We left in ancient times to pursue and explore the relics of the gods. The great emperor Xuanhuan also knew a lot. There is still a big terror in the eternal world that we have to deal with. When it comes to this great terror, the faces of the 5 emperors are a lot dignified. Suddenly, the other 4 emperors looked at the taciturn Emperor Aoki Chongqing and said, Emperor Aoki, what do you think of the eternal God city? Emperor Aoki Chongqing is the most mysterious of the 5 emperors. It's too early to talk about Xuanqing at the moment. Destroy the Xuanhuan Empire first, otherwise it will be meaningless. Emperor Aoki Chongqing smiled and said, this emperor is also ready. Okay, then it will be at the time of the Emperor Xuanhuan's banquet. The 5 ancient emperors discussed it immediately. At this moment, in the Xuanhuan Empire, Xuanhuan did not care too much about the actions of the 5 emperors, because he knew that this battle would come eventually, and the 5 emperors would not continue to give him time to develop. In fact, with the size of Xuanhuan, he can no longer hide his strength. Every day, the growth of the power of the Xuanhuan Empire fell into the eyes of the 5 emperors. On the day of the imperial banquet, there will be a decisive battle. Xuanhuan sat quietly on the slaughter god throne. He was the only one in the Xuanhuan hall, his face was calm, and he was also waiting for this battle. The Holy Turtle and Demon Saint can't continue to be as calm as before. He leads all the monster army and trains in the way of divine martial arts, which will also be Xuanhuan's powerful fighting force to meet this battle. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't need him to deal with the 5 emperors, but to deal with forces other than the 5 emperors. Only he can deal with these 5 ancient emperors. Another half-month passed. The imperial capital made a sound of excitement and boiling again. The magic lock tower has been promoted. Promoted to the holy artifact. Although today's Xuanhuan does not lack a sacred artifact, the Xuanhuan tower is different. In order to build it, Xuanhuan spent too much divine gold. Standing in the imperial capital of Xuanhuan, it is also a symbol of Xuanhuan. He also sat for a long time. No one bothered him. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Dong 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 dong. The deafening bell rang suddenly. This is the imperial bell. The first year of Xuanhuan is here. Xuanhuan's eyes turned to the outside world. This is the bell of the first year of Xuanhuan, and it is also the first bell of the empire. Then, it is ringing everywhere, shocking the entire Xuanhuan Empire. From today, the Great Wu Year has become the past, and the Xuanhuan Year has begun to mark the year. Although Xuanhuan announced the establishment of the Xuanhuan Empire before, it was still the year of the Great Wu Year, but now the meaning is different. From this moment on, the country has entered the new Xuanhuan Year. The first year of Xuanhuan, the first month of the month. Everything starts with Yuan. A new year, the year of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's realm was also at the beginning of the first year of Xuanhuan, and the boundless and huge imperial luck was instilled in him. At the moment of entering the first year of Xuanhuan, he directly broke through to the 10th level of the main god. #C681 Imperial Banquet. The first year of Xuanhuan. At the moment when the bell rang, the entire imperial city cheered and boiled. Countless people witnessed history, and a dynasty was officially promoted to the legend of the empire. From today onwards, they are the children of the empire, and they bear the glory of the empire. At this moment, within the imperial palace, an incomparably bright force swept out, like the most dazzling sun, dispelling the sun and bringing light to the entire imperial capital. Xuanhuan Empire, forever and ever. Emperor Xuanhuan, immortal. Xuanhuan tsunami. The sound swept like a storm. The people all knelt down in the direction of the imperial palace and offered their beliefs, which was extremely pure. In their hearts, the Emperor Xuanhuan was the only divine residence and an irreplaceable heaven. When Emperor Xuanhuan is there, there will be a heaven of Xuanhuan Empire. Your Majesty has a decree to issue a new calendar. Today is the first day of the first year of Xuanhuan, a brand new start for the empire. The Xinda calendar was launched, and the Xuanhuan Empire entered the Xinda stage. And today is also the day of the Emperor Banquet, and there will be many people from all over the eternal world to attend the Emperor Banquet of Xuanhuan. This imperial banquet was also unusual. Everyone knows that the 5 ancient empires are eyeing them, and they are fully prepared to attack at any time. Xuanhuan Empire. Since entering the first year of Xuanhuan, one after another figure entered Xuanhuan one after another. This is the imperial capital of Emperor Xuanhuan. The Holy Emperor has come. After all, he and Xuanhuan are both in the eastern region. Looking at the vast and majestic imperial capital, he also had a complicated expression on his face, and the opponent's strength was already much stronger than him. King Haizong took refuge and conquered the demon realm, so that the Xuanhuan Empire had too many masters. Holy Emperor. Heavenly Demon Saint also came. It also saw the complicated mentality of the Holy Emperor. This Emperor Xuanhuan is too terrifying. Conquering the demon realm, the Holy Tortoise Demon Sage surrenders, the Tianmon Dragon Sage, the tyrannical beings like Huang Ziyun will pull the cart for him, although you and I are holy gods, but that majesty's it's nothing in front of you. Heavenly Demon Sage is equally bitter. The pattern of the entire eternal world is developing too fast. Now the Xuanhuan Empire has become a giant enough to compete with the 5 ancient emperors. Holding the Emperor Banquet and gathering so many powerful people has established the status of the Xuanhuan Empire. I'm afraid I will never be able to return to the previous situation. The Emperor Xingtian looked into the imperial palace, and there was a bright existence. The terrible pressure made him even breathless, and his heart was only trembling. Holy Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Demon Sage, the Great Emperor has already held the Emperor Banquet. Please invite the 2 of you to the banquet. Greet them with humanity. We're having a feast. The Holy Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Underworld Demon Saint looked at the huge imperial capital and felt a strong depression. Xuanhuan Empire, Emperor Xuanhuan is so powerful. There was an endless stream of people attending the imperial banquet. Soon after, another group of people came. Their skin was bronze and contained a powerful explosion. The leader of the group was an old man with black hair. He was not tall, but his muscles were like rocks. Guests from the ancient demon sect, please join the Emperor Banquet. Someone greeted him outside the imperial capital. The ancient demon sect is the #1 demon Dao sect in the eternal great world, and the old man Gu Tian demon sage headed by it is also an antique-level existence. Back then, he went deep into the dragon's nest, captured and killed the dragon clan, and finally left safely, making Tianmong Long Sage unable to get him. Immediately after, there is a huge chariot in the void, with a hazy fairy spirit, and there is a veiled fairy on it. VIP guests of Yaoguang Holy Land, please join the Emperor Banquet. The people from the Holy Land of Yaoguang also came this time. Speaking of which, they also participated in the Imperial Banquet of Dao, but this Imperial Banquet, their Holy Master Yaoguang also came in person. The people of Dayan ancient religion are here. And then followed by a group of people shrouded in the light of wind and thunder, they are the ancient wind and thunder sect in the middle region, the largest sect in the middle region. Almost all the powerhouses who can be counted in the eternal great world gathered in the Xuanhuan imperial capital. The imperial banquet also announced the signs of a war before the start of the war. After they entered the imperial capital, they entered a mysterious ancient world under the leadership, and came to a divine city with a dazzling divine light. There were tall and majestic buildings everywhere, splendid and majestic. What a majestic place, that Emperor Xuanhu also opened such a divine city in the imperial capital. After this group of people entered, they passed through the city of God all the way, and they were amazed. At the very center of the city of God, at the pivot position, at this moment, there is a temple that seems to be above the sky. On the way to this temple, there is a ladder of divine light. You can only see Emperor Xuanhu when you walk over it. The place of the imperial banquet is within the temple, and His Majesty is already waiting for you. Li Songhai and the Holy Turtle Demon Saint appeared, and they were instructed by Xuanhuan to welcome everyone. Li Songhai, you have joined the Xuanhu Empire directly. You have fought with my Wind and Thunder sect before. A humane. Haha, Ancestor Fenglei, that's all in the past. The battle that day made me understand that if I don't join His Majesty, there is only one way to die. The battle against the demon realm has made me more determined to follow His Majesty. Li Songhai laughed loudly and said, Ancestor Fenglei, don't think about it. It's better to rely directly on your Majesty. Sooner or later, you will have to take refuge. This is a good opportunity for you to be loyal, and you can also get His Majesty's reward. Then it's up to Emperor Xuanhu to have this ability. Ancestor Fenglei's eyes flickered. What a domineering Emperor Wu. Do you want us to walk through the stairs before we can see him? Ancient Heaven Demon Sage snorted coldly. The majesty of Emperor Xuanhu is too great. He walks the 10,000 steps, and he is high above. Is this already starting to regard himself as the master of the eternal world? Ancient Demon Sage, I have to walk this 10,000 feet to see His Majesty, what do you think? The Holy Turtle Demon said lightly. This time it is not just an ordinary imperial banquet to celebrate the promotion of the imperial dynasty, but to determine the beginning of hegemony in the eternal world. The Xuanhu Empire must establish its hegemonic position. Let's go up. Those weaker holy spirits had no opinion, and began to walk up the stairs. Every time they took a step on it, divine light burst out. Walk. The Dian sect master, the holy master Yaoguang, the ancestor Fenglei, and the powerful holy spirit of the ancient heaven demon saint also stepped up the stairs. At this time everything will wait to see the Emperor Xuanhu before talking about other things. When they walked up the stairs, they looked at the temple. At the end of the stairs, there was a vast majesty that condensed into the phantom of Emperor Xuanhu, as if watching and overlooking them. The divine light was shining, and they finally walked to the end of the temple. All distinguished guests, His Majesty is preparing the imperial banquet in the hall, waiting for you. The two giant spirit gods were incomparably tall, like giant pillars supporting the sky, and guarded here. When they saw these people, they all climbed the stairs and pushed open the door of the temple. These two gods. These people had to be shocked by Emperor Wu's domineering when they saw that Emperor Xuanhu guarded the door with a giant spirit general. Please. Holy Turtle Demon Saint said. #C682 Sweeping the World. In the temple, at this moment on a seat, there is a majestic existence, sitting on it, calmly. He is like the ruler of the gods, and he exudes supreme aura. Everyone sees him, and their hearts will tremble violently, contributing their own beliefs. Everyone is here. Looking at the arrival of many guests, Xuanhuan made a voice. This is Emperor Xuanhu. His aura is so terrifying, like a supreme emperor. Look at the layout of this temple, the pillars of the gods stand up from the sky, as if in ancient times, countless creatures met the supreme human beings in the heaven and the earth, the greatest emperor, the majesty of the Emperor Xuanhu turned out to be like a human emperor reappeared. The purpose of this imperial banquet is not pure. Looking at Xuanhuan on the throne, they all seem to have seen in their records, the scene of the beings in all the worlds participating in the emperor, but they didn't dare to face his face directly, and were intimidated by his power. Two holy unicorns are guarded by Emperor Xuanhu on the left and the right. Xunrui Qilin represents not only strength, but also a meaning. Take a seat. Chu Yuan waved his hand and let these holy gods, from all major forces, sit down first. The kagura sounded, and the maids sat on the plates and brought them to the tables. Holy grade divine pill. When these plates were opened, they were shocked to see that there were actually holy pills placed on them. The dazzling holy light was extremely eye-catching. So many holy pills. You must know that the distinguished guests who came today are the powerhouses of the entire eternal world, and there are a lot of them. Everyone was presented with a holy pill in front of them, which was enough to see the grandeur of the Xuanhu Empire. Your Majesty, today's imperial banquet is probably not a celebration of promotion to the imperial dynasty. The 5 ancient emperors have returned, and they are about to launch the final decisive battle. Holy Master Yaoguang was not in a hurry to enjoy the holy pill in front of him, but the woman looked at Chu Yuan on the throne. Yes, we also want to hear His Majesty's decision on this battle. Ancestor Fenglei said. The war is inevitable. This war is different from any previous war. It is a war to truly determine the sovereignty of the overlord. If the 5 emperors win, there will be no Xuanhu Empire in the eternal world. Chu Yuan didn't talk nonsense, and cut directly to the topic. There are some things, you don't need to say more, you can see that the 5 emperors are ready, the army is mobilized, and for this battle, I am also ready, and will be with them. The eternal great world goes to war directly. With the war, the Xuanhu Empire will be the center of the battle, so we hope to take the Xuanhu Empire as the core, gather everyone's strength, and fight against the 5 ancient emperors together with the Xuanhu Emperor. Yaoguang, Holy Master rode. In fact, the situation they most hoped for, the Xuanhu Empire and the 5 ancient empires also suffered heavy losses, maintaining the situation before the war unchanged, and the great emperor-level forces still controlling their own territory as before. Whoever becomes the master of the eternal great world does them no good. That's not enough. In the face of the decisive battle, no one can see others alone. Chu Yuan said directly, I need the power to recruit all of you. Always obey my mobilization. This battle is a decisive battle, only the collision between the strongest forces, there is absolutely no trick at all. You have to order us. Ancestor Fenglei's expression changed. Emperor Xuanhu said this sentence too directly, making them a little at a loss. Although before coming, they had long expected that Emperor Xuanhu would use their power, but they thought more about taking Xuanhu Empire as the leader rather than directly obeying orders. Emperor Xuanhu, it may not be so easy to order us. Gu Tianmashing said coldly. In the face of the war, no one can compete. Chu Yuan said, you must obey my orders. It's easy to follow orders, then we need to show enough strength to convince us. They are not afraid that Chu Yuan will do something to them. Yes? Chu Yuan was still sitting firmly on the throne, his eyes suddenly looked at, the face of the ancient demon sage changed dramatically, in his eyes, there were mountains of corpses and seas of corpses, the scene of boundless slaughter emerged, and countless slaughter lights shot out of his hole. His eyes suddenly had bloodstains flowing out. The ancient heaven demon saint is injured. The expressions of Holy Master Yaoguang and Ancestor Fenglei changed. Ancient heaven demon sage cultivated ancient demon art and had a strong physique. Among them, he had the strongest melee fighting ability. But the great Emperor Xuanhu didn't do anything. He just casually glanced at him and injured ancient heaven demon saint, which was too terrifying. Chu Yuan's strength is much stronger than that in the demon domain that day. The arrival of the year of Xuanhu shows that Xuanhu has ushered in a new first year, the realm of the 10th level of the main god, plus the increase of various means, even in the face of the real-world god, it may not be able to get him. His strength has reached a peak of prosperity. Emperor Xuanhu, his strength is really amazing. Gu Tianmashing said with fear, we can cooperate with the Xuanhu Empire, but we will not completely obey your orders. All transfers have to be consistent. Xuanhuan directly broke through their inner thoughts. You want the Shenwu Empire to bear the greatest pressure directly, and both sides will suffer, so that you can profit. You are wrong, very wrong. This war is only the Shenwu Empire and the ancient Five Kingdoms. It's the center of the battle. If we don't obey His Majesty's orders, will His Majesty take action against us? Ancestor Fenglei made a cold sound. He is not afraid that Xuanhuan will deal with them in the Shenwu Temple. Their strength is not as strong as Yuanqiang, but they are also a force that cannot be ignored. Once they fight, the ancient Five Emperors will definitely seize the opportunity. What they have to do is to fight for the best interests. You don't need to deal with you, the Five Emperors will crush you cleanly, and you will have no chance to go outside the territory. Xuanhuan said. Can't go outside the territory. Do you want to trap us in the eternal world? The faces of this group of people immediately changed. Escape to the outside world is always their last way back. Although you need to leave your hometown, or even become a wanderer, it is better than dying in the eternal world, becoming a sacrifice, cannon fodder. The pattern of the eternal world has changed. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, a mirror of light appeared in the sky above the hall. On this light mirror, the situation of the eternal world is presented. Almost at the same moment, each of the five ancient empires spurted a beam of light, and then the infinite beam of light turned into a fire of luck and spread wildly, and it was quickly connected together, covering eternity like a huge mask. At this moment, the luck of the five colors showed a strange connection. These five strands of luck were connected together, and on the light of luck, I saw countless imperial armies, murderous, and moved quickly towards the Shenwu Empire. This is the cooperation of the five ancient countries. The ancient five emperors joined forces, and all those who blocked them in front of them would be directly flattened and crushed, like a stormy sea, sweeping the world. #C683 No choice. The ancient five empires are actually completely united, the army is gathered, and their national fortunes are sweeping the entire eternal world, sweeping all the forces that do not belong to the five empires. Seeing the scene on the light mirror, everyone's expressions changed. They were not surprised by the alliance of the five ancient empires, which was to be expected. But the National Movement Union, completely abandoning contradictions and completely joining forces, is beyond everyone's imagination. You must know that although they are accustomed to calling them the ancient five emperors, there are actually profound contradictions among these five emperors. In ancient times, when they thought that they would fight for the hegemony of the eternal world, they actually left at the same time, and the five countries retreated into the forbidden area at the most prosperous moment. Since then, the ancient times have ended. And their alliance is obviously because of the pressure brought by the Shenwu Empire, and they have to cooperate. It is possible to solve it only if the five emperors attack together. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, there is also a majestic and dazzling luck in the territory of Shenwu. The huge waves are rolling, and the power of the empire erupts. It collided with the luck of the five ancient empires and formed a new round of confrontation. In the entire eternal world, the collision of luck caused the time and space to be distorted and chaotic, and the endless repressed breath shrouded. At this time, whoever dares to fly out of the territory at will, the power of luck will directly strangle him. The great eternal world has become a trapped world. These strong men cut off the last retreat. Either obey the orders of Emperor Shenwu, or take refuge in the five emperors, or be completely wiped out in the collision between the two major forces. We are willing to obey the dispatch of Emperor Shenwu, and obey the orders of the emperor. The first person to speak was Dayan Sect Master. Although the realm of the Dayan Cult Master is not as high as that of the Yaoguang Holy Master, and his realm is equivalent to the Dragon Clan Patriarch and the True Phoenix Demon Saint, but he has a Dayan sword formation, which contains world-level power, making his strength stronger than his own realm. Emperor Shenwu, I don't know how to deploy? Holy Master Yaoguang was silent for a moment. She can also see that the development of things has exceeded their expectations. The five empires are completely united and their power is endless. Before attacking Xuanhu, the war will inevitably sweep other forces. Because of the war between the strongest forces, some other people will not be allowed to spy on the prophets. The situation is forcing, there is no choice. As for the deployment of the war, I have prepared. The first year of Xuanhu starts a war, and I am ready. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The temple they were in suddenly turned into a dreamlike light and shadow, and the maids disappeared, as if everything was a dream, an illusion that did not exist, but it really appeared in front of their eyes. The whole temple is fake, including those maids, we didn't even see it. Ancestor Fenglei was shocked. With their strength, they did not see that the temple was fake. Because all this is too real, so real that there is no trace of falsehood. However, with a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, he woke up from the dream, and everything was gone. Just this method allowed them to see the mysterious method of Emperor Xuanhu, which could obscure their perception of reality. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. Terrifying sound. Roaring in unison, time and space are trembling, and the heaven and earth are about to collapse. At this moment, old ancestor Fenglei and the others were horrified to find that they were in an extremely huge military camp. Countless large armies were lined up, the weapons in their hands were lit up, and the sky-high sound was bursting out. When they entered the imperial capital, everything they saw was fake. They even doubted their own eyes, could all this in front of them be fake? True and false, false and true, are already going to be confused. The war is coming, and the war between the Xuanhu Empire and the five ancient empires is about to start. This battle will determine who is the overlord and who is the loser. Xuanhuan's loud voice resounded, this battle will be included in the epic, and the Xuanhu Empire will surely become the master of the eternal world. The so-called Imperial banquet is not to invite these people to attend the banquet, but to declare war on the five ancient empires, and decide the declaration of war for the ruler's hegemony. Definitely. 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 The army raised their weapons, and there was no fear on their faces. Although they knew that this battle collided, countless people would die, but they were not afraid, but fanatical excitement. Because their emperor, Emperor Xuanhu is here, commanding them. Holy Master Yaoguang, Ancestor Fenglei, Demon Sage Ancient Heaven, and Cult Master Dian turned pale. They felt the momentum of the Xuanhu army, like an unstoppable torrent. Especially the Emperor Xuanhu. He is the sky, unshakable, and the strong majesty of the overlord makes them aware of their own humbleness and insignificance. The holy turtle demon saint is also standing here. His heart was surging, he had long lost the feeling of enthusiasm after living for so long, but he came again today. Let's fight. The voice of Xuanhuan, playing a battle sounded. Boom. Immediately, countless large armies set off from the empire and appeared outside of Dao, within the boundless world, with their backs against Dao's land, looking at the fate of the five empires united, and uttering a voice of infinite fighting intent. The war is coming, you still haven't mobilized the army and joined the battlefield? Xuanhuan looked at them with indifferent eyes. He did not say that he would directly incorporate their territory into his own territory. When his army has defeated the five ancient kingdoms, then the overall situation has been settled, the entire eternal world will belong to him, and naturally, there will be no voice of resistance. Okay. Let's gather the army and join the battle. The general trend, they all know that they have to join this battle whether they want to or not, because once the two national fortunes collide and sweep the entire eternal world, if they don't join, they will die. A world war is so terrifying. They also sent a signal to let their army, under the leadership of the Holy Spirit, enter the cave treasures and directly enter the land of Xuanhu. Xuanhu also declared war on us. The great emperor rising fire and burning heaven stood in front of the army, wearing armor that was as red as magma. His flaming eyes crossed the infinite void distance and saw Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan has gathered the power of the eternal world, and he wants to fight us to the death. The Tiao of the great emperor of thick earth and Xuanhuan. It's not enough to be afraid of, it just happens to be all over the place. The great fire-burning emperor didn't care. Now it is impossible for them to divide their troops to deal with people from other emperor-level forces, because it is not necessary to divide their troops without authorization. Only by destroying the Xuanhuan Empire and securing victory is the right way. Therefore, they did not destroy the Xuanhuan sect that day, nor did they continue to destroy other emperor-level forces. Not necessary. Only by destroying the Xuanhuan Empire is the real thing. Just when the two national fortunes were facing each other and were preparing to fight fiercely, the 33 Heavenly Pagoda issued the final shock change, and the seal of the last heavenly heaven was opened. #C684 Solitary Grave. The 33 Heavenly Pagoda unexpectedly changed again at this time. Bang bang bang. The giant tower standing in the mysterious space and time suddenly made a rumbling sound at this moment, like thunder, and the endless chaotic thunder fell, as if it was undergoing some kind of great change. As for the 33 Heavenly Pagoda, no one knows its origin. And the opening of the last layer of heaven also makes people want to know wildly what is inside at the end. His Majesty. Holy Tortoise Demon, the origin of the 33 Heavenly Pagoda is mysterious. I have seen it descend many times in the long years of my life, and I don't know its purpose. 33 is an ancient definition of the number of days, which means 33 layers of heaven and earth. Great treasures have appeared in the first 32 days. What is there in the last day? Maybe there are resources that can change the situation of the battle. Li Songhai Road. Look, the ancient 5 emperors have entered the last layer of heaven. Someone was startled. Perhaps the most mysterious thing in the entire sacred mountain is hidden in this last layer of heaven. The 5 ancient emperors originally wanted to launch a general attack on Xuanhuan immediately, but they also stopped temporarily because of the sudden change of the 33rd layer of heaven. Into the last heaven. The 5 emperors went in, and Xuanhuan had to go in too. Okay, I'll clear the way for His Majesty. Li Songhai shouted loudly. We also followed in to see what was in the last day. Seeing that Emperor Xuanhuan had also gone, old ancestor Fenglei and the others had flickering eyes and followed them in. The forbidden area has been opened, and in the vast chaotic storm, the pressure is overwhelming, and even the weak and weak cannot get close to the last heaven. This is the last day. The time and space in front of them suddenly changed, but the group entered the last layer of heaven, and their expressions changed suddenly after seeing the scene inside. The sky is dark. It was lifeless, and there were not treasures everywhere as everyone imagined. This place is more like a Netherland, a place where the dead rest. It is completely different from the scene where the treasures were all entered before, as if they came to the cemetery. The breath is suppressed, and anyone who comes here feels very uncomfortable. The last inner tower turned out to be a dead place. The crowd was amazed and surprised. The breath of the twilight of the gods, the catastrophe of the end of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said lightly. Although the sky was dark, he was like a bright light in the eyes of everyone at this moment. His attention was dazzling, and any dead energy that came to him would be swallowed up. Follow Emperor Xuanhuan. They followed Xuanhuan closely. Emperor Xuanhuan, you are here too. In the last day, the area was not large, and it was easy to come to the end. Suddenly, 5 stalwart figures appeared in front of him. It was the ancient 5 emperors, watching Xuanhuan and the others. You are not here. Xuanhuan looked at them indifferently. What is hiding in this last day? The Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint kept speculating. Although he is knowledgeable, he is still very unfamiliar with the mountain. His eyes suddenly looked forward and exclaimed, a grave, this is a lonely grave, could it be that all the secrets are on this lonely grave? The tomb is desolate, and there is no tombstone to describe the identity of the owner of the tomb. But there are no treasures in the entire last layer of heaven, and only one solitary tomb has to be surprising. A light of thought flashed in the eyes of Emperor Aoki Chongqing, and it was fleeting, as if he was guessing something. Could it be that the master of the world of the mountain is buried in the solitary tomb, a peerless power? Someone made this terrifying guess. There is also a possibility, but I really want to know that only by digging this grave can we know the truth. They all want to dig the graves and dig out the tombs, but they are afraid of releasing some peerless and terrifying existence, which will provoke taboos. It seems that this is the biggest secret of the sacred mountain. In the ancient times, it also appeared once, but there were countless sacred mountains, but at that time, the 33 heavenly pagoda did not appear. This time, the biggest secret has emerged, this emperor. Curious too. Swish. The great Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven said, a golden light burst out, seemingly about to split the grave, but in the next instant, he turned around and killed Chu Yuan, using the splitting sword technique. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly looked at him, and the tyrannical pressure shattered the golden light. Although the great fire-burning emperor was said to be the most violent emperor, the great Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven was the one with the most extreme strength and the fiercest killing among the 5 of them. In the face of him making moves towards himself, Chu Yuan did not waver, he just slashed out with a palm, and a terrifying storm erupted directly. The space here is so solid. When the 2 great emperors started, the power fluctuations are so vast that the sky and the earth will be shattered outside the eternal world, and the end will come. However, they saw that in the last day, the space was as stable as an iron barrel, and it did not break apart. The area here is similar, but the power of space is condensed together, squeezed layer by layer. As soon as the holy turtle demon saint arrives here, he is observing the environment. In his turtle eyes, the void here is not actually one layer, but countless layers squeezed together, the core of the entire Xuanhuan world. At this moment, Emperor Gingjin splitting heavens condensed one blow did not shake Chu Yuan, so that an extremely solemn look appeared on his face. Emperor Xuanwu, what a powerful method, then take this trick from me. The world is vast. The great Emperor Gingjin split the sky again, and he slashed with one palm, like a celestial knife, in the golden light of the sky, he directly slashed over. Bring it on. Chu Yuan also raised his palm, and his hand collided with the great Emperor Gingjin, splitting heaven. Emperor Gingjin, splitting heaven's heart also sank. Emperor Xuanwu was like a rock in the universe. No matter how he slashed, he would not move at all, making him also ruthless. His moves changed, and the golden storm swept across the sky. Cut the sky. His move to cut the sky out, it can be said that the heaven and the earth will be split in half, and it is his most extreme attack. Even the most powerful emperor of the other 4 emperors, Hutu Xuanhuan, will not directly collide with his Zhantian. But Chu Yuan was not afraid. There was the release of the endless emperor's breath on him, and he threw a punch, representing the supreme emperor of the emperor, and bombarded it out. Even if Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven claimed to be the great emperor, he suddenly felt the coercion of this human emperor, and his face changed suddenly. The retreat of these 10 steps shows that the most aggressive of the 5 emperors, Gingjin splitting heaven, has no choice but to win Chu Yuan. Just from the collision between a few moves, old ancestor Fenglei and the others also felt their scalps tingling. They feel that they are already very powerful, but they still appear weak in front of Emperor Xuanwu, and they directly knocked back Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven. Emperor Xuanwu, good strength. Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven was not angry, but calmly said, however, you will still lose this battle. You won't know until you fight. Chu Yuan responded. And at this moment, the tomb head seemed to crack open, and an ancient aura rushed out, and it seemed that some great terror was about to come out. #C685 Goddess. The tomb was cracked open, and an ancient breath spewed out. The fight between Xuanhuan and the great Emperor Gengjin, splitting heaven, also stopped because of the accident at the tomb. The tomb is cracked. Isn't the peerless being buried here still dead? What exactly is in here? As soon as I saw the crack, I felt terror. The tomb slowly cracked open, and some people present had a feeling of numbness in their scalps, feeling that they were just looking into the crack, their souls were degenerating, and they dared not stare. Humph! The great fire-burning emperor was very close to the tomb, and the breath of death entangled him. But what made his complexion change abruptly was that the more he expelled this death, the stronger the breath of death spewed from the tomb, and even his mana was at a risk of being overwhelmed by the storm of death. Back off! Emperor Aoki Chongqing's eyes flickered, he waved his hand, and an emerald mist descended on the body of the great fire-burning emperor, which is the power of Chongqing, reminding, this is not an ordinary death breath, the existence in the tomb is even more terrifying than us. Your Majesty, I also feel that this is not an ordinary death breath. Holy Turtle Demon Saint said. It's the death of the gods, the death of a world, even a universe, brought about by death. Xuanhuan said slowly. He cultivates supreme supernatural powers and is very familiar with this power. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint's face was startled. It turned out that His Majesty had already seen it, that it was the breath of death in heaven and earth. He was more curious, what was lurking in it. Seeing that Emperor Qingmu Chongqing waved his hand to expel this breath of death, Xuanhuan's eyes also fell on him. Among the 5 emperors, Emperor Aoki Chongqing was the one that he cared about the most. Clack clack. The sound of the tomb cracking became more and more harsh. Although it was just a small tomb, unremarkable, but the breath conveyed there made Xuanhuan and the ancient 5 emperors very solemn. It's about to be broken, and the secrets hidden in the mountain will also be unlocked. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said softly, his eyes were vicissitudes of life. The tomb finally cracked open, and there were no burial objects in it, only a vermilion ancient coffin, with a distant breath, as if it was an ancient coffin before the epoch of endless era, so far away that it was impossible to calculate the time. A vermilion coffin, what is inside? Who is buried in the mountain? People guess. They originally thought that the sacred mountain was a place of treasures containing countless treasures, but the appearance of the last layer of heaven broke all the previous guesses. It turned out that the most mysterious place was actually a cemetery. You must not open the ancient coffin at will and wait for its own changes. Emperor Aoki Chongqing seemed to have seen something and did not let everyone approach. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, but he didn't approach either. There were too many unknowns hidden in the ancient coffin, and no one could be sure. After opening it, they would be greeted by treasures, or some kind of peerless terror. Fortunately, we didn't make everyone wait too long. The ancient coffin has changed again. There was a creaking sound, as if there was a pair of hands pushing the ancient coffin to come out. Is there someone inside? Is it the owner of the sacred mountain? Isn't it dead yet? People look forward to and fear the unknown. The coffin is about to be opened. After the lid of the coffin was opened voluntarily, everyone could see who was buried in the coffin. A woman. They were shocked to see that there was actually a woman sleeping in the coffin at this moment. She was like a goddess in the 9 heavens, lifelike, wearing ancient clothes, and her eyes were tightly closed. This woman is so perfect that no one can have it. Goddess. She is a goddess, the perfect masterpiece in the universe. No one knew her name, and everyone called her a goddess directly. Who is this woman who buried herself here? The Holy Turtle Demon Saint was shocked. This woman definitely does not belong to the eternal world, and I don't know where it came from, and what scares the Holy Turtle Demon is that his spiritual sense falls on the woman, like a stone sinking into the sea. Is this woman dead or alive? It should be dead, she doesn't seem to have any breath of life on her body, and Xuanhuan is too old, even older than the eternal world. This woman is still sleeping, it's amazing. This must be a peerless power. If she really died, how did the grave crack open? Who pushed the coffin open? But, look at her arms, they obviously haven't moved. Everyone guessed and suddenly realized a creepy thing. I'll take a look. The great fire-burning emperor was also attracted by this perfect goddess. Don't touch her, the goddess is very strange. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said solemnly. Your Majesty, what do you think? The holy tortoise and the demon saint are also not sure. She's not dead. Xuanhuan suddenly said something positive. Not dead yet? The holy turtle demon Saint Creeps said in horror. He knew that if he dared to approach the goddess coffin, his tortoise shell would not be able to resist it, and he would vanish in an instant. Retreat! Retreat! It was Xuanhuan and Emperor Qingmu Chongqing who shouted at the same time. What? Some people haven't reacted yet, but when they heard these two voices, they instinctively exited the 33-story tower. Just after they withdrew, for a few breaths, the 33 heavenly pagoda underwent another shocking change. The sleeping goddess suddenly opened her eyes were calm, and she slowly got up from the coffin and sat up, her face expressionless. At this moment, a perfect goddess is sitting in the coffin. This scene is as bizarre as it is bizarre. The goddess didn't die and was sleeping in the coffin. I can conclude that she was sealed for a very long time, too long to be counted. At this time, she woke up. Is this the reason for the great changes in the mountain? The holy turtle and the demon saint made a loud shout. And this time, the goddess stood up, she walked out of the coffin where she was buried, and she seemed to be thinking about something in her eyes. Wherever she looked, the space turned into dead silence and dissipated into nothingness. If this is the Holy Spirit, if she glances at it, will it immediately become nothingness? What realm of strength does this woman have? She's leaving. Suddenly someone saw the goddess, and when they arrived outside the 33 heavenly pagoda, they ignored the powerhouses of the eternal great world and just looked at the tower. She waved her palm, rumbling. The tower seemed to be waiting for her true master. The magnificent tower that no one else could move was rapidly shrinking to only the width of a palm, and finally fell into her palm and was supported by her. Goddess Toda. It seems that the 33 heavenly pagoda belongs to her. Is the world of the mountain going to disappear? And is this goddess leaving too? Someone looked at the goddess standing in the void and made such a sound. The goddess is gone. She completely disappeared from everyone's sight with the 33 heavens, and she didn't know where she went. It seemed to be in the depths of the universe, and it was difficult to trace her footprints. #C686 Army Attack. The goddess left without saying a word, leaving behind a mystery. Just as she came mysteriously, and left mysteriously, like passing by in a hurry. The 33-story pagoda suddenly disappeared from the sky, as if it had never been here, making people wonder if this is true or false. Could it be that the 33-story pagoda is to wake up the sleeping goddess? The goddess woke up and left with the goddess. Where did the goddess go? Could it be that she went to the depths of the universe, and what was her purpose? Although I saw the goddess, my doubts were even greater. Emperor Xuanhuan, this emperor officially declares war on you here. Suddenly, Emperor Huafen shouted violently, and the rolling sound passed, and he directly declared war. The goddess is gone, but their war is clearly just beginning. Fight, I am waiting for you. There is nothing good about Xuanhuan. This battle was meant to be fought. His breath was also billowing out, and the surging power slammed into the great fire emperor, rising fire fiercely. Humph! The great fire emperor also fought with his momentum. The two forces collided, bringing endless shattering. These two sounds like the sound of war drums, rumbling loudly. This is the two great emperors, declaring war. They return to their respective empires. War! 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 In Xuanhuan, countless large armies had gathered for a long time, and this time Xuanhuan also mobilized all his strength to fight the 5 ancient emperors in a decisive battle of life and death, without any reservations. Let's go. The Xuanhuan emperor's sword was unsheathed, pointing out a road to great war. The dragon and the phoenix screamed, and one dragon and one phoenix pulled the chariot for Xuanhuan. The army set off for the expedition. Under this rolling power, Ancestor Fonlei and others did not dare to think about it at all, and could only fight together in the torrent of the army. They saw the strength of the Xuanhu Empire and dared to make trouble behind their backs, and they were the first to be beheaded. They know that Emperor Xuanhu is cruel. If they don't listen to the command, Emperor Xuanhu will definitely cut off their heads to stabilize the heart of the army. This is the power of the real empire. The number of legions is vast as Hingsha. All of them are extremely well equipped and murderous, all the battleships have been used, and all the cannons have been taken out. Although they are also emperor-level forces, compared with the Xuanhu Empire, the gap is not known by how much, and it can be described as weak and explosive. If they confronted the Xuanhu Empire, they would be crushed in an instant. There is also a big gap between empires and empires. For this battle, the two sides have acquiesced in a vast and huge battlefield, where a bloody decisive battle will take place. This time we will destroy the Xuanhu Empire and see who is the real overlord of the eternal world. The Great Fire Emperor's eyes were red, and his favorite thing was to fight in person. At this moment, behind him were countless armies of the Fire Empire. Start a decisive battle with absolute power, and don't give the Xuanhu Empire a chance to counterattack. The great Emperor Haishuito said coldly. Now, the 5 empires are completely united together, instead of fighting each other, gathering the most advantageous forces and launching the most powerful strikes. The battlefield is here. Xuanhuan said in a loud voice. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. Although the army had not yet entered the field to fight, the collision between national fortune and momentum had already begun. In a frenzied confrontation in the void, the Holy Spirit would surely die if swept in. There are not so many strategies in this battle, only the most powerful fight. The two sides gathered the most advantageous forces and launched the craziest fight on the battlefield, consuming the other's living strength until one side could not bear it completely. This kind of war is too terrifying. Xuanhuan will not put them directly into the Xuanhu Empire to fight, but regard the Xuanhu Empire as the rear, and continuously send resources here. The ancient 5 emperors also did not want to enter the Xuanhu Empire to fight. The national fortune there is so powerful that even if the entire Xuanhu Empire is destroyed, some of their 5 emperors will even die in it. This result is not what both parties want. They want the hegemony of the eternal world. Emperor Xuanhu, this battle is a decisive battle between us, how are you going to fight? Emperor Hutu Xianhuang stood in front and smiled. Although Emperor Xuanhu has gathered forces outside the 5 great empires of the eternal great world, the 5 emperors are also not worried. There is no preparation, the collision between national fortunes, everything is based on strength. Xuanhuan raised his sword, this is the signal of the war. Boom boom boom. At this time, Xuanhu's cannon had already fired first, it was deafening, and the energy beam was submerged. This was the horn of the war. Xuanhu equipment is really powerful, but when the excellent equipment is torn apart, by that time, everything about your Xuanhu belongs to us. Emperor Hutu Xianhuang looked at Xuanhu's giant cannon and launched a tentative attack, and he also waved his palm, and suddenly appeared in a group of troops wearing khaki armor, all of them holding a giant shield. This is the Earth Core of the Thick Earth Xuanhuang Empire. Battleship support. Each star warship is escorted by hundreds of star warships, forming a warship army, which immediately spews more violent energy fluctuations and stronger flexibility, and starts to strike around the entire battlefield. For Xuanhuan Lai, as long as this battle is won, all consumption is not a problem. Emperor Gung Jinkrak. The 5 emperors united and handed over the ability to command the battlefield to the most stable emperor Xuanhuan. Immediately, countless armies in golden armor held golden swords in their hands, and they all slashed out golden light. The sword army also dispatched and responded with sword energy. Shoot out. The legions of light and dark are out. The Light Legion held a shield at the forefront to cover the Dark Legion's attack. There are also a large number of monsters behind the Light and Dark Legions, and the Holy Tortoise and the Demon Saint as the Supreme Commander cooperate with the Xuanhu army to launch an attack. Haha, this battle will wipe out all their advantages here. When Emperor Huafen saw the army of Xuanhu go out, he laughed. As long as the opponent's most elite strength is destroyed, the opponent's national fortune will be hit like an avalanche, crazily disintegrated, and no longer able to condense strong power. For the ancient 5 emperors, this battle cannot be considered a victory as long as the opponent's army is not annihilated. Let's fight. This battle is the first battle of the first year of Xuanhu, the first battle of the Xuanhu Empire, to become the overlord of the eternal world. Whoever wins will be the final master, and whoever will survive to the end. Xuanhuan stood in the army, he was bright and radiant. Rang Jizuan guided the army, the whole army strikes. The battle must be won and the attack must be overcome. Xuanhu Empire, forever and ever. Emperor Xuanhu, immortal. With a strong will to fight, the Xuanhu army condensed and roared and shouted. The army like a flood brought an indomitable will to face the army of the 5 ancient empires, without any fear, and madly killed the past. #C687 Strongest Collision. The war broke out in an instant. Boom. The army also officially fought with the 5 ancient kingdoms. The collision at this moment was that countless people's blood spilled into the sky, dyeing the battlefield red. Ancestor Fenlei and others saw that Xuanhu had already taken the lead in the fight, and they were also directing their own people to fight. They did not dare not to kill, and Emperor Xuanhu was behind them, watching them. At this time, if anyone dares to retreat, who dares to turn against the water, he will not spare any of them and kill them directly. This is no ordinary war. Xuanhuan and the 5 ancient emperors are all on the battlefield, supervising the army. The Bright Legion was imposing, inspiring the protection of the Holy Shield, and the huge giant shield slammed into the Earth Legion. At the moment of the collision, the heavy Earth Legion was knocked out. The Dark Legion attacked. They were equipped with spears of destruction, and each shot was pierced like a black dragon. The seemingly hard armor of the 5 emperors' corps was like a piece of paper, and it was easily pierced through their bodies. You must know that there are countless demon clans in the demon domain. Once this group of demons is unified, it is a huge force. The Xuanhu commanders cheered the military spirit, took the lead, and directly killed the past. The Xuanhu army is too well equipped. And under the encouragement of Emperor Xuanhu, their morale was firm and they were not afraid of death at all. But Xuanhu also gathered the powerhouses of other forces in the eternal great world and the army of the demon realm, plus the strength of their army itself. There is no difference compared to the ancient 5 countries. As soon as he raised his hand, more Imperial troops flew out. The elites of the 5 empires came out together. This kind of momentum is too vast. If the densely packed powerhouses were killed, the soul of a single Holy Spirit would collapse, and it would be directly crushed under the torrent of this army. Millions of elites wearing magma-like armor appeared in the fire-burning empire. Yang Ting roared angrily, his realm has also been raised to the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit among the resources of Xuanhu, and suddenly hundreds of thousands of gods flew out of the camp and directly attacked and killed the burning heaven army. What the hell? I'll slap your head with a slap. Sky-splitting legion. God of War army. The prison suppression corps also joined the battlefield one after another. However, the realm of the commander has been raised to the 10th level of the Holy Spirit. This kind of strength is already the quality of the top powerhouses, such as the ancestors of Fenglai and Gudian Masheng. These two 10th-level holy gods joined the battlefield, which immediately changed the expressions of the 5 emperors, and the great fire-burning emperor said, "Damn, where did the 10th-level holy gods come from, this emperor? It seems that these two people are not real life, existence is very special." The great emperor Xuanhuan was very calm. He mobilized the powerhouses of the 5 great empires and entered the battlefield. In each of the 5 empires, tyrannical antiques appeared. The 5 major empires all have the most elite legions, organized like a god army, and immediately 5 elites assembled the most advantageous troops to besiege the god army. After seeing it, the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint issued an order, and an elite army organized from the demon domain appeared. They conquered the power of the demon domain and caused trouble for us. He could naturally see that the massive replenishment of the demon clan caused them great trouble. These demons rushed over and at least resisted several % of the troops of the 5 major empires. The Tiao of the Great Emperor of Thick Earth and Xuanhuan. In addition to the most elite corps, such as the God Army, the second-class elites have also fought together. The generals of Xuanhu were also shouting angrily. They wanted to maximize their own advantages. Suddenly, the Starfield battleship rushed into the battlefield and sent energy beams fiercely into the opponent's camp. Get down for this saint. But his power just fell, and the void suddenly made a sensation. The Starfield battleship launched a shuttle in the Starfield, suddenly disappeared, and appeared on the other side, continuing to launch bombardment. The holy gods of the 5 ancient kingdoms were extremely angry, and the battleship of Xuanhu was too difficult to deal with, especially the largest star warship, which could travel between the stars. Even if it was subjected to a few holy gods, it could not be knocked down. #C688 One World of Gods and Monsters. The sound of fighting, roaring, screaming. All kinds of voices converged together. Such a terrifying battle that swept across the world. Even if the Holy Spirit faced it alone, it would be extremely frightening. But now where will there be time to be afraid? The torrent of war has swept you in, and you can only follow the army and rush to the front. What? A Holy Spirit belonging to Tsang Haijun was pierced by a spear from a Holy Spirit from the fire-burning empire. But the Holy Spirit roared, and the whole body exploded, pulling the Holy Spirit to death. The Holy Spirit has fallen. From the beginning of the battle to the present, not a long time has passed. It was very cruel, and the Holy Spirit began to fall heroically, and the intensity was beyond anyone's imagination. The progress of Chu Yuan's sacred mission jumped a bit, but his face was still expressionless. This was just the beginning, and as time passed, more and more people would die. This is the battle. Ancestor Fenglai and others saw such a war, and they will never forget it. They felt that the previous war was just like a child playing a house. They were trembling all over, and they didn't know whether it was excitement or fear. I feel my calm blood start to boil again. The ancient heaven demon sage let out a long roar. Boom! From the Xuanhu camp, the sky and the ground were suddenly overwhelming, and millions of Xuanhu chariots appeared densely, rushing into the battlefield, and the extremely fast speed was like a cannonball blasting out. Some stopped on the road and were immediately hit with blood. Xuanhu chariot, dividing the battlefield. Although the Xuanhu chariot is not big, it is superior in that it consumes not many materials. Chu Yuan has built a lot during this time, and it does not require much tyrannical cultivation to control the chariot, and it can be controlled by one person. What is this? Seeing that the Xuanhu chariot inflicted casualties on the 5 great empires in an instant, the great fire-burning emperor opened his eyes, and the Xuanhu took out a weapon of war that was not in their intelligence. Although Xuanhu chariots are not as difficult to bombard as warships, there are too many and the speed is too fast. Fortunately, it is the army of the 5 ancient empires, and there are 5 emperors guarding here. Otherwise, if they were replaced by other Emperor-level forces, they would be attacked by Xuanhua's repeated means, and the army would have been disillusioned and even collapsed. Our casualties are severe. Gengjin Splitting Heaven said, his face dignified to the extreme. It seems that the strength we have prepared is going to be used. Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan faced the battlefield in front of him, and the fierce battle situation exceeded his expectations. Originally, his plan was to wait until the situation on the battlefield deteriorated before using this batch of power. But right now, there is no way to stay. Otherwise, without gathering overwhelming force, the loss is incalculable. Agree. The other 4 emperors nodded. At the moment when their voices fell, within the boundless national destiny, the space was torn apart, and countless gods and demons appeared, as well as endless giant beasts, descending on the battlefield. That terrifying amount seems to have gathered all the gods, demons, and beasts of an ancient world. How can there be so many gods, demons, and giant beasts? Ancestor Fenglei and the others were shocked. There were too many gods, demons, and beasts to count. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Xuanhu, do you think that our 5 emperors only have the power you see in front of you? If you weren't blocking it, this eternal world would have been unified by us long ago, and there would be no resistance. The great fire-burning emperor shouted loudly. The appearance of these gods, demons, and giant beasts did immediately shift the balance of the battle, and the number was still increasing. Your 5 emperors should control a world god-level world. Chu Yuan said. You see it. Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan smiled and said, our 5 emperors have indeed joined forces to control a world god-level world. It turned out that these 5 emperors joined forces to control a world god-level world, still in the period of gods, demons, and giant beasts. And the origin of the world god-level world is not as majestic as the eternal world, and it is not enough for the 5 emperors to break through to the world god at the same time. Only the eternal great world has enough source power to enable them to become world gods at the same time. With the power of a world god-level world and the underlying strength of the 5 empires themselves, this is simply a battle that cannot be fought. Ancestor Fenglei was trembling with fear. He saw some existences that were not weaker than them from those gods, demons, and giant beasts. Attack, attack. At the same time, the 5 emperors ordered the gods, demons, and giant beasts to attack. Kill. In the demon clan, the earth tyrant became the body and killed the giant beast. But there are too many gods, demons, and giant beasts, and under the orders of the 5 emperors, they do not directly rush to fight with Xuanhu, but to kill the people of other forces. Pick the persimmons softly. This is the plan of Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan. He knew that if they fought directly with Xuanhu, the gods, demons, and giant beasts might not be able to achieve the expected results. They could first make other forces lose their fears, and even cause their military hearts to collapse and flee on the battlefield. Once this army collapses, it will be the water that bursts the embankment, pouring out thousands of miles. Sure enough, under the onslaught of endless gods, demons, and giant beasts, other forces could not resist. Their people did not have the elite equipment of the Xuanhu Empire, and their strength was insufficient, and they began to collapse and flee. These people who collapsed and fled were like headless flies. After being deliberately driven, they turned around and attacked the army of Xuanhu indiscriminately. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. The great Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan shouted, if you leave the Xuanhu Empire, this emperor can make the promise of the emperor, and will not hold you accountable for your crimes of resistance, and will give you credits, while those who are stubborn are destined to disappear with the Xuanhu Empire. This battle can't go on. A weaker emperor-level force, only 1 or 2 holy gods in the sect, suffered a huge impact. Their suzerain's mind collapsed and couldn't hold on anymore. He actually started to retreat in front of the formation and wanted to withdraw from the battlefield. Ancestor Fenglei saw his mind also floated. The onslaught of the gods, demons, and giant beasts has completely disrupted their war deployments. Those who disturb the heart of our army will be killed without mercy. Xuanhuan's thunder-like voice resounded in the battlefield. Some gods, demons, and giant beasts caused them to collapse, and Xuanhuan did not regard them as real combat power. Kill, kill, kill. The Xuanhu army also roared. The other Emperor-level forces also trembled when they saw it. Emperor Xuanhu personally oversees the army. Whoever dares to flee will definitely die. What's the panic? Xuanhuan glanced at the group of people with cold and stern eyes. They have gods, demons, and giant beasts, and I also have the means to deal with them. The victory or loss of this war is not dominated by some gods, demons, and giant beasts. If the ancient 5 emperors have absolutely dealt with me power, they would end up fighting long ago. His words were instantly reassuring. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the 2 giant spirit gods dressed in heavy armor, like mountain-like giants, took over the emperor's flag and joined the battlefield. #C689 Fight. No matter how the battle situation changes, as long as Xuanhuan is still standing there, it will not collapse on this day, nor will the ground collapse. He is the belief of the Xuanhu Empire. 2 giant spirits and gods will join the battle. They are tall and have endless fighting spirit. They fight with those gods, demons, and behemoths. They tore their hands fiercely. The door of fire, the door of ice. Xuanhuan shook his hand, and 2 portals appeared first, and then the ice and fire-like torrent hit the gods, demons, and giant beasts accurately, and the ice and fire-like attack created a vast ocean in the void. Immediately after, the gate of the void, the gate of heaven and thunder, the gate of yin and yang. The 5 major portals launched the biggest blow at the same time. Xuanhuan has no gods, demons, and giant beasts, but he has enough means. Although the huge figures of the gods, demons, and giant beasts endow them with infinite power, they also become the biggest blow targets. Ah! Roaring again and again, 5 different torrents intertwined into strange colors, running through the rear of the gods, demons, and giant beasts. Those portals are special fetishes? They can actually summon the power of various origins. Please say that Emperor Xuanhu controls many strange treasures. The mana in these 5 portals is too vast. Ha 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 ha, there are exactly 5 portals. After killing him, we will be one by one. I want the portal representing the flame. When the ancient 5 emperors saw the 5 portals, their faces were startled at first, and then they laughed. As long as they killed Emperor Xuanhu, everything would belong to them. War. Xuanhuan also burned with endless anger. The emperor's sword was swept across the sky, the anger burned, it belonged to the emperor's anger, angered that these people dared to challenge the authority of the emperor, and they fought because of this battle on the battlefield of anger. Dead Imperial soldiers. In the anger, the thunder flashed, and a personal emperor law enforcer appeared, killing the gods, demons, and giant beasts. In an instant, the emperor's enforcers rushed out with the anger of the Xuanhu Empire, bringing the situation back to a balance again. What method is this? Emperor Aoki Chongqing made a rare voice and said in surprise, using the power of luck to condense warriors like law enforcers and guardians. Those warriors are not flesh and blood, but condensed by luck. The empire is strong, they are powerful. What, there is such a means? The great Emperor Xuanhuan also felt unbelievable, and even faintly became afraid, shouting, "Several, can't delay any longer, no one can say what means that Emperor Xuanhu can come up with." The war has escalated again. In the core of gods, demons, and giant beasts, there are many existences comparable to holy gods, and some of them are even comparable to Tianmong Longshen. Old man, I can deal with several. The Holy Tortoise Demon Saint understood that if the Xuanhu Empire was defeated, he would also be smashed by the ancient 5 emperors to smash his tortoise shell, and immediately flew out of the army. And what he said about playing several times is similar to Tianmong Longxing. Break this old turtle's shell. The great fire-burning emperor sneered. As the holy turtle and demon saint wished, he walked out of 3 statues comparable to Tianmong Dragon Saint and surrounded him. The holy tortoise demon saint is indeed powerful, the first powerhouse in the demon domain. Even if the 3 powerhouses besiege him, the holy tortoise demon saint is not flustered and can deal with it with ease. But he understands even more that his defense is strong, but his attack is much weaker, and it is better to deal with those with a lower realm than himself, and he can only defend, and it is difficult to counterattack. My purpose is not to let other powerhouses deal with His Majesty. After all, only His Majesty can compete with the 5 ancient emperors. The holy turtle demon saint understands this very well, and it is not up to him to decide the battle situation. Go. Chu Yuanjian pointed. Tianmong Longxing roared, Huang Ziyun Ming. They flew out of the chariot and faced the past. Holy Master Yaoguang, Ancestor Fenlei, and others also fought against the powerhouses of the 5 ancient empires. The war was madly fought together. At this moment, Chu Yuan and the ancient 5 emperors have used almost all the power that can be used, and they still did not fight immediately, but looked at the situation on the battlefield with an almost indifferent look. This battle was so dark that the sun and the moon had no light, and the eternal world would be pierced by them. What? Yang Ting waved a huge fist and smashed the head of a holy god, bathed in the blood of the holy god, grinned, and continued to slaughter. On the other side, an old woman in Yaoguang Holy Land lost to her opponent and wanted to withdraw, but she could be killed by others from other directions, tear her body apart, and stain the battlefield with blood. Seeing his side quest, Chu Yuan kept jumping, and the number of holy gods he killed had accumulated to 7 people since he killed Qian Holy God. The war continues. This can be called the most extensive battle in the eternal world. An epic existence, a song and tears. The holy tortoise demon saint was besieged by 3 powerful enemies, and has turned into his holy tortoise body. This old turtle has entangled too many of our masters. The great fire-burning emperor hated his teeth so much that he could not wait to roast the holy tortoise and the demon saint alive. In the world god-level world under their control, there are a total of 5 existences that are comparable to Tianmong Longxing. At this time, the holy tortoise demon sage stopped 3 of them, and the other 2 were stopped by Tianmanglong's sage and Huang Ziyun respectively. Don't be impulsive, he still can't decide the victory or defeat of this battle. Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan said calmly. Although they did not confront Emperor Shenwu head-on, they knew in their hearts that the battle had already begun. If they were caught by Emperor Shenwu in order to kill the holy turtle and the demon saint, it would not be what they wanted. Okay, let the old turtle live for a while longer. After this battle is over, we roast this old turtle as a celebration feast. The great fire-burning heaven said cruelly. Heishui Taotian said from the side, you have to bake a lot, and Tianmong Longxing, Huang Ziyun. 1 dragon and 1 phoenix are even better. The great fire-burning heaven said. The war was brutal. When Yang Hong was fighting, he was caught by his opponent, and he was directly cut off by a long knife. Not just the battlefield of the Holy Spirit. Other battlefields fought even harder. In this battle, the top battles in the eternal world are almost all fighting. Chu Yuan's elite army, the Scourge army, the Feng army, the Shenwu army, and the Demon army have been fighting for an hour, and each army has paid about 20% of the damage. The most fierce is the Scourge army. They killed a lot of enemies, and the damage was also heavy. 30% of the soldiers were killed. Other standing corps are also seeing massive attrition. But no one backed away. Because although their losses were heavy, the ancient 5 empires suffered even more than their losses, and some legions disappeared in one formation. Ding! The host completes the side quest Holy Spirit / kills 10 holy gods, and obtains 90,000 fate points, advanced holy artifact cards, magic fruit x128, and random lottery chance x1. Hashtag C695 Emperors join forces. Side quests completed. But Xuanhuan didn't care. It can only be said that this battle is too tragic, and the Holy Spirit is falling one after another. The battlefield is a huge meat grinder. Every moment, countless soldiers on both sides are killed, and the legions of the two sides have evaporated into an organic system. But no one retreated, nor did they plan to temporarily truce and regroup and fight again. Because this fight is consumption, and whoever can't hold on first is the loser. Although Xuanhuan does not have gods, demons, and giant beasts, they have powerful equipment. Divine tribulation cannons and starfield battleships are aimed at the gods, demons, and giant beasts, and temporarily balance the battle with the power of the equipment. The expressions of the ancient five emperors became more and more solemn. The battle situation did not go as they expected, but instead fell into a stalemate. Although the opponent lost a lot, their losses were not small. I am afraid that if they continue to fight, they will lose both, and no one will gain the advantage. The luck of the Xuanhuan Empire is still strong and majestic, and there is no decline at all. The Tiao of the Great Emperor of Thick Earth and Xuanhuan. This empire is so terrifying, you see, the Xuanhuan Legion becomes more and more courageous in battle, but it doesn't show any fear, and dares to fight to the death. I have never seen such a terrifying army. As long as the Xuanhuan Emperor is there, even in battle, even the last one will not retreat. The Black Water, monstrous, the Great Emperor said. Such soldiers are what every empire wants to have. They have a common belief, that is, Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven sighed, but it also shows that even if we win the final victory, they can't be used by us, and they will choose to be buried with the Emperor Xuanhuan. Since they all believe in Emperor Xuanhuan, then we will destroy their belief. When the war has reached this situation, the five ancient emperors can no longer watch the show. If they continue to fight like this, there will be no one under their command. No one is alone. Can it still be called an empire? The five of them walked out at the same time at this moment. The breath of the five emperors united, and the power of the five different attributes formed a huge world force to oppress. The power of these five people working together to kill. Even comparable to the real-world god. You finally can't help but start? I plan to deal with one of the five together. Seeing the five emperors appearing at the same time, Xuanhuan did not move at all, and there was no panic on his face. There is no way, because any of us will not be your opponents if you fight alone. If you want to kill you, you can only join forces. Otherwise, you will be defeated one by one. We will not make such mistakes and give you a chance. Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan admitted this frankly. These five emperors are all peerless existences from the eternal world. It is amazing enough for one emperor to deal with one person. This time, the five emperors have joined forces to deal with the Emperor Xuanhuan at the same time. For them, as long as they can achieve the final victory, it doesn't matter what means they use, they just win. Those who achieve great things don't stick to small details. Heishui Taotian said. They can't stand this fight anymore. Come on then. Xuanhuan fought against the five emperors. The most terrifying battle is about to begin. Holy Master Yaoguang and other masters all looked at the battlefield where Xuanhuan was, and they were shocked. The five strongest people in the ancient times were finally going to fight with the strongest emperor in this era. For the five emperors, even if it was a draw, they would be considered a loser. Because the development of Emperor Xuanhuan is too fast, it is unbelievable. If they don't kill them at this time, it will definitely be their disaster in the future. Boom! The vast power of the world immediately enveloped Xuanhuan. This was due to the pressure of a world god-level world. The five of them controlled part of it, and the five of them joined forces to be the real majesty of the world god. The pressure from the gods of the world. The holy turtle and the demon saint are also trembling. Regardless of his strong defense, in the face of the power of the world god, the turtle shell will also be directly broken, and the two are not at the same level at all. Is that enough? Xuanhuan is as immobile as the universe. It's enough to kill you, Emperor Xuanhu. You are very powerful, forcing the five of us to join forces to deal with it, although it is a bit disgraceful, but the history books have always been recorded by the victors, and we will erase your existence in this history. Trace. The great fire-burning emperor roared, from now on, there will be no more divine martial arts. Kill. The five emperors joined forces to launch an attack on Xuanhuan. The golden light of the great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven was blooming. He held a golden sword in his hand. The sword light was sharp and he cut the sky. With this sword, he slashed over, and the vast vacuum was divided into two halves. Be great. After all, in the 33 heavenly pagoda, the five emperors did not unite their power, and now they are almost slashing with the power of the world god. Boom. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, capturing the swordsmanship of the great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven. He suddenly saw him shuttle over, and immediately raised his hand and banged, and the god of war's grip also burst into infinite golden light, colliding fiercely. The two forces clashed, and Xuanhuan did not move at all, directly shaking the sword move of the great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven. Chop chop chop. Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven's sword moves are wild, and every cut is extremely sharp, and the holy tortoise and the demon saint are trembling. However, Xuanhuan was also moving quickly, his hands kept attacking, the sky would be completely blown up by the two of them, and the wave of destruction spread out around. And I. The great fire-burning emperor burns immortal divine fire. People are like swords, one move strikes, the fire burns, and the flaming sword falls from the sky. Xuanhuan fought 1 against 2, and had to endure the oppression of the world's gods after the combination of 5 people's breaths, but his face was extremely calm, still a kind of calm that everything was under his control. He punched out, and the flaming sword shattered. However, the more violent ultimate move of the great fire-burning emperor came to kill again, and the flame fist continued to charge. Each punch pierced the sky and the earth, bringing a meteor shower. When Xuanhuan saw the move, no matter how many punches the great fire-burning emperor threw, he could take it calmly. The forces that move the world oppress him. A rare opening from Emperor Aoki Chongsheng. Immediately, their breaths were united, and a desolate world god-level world phantom appeared, with immense power, and when they pressed against Xuanhuan, the Holy Spirit would be directly crushed and exploded. The god of the world, the god who controls and dominates the world. The kingdom of the emperor. Facing the majesty of this vast world, Xuanhuan also has an infinite force to fight back. This is the kingdom of emperors after being promoted to the Imperial dynasty, and a huge world has also formed inside. The human sovereign state is very high, and its existence is very special. It is independent of the eternal world, and it seems to be a sky. You also have a powerful world in control. Emperor Aoki Chongsheng's eyes flickered fiercely, clearly not a world god-level world, but he could contend with their power. Weird, really weird. It's not suitable here, let's fight in the universe. Xuanhuan left a sentence, he has disappeared in the eternal world and appeared in the outer starry sky. #C691 I am God. To fight in the universe, this is Xuanhuan's declaration of war on the ancient 5 emperors. In a world-shattering battle, the great Emperor Xuanhu faced the 5 ancient emperors alone. Everyone saw this scene, and their hearts were both nervous and expectant. Okay, let's go to the universe to fight. The ancient 5 emperors did not refuse, looked at Xuanhuan, who appeared in the universe, and followed. The aftermath of the battle between them is too terrifying. Once the battle to the death is real, the eternal world will become extremely messy, and the sky will collapse everywhere. The 5 ancient emperors wanted to become the masters of this world, not to take over a big broken world. Cosmic Starry Sky. Xuanhuan confronted the 5 ancient emperors. Under their feet is a huge and radiant eternal world. I have to admit that your strength is very strong. If we were in ancient times, even if we joined forces, we would have no chance of defeating you. We don't know how you cultivated, but you are not our opponent now. Emperor Xuanhuan admitted that Xuanhuan was strong, and said indifferently, we have already controlled a world god-level world. Emperor Xuanhuan, anyone can survive, but only you can't survive. The great Emperor Gingjin's splitting heaven's voice was sharp. This person is too terrifying. Once he is not beheaded today, the future will definitely be the end of the 5 of them. Kill. The ancient 5 emperors united. In this universe, they can use their power to their fullest without worrying about destruction. Suddenly, the 5 people attacked at the same time, and they combined their momentum to form a world palm. The palm of this world is oppressed by a huge world god-level world, and these 5 people look like a 5-element world in the void. Fight. Xuanhuan's fighting spirit surged. He also counterattacked with a palm, the spiritual energy of the gods gathered in his palm, the belief in the boundless empire rolled and condensed, and collided with an aura that was no weaker than the 5 ancient emperors. Boom! 2 extremely terrifying forces were annihilated fiercely. The rolling storm spreads toward the universe, creating the collapse of the starry sky, like a black hole. If such a terrifying confrontation is placed in the eternal world, I don't know what kind of land sinking it will cause. The Great Cut. Xuanhuan slashed his palm. This was not cutting the void, but the starry sky. The starry sky suddenly split open, and the extreme chill killed the past. I come. The great Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven clenched the heavenly splitting divine sword. He cut the sky and splitting the sky. The 2 swords were one, and he cared about the collision with Xuanhuan. The 2 equally extreme destructive forces collided. After a collision, Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven didn't seem to step back, but his hand holding the golden sword was shaking. He let out a long sigh. If it wasn't for the combined power of the 5 emperors and the increase in mana, his blow would not be as simple as trembling. Let's do it together. The 5 ancient emperors worked together, and they never imagined that after returning to the eternal world, there would be a peerless enemy that requires the 5 of them to work together to deal with it. World-class power swept across, forming the world domain, endless thunder, earth, fire, wind and thunder, all kinds of changes condensed into terrifying murderous intentions, and they enveloped Xuanhuan in an instant. The ancient 5 emperors mobilized mana together, and in the world realm, all kinds of murderous intentions were bombarding Xuanhuan. Indestructible. Xuanhuan's voice carried infinite confidence. He stepped out, the rolling supreme breath, all the bombardment that reached him disappeared, forming the supreme emperor domain that belonged to him. The eyes of the 5 ancient emperors also showed horror. At this moment, Xuanhuan is bright, and his figure is too tall and majestic, as if this person is the real emperor, and they are just fake emperors, vulnerable in front of the real emperor. Bright killing fist. Xuanhuan blasted away with this punch, and infinite light illuminated the vacuum. He condensed the power of killing and bombarded it out in a bright state. Fire, burn the sky. The great fire-burning emperor didn't step back at all. He waved his fist of fire burning heaven, and the vast starry sky was burning. Bless the power of the great fire emperor. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted. Immediately, the other 4 emperors also gathered their strengths and blessed them to the great emperor rising fire and burning heaven. Haha, what a powerful force, Emperor Xuanhuan. This emperor is launching a devastating attack on you this time with the power of a world. The great fire-burning emperor laughed wildly. His punch came, and the flame storm was going to crush the Guangming slaughtering divine fist. Small tricks, this power never belongs to you alone. Xuanhuan shot. He didn't care about the mood after the blessing of the great fire-burning emperor. His fists fought together in an instant, fist to fist, the destruction light spread wildly from the place where the fists collided. A strike as fast as lightning. The great fire-burning emperor roared and threw his fists again and again. But Xuanhuan swiped his palm. No matter how the great fire-burning emperor rushed to kill, he could easily be annihilated. His arm swung horizontally and viciously knocked it on the chest of the great fire-burning emperor, causing the flames shrouded in the great emperor to disillusion. Even though the ancient 5 emperors oppressed Xuanhuan with the power of one world, they were still dismissed by Emperor Xuanwu, who was underestimated by him. Even the 5 emperors can't help him. How terrifying the strength of Emperor Xuanwu is. When Fenglei ancestor was fighting, his eyes were also paying attention to the battle in the universe. When he saw the scene of Xuanhuan resolving the alliance of the 5 emperors, he was also roaring wildly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This battle is still a confusing battle. Ancient Heaven Demon Sage shouted loudly. Right now, other battlefields are stuck in a stalemate, and it is difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. If the war on Emperor Xuanwu's side can decide the winner, it will be decisive and fatal. Emperor Xuanwu took the initiative to attack. Everyone saw that in the face of the terrifying power of the 5 ancient emperors, the great Emperor Xuanwu not only did not take defense, but used an active attack method. Xuanhuan's supreme temperament is shocking, showing the demeanor of the Supreme Emperor who reigns over the world. He took a big stride in the universe, and in a few steps he arrived in front of the 5 ancient emperors. I come. Emperor Xuanhuan came forward, his face was extremely cautious, and he condensed a black-yellow-like shield, which was different from the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint. His defense method is to condense his own mana into a black-yellow earth. Xuanhuan slapped the palm of his hand, swept the starry sky wantonly, and landed on Emperor Xuanhuan of Hutu. The emperor also endured enormous pressure, persisted for a few breaths, and his body flew out backwards. Although he only flew upside down, he was not seriously injured, but this scene was terrifying enough to fall in front of others. The Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan, who was as stable as a rock universe, could not even match the power of Emperor Xuanwu. This scene broke the hearts of many people. Damn, I don't believe that 5 people can't deal with you together. You really think you're going against the sky? The Great Fire Emperor is also roaring. I am God. Xuanhuan looked at him coldly. #C692 Fierce Battle. Even if you are a god, you will be destroyed. The Great Fire-Burning Emperor let out a low roar, and his face was the most ugly. It was him who fought against Emperor Xuanwu for the first time. Now that the 5 emperors have joined forces, they still haven't taken him. This has caused his proud heart to suffer a huge setback. Boom! His flame palm slapped it and collided with Xuanhuan fiercely. The incomparably hot rays of light radiated in the starry sky, constantly exploding, and the flames were drowning. Kill! The great Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven also killed him. The golden sword was dazzling. In the starry sky, it was a beam of light, and it was cut in an instant. The rest of the emperors also bombarded wildly. The fluctuations caused by their battles were too great, and they kept shifting in the starry sky. The stars exploded one after another as they fought, creating vacuum collapses everywhere. If the Holy Spirit is near, those collapsed vacuums can strangle them. The breath of the 5 emperors is combined, and the power is comparable to that of the world gods, and Xuanhuan is also powerful. Boom! They fought and moved to a huge star, collided with one move, the star under their feet collapsed inch by inch, and it shattered in the universe with a bang. Cut the sky and cut the emperor. The great Emperor Gingjin split the sky as the main attack. His attack was too fierce. A touch of golden light hung upside down on the galaxy, and the dazzling light made the eyes of those who saw this light shine brightly and could not see anything else. And his killer move is hidden in it. Several other people also exerted their mighty and arrogant magical powers as much as possible to create opportunities for Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven. Dark. Chu Yuan was indifferent. He waved his hand, and suddenly an extremely dark darkness appeared, and the dazzling golden light also turned black. No, this power washes away all the light. The great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven suddenly saw darkness in front of him, swallowing up the light, and he couldn't see anything. He also knew that this was the means displayed by the great Emperor Xuanhuan. But he didn't panic, and instinctively blocked the sword in his chest. In just an instant, a palm was slapped over, but fortunately there was a golden sword to resist, weakening the power. Even so, his golden sword was vibrating wildly, slapped on his chest and made him fly out. Is he really unable to fight? Emperor Gengjin, splitting heaven, looked at Chu Yuan. In the universe, he was too tall. It is impossible to deal with it, no matter how strong he is not a world god, and he can kill him. The great Emperor Fire Fenchen was unwilling to roar, looking at Chu Yuan, and launched a crazy attack again. The fire burns the sky, burns the starry sky. I'm not the world god, are you really the world god? Chu Yuan stared. Your anger, your 5 emperors, can't bear it, and those who try to subvert the Xuanhuan Empire will be judged by anger. He made his move, and the raging anger of the gods and people was the anger of the Supreme Being. Immediately, a palm fell on the body of the great fire-burning emperor, and his whole person was set on fire. The fire blazed into the sky. Unbelievable, the great Fire Fenchen, who majored in the way of flames, would be punished by flames. This is the power of anger. The great fire-burning emperor roared. Anger is the fire of will, and Chu Yuan's anger represents the provocation of his supreme authority. Just you have anger, doesn't this emperor have anger? The great Fire Fenchen emperor was also angry, and he burst into the sky to fight against Chu Yuan's anger. However, the power of this anger was beyond his imagination, it was too terrifying. Even if the great fire-burning emperor desperately resisted, his entire body was still surrounded by a glass-like divine light flame. Burn him whole from the inside out. The fire of the mind is different from the violent flame he controls. Longevity, recovery. Emperor Qingmu Chongqing started, and his emerald-green brilliance shrouded the body of the great Fire Fenchen emperor. He was actually healing the injury caused by the anger, and even made the great Fire Fenchen emperor resist this anger. Emperor Aoki Chongqing. Chu Yuan looked at him. The feeling this great emperor gave him was the most mysterious and terrifying among the 5 emperors. He's strong. Emperor Aoki Chongqing also had to sigh at Chu Yuan's strength, which made it difficult for him to deal with it. No matter how strong you are, you will kill him. The black water is monstrous, and there is a roaring ocean in the universe. The great emperor of the black water is powerful, and his shots are sometimes as soft as water, sometimes as violent as the sea, giving Chu Yuan no chance to continue to fight back. The power of the world. The 5 of them stretched out their palms at the same time. Immediately, countless world laws as strong as a blue dragon surged out, sweeping across the starry sky, forming chains. Each chain had a thick bull mouth, which was extremely eye-catching and dazzling, with a rune shining on it. The law of the world. The holy turtle demon roared, if you don't control a world god-level world, if you fight alone, you are definitely not the opponent of his emperor, and if you fight alone, you will die extremely miserably, which is disgraceful. The winner has the right to write history. The great emperor Hutu Xuanhuan said coldly, several, trap him with the power of the laws of the world and consume his power. No matter what means are used today, we must win this battle. Indeed, the power of Emperor Xuanhuan has made them not care about their face, and it is a good means to win this battle. At this moment, the battle has really reached its white-hot, most intense stage. Stronger than before. Chu Yuan saw that the power of the 5 ancient emperors was much stronger than just now. Before they really joined forces for the first time, they were still not able to manipulate world-class power smoothly, but they could fight against Xuanhuan and gradually use world-class power more smoothly. If they could control the origin of the eternal world, they would definitely become a world god. They are also strong characters, growing up in battle and sublimating in battle. Yes, the more we fight, the more courageous we are, and the more profound the use of the power of the world, and your power is so much, no matter how much you fight, it will not increase sharply. This is our chance, the possibility of winning this war. The great Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven was cold. I am also feeling the power of your world. Xuanhuan does not deny it, but he is also growing up. Kill. The laws of the world swept across, and the holy tortoise monster was horrified. He felt this chi, and knew that the turtle shell with strong defense could not withstand a few times, it would be crushed by the terrifying chain force, and the turtle shell would be broken. The people in the Xuanhu Empire were all nervous. Originally, Emperor Xuanhu gained an advantage, but he fell into a disadvantage again. The ancient five emperors are peerless characters, and they cooperate more and more skillfully. Their strength will become stronger and stronger with the battle, and they will eventually burst out with the power of the gods of the world. How can Emperor Xuanhu resist? The great Emperor Xuanhu will not lose. In the army of Xuanhu, Li Songhai roared that Emperor Xuanhu saved his life, and he was most grateful. Ha ha ha, yes, the five emperors joined forces to fight like this, which shows that they don't dare to fight alone with Emperor Xuanhu. Yang Ting roared, it will be a matter of time before Emperor Xuanhu solves it. Definitely. 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 The Xuanhu army firmly believes that Emperor Xuanhu is the strongest, roaring and roaring. #C693 Rage. Crush him with the power of the world god. Boom boom boom. The roar resounded through the sea of stars. The five emperors occupy 5 positions and surround Xuanhuan in the middle. The laws of the world they jointly created traveled in and out, as if forming a great star formation, with chains attacking from 5 directions. The extremely dangerous bombardment, the people on the side of the Xuanhu Empire would have their eyes split open. These 5 emperors have this kind of power together. When Hongzhong Dala-like voice, Xuanhuan raised his palm, bombarded the world chain that was killing him, and hit a dazzling golden light. Useless. Under their urging, the visions of the world have been intertwined into a stalwart world. The sky is coming, and they are all peerless masters. Naturally, they will not give Xuanhuan a chance. And the 5 emperors joined forces, their power is too vast, endless, as if there is no time to dry up. They absorb the experience of failure just now, and turn it into motivation. Bring it on! Xuanhuan's fists bombarded, and every law of the world came, and they all fought together with him. With his own strength, he resisted the 5 emperors' shots. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that although Emperor Xuanhu is still not at a disadvantage at this moment, once the time delays, he will definitely be trapped in it. And the powerhouses such as the Xuanhu Empire, the Holy Turtle Demon Saint, etc., are also very weak. With their strength, they will definitely die if they break into a battle of this level. Xuanhuan stepped out and set off a huge storm, and the momentum turned into a stalwart god, who wanted to break the blockade. Go back! The ancient 5 emperors shouted and formed the Hand of the World. The power of these 5 people became more and more skilled and vast, and they wanted to take Xuanhuan back. Destroy! Xuanhuan spit out a word, and shattered the Hand of the World, but in the next moment, a stronger world force swept out, as if a tsunami was coming, one wave after another, each wave stronger than the other, endless. Not good. The power of this world, every time a blow is shot, the next blow will condense stronger power, and sooner or later it will skyrocket to the limit that Emperor Xuanhu cannot handle. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint saw the problem, and his heart was heavy. If Emperor Xuanhu dies, can he continue to live on? He has caused so much trouble to the 5 emperors, and he will not let him go. In everyone's eyes, Emperor Xuanhu is like a person caught in a tsunami, drowning and struggling, and will eventually die. Haha, he can't do it anymore, he can't resist us anymore. The great Emperor Fire Fenchen shouted excitedly. Don't be too happy, things are not so simple. Emperor Xuanhuan reminded. In the face of such a turbulent frenzy, Xuanhuan stood in the starry sky, and his expression remained calm. No matter how arrogant these forces were, he just stood still, and he didn't know where his limit was. Although your 5 emperors have joined forces to be comparable to the world gods, your biggest weakness is that you are not really world gods, and 5 people cannot be united and closely connected unless one of you completely controls the world god-level world. Only then can you fight against me. Possible. Xuanhuan's voice was rolling, and it was transmitted with great mana. When he said this, he was heartbroken. If the 5 emperors can monopolize the world god-level world, they will not be divided equally. Humph. Just one sentence to make a gap between the 5 of me, it's impossible. Killing you and dividing up the eternal world can also become a world god, and you can also get all the treasures of the Xuanhu Empire. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted. This was the consensus reached by the 5 people before they joined forces, and destroying the Xuanhu Empire would be of great benefit to them. I am stating a fact. With endless anger, Xuanhuan inspired the power of the human emperor's wrath, and all the laws of the world melted strangely when they arrived in front of him. Instant brilliance. In a split second, he burst out with extremely powerful power, breaking the blockade of the laws of the world, cutting with one finger, cutting through the void in front of him, and actually came to the front of the great fire-burning emperor, and cast the Ragnarok of the gods on him. He wants to use one-by-one attack methods. The 5 of them did not panic, they had long expected Xuanhuan to be like this, and immediately their power was transferred. Killing God picture. A picture of the gods that dominates slaughter suddenly travels, and countless slaughter divine lights form a slaughtering world and kill the past. And the power of dusk also enveloped the great Fire Fenchen Emperor in an instant, the power that wiped out the gods, instantly corroded the strong power of the world, and the light of the twilight of the apocalypse enveloped the great Fire Fenchen Emperor. No, I feel that my vitality is rapidly declining, and the doomsday of the gods is about to be ushered in. The 5 declines of heaven and man. The great fire-burning emperor was shocked. This power is too strange, making it difficult for his mana to compete. His burly body actually aged in a short period of time, his skin slackened, and it was shrouded in a thick twilight that people who are about to die have. And no matter how he expels it, this power is like a maggot in the Tarsus, and it can't be dissipated. In this kind of cooperation, it can also cause such damage to the great fire-burning emperor. The power of longevity. A different look flashed in the eyes of Emperor Aoki Chongsheng. The power of this dusk aroused his greatest interest, and suddenly a power of longevity was injected into the body of the great fire-burning emperor. His twilight was fading away, and he became burly and brave again. Haha, with Emperor Aoki Chongsheng here, your weird methods won't work. The great fire-burning emperor laughed loudly. The power of longevity? Xuanhuan stared at Emperor Aoki Chongsheng. This man didn't talk much, but his longevity power made him feel that this man was far from being as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, now is not the time for him to think about it. World oppression. These 5 emperors once again activated the power of the world pressure, and fixed Xuanhuan within a range, so that he could not leave. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. Fighting against the 5 emperors, his realm did not seem to have improved at all, but his perception of power was huge. This was a hearty battle, which gave him a greater understanding of the world. It seemed to be just a moment, but Xuanhuan unleashed all the 7 supreme and terrifying magical powers in one moment. These 7 supernatural powers finally converged to form the power of the catastrophe of heaven and earth, destroying the world and destroying the universe. The starry sky was originally the color of a vacuum, but at this moment, Xuanhuan was even more dazzling than rampant. The rays of light spread out, and wherever he could reach, he was occupied by the dazzling rays of light, destroying the strongest force in the world. Confronting with the power of the world, this method is like a catastrophe ushered in the heaven and earth. The gods will die in this catastrophe at dusk, and the Emperor Xuanhu is burning with the anger of destroying the world. Emperor Aoki Chongqing saw the key point and immediately reminded. That's right, Xuanhuan also burned the human emperor's wrath when he cast the catastrophe of heaven and earth, which brought this power to a peak. His anger seems to have been accumulating a kind of anger value since this war. The more time passed, the more vigorous the anger, and finally fully erupted. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. The catastrophe of Xuanhuan Tiandi has been killed in this instant, destroying the world-class power of the ancient 5 emperors. #C694 Halftime. As soon as the catastrophe of heaven and earth came out, the light of catastrophe was everywhere, evaporating and shattering, and fell into the destruction of the world. Suddenly, an unparalleled wave radiated out, and the world power condensed by the 5 ancient emperors was shattered and turned into powder, which could not withstand the blow of the catastrophe. These ancient 5 emperors joined hands to exert the power comparable to the gods of the world, but after all, the 5 people are not one heart, each has their own ideas. If the real world gods have one power and no flaws, they can resist the power of catastrophe, but in Xuanhuan's eyes, there are loopholes everywhere. The power of the ancient world of 5 emperors has been broken. The holy turtle demon saint saw this scene and roared excitedly, his blood boiled. He was not defending, but slammed into the 3 beings who were fighting with him with his own body. The morale has been boosted, and the fortune of the empire has grown again. Even the ancient 5 emperors can't help their majesty with such powerful means, so what are they afraid of? As long as Emperor Xuanhu has the means to destroy their world, there is a possibility of defeating them. However, the morale of the 5 ancient empires began to decline. You must know that this time, the 5 emperors joined forces. Shouldn't they be invincible and invincible, but the war has been fought like this, and the battle between the emperors cannot be determined. There was a stalemate in the war, but because of the low morale, the Xuanhu Empire fought back fiercely. Bombard him! The great fire-burning emperor is also roaring. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan was shrouded in dazzling catastrophe power. Wherever his mana swayed, catastrophe destruction occurred. He took a step forward, and this time he directly bombarded Emperor Xuanhuan, smashing his defense with one palm, causing the strong man to vomit blood in the starry sky. Hateful, the power he exudes is actually destroying our world power again, and there is no way to get close to him. The great fire-burning heaven said. This is the power of catastrophe, catastrophe of heaven and earth. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said, there is no other way. With the power of the world we control now, no matter how we do it, it will be destroyed, and he also controls the power of the anger of all living beings. From him, I can see a kind of momentum that originates from the Supreme, like the Supreme Emperor. He saw far more than the others. Then what? In the face of the unstoppable force, Emperor Xuanhuan also lost his mind. At this moment, Xuanhuan came again powerfully. He was the catastrophe, the destroyer who dominated everything. The great devouring technique started to work, and he immediately saw that countless rays from the cosmic starry sky were swallowed by him, and a huge and terrifying black hole appeared behind him, and the stars were sucked by the black hole. Devour. Black hole, great devouring technique. The eyes of the 5 ancient emperors changed again, filled with shock. It's not surprising to know a little bit of devouring, but to drive devouring to such a degree is terrifying and terrifying. He is a huge black hole, devouring energy from other places, and then transforming it into a catastrophe of heaven and earth, breaking their world power. Then in the Great Devourer he devoured their world power. The display of these kinds of methods also made these 5 ancient powerhouses feel a deep sense of helplessness. This person is devouring other energy, making up for his own consumption, and standing in an invincible position. Unleash the power of havoc again. Xuanhuan used the great devouring technique and the catastrophe of heaven and earth at the same time. Retreat. With an extremely helpless retreat, they expressed the helplessness in the hearts of the 5 emperors, because if they did not retreat, it is very likely that someone would fall in the next battle. The great devouring technique makes Xuanhuan invincible. No matter how he uses the extremely consuming ultimate move, he can always replenish his mana by swallowing. They descended into the eternal world in an instant and issued an order to retreat. This battle is not over yet. The purpose of retreating this time is to launch a stronger counterattack. Our 5 emperors have been able to condense the power of the world gods, and through this battle, we have already forced out the means of divine martial arts, and have a plan to deal with them. They made loud noises. The 5 emperors issued an order to retreat. Although the other imperial armies were unwilling, they still retreated. Since the 5 emperors were still based here, there was no panic in the retreating lineup. Xuanhu Empire, forever and ever. Emperor Xuanhu, immortal. Seeing the opponent's army retreat like a tide, the Xuanhu Legion made a sound of excitement and cheers. Although no one won this battle, it was just a draw. However, they resisted the alliance from the 5 ancient kingdoms, so that the other party did not have a devastating destruction, and this time, His Majesty resisted the attack from the 5 emperors alone. Such magical powers left a majestic impression in their minds. The whole army returns to Xuanhu, and all the divisions will do well for the losses of this war. Those who have meritorious deeds will be rewarded, and those who have died will be comforted. All of them will enter the secret realm of Xuanhu to cultivate. Xuanhuan looked at the retreating ancient 5-nation coalition, but did not pursue it. He also knew that this was a normal situation. Although he forced the 5 ancient emperors back, he did not win. The next battle would come faster. It was just a halftime break and the whole army would fight again. What shall we do? Ancestor Fenlei and others were also at a loss, not knowing what to do. Holy Master Yaoguang is also sighing that although Yaoguang Holy Land has existed for a long time and her own strength is also very strong, but the times have changed and she can't help it. I don't know, let's see how the battle situation will change next. Holy Master Yaoguang said. It seems that it can only be like this. Ancient Heaven Demon Saint also nodded. They did not dare to return to their own territory, and could only retreat with the Xuanhu army. They were also afraid that the 5 emperors would take revenge for their defeat in this battle. Although this battle ended in a tie for the time being, it is far from over, and there is no life and death. Everyone seems to see that there will be a more brutal fight next, and they don't know how many more deaths will be left. The army returned to Xuanhu, and the losses were quickly noted. Although the Xuanhu army had killed countless opponents this time, the formed legion had also dropped by a third. The other legions didn't fare much better, and they all saw a lot of attrition. Not to mention the loss of other equipment. War is so cruel, either you die or I die. This is the most vast battle in the eternal world. In order to compete for hegemony, no one can give in, otherwise it will be an abyss. However, although this battle was tragic, all those who survived experienced the baptism of bloody battles and became elites. In addition to calculating the contribution, everyone must have additional rewards. They have become the elite teachers of Xuanhu. They fought bloody on the battlefield and dared to fight. I saw the scene, I am very pleased, Xuanhu has such a scene. Soldiers, you are all warriors of divine martial arts. Xuanhuan encouraged the army. Although the army felt sad for them because of Peio's casualties, their morale did not drop, and they were reborn from ashes, silently preparing for the next battle. #C695 Curse to God. At this moment, Xuanhuan is preparing for the ensuing battle. The ancient 5 emperors were also not idle. It seemed that it was just a tie, but the blow to morale was severe. For them, even if it was a tie, as long as they didn't win, they lost. In a temple. The atmosphere was depressing and dull. Everyone. The great Emperor Xuanhuan said in a hoarse voice, although the battle was a draw, it seems that neither side took advantage of it, but we still lost an edge. The Emperor Xuanhu is mysterious, and his strength will show a terrifying increase almost every day. What should we do next? How to spell? If they don't occupy the eternal world, take this shortcut, and cultivate slowly by themselves, it will be difficult for them to become world gods. We shouldn't have retreated at that time. According to the Emperor, even if we pay the price of falling, we must kill him fiercely. Ever since his return, the great Emperor Fire and Burning Heaven has found that the situation is not what he imagined to be destructive, but the repeated setbacks, making him more and more irritable and unable to suppress. I don't believe that he can go against the sky or not, as long as we do everything. Don't be afraid, you can't deal with him. If he can't deal with Emperor Xuanhu, he will be crazy. I have checked the information about Emperor Xuanhu. The Xuanhu Empire only started to rise when he ascended the throne, so the source of everything lies in him, but there is no specific investigation, and this person is still shrouded in mystery. Emperor Aoki Chongqing was still very calm. We can actually beat him. The great Emperor Heishui Taotian suddenly said, the failure this time is actually that we have not fully manipulated the power of the world gods. Although our power is comparable to the world gods, we have not fully exerted it. Also, our joint efforts it's not perfect, it's full of flaws, and that's why we fail. He can only use the word victory instead of beheading the great Emperor Xuanhu. I also discovered this. Emperor Xuanhuan said, taking advantage of this rest period, we must thoroughly integrate the fate of the 5 great empires together, and truly form the power of the world god. No comment. The strong persecution of Emperor Xuanhu had to give up some interests. After all, once the battle is lost, they get nothing. Let's fight, we can't leave him too much time. Ancient 5 Emperors Road. These 5 people are starting to unite completely. Xuanhuan was in the imperial capital of Xuanhu, and his eyes suddenly shot out a shocking divine light. He saw that the luck of the 5 great empires, from the original 5 pieces, was now converging and merging to become a complete piece, condensing the power of a stronger world god. This time is fast, not too long. When they make a comeback next time, a stronger and more terrifying threat will erupt. 5 fingers can only strike more powerfully when they really clench their fists. And now, the situation in the great eternal world has also undergone tremendous changes. After the previous battle, more and more emperor-level forces have actively disintegrated and merged into the Xuanhu Empire. They also know that there is no place for them in the eternal world now, and the magic power of Emperor Xuanhu is too vast. In front of such a powerful emperor, it would be ridiculous for them to want to maintain their emperor-level power, and they would die miserably. Right now, when Xuanhu needs a strong person the most, they can join in, and they can still have the power of the dragon. Of course, Gudian Demon Sage, Yaoguang Sacred Master, Fenglei Ancestor, and the powerhouses at the peak of the sacred spirit remained silent. Xuanhuan didn't care about that either. These people have not had much impact on the situation. The main forces in this battle are only Xuanhu and the 5 ancient empires. Within the Xuanhu Empire, due to the 3 academy system established by Xuanhuan, although the first battle suffered heavy losses, the people of Xuanhu were trained and immediately added to the army. The casualties were heavy, but this battle boosted the morale of the Xuanhu Empire, and the fighting spirit in the country was even more vigorous than before. As long as Xuanhuan gave an order, they could give up their lives and directly kill the ancient five empires. In the kingdom of the emperor, Xuanhu was promoted to the Imperial dynasty and became even larger. All kinds of resources are put into it regardless of consumption, and more people and gods are born, so that countless people can enter and cultivate. Xuanhu established the country with martial arts, the martial arts flourished, and everyone was belligerent. The next battle is coming, and it will be a battle to decide the outcome. For the sake of the empire, we can only win and not lose. Fight and fight, gods and martial arts are fearless. It will be our destiny to die in battle. The army of Xuanhu was not immersed in the previous damage, but had endless fighting spirit and issued a declaration of victory, firmly believing that Emperor Xuanhu could lead them to victory. He looked at the system space. First, the 128 divine power fruits rewarded this time raised the Great Sealing technique from the 6th level to the 8th level, and then the rest raised the Great Lightning technique to the 7th level. Start random lottery. Xuanhuan also accumulated 5 lottery chances, all of which were drawn. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets Holy Spirit Pill X1. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets Holy Spirit Pill X1. In 2 consecutive lottery draws, Xuanhuan successively won the Holy Spirit Pill. Although the Holy Spirit Pill can make the main god be promoted to the Holy Spirit, and have 2 more Holy Spirits, but for the next battle, the 2 Holy Spirits are of no use. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the Holy Battle Axe X1. Xuanhuan saw that this sacred battle axe was a very powerful sacred artifact, containing the power of opening up the world, but it was not suitable for him. The most suitable one in Xuanhu was the giant spirit general. Let one of the giant spirits carry the emperor's flag and the other to hold the sacred battle axe. Xuanhuan continued to start the lottery. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the sacred artifact Shenwei War Drum X1. After this divine mighty war drum is beaten, it can make the blood of the soldiers boil, and obtain endless blessings of fighting spirit, which is similar to the previous Emperor God banner. There is one last chance to draw. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the Curse of God X1. Curse of God, the curse of hatred, the curse of the gods, the fall of the gods into the most terrifying abyss. Curse to God. The curse of the gods was sealed in a grey orb. The resentment was rolling, and the extremely terrifying and vicious curse power was sealed inside. It was eerie and terrifying. Although it had not been opened yet, the terrifying sound of the curse was already resounding in Xuanhuan's ears. Immediately, he showed the imposing aura of a human emperor to counter the power of this curse. This god's curse is an evil force. Xuanhuan put the ball in the system space. The greatest reliance of the 5 emperors is to control a world of world god level. With this world, even if I want to kill them, it is difficult to kill them, so the way to break the situation is only by confronting the world with the world, breaking it with a more vast source, and extracting the source power that masters the eternal world. His figure flashed and disappeared in the Xuanhu Emperor. #C696, the tide turned. Xuanhuan wants to find a way to break the game and completely defeat the ancient 5 emperors. And now the most likely way to break the situation is to use the source power of the eternal world to launch a more violent attack. He appeared in the eternal city of God. The eternal divine city is in the deepest depths of the demon god abyss, and the demon god abyss is also a passage into the source. The location of the eternal god city is very special. No matter which crack in the demon god abyss you enter, the final destination will definitely be the eternal god city. This is the center of the eternal great world, the heart-like location. The city of the gods in the age of gods. Xuanhuan looked at the eternal God city. He was suspended in the sky above the eternal city of God, and the breath of the Supreme Emperor roared out, and this power suddenly awakened the countless warriors of the gods in the city, and looked at the people who broke into here with blood-red eyes. The warriors of these gods killed Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. He pulled out the emperor's sword, clenched his hands tightly, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, suddenly and fiercely, like a meteor hitting the stars, hitting the center of this divine city. Surging shock waves radiated. Boom! A force sweeps across. Before the countless warriors of the gods could reach them, they were swept away by the force, vanished, and buildings exploded. In Xuanhuan's position, the city of God was shaking and shattered into a vacuum. His power directly smashed into the city of God, and the horror of the human emperor's sword tore apart the ground, destroying the dead, as if he had punched a hole in the ground, and penetrated into the interior of the world. Even if this divine city is powerful, it cannot resist the edge of the human emperor sword. Boom! At this moment, this force frantically destroyed the city of God, as if an oil well had been pierced, and a frenzied energy erupted suddenly. This is the source of the eternal great world. Xuanhuan has long seen that the emergence of the eternal God city has sealed the source of the eternal great world. Now what he has to do is to break the God city, release the power of this source, and finally use it for him. The source is surging. The waves are like tsunamis. The big hole that was penetrated was also spreading rapidly, and the infinite ocean-like source turned into a roaring force and drowned in the entire city of God. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. Through this big hole, he saw that in the very depths of the eternal world, the source power that spreads throughout the whole world, even if a Holy Spirit enters, it will be destroyed into powder in an instant. It is too ferocious and vast, and the eternal great world, as the top world God-level world, is self-evident. Although these sources contain surging and pure power, they are too violent, and the backlash of a big world makes it difficult for ordinary people to use them. The kingdom of the emperor, the great devouring technique. Xuanhuan had been waiting for this moment. A terrifying vision appeared behind him, the kingdom of the emperor appeared, this was the world of Rao, and then the black hole formed by the great devouring technique seemed to be a channel for transferring this power, and refining was absorbed into it. The power of the source also turned into a mad dragon-like murderous intent, charging towards Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan didn't move at all, the rock in the sea. He was fearless, running with the great devouring technique, madly absorbing this power. Boom! The entire eternal great world suddenly vibrated, and it was like a quake. Then everyone saw that in the Xuanhu Empire, an unusually dazzling shenmeng was exuding, and endless vitality was flooding, condensing a force of deadly murderous intent, brewing. This volatility? It seems to be the source power of the eternal world. The fluctuations are sent from the Xuanhu Empire. What is Emperor Xuanhu doing? Is he opening the eternal God city, taking out the source of the banned eternal great world for his use, and then mobilizing world-class power to fight our strength? The origin of the eternal great world is too vast, even the world God-level world we control cannot be compared with the eternal great world. We also want to control the eternal great world, and we can only move this source after unifying the eternal great world and after all the people return to their hearts, but the great Emperor Xuanhu did it directly. The ancient 5 emperors were retreating, and they were shocked when they saw this vision, suddenly. That Emperor Xuanhu is actually using the power of the source directly to grow his empire, which is amazing. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said calmly, he can devour, and the power of swallowing is stronger than I imagined. Emperor Xuanhu is in the eternal city of God, although the source power is violent, but it is swallowed and absorbed by him. Even if he can master the devouring technique, he can't bear such a ferocious energy and will be burst. The great fire emperor roared loudly. This emperor is not finished yet. Emperor Aoki Chongqing gave him a cold look. I suspect that he controls a world that can continue to grow. Although it is not as big as the eternal world, it is of a very high level, but as for what kind of world it is impossible to speculate. Even if he can't fully control the source power of the eternal world, that is our disaster. Emperor Hutu Xuanhuan was afraid of Xuanhuan's methods. This feeling is very bad. so we can't let him go on. The great Emperor Gung Jinkrak was murderous. He knew that in the eternal world, once Xuanhuan had mastered the power of the source, the power they fought together would not be able to resist him at all, and they would also become losers. No, Emperor Xuanhuan took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, they noticed the vast wave bombardment coming, and immediately looked at it. In the source of the infinite eternal world, a bright figure raised his sword. I don't know what sword it was. A sword swept out a vast torrent and turned into a dazzling river of light. Boom! Their empire is also shrouded in the power of the country and the world at this moment. But suddenly suffered this blow, their empire had a shocking earthquake, countless cities began to be destroyed, the earth cracked, and infinite places were broken. Guard the country! The ancient 5 emperors used their mana at the same time to counter Xuanhuan's blow with their combined strength. The warriors of the gods. Xuanhuan's will condensed the stalwart giant with the national fortune, and he made a loud voice, the decisive battle to completely wipe out the 5 ancient empires is coming, and the source power of my running the eternal world will be turned into an eternal halo to protect you. Now kill in the direction I point to and create an empire that belongs to Xuanhuan. In the first battle, the 5 ancient emperors launched an attack. In the second battle, Emperor Xuanhuan personally counterattacked. Kill kill kill. War on the 5 ancient empires. Eternal great world, only Xuanhuan. The army of Xuanhuan has set off again. This battle is different from before. Emperor Xuanhuan is already controlling the source power of the eternal world. It is a bright battle, a battle that truly decides victory or defeat. #C697 Decisive Battle. The decisive battle begins. This battle was initiated by Xuanhuan himself. Boom! Yangting beat the drums himself. Xuanhuan Expedition. The giant spirit general held the emperor's flag and walked in front of him with a tall body. Behind him, a rolling army swept across the Aoki Longevity Empire, like a roaring torrent. The Aoki Longevity Empire is the closest to Xuanhuan, and the target of natural strikes is them first. The fighting spirit is high, everyone has the determination to win, and there is no fear. Block it, use the Aoki Chongqing Empire as the battlefield, and fight against the Xuanhuan Empire. The soldiers and horses of the 5 ancient empires also gathered in the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. After the arrival of the army, they immediately moved their nests and fought fiercely with the Xuanhuan army. At this moment, people are still these people. But what is different from before is that Xuanhuan extracted the source of the eternal great world and blessed the army, as if the Xuanhuan Empire was the master of this world, covering the world, but they were just outsiders and could not get any blessing from the source. Ha 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 ha. The holy turtle demon saint is shrouded in infinite source power, laughing loudly. He is still facing the 3 powerhouses, but at this time, he can not only protect, but also counterattack again and again to contain more powerhouses on the other side. Kill. Killing comes. The Xuanhuan army was blessed by the origin of the world, and their combat power was several times fiercer than before. There is no justice in the fight between countries, it is a collision of interests. Emperor Xuanhuan. When the great fire emperor saw such a scene, he also let out a long whistle. I want to destroy our plan like this. This emperor tells you that it is impossible. I have drawn the power of the eternal world, and I will completely solve you in this battle. Xuanhuan decomposed the origin of the eternal great world with the kingdom of the emperor. Turned into rolling energy. This is something that the ancient 5 emperors couldn't do, because they didn't know how to devour, and they didn't possess the human emperor sword, so they couldn't be as unscrupulous as Xuanhuan. Our strength is also stronger. The 5 ancient emperors appeared at the same time, and the mana was vast. The power of the world gods they condensed this time was oppressed by the rumbling, and it was indeed several times more tyrannical than before. Xuanhuan also appeared on their battlefield. The 5 ancient emperors did not see the vision of swallowing, but they knew that his whole person was exuding the power of swallowing, and the power seemed to be swallowed up in front of him. A five-colored torrent suddenly fell from the sky and hit Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan didn't move, and his strength reached him. His power has also reached a limit. His strength is much stronger than before. The great Emperor Xuanhuan said with fear, "This person has infinite means, and the power to absorb the eternal source is even more difficult to deal with than that day. This battle will be the most difficult battle, and it is impossible to retreat to the previous one. The time has come. Still have a chance." Emperor Aoki Chongqing's eyes flashed. Although he can extract the eternal source, he has not yet achieved control. Before completely cleaning up all the enemies, he cannot control it. This power can only be used, not dominated. Yes, Chongqing is right, there is still a chance. In fact, you can't see it. He extracts the source of the eternal world like this. It seems that the power is vast, but it leaves hidden dangers. The backlash of power, when the time comes, the whole world will fight back against him. The black water, monstrous, the great emperor said. Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven's golden sword split the sky, and said coldly, "Then we will add fuel to the fire, forcing him to a limit, and letting the power of the world bite him back. A person's fall from heaven to hell is only a matter of moments. He is also preparing to do everything to fight with us. Now we will see who can survive to the end." Emperor Xuanhuan had a solemn expression on his face. "Have you discussed how to make a move?" Xuanhuan looked at them. "Humph. You are only strong from the outside and work at the same time. This emperor sees that you are also under great pressure. You won't be arrogant for long." Between the ancient five emperors, the atmosphere was earth-shattering, and the united hand, a big hand of the world killed the past, with wild waves. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan is the master of the catastrophe. When the catastrophe strikes, all the forces are plunged into destruction. Kill, our five emperors join forces, no one is afraid. These five emperors are also peerless figures, and they rushed over at the same time, and they were bombarded wildly with supernatural powers, trying to get close to Xuanhuan, but they were shocked to find that the power of catastrophe surrounding Xuanhuan was too violent. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the power of catastrophe burst violently, leaping across the void in an instant, hitting the black water monstrous emperor. The great emperor Heishui Taotian was in pain, his whole body was about to be torn apart, and the power of the other party's catastrophe was dedicated to destroying the power of the world. But immediately, Emperor Aoki Chongqing waved his hand, and the vitality of Chongqing was injected into his body. There is longevity, as long as he can't kill us in an instant, no matter how badly injured, don't be afraid. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted. "I grant longevity." Like immortality and immortality, Emperor Aoki Chongqing exerted the vitality of immortality, and shrouded the aura of immortality on the rest of the four emperors. You are indeed the most mysterious of the five emperors. Xuanhuan wanted to see his true nature. This emperor gave Xuanhuan a completely different feeling. You are more mysterious than Bendi, aren't you? Emperor Aoki Chongqing said coldly. Xuanhuan didn't answer, but his body was shaken, and the more terrifying power of devouring came into play, and the radiant Tianhe, the eternal source he extracted, was swept over by the crystal-bright Tianhe, as brilliant as the Milky Way. These sources were devoured by his horror and transformed into his power. If he can't be a world god, he will suffer backlash from the power of extracting the eternal source like this. He can't bear the backlash of a world. The great fire-burning heaven said viciously. That's right, when things reach a limit, it will be a disaster. He has not yet surpassed the strength of the eternal world. The black water monstrous emperor also said. The fire burns the sky. The great emperor Ruihua Fenshin suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood seemed to have spirituality, and every drop of blood burst out with a scorching star-like light, which was absorbed on his fist and bombarded with his power. This is a means of depleting one's own essence and blood. Violent. He also unleashed a rage in an instant, and his strength increased layer by layer. He was still a long way from Xuanhuan, but it came in an instant, and the terrifying power turned the world upside down. There is Emperor Aoki Chongqing blessing for them, and he is not afraid to consume it. You can't be violent in front of me. Xuanhuan said solemnly, the king is in the 8 wastes and 4 seas, dominates the battlefield, he can sway, carrying the vast power in his hand, and gently falling, the fury of the great fire-burning emperor is still in front of him. As soon as he raised his hand, there was a loud bang, and the great fire-burning emperor was knocked into the air by him, screaming miserably. #C698 Strange sound. Xuanhuan downplayed it, and shot the great emperor of fire and burning heaven at will. They can see that this is the strength that Xuanhuan has after forcibly extracting the eternal source. This is an act of madness. If he is desperate, the stronger he is, the crazier he will be, and he will definitely not be able to bear it. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted loudly. My strength has no limits. Based on their knowledge, it is indeed true that they are not world gods. Such an infinite extraction of the power of the origin of the world is courting death, and almost no one can withstand the backlash of the world. But they misestimated the power of the emperor's kingdom and the great devouring technique. With these two forces, Xuanhuan has no limit. And the power of the source of the world was extracted with his madness. Many places in the eternal world collapsed, many mountains containing spiritual energy were also depleted, and the earth showed evaporation and destruction. Boom! He slapped the great emperor Xuanhuan with a slap, shattering his defenses, ignoring the actions of the other emperors, killing one of them first, so he directly pursued the great fire-burning emperor. His 5 fingers fell, and that was 5 terrifying killing lights. What? The great fire-burning emperor screamed, his body was dripping with blood, the emperor robe on his body was torn to pieces, and hot blood flowed out. I fought with you. The great fire-burning emperor waved the flame fist, and the blood made him more and more violent and fierce. I am too familiar with your power. Xuanhuan did not extract the power of the eternal source at first. The purpose was to figure out the means of the 5 emperors, and now that he has figured it out, it is time to end this game. He also punched out, the thunder was bright, the emperor was supreme, and he went away violently. The great fire-burning emperor screamed, and the whole person arched suddenly, like a prawn, and let out a scream of pain. Compared with the severe pain of the body, the torture of the mind is the most painful. I can't let him kill the great fire emperor fire-burning heaven. If he fights, he doesn't care about anything. Except for Emperor Aoki Chongqing, who was still calm, the other 3 emperors were going crazy, rushing over, trying to stop Xuanhuan's beheading. After preparing for so long, the opportunity of the world god is in front of you, who can bear this kind of failure willingly. The fierce battle between the great Emperor Xuanhuan and the 5 ancient emperors has officially entered the most tragic stage of fighting. Xuanhuan unrestrictedly draws the power of the eternal source, and with every move he kills, the imposing matter is vast. The power of the Supreme suppresses the 8 wastes, and makes the fighting of the 5 ancient emperors seem extremely powerless in front of him. Emperor Xuanhuan, he is too strong. Seeing this scene, Gu Tianmashing trembled in fear and said in awe, if it were me, I would be torn apart by him in an instant, and I even wanted to rebel against him. Even the 5 emperors in ancient times joined forces, and couldn't compete with him. God's might. Could it be that the eternal world will be the age of Xuanhuan in the future? Ancestor Fenglei also trembled. When the strength reaches a certain peak, all resistance is futile, and the only thing that can be done is to obey the general trend. I don't believe it, he is really invincible. The great Emperor Gengjin splitting heaven is also frantically slashing with his golden sword, cutting out a way of life, but what makes him powerless is that no matter how his sword erupts, it cannot hurt the great Emperor Xuanhuan. This man's means are too perfect. Offensive defense is completely flawless. Twilight of the Gods. The dusk of the Chunyuan gods fell, and they wanted to erode their power. At the same time, more power was attacked to the great emperor Qingmu Chongqing, and I wanted to test the limit of this emperor's longevity. I have longevity. With the halo of immortality, Emperor Aoki Chongqing actually resisted the twilight of the gods with his immortality. This had to let Chunyuan know that this emperor was taciturn and rarely spoke, but sometimes it was the most terrifying when he didn't speak. It can be said that without the assistance of Emperor Aoki Chongqing, I am afraid that this battle would have ended long ago, and because of his assistance, every ultimate move of Chunyuan could not achieve the expected effect. A good support is enough to change the situation of the battle. Break up the world. The 5 emperors started again, and the world power they condensed shattered and became a vast chaos. Immediately, the chaotic divine light turned into a giant axe that opened up the world and slashed at Chunyuan. Instant brilliance. Boom. With a moment of brilliant power, Chunyuan turned into an eternal divine light, piercing the chaotic world with a single blow. His palm moved again, and a beam of light shot out directly, causing the catastrophe of heaven and earth. It's this kind of catastrophe again. They are about to go crazy. If it wasn't for Chunyuan's repeated use of the power of catastrophe, it would be difficult for their world power to be effective. Humanity supreme. Chunyuan's imposing manner is boundless, breaking through the alliance of the 5 emperors, and the majesty of the supreme humanity is madly distributed. The 5 emperors retreated at the same time and suffered unbearable trauma. He walked in one step and opened the supreme humanity, like the only master. In front of the emperor, their proclamation was ridiculous, and he immediately raised his arms and swept across, and immediately the 4 emperors vomited blood. Emperor Aoki Chongqing did not vomit blood, he had the power of longevity, and quickly enveloped his vitality to restore their injuries. I can't keep fighting like this. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted, I don't know where his limit is. According to reason, his power is already peaked enough, but I don't feel that he has reached the limit. It seems like a black hole, all energy can be swallowed. But we can't deal with him either. Heishui Taotian said bitterly. Perseverance, only persistence, as long as he can't kill us, it's not a loss, our toughness is more terrifying than he imagined. The battle has reached this stage, and the 5 emperors deeply feel their own infinity. Chunyuan's power is a bottomless pit, never knowing the limit, and they can't see any bright hope. Returning with great ambitions, he thought he could sweep everything, but the cruel facts gave them a slap in the face. It's not a loss. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said calmly. Human sovereign is angry. Chunyuan clenched the emperor's sword, and he lost his patience and slowly fought with the 5 emperors. The human emperor sword shone brightly. At this moment, he extracted more power from the eternal source, and it converged with the fate of the empire. In an instant, the power of raging anger burned on it. No, he is frantically extracting the power of the eternal source, which is more than 10 times fiercer than before, and blessed on that sword. What kind of artifact is that sword? Oh my God, it can withstand so much eternal power. Supreme sword. Is he going to start beheading us? The 5 emperors saw the anger burning on the emperor's sword, and there was a deep fear in their eyes. The power of that anger was too powerful. His goal is the great fire-burning emperor. Emperor Aoki Chongqing suddenly said. I? The great fire-burning emperor's face was pale. If this sword fell, he would definitely not be able to survive with his strength. It's over, you can't keep going. Suddenly, an inexplicable voice came out, not from Chunyuan, but from the eternal divine city, which immediately suppressed the fluctuation of the origin of the world. #C699 Extinction. This sound swept across the entire eternal world. The entire eternal great world was in turmoil. Originally, the demonic abyss had spread all over the eternal great world, but suddenly, like the eruption of underground magma, an infinite dazzling torrent flooded up from the crack, and the power was violent, like the sea filling the whole world. Boom! Destructive fluctuations are transmitted throughout the eternal great world, and destruction occurs everywhere. God, what the hell happened? These are actually the source power of the eternal world, and they are actually submerged. No, this is to destroy the world and destroy all living beings. The sudden movement interrupted the battle between the Xuanhuan Empire and the 5 ancient empires. Everyone watched in horror. This is the power of the world to kill them all here, leaving no living beings. The eternal world has changed. The ancient 5 emperors seem to know something. Xuanhuan's eyes also immediately looked at the changes in this world. Penetrating through the layers of void, he saw a tall figure floating on top of a bright and crystal clear ocean. It was he who started this wave of annihilation. Eternal World Lord, Xuanhuan said coldly. The Eternal World Lord has awakened, and he wants to destroy this world in advance and harvest the creatures of this world. It was Emperor Aoki Chongqing who spoke, and he said calmly, soon, the entire world will be destroyed under manipulation, everything will return to chaos, and after endless years, life will reappear. How could he wake up so quickly? It's all because of this Emperor Xuanhuan. A truce, a truce. The sound of this armistice was made by both sides at the same time. The changes in the eternal world and the fluctuations in the destruction of the world have made their war meaningless. Boom! The huge wave slapped. This was the crushing of the world. The power of the world controlled by the 5 ancient emperors was nothing in front of this force, and it was immediately divided into 2 slaps towards the Xuanhuan Empire and the 5 ancient empires. Humph! Xuanhuan and the 5 ancient emperors naturally would not sit back and watch this power destroy them, and at the same time attract power to resist. An era, it will end after all, let me guide you, you can no longer exist. The Eternal World Lord floating in the source suddenly opened his eyes, and the divine light caused layers of time and space to change. He slowly sat up, looked here, and instantly appeared in this battlefield. He is the Eternal World Lord. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint studied ancient history and knew that this was a warrior under the command of God. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is the world god of the Age of Gods, who is not dead, and is still controlling the power of the eternal great world. The eternal great world has not gone to destruction, and I control this world, how can I die?" The tall body of the Eternal World Lord contains infinite power. His indifferent eyes glanced, and finally solidified on Xuanhuan. Originally, this era did not end so soon, but you have threatened my existence. He said this to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan unscrupulously extracted the origin of the world, but he couldn't attack him, which has already made the Eternal World Lord feel a strong threat. If he continues, this person's power will skyrocket to the point where he can't even deal with it. The Age of the Gods? The gods have disappeared, and although you are not dead, your peak has passed. Xuanhuan looked at the Eternal World Lord. God is immortal, and will come again in the end. Even I am not dead. God is so detached, how can an existence that achieves immortality die? The Eternal World Lord said, "Destroy the world, let everything turn into chaos." Although you didn't die, the gods encountered misfortune back then, and as a subordinate of gods, you didn't feel so good. This so-called extinction of the world is just because you want to harvest all the creatures in this world, plunder their lives, and continue your life for you. Xuanhuan said, "You can't allow me to devour the power of the origin of the world and kill the 5 ancient emperors. If you can't control the situation like this, your destruction of the world will be impossible, and you won't be able to harvest the life force of all living beings." He knows that although the Eternal World Lord is still alive, he has been traumatized by the disaster and needs the energy of countless creatures to maintain his life. When the 5 emperors died, their power would be plundered and swallowed by Xuanhuan, and they would not fall on him. And this is not the most terrifying. Once Xuanhuan unified the entire eternal world, the next step will lead the entire empire to threaten him. The great Emperor Xuanhu is too terrifying. The Eternal World Lord has found that although he is a world god, he can't perceive the movement in the Xuanhu Empire. There is a very strong force guarding him, which makes him feel very jealous. You are very smart. The Eternal World Lord said, let everything return to chaos, I will make this world start from the origin again, maintain my life, wait for the day when God returns, and follow God to fight in this universe again. His simple sentence of returning to chaos was even crueler than the battle between the Xuanhu Empire and the 5 ancient empires. Everyone will die, the Xuanhu Empire and the 5 ancient empires are losers, and only the Eternal World Lord is the final winner. Boom boom boom. The eternal world is collapsing, and there are fluctuations in the destruction of the world everywhere. Imperial luck. At this time, Xuanhuan mobilized the national fortune of the Xuanhu Empire to protect the entire empire and prevent fluctuations from spreading. With the great emperor, we can't die. The people of the Xuanhu Empire have always believed in this. The Eternal World Lord's brows are also slightly wrinkled. God is dead, he can't come back, he can't be immortal. Emperor Aoki Chongqing suddenly said. God has realized immortality, and immortality, beyond the universe, he will not die. All of you 5 emperors have obtained the great luck of the eternal world, die for me, I need your strength. The Eternal World Lord is murderous. He directly attacked the ancient 5 emperors, and with a wave of his palm, the origin of the world turned into a water column and rushed past. Naturally, the ancient 5 emperors would not sit still. They also joined forces to mobilize the power of the world to counter the Eternal World Lord. But in the eternal world, he holds the power of the world, the gods of the world, and the power is unmatched. The counterattack of the 5 ancient emperors shattered in an instant, and they suffered a huge blow. Damn, we are not his opponents at all in the eternal world, and we are fighting with Emperor Xuanhu one after another, and our strength is too much. The great fire burning heaven said angrily. If it is in the world god level world under our control, it is impossible for him to deal with us. Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven said. The Lord of Eternal Realm is expressionless and indifferent. He shot again and manipulated the power of the world to completely kill the 5 ancient emperors here. Kill the 5 emperors first, and then kill the difficult emperor, Xuanhu. Without these strongest masters, no one in the eternal world can resist his power. The 5 of you also want to rebel against me in my world, it's a fantasy. In the power of the Eternal World Lord to destroy the world, the 5 emperors could not fight back. What should I do? I'm not reconciled. The great fire burning heaven said. There is only one way, to sacrifice the power of the national fortune, and sacrifice the 5 empires. This emperor has already seen the weakness of the Eternal World Master. In the Xuanhu Empire, the origin of the world cannot be submerged there. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said. Is there only one way? Give up the eternal world, give up all the foundations. This is the only way. If you don't give up, we will all die in the hands of the Eternal World Lord. Give up, don't want everything here, we still control a world of world god level, and there will be a comeback. Haha, Emperor Xuanhu, didn't you think that we fought so madly, but in the end no one won, we were all losers. Based on this, my heart of the great fire burning heaven will be happy. These 5 emperors actually began to give up their foundations in the eternal world, sacrificed their national fortune, and wanted to leave the eternal world. #C700 Guard. The ancient 5 emperors knew the emergence of the Eternal World Master. They were not opponents in the eternal world. If they stayed, they would die here, so they sacrificed all the national fortunes of the 5 empires in an instant. The power after this burning is extremely terrifying. There is no way, the Eternal World Lord is too terrifying. They have not yet been able to unify the eternal great world and cannot gather the strongest power. If they do not leave, they are likely to die here today. The temptation to break through the world is great, but only living is the most important thing. Destroy the world. The Eternal World Lord is indifferent and ruthless. He urged the origin of the world to rage away, and the sea of anger suddenly surged up, and the burning power of the 5 emperors also collapsed. Although you are a world god, your power is far from the peak. If you leave the eternal world, you are nothing. The burning power of the 5 emperors broke through the sky and opened up the void. They also knew that it was too dangerous to fight with a world god and the world under his control. This kind of price was not something they could afford. Leave here. Although the power of the Eternal World Lord is vast, his power is not perfect. The position of the Xuanhuan Empire is like a missing piece of the puzzle, so that his power cannot truly be united, giving them a chance to leave. God save us. Take us away, let's not die here. We are willing to follow the Emperor and leave together. The people of the 5 empires are also looking at the ancient 5 emperors, hoping to save them from leaving. The more people we bring, the bigger the flaws, and if we drag it on, we will really be trapped in the eternal world. It's hateful, we used up too much power before, if we were unified early, where would there be any destruction? World. The ancient 5 emperors could not take too many people away. Boom. At the moment when the Eternal World Lord came with a wave of power, the 5 ancient emperors abandoned their empire after all, broke the void passage with the world god-level power under their control, and disappeared into the eternal world. A peerless figure like the ancient 5 emperors could abandon everything for their own life. How could they be for the life and death of others? Put yourself in a dangerous situation. However, when Emperor Aoki Chongqing left, he took the sacred tree of longevity with him. The emperor is gone. The emperor abandoned us, and our faith collapsed. We are all abandoned people. Countless people from the 5 ancient kingdoms were abandoned in the eternal world. They were desperate, their eyes were blind, and the gods in their hearts collapsed. Instead of saving them, they abandoned them here to suffer the catastrophe of the world. They threw the weapons in their hands, and some people hugged and cried. And some people committed suicide in despair because of the emperor's abandonment. There were cries everywhere. Gone. The Eternal World Lord said indifferently, they jointly controlled the power of the world gods, and the appearance of the Xuanhuan Empire made me destroy the world early. This era has not ended so quickly, and it will end at the most prosperous moment, because you appeared. Loopholes. Although the people of the ancient 5 kingdoms collapsed, the Xuanhuan Empire has not collapsed. Their great emperor is still standing here stalwart. The first emperor of Xuanhu's founding country died on Solsheng Mountain. He was plundered and harvested by you, and harvested his life essence, and 300,000 gods and soldiers were buried with him. Xuanhuan said. He remains calm. When the eternal god city appeared, he knew how the first emperor died. There are too many people who died in my hands. The world has been destroyed several times. I can't remember who I killed in my hands. The Eternal World Lord said indifferently, life was not even a number in his eyes. He looked at Xuanhuan, they have all gone, why haven't you left? You are a more terrifying and powerful existence than them. He was forced to destroy the world ahead of schedule and could not maximize the benefits, all because of this person. I can't go. Xuanhuan shook his head, behind me is my country, my countless people, I am their belief, their god, if I leave, they will also die, and there will be no one in the entire Xuanhuan Empire. Live. The ancient 5 emperors can abandon their empires. But Xuanhuan couldn't give up. These are all his people, and they believe in his existence. As the emperor of a country, how could Xuanhuan abandon them? Also, things were not completely out of his control. You are a benevolent, loving emperor. Eternal World Lord said, but I can let them go, but you are the only one who can't go, you are too mysterious, I want to take your secret. The 5 ancient emperors can leave, although they are powerful, but there is also the intention of the Eternal World Master. He is unwilling to spend too much power on the ancient 5 emperors to obtain benefits of little value. In his eyes, the 5 ancient emperors had no secrets. But Xuanhuan was different. Even the Eternal Boundary Lord felt incomparably mysterious in his rise. With the origin of his control over this world, he could not know what was going on inside the Xuanhu Empire, or what his adventures were. Although he is the god of the world, when the god encountered disaster, he also suffered a fatal blow, otherwise he would not maintain his life in the way of destroying the world. He will leave the strongest power to Xuanhuan, destroy him, and possibly even get him out of this state. I won't leave either. Xuanhuan said, I will protect my people, because I am their emperor. Look, this is our great emperor. Even in the face of the Eternal Boundary Lord, he did not retreat or run away, but stood in the front. The 5 ancient emperors abandoned their people who believed in them and ran away, but the great emperor Xuanhu did not. He wanted to fight the Eternal World Lord. The faces of the people of Xuanhu were full of pride. At this moment, stronger beliefs condensed. Even the terrifying Eternal World Lord, they were willing to die for Emperor Xuanhu. Now, Xuanhuan ordered them to give their lives immediately, and they would not hesitate at all. The people believe in the emperor. And the great emperor must also protect the people and not abandon them. His infinite brilliance has sheltered his people at this moment. Save us. The 5 emperors abandoned us, only the great Emperor Xuanhu can save us. The supreme and holy Emperor Xuanhu, only you can save countless creatures in the eternal world. We are willing to give our faith to you. The people of the 5 ancient empires put down their weapons and looked at Emperor Xuanhu. This is their only chance to survive, and it is also the only emperor who stayed in the eternal world and did not abandon his own people. It's not that they want to turn their heads and believe in Emperor Xuanhu, but the 5 emperors abandoned them. If the 5 emperors did not abandon them, but took them to fight with epic battles, even if the ancient 5 emperors died in battle, they would train them for the 5 emperors, and would not believe in the great Emperor Xuanhu. But now, only Emperor Xuanhu is still protecting his people. This is the real king. #C701 Belief. I will protect my people. Xuanhuan's loud voice came out and issued his own declaration. Like a ray of light in the darkness, the dawn in the annihilation of the world, shining in the hearts of everyone, a powerful aura overwhelms the sky and protects the people. At this moment, only Emperor Xuanhu is still protecting them. Only Emperor Xuanhu is willing to fight against the Eternal World Lord. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. Emperor Xuanhu. With endless boiling voices, everyone was praying, and their beliefs were injected into Emperor Xuanhu. The image of this emperor was too tall and majestic. As long as he was there, everything would not collapse. There has never been a moment where faith has been so strong. The creatures of the entire eternal world are willing to become the subjects of Emperor Xuanhu and receive his protection. Do all the creatures in a big world believe in the Emperor Xuanhu? The Eternal World Lord said, then destroy all the creatures in this big world, open a new cycle of reincarnation, and start all over again. When he said this, his face was expressionless. He waved his palm, and the ocean of the origin of the world drowned. Since these people believed in Emperor Xuanhu, he would destroy these people from the source, making Xuanhuan a loner and killing him here. Destruction is coming, the end is coming. The kingdom of the emperor. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to retreat. This is his Xuanhu Empire. Suddenly, the kingdom of the emperor under his control also exudes brilliance and supreme power. As long as there is faith in Xuanhuan, the kingdom of the emperor will exist. This is the world you control. The Eternal felt a thorn in his side. Under the protection of the emperor's kingdom, his actions of destroying the world simply by the origin of the world could not achieve the original results. The Emperor protects us. All excited. The only thing we can do is to dedicate our beliefs, so that Emperor Xuanhuan has stronger power to fight against the Eternal World Lord. This is everyone's only hope. The national fortune belonging to Xuanhuan is even more majestic, and it is also showing the momentum of the Sea of Anger. An ant shakes the sky. The Eternal World Lord doesn't care. The first emperor of Xuanhuan died at your hands, and the 300,000 Xuanhuan army was the elite. Now that I want to destroy my empire, I will behead you. Xuanhuan is magnificent and majestic. With a force, he broke through the past and the present, walked directly towards the Eternal World Lord, and took the initiative to attack. The more heroic he showed, the stronger the confidence of the people, and it would also make him stronger. Although the Eternal World Lord is strong, the era has changed, it is no longer the era of God, and he does not have the strength of the peak. And all the creatures in the world spurned him. Eternal World, no one can shake me. The Eternal Boundary Lord's eyes shot out fierce divine light, and with a thought, Xuanhuan's position collapsed immediately, endless vacuum, deadly murderous intent, and the origin of the world was strangled madly. As long as he is in the Eternal World, he can mobilize any killing power. However, Xuanhuan didn't care. His power was too powerful at this moment. He carried the glory of an empire, and he held it with a big hand and was fearless. The origin of the boundless world surged forward, like a mad dragon in a sea of rage, wanting to crush him. Great devouring technique. However, Xuanhuan walked leisurely in the source of the world, devoured the power of the source, and transported it to the kingdom of the emperor. You are devouring my power and feeding back your world. The Eternal Boundary Lord finally made a sound of rage. Just a moment ago, he did not know how much of the origin was swallowed by Xuanhuan. He could clearly sense that the power of the other world was rapidly increasing. Only relying on the power of the origin of the world can't help me. The Eternal World Lord holds the power of the source of the eternal great world. But Xuanhuan also has 3 great weapons. The kingdom of the emperor, the great devouring technique, and all living beings believe in his will. I know. The Eternal World Lord also knows that the impact of the source can deal with this kind of strange existence, that is, it is sending strength to the other party. Swish! He disappeared and appeared on top of Xuanhuan's head in the next instant. The power of the world condensed in his palm, like the hand of the god suddenly falling down, wanting to pluck Xuanhuan's head. It all happened in an instant. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and he couldn't be careless when he fought against this kind of existence. At the moment when the hand of God fell, he also slammed his palm, violent thunder surging out, and they fought together in an instant. Boom! The world exploded. But immediately after, the Eternal World Lord launched thousands of killing moves between his breaths, each of which was intense and vast. It is too painful to fight him in the eternal world. No matter how you resist, he controls the time and space of a world, and it is difficult to fight him. Eternal. All the power of the world bombarded Xuanhuan, and a big world was crowding him out. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint felt that without the protection of Emperor Xuanhuan, his tortoise shell would be crushed and shattered in an instant. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan blasted the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Since the other party is dealing with him with the power of the world, then he will destroy the other party's world. The world came and collided with the catastrophe of heaven and earth, and unimaginable fluctuations broke out. The space of the entire eternal world was collapsing layer by layer, and the world power of the Eternal World Master could not really defeat Xuanhuan. Breaking the myth. Another trick. The Eternal World Lord is the myth of the Age of God. Today, Xuanhuan will let this myth wither, and the ancient beam of light suddenly burst out. If the catastrophe of heaven and earth is dedicated to destroying the world, then the destruction of the myth is the end of the myth of the Eternal World Lord. The light of the world appeared on the Eternal World Lord, and the mythical beam fell on him. The power was so vast that he had no way to counterattack for a while, especially the artistic conception contained in it, which made him even more suspicious. Twilight of the Gods. There is no Xuanhuan imagined by the Eternal World Lord, who can only be beaten passively, but attack madly. This emperor deserves the name of Xuanhuan. His martial style is strong, and he takes the initiative to attack and press the Eternal World Lord. The power of Ragnarok. The Eternal Realm stunned. The end of the Age of Gods is lonely, and it is also equivalent to the peak of the sunset. In his eyes, there seems to be a terrifying moment when the gods disappeared, all the strong men under the gods suffered disasters and went to the end. His eyes were blood red, and Xuanhuan's power angered him. God never ends, no. The red glow shrouded, and the Eternal World Lord strode forward, shaking the twilight of the gods with a brilliant blow, making the power stronger. The fate of the empire is shrouded, the beliefs of countless people are blessed, Xuanhuan is indifferent, and the gods in his broad palm are at dusk. You will eventually walk into the dusk. Xuanhuan used the twilight of the gods to interpret the catastrophe of the heavens and the earth, as if to reproduce the horror of his suffering. And this kind of bombardment also made it difficult to exert the powerful power of the Eternal World Lord. He would never forget that day. The means controlled by Emperor Xuanhuan made him feel a kind of tremor from his soul. I have survived the real twilight of the gods, how can I be afraid of you? The Eternal Realm drank violently. Curse to God. #C702 Anger of All Beings. The curse on the gods began to erupt in Xuanhuan's hands, and a dark, vicious air flow directly bombarded the Eternal World Lord. This is? The Eternal World Lord saw this force slamming against him, his eyes stared up, and his face suddenly changed. God's curse. Boom. The curse of God broke out, and Xuanhuan and the Eternal World Lord fought so many tricks in order to hit him with the power of the curse and achieve the greatest victory. Don't try to curse me. The power of the curse made him feel a deep tremor, and he would not resist it with his own body. In the eternal world, he could teleport to any place in an instant. Forbidden. Xuanhuan was already prepared. The gate of the void, the gate of thunder, the gate of yin and yang, the gate of flame, the gate of ice, and 5 portals appeared, surrounding the Eternal Realm Lord, sweeping out 5 torrents, blocking his teleportation retreat. These 5 portals. When the Eternal World Lord saw it, he exclaimed in shock, the portal to summon the power of the source, the bridge of power, damn it, how can you have these things? In an instant, the curse of God turned into the most evil power and began to infect the body of the Eternal World Lord. The countless resentments, endless roars, and incomparably terrifying aura were like the thickest black mist. The power of the curse not only impacts the body, but also impacts the soul. This kind of power is so strange that it is not something that can be used by humans at all. On the body of the Eternal World Lord, black energy suddenly entangled, as if there was a most sinful existence, leaving dark palm prints one after another on his crystal and dazzling body. Curse against God. The Eternal Lord gritted his teeth. His power was not at its peak, and the power of the curse began to frantically destroy him, making his divine body begin to dim, begin to decline, and gradually disintegrate. Eternal promise. He resisted the power of the curse. Immediately, the curse wrapped around him disappeared, and he spit out a black breath, as if he had been forced out by him. God will eventually encounter divine condemnation, fall to the bottomless abyss, and will never be reborn, and your life will encounter the curse of death. After this black breath was spit out by him, the power of the curse danced wildly, condensed into a strange skull, and corroded into his divine body. The Eternal World Lord roared, he was like a source of curse, wherever he went, the void would be corrupted. Click. His body burst with bloodstains, and black bloodstains flowed out. In the days of God, he also endured a lot of hardships, and the body of God was almost torn apart. Now, with the help of the energy after the destruction of the world again and again, he has not fully recovered, and the curse of God has caused him to break out again. Xuanhuan's expression was calm, and the curse of God was indeed strange and evil. Bang bang bang. The curse on God left black palm prints on the Eternal Realm Lord's body, pulling his soul. No matter how big the catastrophe is, I have survived. The power of a curse wants me to die. It's impossible. On his neck, there is a necklace-like thing, which is the eternal heart of God. This eternal divine heart is like a cone, with a hexagonal prism surface, reflecting dazzling brilliance, and suddenly bursting out with infinite power. The true origin of the eternal world. What Xuanhuan got from Shadow Valley was nothing more than some scraps from the formation of eternal divine heart. In the heart of the eternal God, a vast power erupted, the essence of a top-world God-level world. The dazzling light actually began to expel the curse of the gods, making him more and more stalwart. Ended. The Eternal World Lord is really angry. Although he expelled the curse of God with the eternal heart of God, it also caused his dark wounds, and it took several more times to make up for the loss. Eternal divine light was so great, he condensed a giant of great light, slaughtered Xuanhuan, waved his fist, and the power in the entire great world was on it, and he bombarded it angrily. He will kill this man. It's really about to end. Xuanhuan also burst out with a supreme breath. With the strength of the entire empire, he also condensed the giants of national fortune, and also threw a punch. The power of these two punches collided, triggering the serial collapse of the eternal great world. The eternal world. The eternal world Lord can no longer be calm, and he illuminates an eternal world with his eternal divine heart. The great cut. Xuanhuan cut with one finger, and the eternal world was cut into two halves, and finally collapsed. Emperor Xuanhuan, invincible and invincible. Some people suddenly roared when they saw the shocking battle. His voice caused a chain reaction, and countless people roared along, saying that Emperor Xuanhuan was invincible, and the more they roared, the stronger their beliefs, and even added Xuanhuan's invincible power. Although controlling an empire requires more effort than a lone ranger, the benefits are equally huge. Xuanhuan is invincible in martial arts and invincible. He and the Eternal World Lord fought frantically. The world was torn apart and the world was in turmoil. Even such a powerful existence as the Eternal World Lord could not help him. Your world. The Eternal World Lord is strong, but Xuanhuan also controls the kingdom of the Emperor and the faith of the Empire. These are the strengths for him to confront the Eternal World Lord head-on. With the kingdom of the Emperor, Xuanhuan can fight against the power of the Eternal World. The catastrophe of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan has evolved into the catastrophe of the heavens and the earth, destroying the power of the Eternal World Lord again and again. Now he can be said to be more and more brave, and he is always at the peak, like the great sun that never falls. Oppressing the Eternal World Lord's heart is extremely depressed. The Eternal World Lord was also startled and could not calm down. If he continued to fight like this, he might really lose in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan. I lose, impossible. The Eternal World Lord bloomed with fiery radiance, endless light and rain fell, and the eternal divine heart evoked power all the time. It is impossible for him to lead directly like the ancient five emperors. In the eternal world, his power is the strongest. With a punch, it penetrated the sky and the ground, piercing the nothingness of the ancient times. He slammed into Xuanhuan fiercely, and at the same time manipulated the world. In fact, his heart is also very sad. If other people enter the eternal world, even if it is a world god, he manipulates the origin of the world, which is a big killer. But what about Emperor Xuanhuan? His great devouring technique is too strong, devouring the power of the source of the world. Because he also controls a mysterious world, he can transfer the power of the eternal source into it, and make his ultimate move immediately abolished. And he has a huge empire. This series of blows made the Eternal World Lord feel extremely difficult. Pantheism. Xuanhuan performed the magic of the gods. Each of the magical powers under his control has differentiated into a clone of magical powers, which is immediately displayed, and then in an instant, the power of multiple magical powers hit the Eternal World Lord together, and a strong blow broke out. Although the Eternal World Lord was not blasted away, his body was shaking violently, and the blow he encountered shook him. "You are amazing." The Eternal World Lord gritted his teeth and said word by word, revealing his deep-rooted, killing intent towards Xuanhuan. Who can control it? He started to destroy the world, not only failed, but also encountered such a life-and-death enemy. He resents. If he is still at the peak, this person will definitely not be his opponent. "You are equally powerful," Xuanhuan said indifferently. "Today you are destined to die." Eternal World Lord's killing intent boiled. "I will cut off your head, take off your skull, and polish it for drinking." Emperor Xuanhuan, Invincible. At this moment, the people are roaring wildly, and their voices have never stopped. "I don't have a weird idea like yours." The two fought again. In an instant, there were thousands of moves, and each move was a world-destroying wave. "In the Eternal World, you can't kill me." The Eternal Boundary Master didn't take advantage of it at this moment. He had been wounded by the curse of God before, and during Xuanhuan's violent attack, he had no chance to recover from his injuries, and the bloodstains on his body expanded wildly. The spirit of life. He wants countless life essence. The strength is enough, everything will be killed. Xuanhuan showed the sword of the Emperor, and he showed his sword. Endless anger rose to the sky, the Emperor's anger, the anger of all living beings. #C703 Holy Spirit. The luck of the entire empire blazed up in an instant, and the magnificent fire lit up the sky. Everyone's body is burning with raging flames. This is the anger of an empire, the anger of all sentient beings. They are angry at the eternal world, mainly to start destroying the world. They must rise up and resist, give their power to the Xuanhuan Empire, and then hold it on the body of the Xuanhuan Emperor. The anger of all beings, my anger. Xuanhuan raised the Emperor's sword. He was also burning with anger, fierce and domineering, and suddenly a sword shone with light, locking the Eternal World Lord. This is the anger of all beings. There was fear in the voice of Eternal World Lord's anger, and roared, "What kind of existence are you? You can actually arouse the anger of all beings. This is the power that can only be used by the supreme humanity, no. In your hands." He was also panicked. God is the deity of all gods. But in his eyes, Xuanhuan is a person among people, the supreme emperor of countless people. Extremely sublimated, the power of the world, fighting to the death. "I will fight with you." The Eternal World Lord no longer has the calmness to control everything before. Even if Xuanhuan cursed him with the curse of God, it did not make him panic. After all, it was just a weird method, and he had a way to resist. But this time is completely different. The power of this anger has the potential to threaten his life. No matter what the price is, the Eternal World Lord will resist. His blood-red eyes actually caused the whole world to be violent. The anger of all living beings, the anger of the Emperor and the gods. Xuanhuan's sword finally slashed down. Using the supreme artifact as a medium, the anger of all beings burned, and the rumbling glass-like terrifying anger finally burned on the Eternal Boundary Lord. Then, under the anger, the counterattack of the Eternal World Lord actually collapsed completely, and the flames burned on him. Unbearable pain, the face of the Eternal World Lord was twisted into a ball. His whole body was red with flames. The whole body is feathering, and this is not an ordinary flame, it belongs to the anger of all beings. After such a great disaster, will I die here? The Eternal World Lord calmed down again from the panic. "I won't die, Emperor Xuanhuan. Even if you attract the anger of all beings, it won't kill me." In the eternal great world, I will not die. Sure enough, the anger burned him extremely weak. But the power of the source is supplementing him, so that he can always maintain his vitality. The human world is coming. Xuanhuan has long known that it is not so easy to kill a world god like the Eternal World Lord, and the Eternal World Lord obviously underestimated his means. The 5 portals blocked him, and the wrath of the Emperor continued to consume his power. Then Xuanhuan covered the sky with one hand, and his big hand grabbed it, giving people the feeling that this was not a hand, but a piece of the sky, and the kingdom of the Emperor had come. This is the human world, the world that belongs to the Emperor. The kingdom of the Emperor is majestic, and at this moment, it is also frantically seizing the origin of the eternal world. I won't die. The Eternal World Lord insists that he firmly believes that he is immortal. This is the divine heart of a world god. You will die. Xuanhuan's face showed the indifference of an emperor. The emperor's sword was pressed down, slashed on the body of the Eternal World Master, and his body flew out. The blood of the world god was flying, dripping dazzlingly. The Eternal World Lord is extremely miserable. Although he controls the power of the origin of the world, he does not control the living beings, and he has enormous power. I said I won't die. The Eternal World Lord rushed towards Xuanhuan with all his might. He slammed into him fiercely, ignoring the horror of the anger of all beings, gritted his teeth, and kept himself from screaming. He wanted to pull Xuanhuan to see who would survive to the end. The Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan pressed the human sovereign sword with one hand, spread his 5 fingers with the other, and slowly rotated, forming a swallowing vortex. You want to devour me? The Eternal World Lord shouted. Swallow. Boom. The black hole completely enveloped the Eternal World Lord, and Xuanhuan's 5 fingers were like iron pincers on the Eternal World Lord's body. His devouring is devouring the law of the world god of the Eternal World Lord. My power. The Eternals fear that the power of the world gods is fading. Boom. The origin of the world like the sea slammed in, trying to push Xuanhuan back, but Xuanhuan was engulfed by endless devouring power, and the power was swallowed cleanly before it approached. Click. In Xuanhuan's devouring, his bones softened. I give you death. In Xuanhuan's indifferent voice, the Eternal World Lord's death was doomed. This era no longer belongs to him. To control the Eternal World, the Eternal World Lord must die first, and the first emperor died at his hands. Xuanhuan must give an account of this matter. The death of the former emperor was the beginning of his ascension to the throne. The death of the Eternal World Lord will be the beginning of the Xuanhu Empire, the mastery of the eternal world, and the battle of the universe. Xuanhu is invincible. Countless people roared wildly when they saw such a scene, as if they were injecting new impetus into the Emperor Xuanhu and ending this annihilation. I won't die. Although the Eternal World Lord insists on this sentence, he cannot be eternal and is destined to die. His body is illusory. The one he is holding in Xuanhuan's hand has disappeared, and the energy of the world god has been completely swallowed by Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan only has an eternal heart in his hand. The original divine object bred in the eternal world. The Eternal World Lord is dead. Xuanhuan left these words, he held the eternal spiritual heart, entered the center of the origin of the world, and suddenly an incomparably tall figure turned into a stalwart emperor, reflected in the whole world. The war is over. The holy turtle demon saint also breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of battle is too fierce, he can't mix it in, he can only pray silently. Fortunately, this battle has finally been won, otherwise all their strong men will die in this annihilation. World God's shot is too terrifying. The Xuanhu Empire will be the master of the eternal world, and the Emperor Xuanhu will be unified for eternity and complete the great cause. Everyone knows that when the Eternal World Lord dies, the Xuanhu Empire is already the only one in the eternal great world. This battle is also very thrilling. Originally, Emperor Xuanhuan was fighting against the 5 ancient emperors and had already achieved an absolute advantage. Just when the winner was about to be divided, the Eternal World Lord appeared. The 5 emperors left the Eternal World and abandoned their people, so that all living beings can survive from the destruction only by believing in the great Emperor Xuanhuan. It can be said that the annihilation of the Eternal World Lord made Xuanhuan gain the hearts of the people in advance, and the posture of the guardian god guards the entire world. The victory of this war has brought the power of Emperor Xuanhuan to the apex of an incomparable reverence. Now whoever dares to let them rebel against Emperor Xuanhuan is all enemies. The great Emperor Xuanhuan has overwhelmed everyone. Holy God Realm. A more terrifying force was passed on. After Xuanhuan took control of the Eternal World, he broke through the Holy Spirit. #C704 Attribute 7, Time and Space. Ding. The host breaks through the Holy Spirit realm and obtains 100,000 fate points. Advanced World Artifact Card, Holy Spirit Pill X2, Divine Ability Fruit X256, Holy Spirit Slaughtering 3 Swords X1, Supreme Divine Bead X1, Sealed Gate, Supreme Divine Ability Burial Heaven S Tomb, Random Lottery Chance X1, Jiuji Xuanhuan Treasure Map 2 X1. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through the world god. Xuanhuan's realm broke through to the Holy Spirit. He controls the origin of the Eternal World, holds the supreme power, and becomes the master of the Eternal World. Xuanhuan did not check the reward first, but appeared in front of everyone. Meet the Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Xuanhuan is immortal, the ruler of the world. Everyone looked at Xuanhuan in the sky. The black imperial robe was moving in the wind, and there was still no dried blood on it. This was the trace left by the battles, which shocked everyone's majesty. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on Holy Master Yaoguang, Patriarch Fenglei, and the others. Before, I was stupid, the great emperor was magnanimous, the savior of the world, the real holy emperor. I, Yaoguang, would like to submit to His Majesty's Lord and surrender to the Xuanhuan Empire. Holy Master Yaoguang is extremely wise, knowing that the eternal great world of chaos and endless years has ushered in a truly unified master, opening a new era. The eternity in the future will be the world of Xuanhuan. My Wind Thunder sect is willing to surrender. Ancestor Fenglei, Demon Sage Ancient Heaven, Master Dian and other sovereigns of all emperor-level forces all knelt down to welcome the new ruler. It is good. Xuanhuan just said a good word. He already knew the result. Xuanhuan Empire, forever and ever. Emperor Xuanhuan, immortal. Everyone roared, the roar shook the sky and swept the world. A new master is born. Everyone is looking forward to a new era in the future. Many people are aware that the times have changed, and the Xuanhuan Empire has become the master of the world. Now that they have become Xuanhuan citizens, the future will be completely different from the present. The new era is always exciting. Ding. The host completed the main quest and obtained 500,000 fate points, the blueprint for the 6th level of the Divine Meteor Cannon, the 1st level of the Guardian Array, the advanced card of the World Artifact, the Magical Fruit X256, the Holy Pill X2, and the blueprint for the Starry Sky Fortress. X1, Xuanhuan, World Artifact Minglei Staff, Curse to God X1, Random Lottery Chance X1, Random 3000 Dao Supernatural Power X1. Ding. The current mainline has been released, conquering the 50 realms and incorporating the 50 realm god-level worlds into the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. The new mainline is released, conquer 50 world gods. The more the world, the stronger the country, and now Xuanhuan is a world-class empire. The human sovereign sword can be unsealed. Xuanhuan said, unblocking the human sovereign sword Attribute 7. Attribute 7 is being unsealed. The unblocking of Attribute 7 must first control a world god-level world, and now that Xuanhuan has obtained it, after he beheaded the Eternal World Master, the power has also reached a peak, which can be called a pioneering achievement. Human Sovereign Sword Attribute 7 has been unsealed. Xuanhuan immediately looked at the new attribute. Attribute 7 Spacetime. Control the power of time and space in the kingdom of the Emperor. Control time and space. Xuanhuan suddenly secretly said, could it be that the so-called time and space is to control the time and space in the kingdom of the Emperor? No wonder you need to control a world god-level world before you can unblock it. Now, Xuanhuan controls the big world, and there is a huge amount of energy. In time and space, the host can use the majestic power of the source to change the space in the human emperor's kingdom and manipulate the time flow rate in the human emperor's kingdom. The faster the time flow rate, the more energy it consumes. The system said, the host controls more world god-level worlds, and the power of time and space is stronger. Change the flow of time. Xuanhuan realized the sky-defying attribute of the seventh, the cultivation of the strong, does not only rely on medicinal pills, but also requires a long time to retreat. With time and space, it takes a day for the outside world, but the kingdom of the emperor has passed for many days. Terrible indeed. Xuanhuan began to manipulate this attribute. Sure enough, the accelerated time conflicted with the time flow rate of this universe, and the source used was enormous. After many experiments, he finally stabilized the flow rate at a tolerable stage. 1 day has passed in the kingdom of the emperor, and 1 year has passed outside. The seventh attribute can change the time in the emperor's kingdom. What are the conditions for the unblocking of the eighth attribute? Xuanhuan looked at the unblocking of Attribute 8. Attribute 8 unsealed, possess control over 100 world god-level worlds. The unblocking of Attribute 8 is even more terrifying, requiring 100 world god-level worlds, which shows that Xuanhuan will have to fight again and again in the future to achieve his goal. Of course, he also knew that only 100 world god-level worlds would have enough source power to promote Attribute 8, as if there were no world god-level worlds, Xuanhuan could not even activate Attribute 7. If the host loses the world under his control, the seventh attribute will also be closed. The activation of time and space requires the assistance of a huge source. The system reminded, only by unsealing all the 9 attributes, can the full power of the human sovereign sword be truly unleashed. I know all this. Xuanhuan said. Attribute 7 has been unsealed, and Attribute 8 will not be far away. With the last 2 attributes still to come, Xuanhuan is also looking forward to seeing the full power of the human sovereign sword. But I still have things to do now. Xuanhuan said. His Majesty. Lu Qianfu was excited. In the past few decades, he has witnessed Shenwu's promotion from a small dynasty to an empire that dominates a world. At this moment, he still feels like a dream. The emperor's revenge has been avenged. There were also tears in Lu Qianfu's eyes. Back then, he and the late emperor laid the foundation of great martial arts. Now he is watching Emperor Shenwu unite the eternal world. The former emperor's revenge has been avenged, and he can rest in the emperor's mausoleum and rest in peace. Xuanhuan said. The unexplained death of the late emperor was always a problem for Shenwu. Also ask your majesty to instruct the next move. Lu Qianfu said. Although the eternal world is over now, the battle of the Shenwu Empire is far from over. The 5 emperors are not dead. They fled to the starry sky, and they also control a big world. Xuanhuan's voice was rolling, and he issued an order. Now, I order the army to expedition beyond the territory, attack the great world controlled by the 5 emperors, and become the first battle of the Shenwu Empire's expedition beyond the territory. It was impossible for Xuanhuan to let the 5 emperors go. They ran away, but they were still alive after all. If they didn't die, it would be like leaving their tails behind, and there would always be hidden dangers. Only by killing them would it be considered a complete end to the war with the 5 ancient empires, and a perfect ending. To fight 50 world god-level worlds, let's take them first. He started, and always liked to cut grass and roots, without leaving hidden dangers. Expedition outside the territory, kill the 5 emperors. The army was boiling. In the future, the Battle of Xuanhuan will not be limited to the eternal world, but has already hit the cosmic starry sky, conquering the big worlds and becoming a cosmic empire. Attack. The army started. This is the state of war, it is not over, there is no need to prepare anything, and the Star Domain battleship clears the way and hits the outer starry sky. #C705 The Ghost. The fleet is on the expedition, and the huge fleet is fighting in the universe, which is spectacular and shocking. The soldiers who participated in this expedition were very excited. Emperor Xuanhuan was domineering and invincible. This time, he wanted to completely kill the 5 ancient emperors, solve the problems and witness a history. And it is not difficult to know the big world controlled by the 5 emperors. After all, they left too many creatures of that world when they destroyed the world, and they can ask them casually. Inside the starship battleship. At this moment, Xuanhuan had time to sort out the income. 256 divine power fruits raised the Great Devouring Technique to level 10. The Great Devouring Technique is too important for Xuanhuan, swallowing infinite energy. This time he was able to kill the Eternal World Lord, and the Great Devouring Technique made a great contribution. He can wave the Great Devouring Technique at any time now, and a planet will be swallowed up immediately, and with all his strength, the source of a big world will be swallowed up by him. Next. 128 raised the Great Combat Technique to the 9th level. 128 pieces raised the Great Cutting Technique to the 9th level. Start the random 3000 Avenue Lottery. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The host started a random lottery and obtained the Great God of Heaven. Great Heavenly Art, one of the 3000 avenues of supernatural powers, it uses the power of God to dominate all living beings. Great God's Art. After Xuanhuan obtained the Great Heavenly Technique, he immediately realized that this was an extremely overbearing supernatural power that could display the will of God and turn it into the hand of God, covering the sky with one hand and playing with the sky in his palm. There are still 4 divine power fruits in his system space, and he just used 3 to raise the Great God of Heaven to the 3rd level. And this time he completed the sideline and mainline quests and got a total of 500,000 fate points. Each level of the Holy Spirit requires 100,000 fate points in exchange for it. The system reminded. Upgrade the 5 realms. Xuanhuan spent 500,000 fate points. First, raise your realm to the 6th level of the Holy Spirit. He now wants to use the fastest speed to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Holy Spirit and break through the world god. Only by becoming a world god can you have more invincible might. Look at the same rewards. Holy God level slaughtering God 3 knives, slaying immortals and slaughtering gods, it can slay the Holy Spirit under the world god. After the strengthening of the 3 god-slaying knives, Xuanhuan also had to kill one before, but he could only kill the 5th level of the Holy God, but this knife could kill a world god like Tianmong Longxing directly. This way can be reserved for important people as a talisman. Even if you encounter a world god, you can block it for a while. The 1st level of the Great Formation of protecting the world, sheltering a world with a huge source of power, it can resist the bombardment of the world gods. Originally, Xuanhuan's national fortunes were extremely strong, and with the protection of the Great Array, it was even more impregnable. Supreme Divine Bead, a special divine bead that absorbs boundless power and seals in it, bursting out boundless power. After reading the introduction, Xuanhuan nodded. This Supreme Divine Pearl is also very good. It can absorb all kinds of power, then open it, and suddenly burst out. The stronger the absorbed power, the more violent the burst of power. The Door of the Seal, a special sacred object born from the origin of the seal, which can condense the power of the seal, increase the Great Seal technique, and activate the seal imprisonment. The sixth portal is here. A portal belonging to the seal appeared in front of him, from which the rolling power of the seal was summoned to condense the long river, and then in a change of his mind, the long river turned into an extremely thick chain. With his current strength, he can push it to the extreme, and even seal the power of some big worlds. This is the power of the sealed gate. You are so powerful that you have sealed your power. Good, very good. Xuanhuan even spoke well. This sealed portal is very useful to him. The tomb of burying the sky, the supreme ancient supernatural power, when the sky and the earth entered the catastrophe, and when it entered the end, the tomb that buried the heaven and the earth appeared, and the earth were buried in the tomb on the same day. Burial tomb. The scene in Xuanhuan's eyes changed drastically. He saw that when the world was destroyed, a tomb of the end appeared, burying the heavens, and the earth, and the dying gods in it. Bury the tomb of heaven, bury the gods, bury heaven and earth. Xuanhuan's magic power blew out the final storm, and everything settled down. The huge tomb looked like a coffin that could bury everything, and the inside was like an abyss, extremely terrifying. If he controls the tomb of burial heaven when dealing with the Eternal World Lord, then the Eternal World Lord will also be buried directly by him, and he will not be able to turn over any big waves. The blueprint for the 6th level creation of the God Meteor Cannon, the 6th level evolution version of the God Meteor Cannon can make the gods fall. Upgraded cannon. Xuanhuan looked at the system projection, and immediately saw the terrifying and ferocious place of this God Meteor Cannon. At first glance, it didn't look like a cannon at all, and it was the engine that killed the gods, which made people feel terrified. Shenwu's cannon has become stronger again. Xuanhuan knew that when the Divine Meteor Cannon was equipped with a large-scale army, the changes and lethality it could bring would reach a peak. With attribute 7 time and space, you can equip the whole country in the shortest time. Xuanhuan said. Starry Sky Fortress Building Blueprint, a huge fortress that exists in the cosmic starry sky. Starry Sky Fortress. Xuanhuan immediately looked carefully at the construction drawing. After watching it for a while, he understood that this star fortress is a stronghold floating in the universe, with a huge area, like the world. And a world is placed there, it cannot be moved, but the star fortress can. Although its movement speed is not as fast as the Starfield battleship, it can move, the defense is strong, and it has the ability to counterattack, which is the biggest advantage. The Starry Sky Fortress can be used as a stronghold in the universe. It is like a port, and warships can also go in and rest. Moreover, the Starry Sky Fortress can be assembled and disassembled, and it can be assembled by fortresses to form a huge fortress. Seeing this important matter in the starry sky, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. Next, Shenwu will develop in the cosmic starry sky, and the army will fight into the worlds one by one. With the starry sky fortress, it is a huge base, and the army can enter and rest. Okay. Star Fortress is very important to the development of Shenwu Empire. Xuanhuan said. He looked at the materials. In fact, the Star Fortress's requirements for materials were not as demanding as the Starfield battleships, except for the huge number of materials. Divine Scepter, a divine artifact of the World God level, an artifact created by the World God, which can mobilize the power of the gods. World Artifact. Xuanhuan's eyes changed. Artifacts are only made by the Holy Spirit. But the World Artifact, created by the World God, is very precious. Even the World God can only build 1 or 2 pieces in his life. After all, the materials required for the World Artifact are too harsh. If it is successfully built, it will take their countless efforts to warm up before it can transform. However, the Taidan furnace did not respond. Obviously, the quality of the Divine Scepter has not met its requirements, so it was promoted. It's really harsh. Xuanhuan said. The gods have seen the Emperor. The goddess appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Hashtag C706 I'm here. Xuanhuan, with a thin body, wearing a dark robe, with a gloomy breath, hiding in the nether. God of the world. Xuanhuan suddenly looked at Xuanhuan and asked, "What ability do you have?" "Great Emperor, there is a divine world in the body of the gods, which can burst out the power of the gods of the world. My ability can exist in the void in the state of ghosts, and launch various sudden strikes. The gods are rewarded by the system, and they take Xuanhuan as their master." "Okay, the divine scepter belongs to you." Xuanhuan handed the Shenming scepter to Xuanhuan. Only the world god can fully exert the power of the world artifact. Immediately after he got the scepter of God, he showed his abilities in front of Xuanhuan. He was like a ghostly soul hiding in the void, but suddenly appeared again, and the scepter in his hand emitted bursts of death thunder. Assassin or mage? Xuanhuan also found it interesting when he looked at Xuanhuan. This time, a curse on the gods was also rewarded, and there was a more terrifying curse inside. 2 world artifact advancement cards. Xuanhuan has upgraded the grip of the god of war and the steel of suppressing prison and sealing the gods to the world artifact. As soon as he arrived at the world artifact, an earth-shattering change took place. The god of war pool and the prisoner pool have vast power, like the hearts of 2 special legions, exuding endless vitality, condensing the unique origin of the world, and providing strength for the special legion. The war god commander and the prison suppression commander can evolve, possess the power of the world god, and continue to fight with Xuanhuan. After reading the reward, Xuanhuan looked at the vast starry sky through the star field, and said lightly, "I'm here." In a very far away place from the eternal great world, there is also a huge world, but it is only 1/3 of the eternal great world. The eternal great world is the top world god level world. Originally, according to common sense, the eternal great world will give birth to more holy gods, and there will also be world gods. However, because the eternal world Lord opens the world again and again. Every time, all living beings are destroyed, so that there is no world god in the eternal world. In this big world, the power of the source is extremely strong and heavy. There are towering giant trees everywhere, and the mountains are spreading. The giant beasts and gods and demons are everywhere, and they still retain the appearance of the ancient times. 5 emperors can control this big world. One is that they are powerful, and the other is that the world has not yet developed an extremely developed civilization. Damn, this time we have suffered huge losses. The gods, demons, and giant beasts we have brought in have suffered heavy losses. Even the empire we have worked so hard to manage for countless years has been wiped out, and all of them have been destroyed by the eternal world lord. The 5 emperors appeared here. The great fire-burning emperor angrily roared, "If it wasn't for a big world, we would almost have nothing." Calm down. The corners of Emperor Xuanhuan's mouth were also twitching. "I originally planned to unify the eternal world, gather the power of eternity and this world, and then fight against the most terrifying existence in the city, but the threat of Emperor Xuanhuan made the eternal world the Lord destroyed the world in advance, so that all the successes fell short. Yes, it's all his fault." He Shui Tao Tian said, "Because of his existence, we can't gather the strongest power, and only let the eternal world Lord succeed. Now the world should be destroyed in the eternal world, everything will return to chaos, and everything will be gone." Emperor Gingjin said, "We can leave this time, and the eternal world mainly gathers the strongest power to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan, and does not want to lose power." Emperor Aoki Chongqing looked calm, as if he didn't care about this loss at all, and said, "The eternal world lord will not let him go." Ha 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 ha, although the loss is huge this time, I feel happy when I think that Emperor Xuanhuan will be destroyed together with his empire. He died well. The most unfortunate thing is that he didn't die in our hands. When the great fire-burning emperor thought of this, his thoughts were mastered, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. The great emperor Xuanhuan shook his head when he saw it. "What we need to think about is what to do next. Relying on this world is not enough for us to become a world god, and our empire is also destroyed. Don't think about breaking other worlds, achievements god of the world. Yeah, it is a great luck to be able to discover this world. Don't even think about discovering such a big world. The Great Black Water Emperor also became worried. It's up to people to make things happen. As long as you live, it is possible. Emperor Xuanhuan is so powerful that he will die in the hands of the Eternal World Lord. Emperor Aoki Chongqing said, "Longevity is immortal, immortality is the final winner." This is your longevity? The Great Fire-Burning Emperor said irritably, "World God, I have waited for countless years, and I can't bear it anymore. If there is an endless source to help me, I have achieved it. Be patient." The 5 emperors are not so harmonious, they are just united for common interests. Everyone wants to kill each other and become a world god, but they also know that it is impossible to do it by restraining each other. The vast starry sky, the boundless universe, and the star-field battleships shuttled fast. This is too slow. Xuanhuan shook his head, he opened his hand and rotated, and said softly, "The Gate of Void." The Gate of the Void suddenly opened a shuttle channel. With his realm after the Holy Spirit, his control over the Void is even more powerful. The Emperor is here. I don't know how many times I shuttled, the big world finally appeared in front of Xuanhuan's eyes, and a pair of terrifying eyes immediately looked over. Enter the big world. Xuanhuan has no scruples. Even if the 5 emperors are in the world under their control and can use the power of the world, they will not be his opponents. Boom! The battleship directly slammed into the big world, causing the sky to collapse and making a blast of destruction. What happened? Who is entering our world? Those battleships. It's not good that they are the battleships of the Xuanhuan Empire. Didn't the Eternal World Lord start destroying the world? Could it be that the Emperor Xuanhuan is still alive and not dead? The voice of anger suddenly came out, and the 5 emperors looked at the arrival of the Star Territory battleship, and their faces were full of disbelief. The Great Emperor Xuanhuan. The Great Fire-Burning Emperor shouted angrily, "You actually found our world. Your world is not hard to find." Xuanhuan emerged from the battleship. The Eternal World Lord is a strong man in the Age of God, and he controls the origin of the eternal great world. Although he has encountered disasters, his strength is still strong, and the mess left behind is almost impossible to deal with him. You also escaped. Emperor Xuanhuan said fiercely. After all, Emperor Xuanhuan's methods are secretive. The 5 of them are not opponents, and they can all escape. Maybe Emperor Xuanhuan can really leave, and it is not impossible. Even the Eternal World Lord couldn't keep you. We underestimated you. We thought we could use his hand to eradicate you, but unfortunately, I'm disappointed. Emperor Gengjin, splitting heaven, shook his head. They are not satisfied with this result. What do you want to do when you came to our world? Emperor Xuanhuan continued, I understand, obviously you have also lost your foundation and are unwilling to be a wanderer, so you want to conquer our world and use this as a base. Humph, we have suffered heavy losses, and you have suffered heavy losses as well, and this is within our territory, not the eternal world. The Black Water, monstrous, the great emperor said. After all, the strength of the Eternal World Lord is too strong. They only believe that Emperor Xuanhuan has escaped, and he is also a lost dog. They do not believe that he can solve it. Xuanhuan didn't explain, just looked at them indifferently. #C707 Immortality. The ancient 5 emperors did not panic when they saw Xuanhuan's arrival. You just escaped from the eternal world, and you were crazy in front of them. While they lost a lot of power, neither did you. Moreover, in their world, they can manipulate the origin of the world as they wish, and oppress them with the great world. Even if the Eternal World Lord comes, they can't help them. When it comes to their home court, it is the dragon who has to take care of it. Chu Yuan did not answer their words. The formed army stepped out of the battleship aggressively, and soon spread to the sky, exuding an invincible belief from them, bringing boundless pressure. That momentum didn't seem to escape at all. What happened? Emperor Xuanhuan was also a little flustered, and he was no longer calm before. Could it be that the Shenwu Empire has no losses, and the Eternal World Lord failed to destroy the world? Humph, Your Majesty's might is not something you can imagine. Li Songhai shouted, the Emperor is merciful and protects all living beings in the Eternal World. The Eternal World Master is dead, and your 5 emperors will finally receive the final judgment. Impossible. Hearing these words, the great Fire Fenshin vomited out a mouthful of blood and roared, I don't believe that you can kill the Eternal Boundary Master. It's false and true, I understand, it's you who is deceiving us, haha, let it be, I will teach you your power. He rushed over. The flames are rolling. He can manipulate 1/5 of the origin in the Great World, which is several times stronger than in the Eternal Great World. Immediately, the flame fist bombarded, shattered the sky, pierced through the ancient times, and erupted with extreme power. Chu Yuan did not move. His eyes swept away, the majesty of the Supreme spread, and the fire burning the sky felt that he was trapped in the quagmire, unable to enter an inch, and the expression on his face became more and more frightened. He waved his hand gently, and the great fire-burning emperor was swept away. Today, even in this big world, with the blessing of power, he can't bear the power of Chu Yuan's wave. How can he be so powerful? Emperor Xuanhuan stared fiercely. It was unbelievable, but he understood that if Chu Yuan was not expelled from here, it would be their death. Kill. Emperor Aoki Chongqing didn't do anything, while the other emperors looked savage, struck 4 wildly, and the 4 magic powers revolved, urging the origin of the world, and bursting out with power comparable to the gods of the world. Great Sealing Technique. Chu Yuan still waved his hand, and the Great Sealing Technique sealed their source power. The door of the seal appeared, and in the sky above this world, there were suddenly countless chains rising from the sky, all of which were the power of seals. With a slight flick of his palm, the defense shrouded in the great earth Xuanhuan was torn apart by 5 rays of divine light, leaving 5 hideous traces of blood on his body. Really, he really killed the Eternal World Lord. Although they don't want to believe it, the fact is in front of them, and they can't help but believe it. Such a tyrannical combat force is infinitely stronger than when dealing with them. It is impossible to control the big world without killing the Eternal World Lord. Even if you want to kill us here, you will have to pay a huge price to drive us to a dead end, and we will destroy the world. Emperor Xuanhuan shouted fiercely and wanted to force Chu Yuan to leave, saying, if you really want to unite the Eternal World, why do you have to force it? You rule you, and the 5 of us are in this world, and we don't have that idea to continue. Encroach on the Eternal World. They don't want to do it without pushing to the last step. But the fight between several moves made them know and understand that even if they occupied the big world, no one really became a world god, and they were not the opponents of the great Emperor Shenwu. Option 1. Conquer the 5 ancient emperors, get 5,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Option 2. Kill the 5 ancient emperors, get 5,000 fate points, divine ability fruit x256. You don't die, this battle is not the end. Chu Yuan said this sentence to show his attitude. Then fight. The great emperor of Black Water roared. But as soon as his roar came out, the power of the world shrouded around him was frozen, and then an infinite seal came down, and he was horrified to see a palm like God grabbed it. His head was taken off, and the blood flowed like a column. The great emperor of Black Water is dead. Black Water. The fire burned the sky, the thick soil was black and yellow, and the 3 emperors of Gangjin split the sky shouted, and the eye sockets were split. The rabbit died and the fox was sad. Although they had fought with each other for countless years, they felt the same way when they saw the heads of people of the same level being directly plucked. A deep despair descended. Fight. Just as Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven was about to make a move, there was a dazzling white light in his eyes. The catastrophe of heaven and earth came, and Emperor Gingjin splitting heaven screamed miserably and was beheaded. The great Emperor Xuanhuan turned around and was about to run away. He didn't want this world anymore, and his life was the most important thing, but when Xuanhuan cut his body in half, his entire body was cut in half, and the blood stained on the spot. The three great emperors were easily slaughtered by Xuanhuan. When they fought against Xuanhuan that day, they were still the main gods, and now they are at the 6th level of the Holy Spirit. The disparity is too great to be disappointed. Ah! The great fire-burning emperor roared. However, as soon as Xuanhuan grabbed his body, the emperor was directly crushed by Xuanhuan, and it exploded with a bang. Emperor Aoki Chongsheng, you are the only one left. Xuanhuan looked at Emperor Qingmu Chongsheng. He didn't let the gods and secluded people do it. He wanted to kill these 5 people himself, complete the war with them, and draw an end. Yeah, I'm the only one left, you are really amazing. After Xuanhuan beheaded the 4 emperors, the power of this world was all attributed to Emperor Qingmu Chongsheng, and his realm actually became a world god at this time. Even if I become a world god, with the power of legend, I am not your opponent. Emperor Aoki Chongsheng showed no sadness and no joy. Even if he became a world god, he did not have the slightest surprise, nor did he show the slightest attitude of fighting Xuanhuan. And he was a little too quiet. He seemed to have known for a long time that when Xuanhuan came to the world, it would be the death of the 5 emperors, and it was impossible for him to be his opponent. You are calm. Xuanhuan has long seen that Emperor Qingmu Chongsheng is different from the other 4 emperors, and said indifferently, and you are more mysterious than I imagined, the power of longevity and longevity? From when you treated the 4 of them, I could see that this longevity, the power is not within the control of the Holy Spirit. Have you seen it already? Emperor Aoki Chongsheng, unfortunately, I am still defeated by you. If I have the strength of the 2nd step, I still have the possibility to fight with you, but the legendary world god will not be your opponent, you more mysterious than I am, but it doesn't matter. He couldn't see through Xuanhuan. I don't know how he defeated the Eternal World Lord. This Emperor Shenwu is a more mysterious existence than him. Xuanhuan did not answer, but looked at Emperor Qingmu Chongsheng, wanting to see what he would do next after he became a world god. I lost, there is no chance of winning, but it's not over yet. Emperor Aoki Chongsheng did not fight with Xuanhuan. The power of Chongsheng spreads, his body is glowing, and a rain of light descends, he actually emerges himself, and does not want to die in the hands of Xuanhuan. Immortal life. After leaving the voice of immortality, Emperor Aoki Chongsheng completely disappeared. #C708 World God 5 Steps. Emperor Aoki Chongsheng died, and ego ended his own life. He died extremely calmly and indifferently. He just became a world god, and he died without any fear on his face. Immortal? Xuanhuan frowned. The immortality that Emperor Aoki Chongsheng roared at the end really made people feel very strange. But the 5 emperors are dead, and this world has become Xuanhuan's. No matter how immortal you are, the energy left behind will be swallowed up by me. With a big wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the energy of Emperor Aoki Chongsheng's emergence condensed into a mass, and was swallowed by him with the great devouring technique. Immediately, the energy of the world god made him break through to the 7th level of the Holy Spirit. Ding! The host completed the 2nd choice, and obtained 5,000 fate points, Magic Fruit X256. System Road. Legendary World God, in his world, I can kill at will. Xuanhuan's calm words revealed strong confidence. The cultivation of the World God is very different from the Holy Spirit. It is no longer divided into 10 small realms, but 5 steps, and there is no 10-level division of the previous realms. These 5 steps are legend, yin and yang, universe, endless, and opening. Every existence that can achieve the world god is a legend, and the existence of Megatron universe, as long as you accumulate enough, you can directly break through to the realm of yin and yang. But it is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Many world gods are just legends, and it is difficult to grasp yin and yang. The gap between the first step and the second step of the world god is even greater than that of the Holy Spirit to the world god. With 256 magical fruits, Xuanhuan raised the Great Sealing technique to level 10. This world will also welcome their world masters, the new masters. In the future, this place will be called the Great Desolate World. Xuanhuan glanced at the people who followed and said, "Yangting. The minister is here." Yangting walked out immediately. "From now on, you are the realm of the gods, and you will control everything for me. The casting department will immediately build a teleportation formation, and send people from China to enter this realm, build a city, and restart the order." Xuanhuan named Yangting the World Master. Everything in this world is still in a very wild and desolate ancient times. In the era of gods, demons, and giant beasts, Yangting cultivates the holy body of the wild. He is the most suitable for this kind of world. "I am the world master of this world?" The benefits of the sudden drop made Yangting also stunned. He quickly reacted and was ecstatic. With a strong belief in Emperor Xuanhuan, he firmly said, "I must be a good master of this world. I will help you control this world and become a world god." Xuanhuan said. To cultivate to the world god, the quickest way is to let a Holy Spirit directly control a world god level world, refine the origin of the world, and quickly break through. This realm is too far away from the eternal world. Xuanhuan sealed Yangting in this realm. There are reasons for cultivating him, and he hopes that he can guard the frontier for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan doesn't need to control so many worlds himself. For him, as long as the world belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire, it belongs to him. What he needs is to condense more national fortunes. This is his method of cultivation. The 5 emperors are dead. The grievances in the eternal world are also over. Xuanhuan brought many people over before he came, and he immediately asked people to start building a city in the world. Yangting also began to control the world with the help of Xuanhuan, and it was only a matter of time before he could refine the origin of the world and become a world god. And Xuanhuan did not stay here for long, and soon returned to the eternal world. In the eternal world, the mountains and rivers were broken because of the previous war, but Xuanhuan took control of the eternal spirit. Holy Spirit Pill was also sent down by him. Concubine Ling, Concubine Luo, and Concubine Xian also broke through to the Holy Spirit realm one after another. Inside the Imperial Palace, Chu Chenxi and Chu Qinyao are also here. The Queen Mother. Xuanhuan looked at the Queen Mother and said slowly, "The death of the late Emperor has come to light, and I have also killed the Eternal World Lord to avenge the late Emperor. I believe that the late Emperor and 300,000 warriors can also rest in peace." My confession. Yes, the hatred of the late Emperor has been obtained, and all this was done by His Majesty. The Queen Mother looked at the majestic Xuanhuan in front of her, and felt a sense of strangeness. She said, "Xuanhuan will be unified forever and complete the great innovation. I believe that the first Emperor is very happy to know the knowledge, and the Empire of One World, Ijia, has never thought about it. There will be this day." She secretly said, "This is the Holy Emperor of Xuanhuan. Does the Empress Dowager still guard the mausoleum?" Xuanhuan said. "Show." The Queen Mother did not hesitate. Although the revenge of the first Emperor is revenge, it has become a habit to guard the mausoleum for many years. The Empire of One World, His Majesty's state affairs are heavy, and the war has been decided at the beginning of the war. The mausoleum is guarded by the late Emperor. This is already the Queen Mother's habit. She has no attachment to cultivation, her only thought is to accompany the late emperor. Xuanhuan didn't say much. The queen mother left, looked at Chu Chenzi, Chu Qinyao, and said, Chenzi, Huangjia, spend more time with the queen mother if you have time. We all know that. Chu Qinyao, Chu Chenzi nodded. Now Xuanhuan really has a lot of things to do. The war has just been decided, and everything has just stabilized. All the sites in the eternal world must be reordered and the laws of Xuanwu will be implemented. Fortunately, the scene of Xuanhuan beheading the eternal world lord, the majesty of Savior, was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and he took control of a world. When these orders were implemented, there would be no resistance. Instead, those people wanted to integrate into Xuanwu as soon as possible. Since the human emperor's kingdom can have a different time flow than the outside world, Xuanhuan also has to make use of it, and suddenly many powerful warriors have entered the human emperor's kingdom. The time flow rate here is 1 year to the outside world, 1 day in the outside world, and 1 year in the secret realm. Xuanhuan told everyone about some things in the emperor's kingdom. What? A different time scale from the outside world. According to the rumors, in the outside world, only the most powerful gods have the means to change the time ratio. 1 to 1 year, this ratio is too amazing. After cultivating here for a year, only 1 day has passed in the outside world. The power under His Majesty's control is truly terrifying. Everyone was shocked when they found out. Although cultivating in the kingdom of the emperor will still deplete their lifespan, they also know that His Majesty is ambitious and his vision is not only in an eternal world, but will use troops to fight outside the realm. Without tyrannical strength, it is impossible to follow His Majesty to expedition outside the territory. As the time in the kingdom of the emperor accelerated, Xuanhuan could quickly accumulate the heritage of the empire. Practice. Xuanhuan said. He is also cultivating in the kingdom of the emperor, mainly to use the time here to speed up, consume all the materials on hand, and forge them into equipment. 1 month in the outer universe. Xuanhuan is equivalent to cultivating in the kingdom of the emperor for 30 years. A large amount of well-built equipment is piled up in the system space, which has long made up for the loss of the previous war. The divine meteor cannon was also built. It was huge, like the engine of the death of a god. Xuanhuan tested its power, and it was really powerful. 100 cannons are fired in unison, and the Lord God will also die. However, the materials are too precious. Even if he unified a world and consumed all the divine gold, he only created 1,000 doors. And he has built a lot of star fortresses, which can form a huge base in the outer starry sky. As for the powerhouses of Xuanwu, with the acceleration of time here, and the resources of Xuanwu, a group of veteran officials such as Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, Ouyang Ming, Feng Lei, etc. have all broken through to the Holy Spirit realm one by one, and are rapidly making pilgrimages to higher gods. Boundary charge. This also made Xuanhuan very pleased. Xuanwu's expedition to the big world outside the territory also requires many people to serve as the world master. After those big world battles, Xuanhuan will make them become world gods one after another, and continue to serve the empire's expedition. Your Majesty, there is news about Empress Joyo here. The demon Venerable Kongming, who was far away in the great world of Nine Netherworld, also sent news to Xuanhuan. #C709 Poseidon World. News from the 9 Serenity Empress. Although a transaction from that year was nothing now, it was very important at the time. It helped Xuanhuan to break through the Holy Spirit and unlock the 6 attributes of the human sovereign sword. Empress Joyo has become a world god, her strength is terrifying, she fought against the world god of Dutian and repelled the army of Dutian. The independent situation of the domestic Jiuxing city has disappeared. Now the goddess of Joyo intends to seek greater cooperation with the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. Demon Venerable Kongming reported. Empress Joyo has become a world god. Xuanhuan nodded. He had seen Empress Joyo several times, and he was not surprised. Although she was a woman, her elegance was peerless. He replied, "Report to Empress Joyo, I am willing to conduct a deeper transaction with Joyo Great World." Time flies, and it's the new year of the second year of Xuanhuan. The Holy Spirit is eightfold. Xuanhuan spent a long time in seclusion in the kingdom of the Emperor, breaking through a realm. Outside, various events are held. This year's New Year's Eve was extraordinarily lively. In the first year of Xuanhuan, there was a war. The entire empire was fighting bloody battles, and too many people were killed in the battle. And this year is the year of great unification. There is no war in the eternal world, and all the people are celebrating. When Xuanhuan left the kingdom of the emperor, he saw that there was a huge cemetery in the empire, with graves and tombstones engraved with names. Countless people came to the cemetery to worship these dead warriors. No matter how beautiful you were in your lifetime, you are peerless in the world, and after you die, you are nothing but a small grave, so many strong people will pursue immortality. Immortal? Xuanhuan couldn't help but think of Emperor Qingmu's immortality. The war in the first year of Xuanhuan killed too many people and brought blood and tears, but it also brought a new life to the empire. For the fallen soldiers, the empire will also have generous pensions. Just ending the war in the eternal great world. Xuanhuan said silently. Today, the Xuanhuan Academy has been established all over the eternal world. Countless teenagers practice martial arts, and the state provides resources. When they grow up, they serve Xuanhuan. The wounds of the war have been gradually wiped out, and the losses of the major legions have been supplemented and expanded. We all know that the empire will have bigger wars in the future. It has to be said that although the opening of time and space will consume a lot of origin, it can make up for the hidden danger that the Xuanhuan Empire was established too short. The entire empire is thriving, offering upwards, and the national fortune is at its peak. But Xuanhuan saw hidden dangers from this heyday. The 33 heavenly pagoda was taken away by the goddess, and a place to obtain resources disappeared. Although I have mastered 2 great worlds, maintaining this rapid development consumes too many resources, and how many are not enough, so go down, sit and eat the mountain. Xuanhuan deeply understands the importance of resources to a country. Without sufficient resources, it can only develop slowly. This speed is unbearable for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan summoned one person. I have seen the emperor. When Xuanhuan came, he knelt in front of Xuanhuan, very respectful. In Xuanhuan, his cultivation has also been elevated to the 6th level of the Holy Spirit. You are from a wanderer and are very familiar with other big worlds. Which big world do you think resources can satisfy the development of Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan asked him. Xianyuanxiu was nothing in Xuanhuan's eyes, but Xuanhuan valued his understanding of the universe. Your Majesty, the universe is vast and boundless, and there are many big worlds, but I think that the most suitable one for the Xuanhuan Empire is only the Sea God world. Without him, the Sea God world is rich in resources, and can meet the needs of the empire. Xuanhuan immediately said, and the Sea God Great World is a multi-world hub, with developed commerce and trade, and the resources of many great worlds will be transferred to the Sea God Great World. Sea God Great World? Xuanhuan said silently, you are from Sea God Great World. Your Majesty forgive me, this minister is indeed from the Sea God World. Xuanhuan panicked, knelt down and said, I do have selfish intentions, and I want to use the power of the Emperor to return to the Sea God Great World, but everything I said is true. The Sea God Great World is a hub in a star domain, connecting many great worlds. The world, there is no empire there, the most powerful is the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, with many world gods. If we can stand there, we can obtain a lot of resources. Okay, don't panic. Xuanhuan smiled, tell me about the Sea God world. Xuanhuan didn't dare to get up, but still knelt and said, There are many chambers of commerce in the Sea God world, and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce controls the Sea God world. It is rumored that their business has already reached other star realms, and they have too many resources. If we can get some of it, it will be extremely beneficial to the development of the Empire, and we can open up their trade market with the divine elixir of magic. Xuanhuan thought, using the divine pill, to establish himself in the Sea God world. What Chuyuan thought was that the Sea God Great World had a special location, a star domain hub, and it would spread and radiate to other great worlds. If Shenwu occupied the Sea God Great World, it would be able to start a war against a world within a star domain. Although Qian Yuan is the Holy Spirit, his knowledge of other great worlds is limited. He needs the Sea God Great World as a springboard to attack other great worlds and expand the territory of the Shenwu Empire. Different status, different ideas. Qian Yuan, I have given you a task to open the Shenwu Chamber of Commerce to the Poseidon world, open the trade market, and collect information. You are the president of the Poseidon branch. Chu Yuan needs smooth Qian Yuan to do this. Your Majesty, let me be the president. Qian Yuan's face was still full of disbelief. Going to be the president of a big world branch, this position is very big. Go, don't let me down. Chu Yuan said, Kong Ming Dao Kuan, while you take the casting master of Shenwu to the Sea God Great World, you will set up a connected teleportation array, and also set up the starry sky fortress there, waiting for my next order. Kong Mi Dao Kuan appeared in his Dao Kuan. This Kuan followed him in his infancy, and now it is also the cultivation of the Holy Spirit, and in its body, there is also a Kuan world, which is a huge inner space, similar to the gods and gods of the gods. Once Komi Daokuan becomes a world god, it will bring its own world, which makes it difficult for him to become a world god. The Great Sea God world is a star domain hub, and there are world gods. For the safety of the Shenwu Chamber of Commerce and the deployment of actions, I will let the gods protect you. Chu Yuan beckoned, Shenyu. I have seen the Emperor. The goddess appeared. God of the world. Xian Yuan's heart trembled when he saw the goddess wearing a robe and a mask, and then he was ecstatic. Your Majesty, let a world god protect me this time, which is enough to show the importance attached to this action. I will definitely do this well and let His Majesty see what I can do. Qian Yuan, there are gods and secluded people to protect you, you can do some things boldly, and always pass the news back to the country. Chu Yuan said. By the order of the Emperor, I will protect you. The gods are indifferent. Yes, follow the orders of the Emperor. Qian Yuan was excited. The arrangement of the Chamber of Commerce was prepared very quickly. Kongmi Dao Kuan directly swallowed all the people who went to the Sea God world this time into its Kuan world. Poseidon world, my money is back. #C700 deploy. Kongmi Dao Kuan shows its ability to travel the starry sky and travel through the universe. Its speed is faster than that of ordinary world gods. If you break through to the world realm and directly use the world shuttle, then it will only take a few days to go to the Sea God world, which can be regarded as a weapon for crossing the universe. A few months later. Stop, it's still a few days away from the Sea God world, so we'll build the starry sky fortress here. The Holy Tortoise Demon Saint walked with Kongmi Dao Kuan, feeling almost the same, and immediately released the starry sky fortress, and soon formed a small floating continent in the starry sky, connected one by one, exuding a ferocious murderous intention. Your Majesty doesn't want to do business in the Sea God Great World this time, starry sky fortress, it's about transporting troops and occupying this world. Qian Yuan was shocked. If it is business, he has countless ways to do business, but looking at the situation in front of him, doing business is simply a fake. Letting him go to Sea God world in advance is just to arrange in advance and investigate information. Qian Yuan, Xingyu will follow you to the Sea God Great World. I believe you have figured out your Majesty's thoughts. Holy Tortoise Demon Holy Road, I am here to be in charge of the connection with the Empire. I see. Xuanhuan took some people to the sea god world. The sea god great world is extremely huge, and it is not much smaller than the eternal great world. The crystal wall shrouded outside the world is dark blue, and from a distance, it looks like a huge ocean. The same goes for entering the sea god great world. The whole world is almost seawater, with only islands floating on the sea. In this world, trade is extremely developed. The sea god chamber of commerce controls the most business, and many small chambers of commerce survive under the pressure of the sea god chamber of commerce. Poseidon world, my Xuanhuan is back. On the blue sea, money appeared. Back then, he established a small chamber of commerce, and his business was booming, but because he didn't have a strong backstage, he was destroyed by his competitors. But this time it was different. He was backed by the Xuanhu Empire. Let's find a place first and establish the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Xuanhuan had long thought of a plan. His Majesty did not want to do business slowly this time, but to become the ruler of this world. After all, when doing business, how could it be faster to directly control the resources of a world? The establishment of the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce did not cause fluctuations in the sea god great world. Every time a period of time, I do not know how many chambers of commerce were established and how many disappeared. In order to make the Chamber of Commerce grow, Xuanhuan gave him a lot of divine pills to sell here. Second, have a strong background. Xuanhu's, the world god, is following Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan can flex its muscles. Did you know? There is a Xuanhu merchant in the sea god world, and it will open tomorrow. It is said that they specialize in the business of selling medicine pills. There are too many chambers of commerce selling magic pills. This Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce is not ordinary. Listening to their publicity, they will come up with a large number of emperor-grade pills and holy-grade pills at the opening tomorrow. There are only pills you can't think of, and you can't come up with them without them. Real or fake? I don't know. This Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce is obviously not a local chamber of commerce. It's obviously from other big worlds, and it also wants to carve up the business of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, but whether it's true or false, there's nothing wrong with going to see. With strong background support, Xuanhuan also chose to develop slowly, but released a large number of medicinal pills right away. The emperor asked him not to develop slowly, but to figure out the situation of the sea god world. On the opening day, under the overwhelming publicity of the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce, a large number of people gathered at the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, today is the first day of our Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Our Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a sufficient supply of medicinal pills, all kinds of imperial pills, holy pills, and now you can buy them in the store. Xuanhuan stood outside the Chamber of Commerce and looked at the arriving guests. There are many strong people in the Sea God world, which is a multi-world hub, and some big worlds directly set up institutions to acquire materials here. Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Look at those powerhouses, there are actually quite a few holy gods. Obviously, the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a lot of background behind it. This is to shock us and tell us the power of the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce, but since there are so many strong people, it means that it is very likely that we can see many medicinal herbs, and we must go in and see. Many people entered the Chamber of Commerce. There are so many divine pills of the Emperor's rank, you see, many of these divine pills are difficult to refine, and some are as difficult to refine as holy articles, but this is not the most amazing. There are holy articles there. God damn. There are thousands of holy pills. I have almost only heard of some holy pills in rumors. There are so many medicinal pills in the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce that the faces of these people have changed. And the divine pills under the Emperor grade are even more numerous. As soon as it opened, a large number of Shindan were also snapped up, so that Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce not only gained a lot of wealth and fame. Everyone, the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce not only sells medicinal pills, but also purchases various materials, which can be converted to God pills for you. Seeing the hot voice, Xuanhuan laughed. He had long known that there would be such a sensational effect. His Majesty gave him so much support. If he could not make the Chamber of Commerce famous, he would be a pig. If the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce can continue to provide so many medicinal herbs, on behalf of Shendang world, I am willing to trade with the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce for a long time. There is the Holy Spirit. My Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a lot of medicinal pills, and I am willing to accept various long-term transactions. Qian Yuan Dao. In the next few days, the business became more and more popular, and countless people heard the news and rushed to buy Xuanhu's medicinal pills. Xuanhuan, our fame has already resounded throughout the entire sea god world in a short period of time. Li Songhai also arrived here first. Yeah, but it's not enough. We still need more fame. The Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce is here, in fact, to open up the early deployment for His Majesty to attack this world. His Majesty's ambition is not something we can guess. Xuanhuan nodded, continue to spread the news to the outside world. We will hold an auction in half a month to auction off the rarest sacred pills that His Majesty gave us to seize the business of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the Xuanhu Empire, he was not afraid that the Sea God merchant would attack him. The Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce is going to hold an elixir auction, and their president will release the words, and they will come up with the rarest holy elixir. I believe that the Xuanhu merchants will have this strength. After all, they have provided too many medicinal pills for so many days. I just don't know, what is the origin behind this Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce? Looking at their posture, they didn't intend to keep a low profile from the beginning, and they wanted to directly grab business with the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the news came out, countless powerhouses in the entire Sea God world were also alarmed. Although the Xuanhu Merchant Guild appeared for a short time, the medicinal pills they took out already showed their strength. Xuanhuan's movements are very fast. He really has some skills to become famous so quickly. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint sits in the Starry Sky Fortress. I also want to quickly inform your Majesty about this news. The position of the Sea God Great World in this star realm is important, and the Empire must be in control, and use this as a springboard. Go out to fight. #C701 God Ruins. Xuanhuan is a talent, and it is worth spending a lot of resources on him. Chu Yuan made a sound of appreciation. Although he has his own backing to support Xuanhuan is very familiar with the Sea God world, and using his own skills, he is building momentum in a short period of time, making the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce quickly flourish and become famous. Taking the Sea God world was just the first step in his plan. He really has no interest in wasting time to run it slowly. Let the casting staff transform the teleportation array, shorten the teleportation time as much as possible, and pay close attention to the movement of the Sea God Great World. Once the teleportation array is perfected, it is time to attack the Sea God Great World. Chu Yuan devised a strategy. Poseidon World. The auction was successfully held, and a large number of rare medicinal pills made the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce become the top 10 largest chambers of commerce in the Sea God world. We held an auction this time, and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce also paid attention to us. Li Songhai Road. The news has been passed on to His Majesty, and His Majesty has not given any guidance on our actions. This shows that His Majesty told us that even if we let it go, we don't need to think so much. As a minister, we must complete His Majesty's explanation perfectly. Xuanhuan is indeed smart and knows how to figure out the holy will. The Poseidon Chamber of Commerce is located on the largest Poseidon continent in the Poseidon world. In the extremely ancient years ago, there used to be the Sea God Empire that dominated the Sea God Great World. But the empire has been destroyed. For some reason, no one built an empire here, and gradually developed into a world dominated by chambers of commerce. It is said that the Sea God Chamber of Commerce has obtained a lot of treasures from the Sea God Empire, but everyone knows that the Sea God Chamber of Commerce is also an outsider, and the former Sea God Empire has long since disappeared. In the huge building with dark blue as the main color, inside the dark blue palace. Have you found it, the origin of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce? An old man sat on the first seat with a cold face. He was actually a god of the world, dressed in a wide dark blue robe. It has the logo of the Poseidon Chamber of Commerce on it. Elder Ishan, we don't know the origin of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce for the time being. They actually came up with some magical pills that our Sea God Chamber of Commerce couldn't come up with in a short period of time. The momentum is getting bigger and bigger, and many people are choosing to cooperate with them. The Holy Spirit told me. It's not easy to come up with so many magical pills. Xuanhuan, this Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has great ambitions. Does it want to replace it? Elder Ishan's eyes were sharp. His Sea God Chamber of Commerce occupied such a good position, which naturally attracted the hearts of countless people. Humph. My Sea God Chamber of Commerce has occupied the Sea God world for so many years and encountered countless challenges. How could a Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce be able to challenge? Some Holy Spirit is very dissatisfied, and outsiders like the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce have made such a big stir when they come. This is not to take them seriously. Suppressing the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Sea God world is dominated by us as a business-oriented world, and we are suppressing it through various channels. Elder Ishan said. They are very skilled in this way. Elder Ishan, Sun Qing, the world god, has come to the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, someone complained. Sun Qing world god? Elder Ishan nodded. You two continue to discuss plans for the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Sun Qing world god, I will entertain him. In the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, in the VIP pavilion, some holy spirits were respectfully receiving a square-faced, middle-aged man. This middle-aged man sat quietly on the chair. His cultivation was the first step legend of the world god. Haha, Sun Qing world god, what do you want to buy at my Sea God Merchant Guild today? Your presence makes me feel radiant. Elder Ishan laughed. I do need to buy something. Sun Qing Dao, but the most important thing for me this time is to complete a transaction with the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Please see, this is a piece of divine iron from the beginning of time. It took me a lot of hard work to get it. I don't know you. What price can the Sea God Chamber of Commerce give? In the beginning, divine iron. Elder Ishan was startled, but his face remained unchanged and smiled. Let me see. It is good. Sun Qing took out a piece of silver or the size of a human head. Although it is only the size of a human head, this piece of ore is so heavy that ordinary holy gods can't lift it. The divine iron of the very beginning, the divine iron that was cultivated when the universe opened up the world at the beginning of the very beginning, I cherish it very much, but Sun Qing world god, this piece in your hand is a little small. I don't know what you want to exchange for it. Elder Ishan knew that divine iron was very precious in the beginning and could be used to create artifacts. But the most important thing for business people is to keep their faces straight, keep prices down, and seek greater benefits. Well, here's what I need. Enough Holy Spirit pill or World Spirit pill will do. Sun Qing took out a list. The medicinal pills on this are very precious. I am afraid that this piece of absolute beginnings divine iron can't be exchanged for so much. The realm divine pill has it, but it can't give you so much, and if you use the Holy Spirit pill, the quantity will be too much. Some holy products. Shindan is too precious, I can't trade it. Elder Ishan wondered, the conditions are too harsh, and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce cannot make a loss-making business. How much do you want? Sun Qing's face was a little ugly. I can accept a reduction of 1/3 of the realm or all the holy pills. Let's see, half of the world divine pill or minus 1/3 of the holy divine pill, the price is already very fair. Elder Ishan's words seem to have taken a huge advantage of Sun Qing. It seems that our deal can't go on. I went to the ruins of the gods this time, and I almost lost my life in it. I only got such a piece of divine iron in the beginning. Your Sea God Chamber of Commerce is trying to press my price. Sun Qing was very dissatisfied and stood up. I'm afraid that the entire Sea God world can only give Sun Qing World God your request. Elder Ishan was not in a hurry. He saw that Sun Qing was accumulating the medicine pill to break through the second step of the World God. I can't do this deal. Sun Qing World God still left. If you think about it, this elder welcomes you at any time. Elder Ishan was not afraid that Sun Qing would not come back. After he left, he said, in the entire Sea God world, all business is in our hands. Other chambers of commerce should also act according to our looks. Poseidon Chamber of Commerce has lowered prices too much in recent years. Sun Qing appeared on the vast sea, and he was also full of anger. He said, but a Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce recently appeared. I don't know if it can meet my requirements. It really doesn't work, so I can only sell it to the Sea God Chamber of Commerce at a loss. This is a bad thing for a single family. He went to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Dear guest, I don't know what you want to buy. Qian Yuan Dao. A world god, he would have been very excited when he saw it before, but he was not surprised when he saw the strength of the emperor. A piece of divine iron in the beginning, exchanged for the divine pill on the list. After Sun Qing came to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, his face was awe-inspiring, and he felt that the power of a world god was also hidden in the dark and shocked him. In the beginning God iron. Qian Yuan saw the list above, estimated it for a while, and said, Your Honor, the price you proposed is indeed fair. I have identified this divine iron in the beginning, and it is indeed worth the price. If the honored customer trades now, I can take out the divine iron right now. Dan is handed over to the distinguished guest. After this piece of divine iron was traded in the beginning, he would send it back directly to Xuanhuan and give it to His Majesty. Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is really refreshing. Sun Qing was very satisfied. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce was more happy than the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, and the list made no counteroffer, and said, I have some other things here, not as precious as the divine iron in the beginning, but they are all obtained by the gods from the relics of the gods. Come. #C702 The mall is like a battlefield. These things are all obtained by the god from the ruins of the gods, and they are not as precious as the god iron in the early days. You can estimate the price. Sun Qing, the world god, took out a lot of miscellaneous things, and the transaction of Shintai in the beginning made him satisfied. I also received these things from the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Qian Yuan said, but what is the god's relic? Haha, this divine relic is not a secret, but it appeared in the universe a few years ago. Have you heard of God? Yes, that divine relic is related to God. Sun Qing Dao. God? I've heard some, it seems very long ago, and the relics are hard to see. Qian Yuan was shocked, and his face showed nothing. It is the ruins of the gods, it is a sea of stars, and the powerhouses of many great worlds have been there. A terrible conclusion is drawn. There died a powerhouse of the age of gods, and the cultivation base is likely to reach the fifth step of world gods. It is very dangerous in the ruins of the gods. Sun Qing got the benefit and didn't care to say more. I just got a piece of absolute beginning divine iron, and I know that the Tsang Yen ancestor of the Tsang Yen great world has obtained a world artifact, which is enviable. Sun Qing sighed. Ancestor Tsang Yen, divine relic. Qian Yuan took it down and secretly said, This is a big news, I must report it to your majesty quickly, and let His Majesty decide. He knew that in the last war of the Eternal World Lord appeared, and that was also the existence of the Age of God. I am very satisfied with this transaction. You are more fair than the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, the Sea God Chamber of Commerce has been the dominant family, controlling too many businesses, and the purchase price is very low. If there are magical things in the future, this God will trade with the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. After chatting for a while, the holy grade divine pill was sent over, and Sun Chung World God smiled with satisfaction. There is absolutely no way to get so much in the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. There will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sending off Sun Chung World God, Xuanhuan looked solemn. Has the relic of the gods appeared again in the universe? Sure enough, it is the right choice to establish a chamber of commerce in the Sea God world and control the news. In the Imperial Palace, Xuanhuan received the news. In front of him were some ancient monuments with the words of the Age of Gods written on them, Turin. The relic of the fifth step of the World God, someone has already obtained the World God weapon. He also learned the divine script from the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint, and deciphered it. Xuanhuan, collect more news about the relics of the gods in the Sea God world, and quickly grow the momentum. I need you to secretly set up a teleportation formation, using the Chamber of Commerce as a cover, to prepare for the next expedition of the Empire. Xuanhuan issued an order. Yes. Xuanhuan was excited when he received the response. Poseidon Chamber of Commerce. Inside the huge dark blue palace, Elder Ishan, the world god Sun Qing, left the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce with satisfaction. It is very likely that the transaction he was looking for has been reached. This Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is terrible, and it can fulfill the requirements of Sun Cheng's world god so quickly. Sun Cheng's departure also made the Sea God Chamber of Commerce know immediately. Ishan's face was extremely ugly. The transaction of a piece of absolute beginning divine iron was nothing, but it broke their monopoly on the business of the Sea God world. After all, they can keep the price of goods extremely low. Now there is a Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce to break the monopoly. In the future, those strong people will have another place to sell goods. It's not a good thing for us. Ishan's voice was extremely cold. They didn't mind someone opening a chamber of commerce, but they had to act according to their rules. They said, let someone go to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce and see how powerful they are, and convey the will of my Sea God Chamber of Commerce. The Sea God Chamber of Commerce can't sit still. Xuanhuan laughed, Brother Songhai, just today, they sent someone to give me a booklet with the prices of various goods on it, and they asked us to follow their prices. Go to work. His Majesty's purpose is not to let him do business. Therefore, during this period of time, he deliberately set a price to allow those guests to benefit more, so that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce can grow rapidly. This is to make us abide by the rules they set. Li Songhai said lightly. Yeah, if we abide by their rules, how will the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce squeeze the business of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce? If it doesn't become mediocre, people think that it is their vassal. How can it be the first to grab people? Xuanhuan disdainfully said, Brother Songhai, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. Although His Majesty's army has not yet moved, the war has already begun. The stronger the Chamber of Commerce, the more beneficial it will be for the next battle to conquer the Sea God world. Good. Li Songhai knew that they were not here for business, and said, Xuanhuan, what are you going to do next? It's easy to do. Since you're not ready to coexist peacefully with them, you can just tear up your face, hold an auction every 2 weeks, and buy treasures from all over the world, and do things at our price. Xuanhuan snorted coldly and said, there are just a few methods. We are not afraid of those who have gods, but if they fight a lot of gods, they can beat us? The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is holding an auction again. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce came to the Sea God Great World in just a few months, and has held several auctions in a row. Are you planning to compete with the Sea God Chamber of Commerce? Want to become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in this world? Yeah, but it's better for two heroes to fight for hegemony than a single family. Recently, with the restraint of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, the Sea God Chamber of Commerce has been forced to increase the purchase price, which is also of great benefit to us. Go to the auction of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. The Sea God world was completely lively. The arrival of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has broken the balance of the Sea God Great World. They purchased treasures at a higher price than the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, and they were able to produce many rare sacred pills, which made people marvel at their power. However, these people liked the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce for not paying attention to the rules. Without him, the Poseidon Chamber of Commerce has been too rampant over the years. Relying on the dominance of one family, it has occupied too much business, which has already made many people dissatisfied. Xuanhuan, our auctions have been very successful. The resources we have obtained are second, and more importantly, it has threatened the dominance of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Many strong people have deliberately distributed a lot of business to us. Li Songhai Road. They come with big tasks and dare not be careless. It's a balancing act, no one wants one family to dominate. Xuanhuan is very clear about this. The auction will continue to be held, and His Majesty has also sent me news. Let us continue to grow. I have received information, and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce has also raised the purchase price, holding auctions in succession, and various targeted actions have come. Already. The soldiers come to block the water and cover the soil. Li Songhai sneered, we don't really want to do business in the Sea God world, we just want to defeat the Sea God Chamber of Commerce and prepare for the conquest of the empire. Yes, this is our ultimate goal, so we should have different measures to deal with it. Xuanhuan took a sip of tea, he liked this feeling very much, and said, Brother Songhai, they hold an auction, we will hold too. We have a lot of strange holy pills, if the business is it is difficult to defeat, and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce will formulate new strategies next, but there is nothing to be afraid of, after all, we have the support of the great Emperor Xuanhuan behind us. #C703, Songyan Great World. Poseidon Chamber of Commerce. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is still going its own way, completely ignoring our warnings. The trade price of the entire Sea God world has been raised by them, and many people also like to go to their Chamber of Commerce to buy things and trade resources. At least 30% of our business has been taken away. A holy god had a gloomy face, facing Yishan Road on the first seat. Although they are a Chamber of Commerce, it seems that an empire has encountered provocations from other empires, and it is unbearable. We have to come up with a way to fight back, but what shocked me even more is how did they come up with so many holy grade pills? In this period of time, the amount of holy grade pills they took out was more than 10 years' worth of transactions in the Sea God world. More. Yishan Dao, now the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has the potential to compete with our Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Why don't we take the means of assassination and kill their guild leader? Yu Xing said. Madness. Yishan immediately scolded, if you can come up with so many holy pills, then there will be no terrifying forces behind the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce? Killing one of their guild leaders is useful? And do you think they don't have a strong person in charge? I dare to say that Xuanhuan, the Chamber of Commerce must have a world god, otherwise it will not be able to compete with us at all. Then what? Order all the chambers of commerce in the Sea God world to mobilize our network resources, raise the purchase price, and use all means to counterattack them out of the Sea God world. In our home court, they can't help but be arrogant. Yishan ordered, it's better to know their behind-the-scenes history. This is a different kind of battle. Xuanhuan is a genius, not that he cultivates, but that he knows how to maximize his advantages in terms of business. If you want to play with you guys, hee. Xuanhuan laughed. A guest from the great world of Songyan. On this day, the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce also had guests from Songyan Great World. Xuanhuan also paid more attention to this world. Their world gods got a world god weapon from the god ruins. There are so many divine pills to replenish qi and blood. What are they going to do? Xuanhuan was slightly puzzled. However, the price offered by Xuanhuan Great World was very attractive, and he had no reason not to do business. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years for Xuanhu. In the past few years, the development has been extremely fast. The wounds of the war a few years ago have been smoothed out. Xuanhu has once again become strong, and has opened up more legions. The current Xuanhu Empire is already a world-class empire. Chu Yuan is a legend in the Xuanhu Empire, a myth that everyone believes and reveres. The system of the 3 colleges has become more and more perfect. Chu Yuan nodded. In the first year of Xuanhu, he was able to fight desperately against the 5 ancient empires, and the 3 academies provided him with a steady stream of excellent soldiers. Many teenagers who studied in the academy at the time are now shining in the Xuanhu army and become pillars. The peaceful development of several years has also caused many people to hold back their strength and want to go out and create a career. Under the influence of the great Emperor Xuanhu, the people of the Xuanhu Empire were not afraid of death. They were so afraid that they did not have the foundation to make achievements and could not drink the blood of their opponents. And now, the number of divine army has exceeded 1 million. In the great desolate world controlled by Yang Teng, with the help of Chu Yuan, he has entered the depths of the origin of the world, breaking through the world gods wholeheartedly. For this big world, Chu Yuan did not destroy the ancient environment, but hoped that more gods, demons, and giant beasts would be born, and some legions of different styles would be formed to better match the Empire's future battles. There are only 2 worlds, and the speed of development is not enough. Chu Yuan obtained a lot of information about the universe from the Sea God world. It is rumored that there is an ancient and powerful empire with power that spans across the star realm and has hundreds of big worlds, which can be called a cosmic-level empire. Right now, although the speed of Xuanhu's development is fast, it is far from enough. There is Luo Tian above Luo Shui, Luo Fei, your Luotian palace has become more and more perfect. When Chu Yuan was dealing with state affairs, he came to Luo Shui like a Tianhe river, entered Luotian palace with a smile, and looked at Luo Yueying. His Majesty. Luo Yueying came. Come here, sit down, and have a drink with me. Chu Yuan asked Luo Yueying to be by his side. Your Majesty, is this another action? With a wave of Luo Yueying's hand, the endless vitality condensed into crystal flowers, like a splendid sea of light and rain, which was extremely beautiful. The plan has always been there. I sent Xuanhuan to the Sea God world, and now I'm almost ready. The Starry Sky Fortress has been set up. Chu Yuan embraced Luo Yueying and joked about world affairs. During this period of time, although he had cultivated in the human sovereign kingdom for a long time, the results were not high. During this period of time, he was consuming the power of the 2 great worlds. He had reached an extreme, and it was difficult for the national fortune to continue to skyrocket. The location of the Sea God Great World is indeed important. It is the hub in this star field. With this great world, His Majesty can radiate all around, launch a bigger attack, and expand the Xuanhu Empire. Luo Yueying didn't know anything about the universe either. She leaned on Chu Yuan's side and said, however, an attack on this Sea God world will be like poking a hornet's nest. I'm afraid some people won't let the Empire rule this world. Whoever stands in front of me will be killed. Chu Yuan said lightly. Luo Yueying was startled. His Majesty is really domineering, and only such a domineering emperor has the courage. There will be more battles in the future. Chu Yuan said. Xuanhu, 3 years. Xuanhuan always delivers the message. The battle between the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce and the Sea God Chamber of Commerce has reached a level of tension. In order to compete for the business of the Sea God Great World, the 2 sides even spared no expense. trying to consume their opponents. Xuanhuan doesn't care, let's spend it. The Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce is just a means for him to confuse the eyes in the sea god world. His martial arts army is the ultimate killer. Your Majesty, I got the news that the Tsongyan world god is dead. This is the information that Xuanhuan urgently sent. A world god is dead. Just half a month ago, a terrifying curse broke out in the great world of Tsongyan, and it turned into a dead area. The entire Tsongyan sect turned into a dead place, and countless people died inside. Some people heard the death of the Tsongyan world. The previous roar, shouting ominous, he brought back the ominous, and he was cursed. According to the information, the Tsongyan world god died under an ominous curse. This ominous curse that can make a world god fall is terrifying and terrifying. The Tsongyan great world was already in chaos, the dragons were headless, and the world gods went to investigate, but when they saw the ominous curse, they all left immediately, and did not dare to go deep, for fear of being infected with an unknown curse. The Tsongyan world god took away a world artifact from the divine ruins. After a few years, he encountered strange things, and the great world of Tsongyan has no world god anymore. Xuanhuan looked at this information. #C704 Human Shadow. The Tsongyan Great World, located at the southern end of the Sea God Great World, is not as huge as the Eternal Great World. At this moment, outside the big world was originally a bright crystal wall. You can see that there is a black gas covering the sky, which is extremely eye-catching in the cosmic starry sky, like an eye of darkness. The power of the curse. When Xuanhuan got the news, he decided to come to the great world of Tsongyan to check it out in person, staring at the black spot, and instantly entered the great world. The god of the Tsongyan world is dead, and the power of this ominous curse is very likely to erupt in the entire big world. What can we do? Can we only leave the big world of Tsongyan and wander in the starry sky? The powerhouses in the great world of Tsongyan are very worried. After learning that the Tsongyan world god died unknown, many people checked, and there were several gods in the world. Did not return to leave. Tsongyan world god in his own world is extremely difficult to kill him even in the second step, but he was cursed to death. One can imagine the terrifying power of this power. The place where the god of the Tsongyan world died and was cursed. Xuanhuan appeared in the great world of Tsongyan. In front of him, he saw a dark fog covering a large area, with all kinds of cold and terrifying curses on it, and the black fog was surging, as if a big hand was grabbing all around. Even Xuanhuan's strength is tyrannical, staring at this curse, but also feels a cold aura. After he came here, he felt an eye staring at him, creepy. The so-called curse is nothing but a tyrannical and strange power. Xuanhuan walked into the monstrous black mist. He was majestic and domineering, shining brightly in Kyushu. This is a strong confidence in one's own strength. He understands. The great world of Tsongyan has no owner, and the world god has died. If he can lift the power of this curse, then he will be able to control a great world. This is an opportunity, and he can't let it go. It was cold, strange, and the wind was rustling, and there was a strange aura everywhere. This place was originally the place with the strongest power and the most dazzling light in the great world of Tsongyan, but at this moment, a dim aura was already entangled in it, and the power of the curse was pervasive, covering it like maggots on the tarsal bones. No one can curse me. Xuanhuan is supreme and majestic. On a hill, he looked and saw a corpse. It was a holy god, but his eyes were wide and his body was like a mummified corpse. The power in his body had disappeared, and there was no essence. There are many corpses, and the way of death is hideous. It seems that they did not have the strength to resist before they died, and they killed them in an instant. He continued walking until he came to an open place, like a training ground, where there was a stone platform. At this moment on the stone platform, there is actually a person sitting. This person sat there quietly, with his back to Xuanhuan, without the slightest breath. He was obviously dead. Xuanhuan World God. Xuanhuan felt the power of the World God from this corpse. Before he died, the Xuanhuan World God shouted that he encountered an unknown. This is a curse. Obviously, he has seen the power that killed him and fought, but he was defeated. He died here and was able to kill the World God. Xuanhuan said coldly. His eyes looked at the Xuanhuan World God, and suddenly a bloodstain appeared on his neck, like a horizontal incision, and a head fell off and rolled over. This head is disheveled, it is an old man, and his eyes are like dead fish eyes. It can be seen that he has encountered a strong fear. In the news, the world god Xuanhuan obtained a world artifact from the relic of the gods, and it should have brought the curse back at that time. When Xuanhuan checked, suddenly a cold aura came and it burst out like a shadow. Want to kill me? Xuanhuan's eyes pierced, and the void collapsed layer by layer. He saw a shadow that was so cold to the extreme that it seemed to be illusory. This shadow is the so-called curse of the god who killed the world of Xuanhuan. Boom! His palm also grabbed out, bursting out the power of immortality, divine light and holy stern, and the black sickle fought fiercely. The light was blazing, and the power of this curse could kill the Xuanhuan world god, but it couldn't kill Xuanhuan. When the shadow was knocked out, Xuanhuan immediately frowned. This shadow has no entity of its own, as if a breath of air did not hurt it. The shadow of this humanoid mark is not real, but the dark scythe is real. It's really weird. Xuanhuan said. I curse any existence that touches me, the body will rot, the blood will be exhausted and die, and the eternal life will fall into the endless abyss. Obviously no sound came out, but Xuanhuan heard a terrifying will in his ear. The shadow was the incarnation of a strange curse, and suddenly a strange and extreme power entangled him. There was a sign of rotting and blood flowing out of him. I will never invade. Xuanhuan looked directly at the power of this curse. It seemed to be resentment against the sky and people, and the power of unwilling resentment turned into a curse. He waved his hand, and the curse of the shadow could not approach him at all. Your power will become mine. The shadow came again, holding a black sickle, and slashed fiercely in the void. A black on appeared and directly cut the head. Xuanhuan also saw that the power of the shadow was not so strong, but its existence was too strange and special. The Xuanhuan world god wanted to refine the black sickle, but was cursed into the body and cut off his head. Great sealing technique. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the door of the seal appeared. The power of the seal can not only seal tangible things, but even an invisible existence such as a curse, it can exist, and the long river of seal suddenly tore away and slammed into the shadow. The shadow was knocked into the air, and the black air all over his body exploded, hurting it. Shadow was hurt, and an even more vicious curse was cast. But its curse power could not harm Xuanhuan at all. His body radiated infinite light, the Emperor's majesty shattered the curse, and the power of the shadow was obviously not enough. Your life will fall into the endless abyss, you cannot escape. The shadow continued to curse, but the sound of its curse sounded vicious, but it was useless and became a joke. The shadow that this unknown curse turned into, he wanted to rush directly into Xuanhuan's body. Seal. At this moment, Xuanhuan stretched out his big hand and grabbed the shadow. The power of the seal grabbed the invisible thing, and suddenly an infinite chain seal came out from the shadow's body. Xuanhuan. His other hand stretched out, and the black sickle was in his hand. After a moment of immersion, Xuanhuan took out the curse on God. A strange scene appeared, and the shadow actually merged into the curse of God. At the same time, after Xuanhuan sealed the power of the curse, the black qi in the Xuanhuan Great World was rapidly dissipating, and countless people saw that the heaven and the earth gradually returned to normal. What happened? Why is the power of the curse that killed the world god of Xuanhuan disappearing? Who solved the power of the curse? Or is there some other change? Countless people are speculating in horror, and the unknown changes frighten them the most. It was I who resolved the curse of the great world of Xuanhuan. A majestic voice came from the source of the curse. #C705 God Ruins. A person came out of the cursed land. Everyone immediately saw that this man was carrying endless majesty, carrying a dark sickle. The tip of the knife was dragging on the ground. He made a sharp sound, and there was a black mist in his other hand. That black sickle is a world artifact obtained by the Xuanhuan world god. Someone was shocked. Then I saw the human-shaped mark, just glanced at it, and the boundless curse hit, as if I was about to die, and said in horror, "Ah. That is the curse power that killed the god of the Xuanhuan world, god, someone actually the curse is sealed." Seeing this scene, they were also shocked. The whole world, all the holy spirits, come before me. Xuanhuan's loud voice passed out. No one dared to escape. These holy gods have already felt that this world is dominated by a greater force, and soon there are hundreds of people in front of Xuanhuan. These people are afraid. What kind of power is this? The ominous curse that killed the world god of Xuanhuan was easily pacified by this person. Great existence, who are you? Did you dissolve the curse in the great world of Xuanhuan? There are many holy spirits in this world, accumulated over countless years. A middle-aged man, his cultivation base has reached the pseudo-world god, and he is also the strongest person in this world today. Looking at Xuanhuan, the strong oppression made him tremble. This world belongs to the Xuanwu Empire. Xuanhuan announced in a domineering and unquestionable tone. Xuanwu Empire? This group of people had never heard of the Xuanwu Empire, but the pseudo-world god suddenly remembered something and said in shock, "Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, are you the master behind the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce?" "You guessed right," Xuanhuan said. "Really?" This pseudo-world god thought to himself, and said, "With your majesty's strength, it is appropriate to control this world. We dare not resist his majesty's will." "You really dare not resist my will? I see that you have a lot of careful thoughts." Xuanhuan's faint voice fell. "His Majesty." The pseudo-world god was so frightened by Xuanhuan's rhetorical question that he knelt down. "I definitely don't dare, I don't have the guts. In this world, I will send someone to take over and listen to the dispatch of the Xuanwu Empire. You can live, and those who disobey will die." Xuanhuan said coldly. "The world god in this world is dead, no one can resist his will, he easily controls it, and immediately let Lu Qianfu come to this world. King Zhongyong, you are the master of the great world of Xuanhuan, and I will let you control the origin of the world and become a world god." Xuanhuan wants to make Lu Qianfu the world god of this world. He wanted Lu Qianfu to become a world god in the shortest time and in the quickest way. The next battle will be more violent. Although Lu Qianfu has the realm of the Holy Spirit, it is not enough. Xuanhuan can't be involved in any battle. He must make Lu Qianfu a world god and command the army of gods and martial arts for him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Qianfu didn't say much. He also understands that the conquests among the major worlds are not enough without the strength of the world god. The dark sickle still did not cause a reaction from the Taidan furnace. "Xuanyu, you are in charge of the dark scythe and take your life with it." Xuanhuan handed the dark sickle to Xuanyu, and with his ability, he could harvest life silently. This is his life-threatening sickle, like the god of death flashing in the ghostly world. God ruins, I should also go and see. Xuanhuan is very concerned about the relics of the gods, and learned from the information that the exploration of the relics of the gods has reached the final stage. Immediately, he hurried towards the divine ruins. The ruins of the gods are in this star field. The so-called star field means the universe starry sky. The star field formed by many large worlds can be called a star field. At least a dozen large worlds are required to be qualified to form a star field. He shuttled through the cosmic starry sky at an unbelievable speed. Every step he took, it seemed to be teleported in the endless starry sky. The distance of many stars can be swept across in one go, which is to maximize the power of the void gate. The ruins of the gods are there. Xuanhuan didn't know how much he had driven, so he stopped and looked straight ahead. The sky was vast and misty. There seems to be a galaxy of mist in front of it. It is extremely huge, and there are successive bursts around it, and many black holes devour and flicker. The world god of Turin, the power of the fifth step. Xuanhuan looked at the galaxy. The fifth step is to open up, which means to open up the world. With the existence of this series, the mana is unpredictable, and they already have the ability to open up a big world. The galaxy in front of him is actually a relic formed in the universe after the death of the Turin world god, and the essence is released, and it is built into the world. However, although this galaxy is huge, his eyes swept away, and he saw that there were many dangers inside, and there were also flickering figures. Swish! He directly entered the galaxy, and with his current strength, he was not afraid of some dangers that existed. He was looking for the strongest aura. When he walked all the way, he saw a lot of ruins. Unfortunately, they were all explored by predecessors, and all the treasures here were taken away. He came to a place with a gray aura, waved his hand away, and there was only a battle GE that was broken into two halves. The broken world artifact has become scrap iron and has no value. Xuanhuan shook his head. Regarding God, he got a lot of information from the eternal city of God. Back then, when God was at its peak and most powerful, it seemed that God wanted to completely control and refine the universe, and God alone was the only one who encountered adversity. Countless powerhouses who believed in God were hit by adversity, as if the universe was counterattacking, causing the most terrifying backlash. In his eyes, it seemed that such a scene appeared. When God encountered adversity, his countless armies were deployed all over the universe, trying to activate a kind of divine formation to resist this blow. But the power of this blow was too strong, and even the gods could not bear it. He still failed in the end, and the existence of this series of the Turin world god could not bear it. His body was blasted, and countless essences permeated out, and the power of the fifth step turned into this ancient ruin. Most of God's subordinates died back then, and there are only a few who can live like the eternal world lord. Xuanhuan continued to walk in the ruins. He saw a spring, and the essence continued to flow out. These are the origins of the gods of the world, and every strand is precious. Put it away, you can refine the more precious world god pill. No, he has seen me. A strong man also saw Xuanhuan in the distance from the spring, and when he looked at him, he was shocked, and his heart was smashed by a thunder, and he couldn't help trembling. I'm not his opponent. The strong man turned his head decisively and left. The depths of the ruins of the gods. When Xuanhuan saw the man leave, he didn't chase after him, he just closed the spring and walked through the vast storm in the ruins of the gods. #C706 Encounter the Temple of Murder again. The ruins of the gods, the breath is vast, in one place, countless chaotic gods and thunders flicker, all kinds of winds whistling, and the essence is erupting upward like a spring. This place is the core of the divine ruins. At this moment, there are already many masters gathered together. They spent several years to break through the danger in the ruins, and finally came here. Break here. These people have been exploring the ruins of the gods for several years, and they have also figured out the identity of the gods in the Turin world. To know the existence of the fifth step of the world god, the power is strong enough to open up the world, and the first step can be killed at the click of a finger. This kind of existence does not exist in this star field, and most of them are only the first step. Even if they get a little treasure from him, they will benefit a lot. Suddenly, a large number of Holy Spirit powerhouses, led by the World God, are jointly bombarding the ruins. Boom! Their power was earth-shattering and turned the world upside down. Although the World God left behind in the fifth step, the World God had also died for endless years, and was still blown away in this frenzied bombardment. Boom! A more violent essence permeated out, and these people took a deep breath, their expressions were relieved, and they felt that their strength had increased a lot. These are the powers after the deification of the Turan world. Okay, let's work harder. We've been bombarding for several years, and we're finally able to blast it away. Several world gods commanded and shouted. They saw the mad dragon-like essence flying out, and their eyes lit up. If they could get all the essence here, they could even break through a realm. The 5 steps of the World God, although they are all called the World God, but the gap between each step is huge. The 5th step can create a big world, there is no way to compare it. The sky collapsed and the world was bombarded by the laws of the world. The appearance of this corner was as if the dam was missing an opening, and it could no longer stop them. After several hours of bombardment, it was like the sound of a big explosion. It's finally broken here. Ha 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 ha. Finally got in. A lot of World God laws, the 5th step, open up the world. These World God laws are all mine. Streaming light dances, every World God law is shrouded in a thick essence, dazzling, monstrous power drowns this place, the Holy Spirit only needs to take a deep breath of the energy here, breaking through the small realm is easy. They were still working together before, but at this moment, some people are already fighting each other. The few world gods who entered here did not bother to pay attention to the laws of the world gods, but searched for more valuable treasures. According to the rumors, back then, God arranged great formations of gods all over the universe, leaving many formation eyes to resist the backlash from the universe. The god of Turan sat in one formation, but God did not resist, and his subordinates were also attacked. The power of calamity has killed countless people. A god of the world is watching here. Boom! Suddenly, they heard a strong and powerful sound, like a heartbeat, and suddenly saw that at the core of this place, there was a huge vortex, emitting spiral ripples. It is spewing out the laws of the world gods. There is the source of the power of the gods in the world of Turan. When they saw there, although they were shrouded in thick fog, they still saw 2 earth-shattering divine weapons. One is an extremely long war sword, which seems to be only used by giants. And one is a piece of armor that flashes aura. World artifact, the artifact refined by the world god in the 5th step. Treasures are touching, not to mention the artifacts refined in the 5th step, which are priceless treasures, and the eyes of these world gods are straight. The world artifact appears, you can get out. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice came in. A powerful aura descended on this ruin, and it was also the mana of the world god. In that aura, 3 cultivators appeared to reach the existence of the world god. Who are you? Someone yelled, and there was anger on their faces. Just as the man made a sound, he threw it at random, showing the aura of slaying the gods. The thunder was swift and violent, and the dissatisfied Holy Spirit was killed in an instant. With a bang, the whole body exploded. The Temple of Murder. These world gods recognized the calendar, and their faces showed strong fear, but they still shouted, "We have gone through untold hardships to open this treasure land. A little favor for us." The Temple of Murder is a taboo-level force in the cosmos' starry sky. The so-called taboo is an existence that must not be provoked. You have an opinion? The world of the Temple of Murdering God said, "Go ahead, I, Li Feng, can listen to your opinion. You deceive people too much, do you really think we dare not resist?" That world god blushed when Li Feng saw it, and when he said this, he was just a legend, but Li Feng reached the 2nd step. So what if I just bullied you? If you have the courage to resist me, I can give you this chance. Li Feng was arrogant and disdainful and lawless. In the eyes of the Temple of Murder, what are these world gods? You. This world god grasped tightly and felt a deep powerlessness. Although he is a world god, he does not dare to oppose the Temple of Murder. Yes, others have bullied him, what can he do? Does he really have the courage to resist? They still dare to be angry. A world god looked at them and said disdainfully, "It's a pity that their anger is just a sign of incompetence." With a wave of his hand, a terrifying god-killing light flew out, and before the angriest holy gods on their faces could react, they screamed, their entire body was hit, and they died tragically on the spot. The Holy Spirit is too weak before the world gods. Although you are a taboo force, you are so arrogant and domineering that one day, you will die miserably and encounter even greater taboos. A world god shouted in anger, and the several holy gods who were beheaded were his subordinates. The taboo is unstoppable. Anyone who dares to fight against the taboo will be killed by the taboo. The three world gods in the Temple of Murder are lawless and accustomed to running rampant, and they cannot tolerate anyone resisting them. In front of them, this group of people dares to have the slightest words of resistance, which is to provoke them. Stop talking nonsense, kill them cleanly, and take away all the treasures here. Li Feng put it lightly, he had seen such anger a lot, but what was the use of it? It can only provoke him, let him start a killing ring, and kill them cleanly. I am also a god of the world. A world god shouted. Yes? Boom. As soon as the world god shouted, Li Feng showed the strength of the second step. With one move, the divine light erupted, and with 5 fingers, he firmly grasped the arm of the world god, and his one arms are removed. A trash-like thing. Li Feng looked at the first step world god. Boom. Suddenly, when the Temple of Murdering God was rampant, a big hand descended from the ruins and grabbed the 2 realm artifacts directly. #C707 God-killing magic. A powerful breath came and dominated the place. This big hand is like a god, containing the magic power that sweeps everything, ignoring the existence of the temple killer. Who? Anger appeared on the face of a world god of the Temple of Slaughtering God. At this time, there were still people who dared to do something. They didn't put them in their eyes, and they suddenly attacked wildly. But the unexpected happened. This world god just stepped forward, his eyes widened immediately. His mana instantly collapsed in front of the hand of God, and the huge force backfired into his body, and the whole person was knocked out. A great figure also stepped out of the vacuum at this time. He was shrouded in the brilliance of the supreme, indifferent, and only coldly spit out a few words. Do you have any opinions? Who are you? Li Feng looked ugly when he saw the power of this person knocking back the world god with one blow. He stared at this person closely, and the power of the second step was emerging. However, Xuanhuan did not answer him. Humph. Everything here belongs to the Temple of Murdering God. I don't care where you come from, if you dare to take the treasure, there is only one way to die. You can't bear the wrath of the Temple of Murdering God. Li Feng was not afraid. Because he came from the Temple of Murder. The 3 words, Temple of Murder, represent boundless power. This man has a powerful mana and a mysterious origin. A single blow to repel the world god is enough to show his power. Let's not rush to do it, let's wait and see how the situation will develop next. The others retreated to the back. 2 world artifacts, refining in the 5th step. Xuanhuan did not take his threat seriously, but walked directly towards the 2 world artifacts. Aren't you looking down on me? Boom. Li Feng is also a peerless master. The power of the second step came out vertically and horizontally, and he violently killed the past. The laws of the world condensed and transformed the hand of killing God, and in a flash, the fighting power of the world broke out. The man who killed the temple is really powerful, and it is difficult for several of them to be his opponent in the second step. People are afraid. Chu Yuan's eyes were cold. He didn't say much, and he naturally wouldn't talk nonsense with them if he wanted to seize the world artifact. Immediately, his eyes contained powerful oppression, and they collided with Li Feng like lightning, exploding layers of flashes of light. Humph! I'll just see how strong you are. The power he unleashed is getting stronger and stronger. The second step of the world god is more tyrannical than the 10 first steps combined. He raised one palm, shrouded in a halo, and performed the god-killing technique in a row. Suddenly saw a palm knife falling from the sky, separating chaos. As long as this person is not the third step, then he will not be Li Feng's opponent. The people who killed the temple were extremely confident. But although Chu Yuan has not yet broken through to the world god, but he has the attribute one of the human emperor sword, and he also controls 3 great worlds, his eyes are cold and ruthless, and suddenly, the hand of God grabs it. The hand of God is extremely destructive, and the sky can be shattered with one hand. Kill. Li Feng was so arrogant, maybe he was born in a taboo force with such arrogance. He looked down on people outside the taboo, and when he fought with Chu Yuan's hand of God, the void was torn into chaos. But Chu Yuan Jun was in the world, and he controlled the sky and the earth. As soon as the twilight of the gods came out, Li Feng was instantly enveloped in a rotten aura. What power is this? Li Feng was shocked. No, this power is crazily corrupting my power and making my power decay. Li Feng also felt that he had suffered a great hardship, gritted his teeth, and the halo of killing gods was impacted by layers, as if there was a huge world emerging, vast and huge, and a thick force forced Chu Yuan again. Boom! A shattering force swept out. The existence of the catastrophe of heaven and earth made the eyes of this group of people blank. A bright light, a great existence, bombarded Li Feng's body with a punch, and hit Li Feng's body violently, making him also have a heart-piercing pain. This man's power is shattering his world power. What the hell are you? Li Feng felt that the power in front of him was too strange, making it difficult for him to compete, but at this time he also knew that this person must not be allowed to control the situation of the battle. Chu Yuan stood on the spot. Without hesitation, he held the most violent strength. He looked down at Li Feng, and at the moment when Li Feng's world power arrived, a boundless devouring power emerged. The big hand enveloped the time and space, and with a single finger cut, a big cutting technique cut Li Feng's world power into 2 halves. The Great Cut. Li Feng shouted, 3,000 avenues, great collapse technique. Boom. He also grabbed it with a palm. The power of collapse swept through, and there were explosions everywhere. Li Feng attacked, truly showing the power of the world god in the second step, and grabbed it with a single move. Hand of God. The big hand representing the heaven and earth directly collided with this big collapse technique. The boundless storm swept out. Chu Yuan was indifferent and ruthless, he was in charge of the majesty of the emperor, and a killer move condensed out again. Thousands of bright lights came out, and boundless and reckless power spurted out. Pantheon. In Li Feng's shocked eyes, Chu Yuan used the magic technique, and all the avenue's magical powers he mastered were hit in an instant. Boom. Li Feng's world power was completely dissipated, and his whole body was also knocked out, spitting out blood from his mouth. The power of these various magical powers was too violent, making his eyes show unbelievable anger. He actually knocked back and injured the second step world god. Oh my god, this company has displayed many kinds of 3,000 avenues of supernatural powers. The power of each supernatural power is earth-shattering and enlightened to the extreme. That person's temperament is a godless emperor, and his behavior is too domineering. Could it be that these 2 world artifacts will be taken away by him? Everyone made a shocked sound. I'm not willing to lose to you. I can sense that your realm is not very high, but the power you have is too weird. An arrogant person like Li Feng did not allow himself to lose to someone whose realm was not higher than himself, and bombarded him out again. With the strength of Li Feng alone, it is difficult to be his opponent. Let's work together to contain him. The other two world gods in the Temple of Murder roared and rushed out. Although they were only the first step, they were still a huge battle force together. The world gods from other places saw that the Temple of Murder and the Emperor were fighting fiercely together, and they were also eager to find opportunities. Those who dare to intervene in this battle, the Temple of Slaughtering will surely wipe out all of you. The world god of the Temple of Murder shouted, threatening them. Sure enough, when they heard these shouts, they were honest, and they also knew that the Temple of Murder definitely had this power. Okay, you hold him back, I'll cast the god-killing god fist. Li Feng was shocked. This time, he was going to use the real ultimate move to fully stimulate his combat power. He suddenly said with murderous intent, God-killing magic, the realm of the gods. #C708 World Artifact, Taidan Furnace. The divine art of killing the gods is the supreme martial art of the Temple of Killing the Gods, killing the gods. However, it also consumes a lot of money to operate, so Li Feng can't use it at will. And this first move, the realm of gods, appeared, and the power was as vast as the sky. Wherever Li Feng went, it became his realm. All the laws of vitality were controlled by him and became his home. Immediately, the realm of God enveloped Xuanhuan in it. But Xuanhuan did not change color in the realm of the gods, his breath showed, and everyone immediately saw the appearance of a great master of gods. He represented the glory of the gods and controlled the lives of the gods. God-killing heavenly sword. His power changed again, and he evolved all kinds of killer moves. A heavenly saber fell from the sky, smashed everything in an instant, and the domineering power came straight to his life, and he wanted to cut off Xuanhuan's head. Xuanhuan turned his eyes to look, and the power of terror shot out in his eyes. What kind of power is this? In these short fights, Li Feng saw Xuanhuan's incomprehensible power. The fall of God. He gathered his strength again and blasted out a beam of light from his hand. Although it was only a beam of light, it contained endless mysteries. At least half of his strength was drained, and he roared out with the power of killing gods. But Xuanhuan looked at him coldly. The power of killing gods rushed in front of him, and was directly destroyed by his wave. How is that possible? My power can't actually have any effect on him. Li Feng's blood-red eyes widened, and he tried his best, but this man was still standing still. Xuanhuan's power exploded. He strode forward, and the hand of God grabbed it fiercely. Li Feng suddenly felt that the void around him was frozen, as if it had been frozen. His body was caught by this, the power of the world collapsed layer by layer, the blood vessels burst, and blood splattered on the spot. Big killing technique. Xuanhuan slashed out with one palm, and the divine light of slaughter swept out, leaving a deep scar on Li Feng's wound, almost splitting him in half. No, retreat, retreat quickly. Although Li Feng was arrogant, he was not stupid. Before he knew that he was definitely not Xuanhuan's opponent, he also had the intention of retreating and would not make fun of his own life. He also secretly hated in his heart, although he suffered a big loss this time, but if he dared to deal with the Temple of Murder, there would be a stronger existence that would kill him. The three world gods immediately retreated towards the god ruins. The temple killer escaped, the others exclaimed in shock. But how could Xuanhuan not do things cleanly, leaving hidden dangers? Grabbed his palm in the air, a black hole appeared, and the power that devoured everything shrouded in the past towards a world god. No. Help me. The god of the world watched him quickly retreat into the black hole. No matter how the terrifying suction force made him explode, it didn't work. The drowning man was struggling. Damn you. Li Feng's eyes were torn apart, he couldn't watch this world god being swallowed up, and suddenly it erupted again, densely interwoven with the light of killing gods, covering this black hole, and it was about to be cut open. Swallow. Xuanhuan opened his 5 fingers and slowly rotated. The light of killing the gods entered the black hole, and the world god was sucked in the screams, and then there was no sound at all. The first step in the world was killed by him lightly, killing a legend. His existence is even more legendary than legend. How can you kill a world god so quickly? Li Feng felt the invincible power of Xuanhuan. The fear in his heart was overwhelming, his scalp was numb. What kind of existence he had provoked? Xuanhuan didn't answer him, and instantly came to the other person. The black hole in his palm engulfed the other person. Immediately, the person was swallowed up in the screams, and it was refined into a mass of sealed energy. His great devouring technique has reached the height of devouring realm at this moment. You killed them all. Li Feng shouted. Whoa! A portal suddenly appeared in the void, spurting out countless chains of seals, sealing the sky, unable to teleport in the void, and the way to escape was completely blocked. This is keeping me from going. Although Li Feng was panicked, his face immediately showed a crazier expression. If you don't give me a way to live, you are forcing me to fight with you. He knew that this person was going to kill him, and he couldn't beg for mercy. Kill! Li Feng roared, his strength was rampant. He could never imagine that it was a happy process of collecting treasures, but it forced him into a dead end, and he played a peak blow in the crisis of life and death. Great sealing technique. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, there was the power of the boundless seal, and the chains of seals swept across the spot, and suddenly Li Feng was tied with countless chains. This is the power of the seal. Li Feng shouted angrily, you want to seal the power of my world. The grave of the day of burial. From the beginning of the endless origin, Xuanhuan used the origin of heaven and earth, the civilization of the gods, and reached the end of the supreme supernatural power. Suddenly, at the end, it was dark and cold, and the tomb representing the heaven and earth appeared, and Li Feng was to be buried in it. The cemetery of the sky, the coffin of the gods. Seeing this terrifying magical power, everyone made a shrill and terrified voice. The tomb that buried the sky was completely shrouded in Li Feng's body by Xuanhuan, and then the coffin was closed, not only burying the world, but also burying Li Feng in it. He was struggling in the grave of the funeral day, and the movement was very loud, but he couldn't escape, and gradually, there was no sound. Swallow. Xuanhuan patted the grave of burial heaven, extracted and swallowed the vast energy from Li Feng's second step, and swallowed it into his body, making his realm hit the realm of the 9th level of the Holy Spirit in an instant. This battle was extremely shocking in the eyes of others. The 3 world gods have all died here, making their scalps numb and terrifying. These are all world gods, and they cannot be regarded as weak in the entire universe. If the fluctuations here spread, the entire star field will be subverted and shocked. They didn't dare to move at this time. World artifact. Xuanhuan didn't go to see them either, but when he grabbed them, the 2 world artifact fell into his hands. The world artifact refined in the 5th step of the world god. Option 1. Sacrifice 2 5th step world artifacts, 10 sacred artifacts, and 100 Imperial artifacts to sacrifice Tiao furnace, restore it to the world artifact, and gain 5,000 fate points. Option 2. Do not sacrifice and repair the Tiao furnace for the time being, and get 5,000 fate points. If you want to restore the Tiao furnace to the world artifact, you actually need 2 world artifacts refined in the 5th step of the world god. Sacrifice. Xuanhuan said. #C709 hit it out. Tiao furnace was promoted to the world artifact. The interior space has undergone earth-shaking changes again. No, it should not be described with the word space. Inside is a huge world, a world dedicated to refining medicine pills. It's just that everything is fully automated and no one needs to worry about it. All kinds of world god pill recipes are shining. The world god pill is extremely precious in the universe starry sky. Not only are the refining materials cherished, but the most important thing is that they are too difficult to refine. If one can cultivate with the World God pill every day, a world god will soon be able to break through to the next realm, but few worlds can afford this kind of price, and there are not many alchemists to refine. There are not many materials for refining the divine pill. Xuanhuan checked the materials of the treasury. Your Majesty, can we go? When these people saw that Xuanhuan was slow to speak, they couldn't help but ask. You can't go. Xuanhuan said slowly. Are you going to kill us, Your Majesty? This group of people also panicked. This person can kill the 3 world gods in the Temple of Murder. Killing them will also be like chopping melons and vegetables. It is impossible to compete. Life and death are only between his thoughts. It's a bad feeling to have someone else take over your life. Come in. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the gate of the seal swept out the long river of seals. In an instant, he fell in front of this group of people and involved them. This is to seal us. Their faces are changing drastically. You look at me, I look at you. I know that His Majesty's methods are ruthless. If he is not obedient, he will definitely kill Wuxia. It is impossible to let them go. As long as we don't die, we are willing to be sealed by His Majesty. This group of people did not dare to resist in the long river of seals. To resist is to die. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues are in vain. They were sealed within a long river. Xuanhuan wanted to kill them completely at first, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind and sealed them first, which might have a great effect on Xuanhuan's conquest of this star field, leaving their lives behind. He returned to the Xuanhu Empire. With the space-time attributes of the human emperor sword, Xuanhuan began to use the magic medicine that could make the world god pill in his hand. One after another, the world god pills were refined by him. World god pill. Yangting in the great desolate world suddenly saw the divine pills containing the power of the world approaching him, his face shocked, and said, These are the divine pills that Your Majesty gave me. I hope I can quickly break through the world gods. Although with the help of Xuanhuan, he used the origin of this world to attack the realm of the gods of the world, but if there is no external help, it will still take a long time. Yangteng, I hope you can break through the world god in the shortest time. Xuanhuan said. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Yangting vowed. At Lu Qianfu's place, Xuanhuan also sent a large number of world spirit pills. Since there are not many world god pills in hand, Xuanhuan can't satisfy everyone's cultivation, but after this wave of accumulation has erupted and more worlds have been conquered, a lot of resources can be harvested. The Xuanhu Empire needs to meet the needs of the development of the empire through continuous expeditions. And the energy of the 2 world gods he killed before was also refined by him, covering the whole territory with the power of national fortune, spreading the whole country, and helping more holy gods to advance to a higher realm. My realm can also be improved. Xuanhuan swallowed the world god pills one by one. 10 layers of the Holy Spirit. After a period of time, Xuanhuan finally cultivated to the 10th level of the Holy Spirit with the help of a large number of medicinal pills. The cultivation of the Holy Spirit realm is not too difficult for him, it is just the accumulation of energy. And the next step, Xuanhuan will break through the world god. If you want to break through the world gods, you can't break through simply by swallowing a few world gods, but you need more worlds under the control of the empire, and use the power of multiple worlds to form the energy for our breakthrough. Xuanhuan is very clear about how he can break through the world god. He has to control more of the world. In the sea god world, Xuanhuan also circulated a few realm pills in the past and let Qianyuan auction them off, creating a momentum belonging to the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Sure enough, under the suppression of the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce, the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce grew stronger and stronger, and deliberately acquired other small chambers of commerce, occupying a large area. Xuanhu, 3 years. Your Majesty, this minister has lived up to His Majesty's hope and has broken through to the world god. As soon as he broke through to the realm of the world god, Yang Ting immediately met Xuanhuan. He knew very well that if he could have today's realm, everything was given to him by the great emperor. Without the great emperor, he would have died long ago. He is also very powerful now, and if he punches out, it is a wild world. Very good, King Zhongyong is about to reach the realm of the world god. Xuanhuan summoned Ouyang Ming and said, "How did the casting company construct the teleportation formation for the sea god world?" "Your Majesty, in the past few years, a large-scale teleportation array has been constructed. Fortunately, with the assistance of Kongmi Daokuan at the beginning, a large number of legions can be teleported into the frontier base in the shortest time," Ouyang Ming reported. "Very good." Xuanhuan said, "Yang Ting, you lead the gods, demons, and giant beasts in the Xuanhuan Great World to wait for orders at any time. This time, we are going to attack the Sea God Great World. This world is a bit special and is dominated by the Chamber of Commerce. However Your Majesty asks me to fight, I will fight. Yang Ting's advantage is very good. He doesn't like to think too much. He will do whatever Xuanhuan asks him to do. Time is like water, to Xinwu 4 years. Lu Qianfu also controlled the great world of Tsangyan, and with the help of the power of a great world, he also achieved the realm of a world god. One of mine was given by His Majesty." He couldn't imagine that he was still waiting to die for decades, and now he not only witnessed the unification of the gods and martial arts in the eternal world, but now he has become a world god, as if he was in a dream unimaginable. His Majesty. Inside the Temple of God, Lu Qianfu and Yang Ting both became world gods and came to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's Xinwu Chamber of Commerce has controlled half of the country in the Sea God Chamber of Commerce in the past few years. After several years of preparation, the large-scale transmission channel from the Empire to the Sea God world has been completed. I will launch an expedition in half a month. Xuanhuan looked at the servants in the Xinwu Hall. Conquer other big worlds, expand the territory of Xinwu, and break through the world gods at the same time. Your Majesty, the intelligence minister about the Sea God Great World has read it in detail. Although there is no imperial sect, the situation is complicated. Due to its special location, this place has become the center of the transaction. Lu Qianfu is a commander-level talent, and said, "Therefore, I think that we should use a sweeping attitude to fight a quick blitzkrieg to directly sweep the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, control all the chambers of commerce, and incorporate them into Xinwu." King Zhongyong is right. After sweeping the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, send a large army to build a war base, and then we can take Sea God World as the center point and go out to fight around. Yu Xinguang nodded, and with various resources, he also cultivated to a very high level. Half a month later, we will attack the Sea God World, and all the ministries are ready. This battle is the battle of the Xinwu Empire, to dominate the starry sky. Xuanhuan knew very well that if the Xinwu Empire wanted to continue to develop, it had to fight it out. #C720 Attack. Poseidon World. The Xinwu Chamber of Commerce strongly suppressed the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. And just when the Sea God Chamber of Commerce was discussing how to deal with the Xinwu Chamber of Commerce, in the vast cosmic starry sky, rays of light shone, and a large number of warships appeared and gathered. Attack the Sea God World. The Sea God World is related to the future battles of the Xinwu Empire, and Xuanhuan wants to take the seat in person. Okay. Your Majesty has ordered to attack the Sea God World. Let's start the teleportation array and lead the army to enter. Xuanhuan was also shocked. Recently, the Xinwu Chamber of Commerce has also opened up a teleportation formation. In the eyes of outsiders, this is just a channel for the Xinwu Chamber of Commerce to transport goods, but as everyone knows, this is the channel for the Xinwu Empire to transport troops. A huge portal of light appeared on a star near the Sea God World. Boom! Immediately, countless battleships appeared from the Gate of Light, densely packed, carrying countless soldiers, and there were existences above the gods crossing the void, leading their core directly into the sea god world. This battle came very quickly and very suddenly. Why is it getting dark all of a sudden? Sea god continent. Countless people were trading, and suddenly the sky was dark. They looked at it suddenly, and their faces were suddenly filled with thick horror. Oh my god, those are all battleships. How can there be so many? These battleships are definitely not in the sea god world. What are these battleships going to do when they suddenly enter the sea god world? Do you want to attack the sea god world? Look at the flying flag above, Xuanhuan. Could it be the battleship of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce? What is the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce going to do? Is it to directly attack the sea god Chamber of Commerce? It was not dark, but a huge battleship was blocking their heads. The murderous arrival of the battleship made the people of the sea god great world feel terrified. Such a terrifying aura was not for play at all, but to fight a battle. The Xuanhuan Empire's expedition, everyone in the sea god world gave up their resistance and returned to Xuanhuan. From the battleship, countless murderous armies came out, and their imposing manner was cold and severe. Suddenly, Lu Qianfu issued an order to direct the countless cannons on the battleship to aim at the sea god Chamber of Commerce, and they would bombard at any time. Xuanhuan Empire. There were also voices of fear in the sea god Chamber of Commerce, and Ishan immediately appeared, shouting, "It turns out that the origin behind the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is the Xuanhuan Empire. I should have thought that your intentions are not pure. But you dare to attack the Sea God Chamber of Commerce directly, yours too bold. Attack." Lu Qianfu didn't talk nonsense with them, it was a blitz. Boom boom boom. The God Meteor cannon blasted out. This was their first battle since they were created. The beam representing the fall of God immediately covered the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, and the boundless energy was completely submerged in it. There is also an eggshell-like shield in the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, similar to the color of the sea, which immediately enveloped the Chamber of Commerce. My god, they really dare to attack the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Some people were also frightened when they saw the direct attack of the Xuanhuan Empire. This empire was too overbearing. You. Ishan said angrily, "You guys don't take my Sea God Chamber of Commerce in your eyes, we also have a world god. Dare to resist, the gods of the world will also be killed, and the gods and martial arts cannot compete." Yang Ting emerged from the battleship with a grim face. He was tall and majestic, and when he moved a little, he was oppressed like a prehistoric world. Two world gods. The group of people screamed, but then made a more shocked voice, "Not 2, 3, 4, for world gods, God, there are actually 4 world gods in this Xuanhuan Empire." The other 2 they were talking about were the war god commander and the prison commander. The ghostly ghost did not appear, and was still lurking. The 4 world gods, placed in this star field, are already top-notch powers. Do the 4 world gods just want to break my Sea God Merchant Guild? But it's just the first step. My Sea God Merchant Guild is stronger than you think. Inside the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, there was a strong aura rising into the sky, and a woman appeared, staring coldly at the army of Xuanhuan. She is Ranyu of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, the first step of the world god, very close to the second step, more tyrannical than Ishan's strength. In the past few years, Xuanhuan has found out a lot of information about the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Haha, woman, I advise you not to resist and submit to our emperor. Otherwise, once our army starts, it will not end so well. Our emperor is bound to win, and no one can stop him. Yang Ting laughed. Humph, although this god doesn't know the origin of your Xuanhuan Empire, this is our home in the great world of my sea god. Although this Ranyu knew that the Xuanhuan Empire was powerful, she was not afraid. She suddenly rose into the sky, and the origin of the entire sea god world was blessing her. With a slap of the palm, the boundless waves and storms condensed a dark blue palm print. Stubborn. Yang Ting started, the sky rumbled, he counterattacked, punched out, the void penetrated a large hole, and fought fiercely with Ranyu. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion made Ranyu's arms go numb. She felt that although this person and her were the first step, this person's strength was too strong, and every punch was the power of heaven and earth. Dark blue storm. She folded her hands, and the dark blue storm swept through countless sharp blades, killing them. Battle of lightning, quick battle and quick decision, conquer the sea god world. Lu Qianfu didn't have the time to watch Yang Ting and Ranyu fight. The strategy for this battle has been formulated a long time ago, and all obstacles will be cleared directly with the strongest force. The commander of the god of war and the commander of the suppressing prison were also killed. Seeing this scene, Yishan roared, "The sea god chamber of commerce, the ban is fully open," and informed the major worlds that there are empires that want to fully capture the sea god world, and the sea god chamber of commerce needs their strength. He couldn't watch the two world gods, destroying the sea god continent and rising into the sky. Whoa! The two energies also blessed Yishan and Ranyu, which made their power reach a limit in the sea god world. This was their home ground, and if they wanted to capture it, they could not achieve it with only a few times their strength. Kill in. The bombardment of the giant artillery kept on blocking the sea god continent. Kill, kill, kill. The warriors of Xuanhuan have gone through the battle of the eternal world, and all of them have been baptized by the flames of war. They wore the most sophisticated equipment and directly attacked the sea god continent. Although the sea god chamber of commerce also had many guards, when they saw the warriors of Xuanhuan, their calves were trembling with fright. But when they encountered this kind of legion that had really experienced blood and fire, the slaughtering temperament scared them to death. After all, the Chamber of Commerce is a Chamber of Commerce. No matter how it is armed, it is not as powerful as the soldiers of an empire, nor does it have the momentum of fighting for the country. Not to mention an empire like the Xuanhuan Empire. At this moment, the sea god continent was in turmoil, and boundless source energy gathered together, forming a storm of furious waves, covering the sea god continent, and a wave of divine mana rushed out, suppressing the army of Xuanhuan. But at the moment when the storm appeared, a sword light also came in. #C721 Public Enemy. The power of this sword crossed the void, beheaded, and the majestic and magnificent power, with force, directly collided with the ocean storm. The infinite explosion caused an uproar, and this force made the sea surging and the tsunami roared. There are countless dark sea holes in the sea, like sea vortex, boundless force condensed out, a breath of mastering the ocean emanates, and every move can cause waves in the whole world. A person appeared. He was wearing dark blue clothes, and his face was ancient and majestic, like the strongest god in the ocean, who had the power to control the ocean. I have seen Lord Sea God. When the people from the Sea God Chamber of Commerce saw this person, they immediately shouted at Lord Sea God. He is the master of the Sea God Great World, the Sea God who controls the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't bear the fact that the Xuanhuan Empire directly sent an army to capture his Sea God Great World. He also knew that this sudden empire was powerful. If he didn't show up, no one would be his opponent. This world is his home ground and cannot be violated. The Emperor of the Xuanhuan Empire, who are you? Sea God's voice was cold and severe. Poseidon, let go of all resistance and lead the entire Chamber of Commerce to surrender to me. There is a chance to survive, resist until the end, and kill without mercy. I won't say something a second time. A majestic voice came in, mastering the sky and the earth. The Emperor of the Xuanhuan Empire is so arrogant that he wants to let the sea god go directly to him. It's unreasonable. Does he think he is invincible? My sea god Chamber of Commerce is something he can suppress and humiliate at will. Yishan said angrily when he heard Chu Yuan's voice. Lord Sea God is the second step of the world God, and in the great world of Sea God, there is boundless source blessing, even the third step can't help Lord Sea God. Ranyu's face was also very ugly. You have a big tone. Sea God said. I have this strength. Xuanhuan came. His boundless vitality tore the sea into strips. Like the only ruler between heaven and earth. His appearance is incomparably majestic in the eyes of other people, humane is supreme, and there is an ancient majesty on his body. When everyone sees him, it is like seeing an ancient holy emperor, and they must surrender and worship. Emperor Xuanhuan, Invincible. Countless gods and warriors roared wildly, and the sound set off a huge wave, which was overwhelmingly oppressed. You are the Emperor Xuanhuan? Sea God stared at Xuanhuan, his eyes solemn. This young man possessed boundless domineering arrogance. Those who obey will prosper, and those who are disobedient will perish. Xuanhuan said these 6 words coldly. The coercion of the sky and the gods came down, and it was clear that the great world of the Sea God was dominated by the Sea God, but it gave the impression that it was controlled by the great Emperor Xuanhuan. The obedient will prosper, and the disobedient will perish. The army roared this sentence again and again. When the guards of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce heard this voice, their hearts were about to collapse. Emperor Xuanhuan, you really think you can control the Sea God world? The ancient-looking Sea God smiled. You should know that the Sea God world is very special, and no empire is allowed to exist. I know. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away fiercely. Whatever you want to say, come out. Emperor Xuanhuan, I am a person from the great wind world. The great world of Sea God is the place where all the worlds in the star domain trade. We can allow you to set up the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce in the Xuanhuan Empire to compete with the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, but we will not allow you to control this world. A holy spirit said to Xuanhuan. Yes, you'd better retreat. Let's not say whether you can conquer the Sea God world. One thing, you can't bear the anger of all the worlds in the star field. In the Sea God world, many people from the world shouted. The Sea God Great World is the center in this star field, which can radiate into other great worlds, and other worlds also need a place where they can trade together, making this world a trading world. Now, if the Xuanhuan Empire wants to conquer this world, it will move the interests of everyone and become the public enemy of a star field. Your objections are useless. Xuanhuan said. Emperor Xuanhuan, come on, let me experience how strong you are. The Sea God's eyes were wide open, his eyes were dark blue, the color of the sea, and the power of the whole world were all blessing him, causing his breath to skyrocket strongly, exuding the power of my master in this world. Although the great Emperor Xuanhuan made him fearful, the Sea God was still not afraid. This was in his world. As the chairman of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, he controls this big world and has gained countless benefits, so naturally he will not hand it over to others. Boom! The world was turned upside down, and countless sea eyes erupted. Sea God's deep blue mana swept through him, and with a simple blow, he had the power of the sky, and suddenly countless spaces were shattered, evolving into vast chaos, and then the boundless sea water was submerged. It's useless. I'm bound to win this world. If you stop me, you're walking into the abyss of death. Xuanhuan was indifferent, his power was running, and he was in the fluctuation of the power of the Sea God. His expression remained unchanged. He seemed to not know how to write the word fear. With a wave of his hand, the boundless storm was torn apart. Countless sea eyes appeared around Xuanhuan, spraying water jets. The water in these water columns condensed the shape of the Sea God, and once again launched a big attack on Xuanhuan. With the power of water, the entire sea can be regarded as a Sea God. In his strange state at the moment, even if Xuanhuan smashed his body, he could be reborn with the power of water, and his power was almost endless. Fighting against the Sea God in the ocean is courting death. Ishan is confident in the strength of the Sea God. However, Xuanhuan's face did not change. He saw the sea submerged over, and he punched out. The light was bright, and the darkness was torn apart. A supreme and invincible aura dominated the scene. The Emperor rules and controls everything. Although the sea god also has a huge majesty, his majesty cannot be compared with the Emperor who controls the empire like Xuanhuan. At this moment, the power of the vast catastrophe appeared, and the heaven and earth were evaporated, making Xuanhuan's figure incomparably tall and great at this moment, shrouded in the light of the stalwart, and cannot be approached. What kind of power is this? The power that is actually shattering my world, and what is the origin of this Emperor Xuanhuan to master such a huge fleet? The sea god was also taken aback, but this surprise passed in a flash, and his power became huge again. His eyes were vast, the world was proud of the ocean, and he had the majesty of the sea. He waved his hands, and the tsunami swept over. 90% of the entire sea god world is the ocean. Xuanhuan came to heaven and earth, and his palm defeated the tsunami. But the sea god is not easy to mess with. He made a cold voice, the deep blue palm prince counterattack, and the epic vastness of the ocean also swept out at the same time. It is almost impossible to compete with him. The strength of the sea god is invincible in the sea. Everyone in the sea god chamber of commerce firmly believes in this. Without tyrannical strength, it is impossible for them to occupy this world and do business in so many worlds. And this moment, Xuanhuan stepped over in one step, and struck out with an imperial fist. The location of the sea god great world is special. He will not be entangled with sea god for too long, and must use tyrannical means to kill. Otherwise, people from other worlds will quickly arrive here with the help of the teleportation array, sabotaging his plan to unify the star field. #C722 Life and Death Control. Xuanhuan stood in the air, and any tsunami that came in front of him would stop fluctuating. Boom! With a complete blow, Xuanhuan carried the supreme majesty, and the aura of king landing the world swept out. With a big wave of his hand, he killed him fiercely. At this moment, Sea God also felt that an irresistible force was sweeping over him. I am the god of the sea. The sea god suddenly collapsed, and all his power was absorbed into the sea water. Every drop of sea water belonged to him, and instantly condensed into a sea giant hundreds of thousands of feet tall, fighting against Xuanhuan. It's too difficult to deal with the sea god in the sea god world. When other world powerhouses saw this scene, they all made such a sound. The sky is turned upside down. The giant stepped, and he bombarded with a palm, and the huge whirlpool would suppress Xuanhuan to the bottom of the sea. Now he just wants to use his vast and endless power to suppress this Emperor Xuanhuan. In his home field, even if he encounters the third step of the world god, he is not afraid and can fight against it. Great phagocytosis. But what he never expected was that a vacuum black hole suddenly appeared behind this person, and the unparalleled suction engulfed everything, and the source of the vast world was swallowed by him. Great devouring technique. The sea god was shocked and said, "Humph." Although the great devouring technique is extremely mysterious, it also has a limit. How much can this god swallow? He repeatedly bombarded him, but what made him more and more frightened was that no matter how much power he wielded to fight back against Xuanhuan, the swallowing black hole seemed to have no limit, causing him to suddenly disappear under the threat of world oppression. You can't let him swallow it endlessly. Sea God knew that if he wanted to break the great devouring technique, he would have to shake the person who performed it. Immediately, he lifted his hand, and the deep blue light of hundreds of thousands of meters had completely enveloped Xuanhuan, and he was going to be pulled into the sea god domain. Pantheism. Xuanhuan was indifferent. He looked up at the sea god, the divine light in his eyes pierced the sky, and the pantheon was killed, and all the magical powers were bombarded in an instant, breaking the deep blue light, and immediately knocked the sea god giant to collapse. Such a terrifying power. If it was Li Feng who had been beheaded before, he would have vomited blood. But sea god didn't care, a giant condensed in the ocean again, making a sneering voice. Don't waste your strength, you can't kill me in the sea god world. Look, every drop of seawater has my power. How did you kill? He said it really well. There is nothing that cannot be killed. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, the gate of heavenly thunder, the gate of void. 6 portals appeared in series, and the power of the 6 origins was sprayed out, forming 6 beams, which seemed to form a 6-pointed star formation, trapping the sea god here. This is the power of the 6 origins. Sea god's face changed, and then he returned to normal. I control the ocean world, my power is infinite, and I am the master of the ocean. Boom! Infinite sea water emerged from all parts of the void, and the dark blue light became stronger and stronger, and a dark blue halberd appeared in his hand, like a trident, dancing wildly in his hand, hitting the 6-pointed star array. The sea is boundless. He waved his halberd, the sea was violent, and the infinite sea counterattacked, just like his power was endless. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. No matter how powerful you were, you could defeat him in front of him. Suddenly, the 6 portals showed the power that penetrated the sky and the earth, and the power of the sea shook back. With a push of his palm, the fire gate spewed out a monstrous flame. The entire sea water is evaporating and heating up, and it falls on the ocean giant, causing the sea god to make a muffled sound. This is the source of flame. Sea god groaned, the source of the sea. Xuanhuan stepped forward, his divine might was invincible, and thousands of black holes appeared around him, engulfing the power of the sea god world. The body of the sea god collapsed continuously and reappeared from the sea. His power is terrifying. Yishan and Ramling also saw their scalps go numb. In his own big world, he is still under such pressure, so how terrifying the strength of this Emperor Xuanhu is. You can't kill me. The sea god relied on the ocean to reproduce in the sea god great world. No matter how many times Xuanhuan knocked him down, he still waved the sea god halberd to fight back. Emperor Xuanhuan's robe rattled, and his eyes seemed to have lost patience. His breath was transmitted layer by layer, and countless voids were bursting. The grave of the day of burial. He pushed out with one palm and pulled out an ancient cemetery from the void. This tomb seemed to be buried in the sky and the earth, and the tombstones of the gods were also emerging, shrouding the sea god. You want to bury me in this grave? Sea god looked at this tomb, and his calm heart also had a kind of fear. What kind of magical power did this Emperor Xuanhu use? You can't do it. Poseidon did not lose his composure. He condensed the power of the sea god great world into an infinite ray of light and blessed him, making his stature more and more majestic, and the sea god halberd swept out the mighty power that swept everything. Kill. He slammed into the grave of the funeral day. Xuanhuan looked at him with extreme indifference. The supreme temperament, the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, I am the only one, he is the ruler of the sky, the controller of life and death, waving his hands, and suddenly the tomb of this heaven and earth blasted towards the sea god, sweeping out the power of the emperor's judgment. When everyone saw this scene, there was a kind of trembling in their hearts. This emperor's methods are powerful and mysterious, and it seems that even the tomb of the sea god is ready. And this moment. His power was too terrifying, and the sea god's great halberd hit the tomb of burial heaven, and immediately shook back. At this time, the tombs of heaven and earth and the gods also covered thousands of miles. Sea god looked up, the shadows were getting darker, and he was shrouded in this tomb. He also deeply knew that he could never be put into this tomb. He wanted to use teleportation to get out of range, but when the door of Xuanhuan's seal moved, the power of the seal made him seem to hit the iron wall. Did not succeed. The power revolved again, and in the tomb of burial heaven, a tombstone appeared, which represented the tomb of the sea god. The void is sealed. Sea god was not like this either, his face was not calm, and he panicked. Don't force me to use the last killer move. Sea god shouted loudly, the changes in this situation made him unable to control. Woo woo woo. Xuanhuan didn't answer him. The tomb of burial heaven was completely shrouded, and the sea god was also oppressed by Xuanhuan's power, and the supreme divine power was locked, and was shrouded in it in the next instant. Bang bang bang. The sea god let out a sound of alarm and anger, and what he saw when he entered the tomb of burial heaven was not as simple as a coffin, but more like a dead place where gods and gods were buried. The destruction of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan showed no mercy, and a dazzling white light swept across the grave of Futian, destroying the tomb with a smash, and beheading the sea god. Boom! Burial heaven's tomb shattered, and at the same time, the boundless essence of the sea god also permeated out. This god has already said that you can't kill me. Sea god is still not dead, his vitality is too strong. A dark blue humanoid mark once again controls the origin of sea god's great world, and wants to condense his form again. It's really troublesome to kill you, but it's enough to take away your control of the sea god realm and kill your will. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand. The source of the group could not return to the sea. It twisted and struggled in his hand, making a very terrifying sound. If he didn't escape from Xuanhuan's palm, he would really die in his hands. Let me go, I will promise you anything you want. The sea god is really scared, and his life is being manipulated by others. Xuanhuan would not let him go. This dark blue source was sealed by him with a great sealing technique into something like a heart, but it was dark blue and was still beating. All the power of the sea god was sealed inside. #C723 New Sea God. Ah, Emperor Xuanhu, I was wrong, I should rely on you, I shouldn't be arrogant in front of you, Emperor Xuanhu, give me a chance, I am the second step of the world god, cultivation is not easy, I am willing to be loyal to you, and manage the Chamber of Commerce for you, please let me go this time. The sea god was sealed, and he completely understood that life and death had been completely controlled by Xuanhuan. He doesn't want to die. He's not that hard-boned. Even if it is death like the ancient 5 emperors, they will not bow their heads to Xuanhuan. This is the emperor's toughness, he can only fight to death, not surrender and suffer disgrace. But he was different. He was only the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and he didn't have the ambitions of Xuanhuan. Back then, he accidentally acquired the remains of the Sea God Empire, the source of this world's sacred artifact, and only then cultivated to the realm of a world god. You must die. Xuanhuan said this to him indifferently, and did not forgive him. The Sea God Great World was the first battle of the Xuanhu Empire in the eyes of others. It was necessary to use the blood of the world god to forge his majesty and achieve the most shocking record. Immediately, Xuanhuan cast a great seal technique, making sea gods struggle useless. Li Songhai. Xuanhuan said. Exist. Li Songhai was stunned. His energy is given to you to help you refine it, so that you can break through to the realm of the world god and control the sea god world. As Xuanhuan spoke, he grabbed this energy suddenly, and it was instantly refined, and a thick essence filled Li Songhai's body. Leaving the sea god behind is worse than cultivating one's own people to become the world god, which is more convenient to use. Li Songhai has cultivated to the peak of the Holy Spirit. In the short moment when this boundless power from the sea god merged into his body, a burst of vitality from the world permeated out, making Li Songhai and the entire sea god world fused together. Kill the sea god and create the world god Li Songhai. Li Songhai is going to become the next world god of the empire. Many strong people of Xuanhu are also envious. But they also knew that Li Songhai had already surrendered to the emperor before he killed the 5 emperors and before the eternal decisive battle started. Moreover, he practiced the profound art of the sea, and his mana was most suitable for the great world of the sea god, and only he was the most suitable to control this great world. This made their eyes burn with a strong fighting spirit. As long as they continue to fight, His Majesty will give them the opportunity to become a world god. What should we do? The faces of Yishan and Ranyu were also full of fear, so the sea god was refined like this? It was Yishan who reacted the fastest. He hurried to Chu Yuan and knelt down. Yishan has seen the great Emperor Xuanhuan and is willing to serve the Emperor. To be precise, his relationship with the sea god was only a cooperative relationship, and he would not fight Chu Yuan desperately for the sea god. Ranyu has seen the Emperor. Ranyu also resigned. Her heart was trembling. The scene of refining the sea god was too terrifying. If she dared to be a little stubborn, she could be sure that she would be the next to die. Kill sea god Li Wei, and then take Yishan and Ranyu. Chu Yuan's goal was achieved. The situation in the sea god Great World is a bit special. This is just the world of a chamber of commerce. It's not like if you break down an empire, it's very troublesome to conquer people's hearts. You are wise. Chu Yuan's words made Yishan and Ranyu relieved, knowing that His Majesty would not kill them. This world is all included in the Xuanhu Empire. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, the Sea God world is the trading center for this star field. If you conquer this place, it will cause strong dissatisfaction from other worlds, and even those worlds will send strong armies to come to crusade here. Yishan immediately said to show his loyalty. Then let them come. Chu Yuan said indifferently. Yishan's heart trembled. This His Majesty had long planned to become an enemy of this peace. He had also guessed a lot about his thoughts. I am afraid that he would use this place as a springboard to attack other worlds. This Xuanhu Empire is too strong and domineering. At this moment, Jin Qiang also appeared here, shouting loudly, reforming the Sea God Chamber of Commerce, this will be His Majesty's palace. The Poseidon Chamber of Commerce was rebuilt, and countless warriors who had escaped from the sky began to transform into Chu Yuan's palace. For some time to come, Chu Yuan will sit here. Your Majesty, how do you plan to arrange us? Ranyu asked anxiously. You will be integrated into the army, ready to be dispatched at any time, and tell what you know about the situation. Chu Yuan left them. First, they gave both kindness and power. Second, the two did business with so many worlds in this star field. It can be said that it is very important to know the intelligence of each world. Those teleportation formations left by the Sea God Chamber of Commerce still need them to tell the location. Everything obeys the orders of the Emperor. The two did not dare to say more. The transformation of the Sea God world has begun. The chambers of commerce here have to be cleared, and one cannot be left. On the basis of the original, build a city, start to implement the Xuanhu policy, set up a Xuanhu academy, and let everyone begin to believe in the Xuanhu Emperor. Li Songhai also broke through to the world god and became the sea god of this world. This sea god Great World is going to change a lot in the future. In a short period of time, Yishan suddenly discovered that the entire sea god world had become different. The Xuanhu Legion had settled in, and the atmosphere had entered a tense preparation for battle. Yeah, our fate has also changed. Ranyu knew that she and Yishan would no longer be able to be as free and unrestrained as before, and their future destiny was unpredictable. Li Songhai established the Sea God Army. He is already the master of this world, recruiting the powerhouses of the Sea God Great World, training them in the way of divine martial arts, and becoming qualified soldiers. In just half a month, under a tough wrist, the weather has taken on a new look. Have you seen His Majesty Weili? Li Songhai became the new sea god, so naturally he was more loyal and looked at Yishan, Ranyu, who was shocked by the changes in the world. Lord Sea God, we met. Yishan was shocked. The arrival of the Xuanhu Empire made the scattered Sea God world unite into a whole. The battleships flying in the sky, the huge cannons arranged all over the world, and the teams of iron-blooded troops stationed here, all amazed them. And they, from the mouths of other people, learned about the great battle of the eternal world and His Majesty's stalwart guarding the people. Doing good work for the Empire, Your Majesty will not treat you badly. Li Songhai rode. Everything he has now is given by the Xuanhu Empire. Inside the Poseidon Great World Palace. A sea god world is not enough for me to break through to the world god. Xuanhuan knew that the world god was about to control more worlds, and his accumulation was too terrifying at the moment. He would need at least the power of 10 worlds to break through the world god. If he reaches the world god, his control over the emperor's kingdom will reach a whole new level. Now, Li Songhai has taken control of the sea god world, and the army has also entered. Next, he will prepare to conquer other worlds and master a star domain. Xuanhuan moved his palm, and a divine light appeared in his hand, a dark blue light. The treasure location of Jiuji Xingguang Treasure Map 2 is in the sea god world. And now, although his strength can kill the world in the second step, and even under the explosion of many means, the third step is difficult to be his opponent, but after all, he is not a real world god, and he still lacks too many things. In the realm of the world god, Xuanhuan has to fight enough worlds to break through as soon as possible. #C724 Disdain. In the starry sky. On a deserted star, a large number of people appeared at this moment. The weakest people who can come here are the Holy Spirit, among them the existence of the world god. They received news that the great world of Sea God was attacked, and they wanted to enter this world to help Sea God, but they fell too fast. Before they had time, they were breached by the Xuanhu Empire and became their territory. The Poseidon Chamber of Commerce broke through too quickly. The Poseidon was completely refined in the world under his control, and the Emperor Xuanhu destroyed the Poseidon and wiped out all our properties in the Poseidon world, which has become a unified empire. A world god's face is extremely solemn. Emperor Xuanhu, who is he? I've never heard of it before. Although the sea god is only the second step, he is still in his world. Another world god. What shall we do next? The group also fell silent. The more they probed into the situation of the Xuanhu Empire, the more shocked they felt. Swish swish. Suddenly, a large number of figures descended on this star, and one of them exuded a breath like a sea like an abyss. Seeing this middle-aged man, everyone immediately became afraid. Fengyuan World God. The strength of the incoming person has reached the third step of the world god, and if he goes further, he will have endless strength. And the world god of Fengyuan came from the most powerful world in this star field, the great world of Qiyuan, and the world master of Qiyuan was a more powerful existence than the world god of Fengyuan. Fengyuan world god, since you are here, you must have a way to deal with the Xuanhu Empire. A world god looked at Fengyuan world god. Hold yin and yang, hold the universe. This is the ability of the third step. The Xuanhu Empire occupies the sea god great world and is very ambitious, which has touched our bottom line. This empire has clear ambitions. It wants to attack other big worlds with the sea god world as the center. We are all within his attack range. Fengyuan world Shinto. Then the Xuanhu Empire really has such big ambitions? These powerhouses were also surprised. If he doesn't have ambition, he won't directly occupy the sea god great world. Fengyuan world god said, in my opinion, instead of waiting for the Xuanhu Empire to send troops to attack, we might as well go meet him directly. Everyone else was silent. In fact, they also guessed. The location of the sea god world is too sensitive. At the center of a circle, whoever occupies it will affect the hearts of others. Only the sea god chamber of commerce, a force that does not compete for hegemony, can give them peace of mind. You can't let the Xuanhu Empire occupy there, this is a threat. Obviously, the Xuanhu Empire's blitzkrieg attacking the sea god great world made them extremely fearful, and they could not tolerate such an ambitious existence by their side. I came this time because I wanted to unite with you all to oppress the Xuanhu Empire and drive them out of the sea god world. The world god of Fengyuan glanced at them. Are you really that kind? The other world gods sneered. The Poseidon world was like a big piece of fat, and everyone wanted to take a few bites, but because of its position, no power could occupy it, so the Poseidon Merchant Guild would be a middleman and a platform for them to trade. Now that the Sea God Chamber of Commerce is gone, these people are all about to move. They all knew that the world god of Xuanhuan was not thinking of them, but he was thinking about the great world of the sea god, and now they have this opportunity to drive out the Xuanhu Empire, who was in charge of the sea god world. Here's what they need to know. Ha 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 ha, I think everyone has heard this fable. A group of hunters went hunting. Before the prey was caught, they quarreled. They fought so hard that they were all eaten by the prey. The world god of Xuanhuan laughed and said, I think we are in this state now, and the Xuanhu Empire has not been expelled, so we will discuss the ownership. It's always a matter of negotiation. At this moment, a fire came from the sky, and then an old man walked out of it. His breath was even stronger than that of the Xuanhuan world god. Ancestor Tianhua. Xuanhuan world god's face is not good looking. This day, the fire ancestor is also the third step, coldly said, even you are here to join in the fun? Can't this god come? The ancestor of Tianhua smiled and said, the Xuanhu Empire is ambitious, swallowing the sea god world, and then attacking this star field. This is what we all have to face. Then what kind of attribution method are you going to use? Xuanhuan world god snorted coldly. It's also very simple. It's still a matter of creating a chamber of commerce, and everyone is in charge of it together. It's boring to fight within a star field. It's better to earn resources from other star fields. The ancestor of Tianhua always faced everyone with a smiling face. We do the same. The other world gods nodded. Okay, let's do it like this. Since that's the case, let's go to the sea god world and meet the great Emperor Xuanhu. The world god of Xuanhuan also knows not to do this. These people will definitely not agree, and they are not talking nonsense. Even if a chamber of commerce is established, it will be the strongest in the world of Qiyuan. At most, there is an ancestor of Tianhua. They immediately moved in the void. The great sea god world is different from before. After they arrived, they saw the sea god world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Huge starry fortresses are outside the big world, and ferocious battleships sail around the big world. Luck. The ancestors of Tianhua opened their eyes, and the fiery light was about to penetrate the great world to see the inside, and suddenly said, this Xuanhu Empire is powerful, and it has built the sea god great world in a short period of time. You see, they are treating the sea god great world as a military force. The base is being built, and it really is a plan to attack other big worlds. Seeing such a scene, who would think that their ambitions only stop at a sea god world? At this moment, in their eyes, they also saw a great aura, incomparably huge. His will enveloped the entire world, and with a little movement, there was earth-shattering power. Emperor Xuanhu. The world god of Xuanhuan shouted loudly, the Xuanhu Empire has conquered the sea god world. It is brutal and domineering. It will be the public enemy of all the worlds in this star field. The great Emperor Xuanhu, if you are wise, retreat quickly and leave this big world, otherwise everyone will attack your empire. No one in the sea god world responded to him, it seemed to be disdain. It is indeed domineering. The ancestor of Tianhua said, since he is not willing, then we have to use the means of strong attack. A lot of them came, and the weakest was the Holy Spirit, and there were 2 third-step statues. This power was already extremely terrifying. Boom! At this moment, the power of the sea god great world also seemed to have condensed to a certain limit, and the infinite light burst out, and countless energy beams turned into energy oceans, drowning them in the past. #C725 Ghostly Ghost. In the monstrous energy frenzy, Lu Qianfu, Yang Teng, and Li Songhai led the army to appear in the starry sky. Do you want to die? Lu Qianfu had long known that the Xuanhu Empire had conquered the sea god world, and it was impossible for this group of people to remain silent. Now the two leaders of the third step, leading a large number of strong men, directly killed the sea god world and forced the Xuanhu Empire. A first step world god, this god sees your breath as just breaking through. In my eyes, you are far away. If you want to kill you, one hand is enough to suppress it. The sea god world is not something you can occupy. The world god of Fengyuan looked down on Lu Qianfu. There are 5 steps of the world god, and each step is very different. And he has reached the realm of Qiankuan, not to mention killing them casually, but it is not difficult to kill them. The great world of the sea god is already the territory of my Xuanhu. There is no reason to withdraw. The emperor has long known that you will come, and now I also give you a piece of advice. Relying on your majesty, it is still a hero, or my Xuanhu army will be shattered with a wave. Lu Qianfu was stern. Really? You Xuanhu are really ambitious, and you are the public enemy of this star field based on your words. Although the world god of Fengyuan knew that Xuanhu had great ambitions, this sentence was different from what Lu Qianfu said, and he immediately sneered, I think you should be the military marshal of the Xuanhu Empire, the first step in the mere first step. Dare to let such a rhetoric. Don't talk nonsense with him, attack from many realms, and still fear him as a Xuanhu Empire? A world god with killing intent, I don't believe it, they can still stop us? Let the sea god world collapse directly, and see how powerful the Xuanhu Empire is. Swish. Just as this world god had spoken, a deadly murderous intent struck him, and he suddenly felt a chill in his neck, and his hair became horrified. In his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure appearing from the underworld, holding a huge black sickle, such as the Reaper of Death, the Ghost of Life, and the sickle brought a huge black light and slashed at his head. Not good. This world god shouted angrily, condensed the power of the world, and fought back and resisted. Click. A sound like cutting a watermelon. This world god hand is still dancing wildly, but his head has fallen off, blood is like a column, and his head is cut off by the goddess. The goddess walked past him in a flash, taking away his head and headless body. The gods disappeared, as if all this was unreal. If it wasn't for the disappearance of a world god beside them, it would be unbelievable. Jiyan world god. A world god was beheaded in front of them in a strange way. Fengyuan world god and others were shocked, and then glared at the sea god great world and shouted angrily. This is a provocative act and ignore them. This Xuanhu Empire is too arrogant, and they dare to act directly in the face of them, and this kind of behavior is already declaring war with the entire star field. Presumptuous, Emperor Xuanhu, you are too arrogant, today I will see how powerful you are. Fengyuan was angry. An abyss appeared, and an endless gust of wind swept out from it. Fengyuan stood in the cosmic starry sky. His breath caused the crystal wall of the sea god great world to be destroyed frantically, and the inner ocean world also swept the tsunami. Ancestor Tianhua, if you don't do it at this time, when will you wait? Do you want to see that Emperor Xuanhu continue to be arrogant? Fengyuan shouted loudly. Okay, the ancestors are here to help you too. Ancestor Tianhua's eyes flickered, knowing that this was in the interests of everyone, and suddenly endless fires of the sky descended. Under the gust of wind, the fire took advantage of the wind and the flames violently covered the entire sea god world. The third step is the world god, who controls the universe. Qiankuan is also heaven and earth, that is, their power is enough to subvert the world. Presumptuous. Chu Yuan sits in the sea god world. His peerless magical powers bombarded out, a big hand was murderous, condensed the light of slaughter, and slaughter appeared in the 5 fingers. Facing the bombardment of the third step of the 2 statues, he directly grabbed them and collided with them in a peerless way. Boom! Bright colors like fireworks exploded in the starry sky. A figure of peerless elegance, stepping into the universe and coming, his breath was shocked, and all the wind and fire were swallowed by him. You are the Emperor Xuanhu. Feng Yuan, the ancestor of Tianhua, looked at Chu Yuan as if he were meeting a supreme being. He was the real emperor, the only one in the world, and he was the only one who held a peerless and domineering majesty. It seemed impossible to resist him. Moreover, both of them felt the strangeness of Emperor Xuanhuan. It is actually difficult for them to sense the realm of this person and the strength of this person, and they are shrouded in mystery. You have to join forces to deal with me, Chu Yuan said indifferently. His arrogance was too strong. It was you who killed the sea god and occupied the sea god's world. Although it was strange, the world god of Feng Yuan was not afraid of him, and said coldly, "The last sea god empire that occupied the great world of sea god has been completely destroyed. The special location of this world does not allow an empire to exist, and your Xuanhuan empire will also be with sea god. Like an empire. I don't like threats," Chu Yuan said. "Find out his weird strength." When Feng Yuan's eyes flickered, his mana turned into an abyss, vast and endless, and the majestic world power suppressed it. He bombarded with a palm, and everyone in the universe saw that it was an abyss attacking. World God, bombardment of the power that created the world. He didn't know how strong Chu Yuan's strength was, and only by figuring it out now could he formulate the next move. I am not afraid of any challenge. Chu Yuan was so majestic. With a big wave of his hand, the dazzling rays of light swept across, and as soon as the destruction of the world came out, the power of Feng Yuan was completely wiped out. It's so easy to destroy Feng Yuan's power of heaven and earth. This kind of magical power seems to be a power that specializes in destroying the power of the world. No wonder Sea God died in his hands. This person is really amazing. Ancestor Tianhua's eyes flickered. On that day, although Emperor Xuanhuan and Sea God fought fiercely, all news was blocked and they did not see it. The starry sky was torn apart, and Feng Yuan world had a solemn expression on his face. The more powerful Chu Yuan behaved, the more he was afraid. If his power directly slashed the Sea God Great World, the crystal wall would be split in half, and there would be waves of destruction in the world. Every step of the world god's advancement, the change brought about by the strength, is indeed too great. It is rumored that there are gods who run rampant in the universe above the world gods, and the mana that exists is even more difficult to guess, and can directly destroy a big world. Kill. The world god of Feng Yuan stared at Chu Yuan, and his violent power had already killed him in the next step. This was a big killer move. The endless abyss, changing the battlefield, turned into an abyss-like appearance and became his main battlefield. However, Chu Yuan didn't change much. With the strong against the strong, the Supreme Emperor's divine fist also bombarded, and each punch represented his invincible strength. #C726 Escape. Heaven and Earth Storm, rolling and killing. Every punch of Chu Yuan has the majesty of the Emperor, and the power is enormous. It is the brightest collision, without the slightest twists and turns. With force, every punch with surging power can cause turmoil in the starry sky. His power is too strong, like the scorching sun. Although Chu Yuan is not yet a world god, but after conquering the sea god world, his power has increased sharply again. It is difficult for others to see through his mana, but Chu Yuan himself is very clear that every time he conquers a world, all of them are incorporated into the land of Xuanhuan, and the kingdom of the emperor has shrouded the past, which is equivalent to increasing his strength. His human sovereign kingdom is very special. It does not belong to this universe. It is an independent world that operates independently. Once a world has been captured, the kingdom of the emperor can also be shrouded here. The eternal great world, the great desolate world, the great world of Psongyan, and the great world of the sea god, Chu Yuan's empire already had 4 great worlds. Everyone could see that although Feng Yuan's realm was very high, he did not gain the slightest advantage in the battle with Emperor Xuanhuan. Instead, he was suppressed. Every force of Emperor Xuanhuan was bombarding him, causing him to retreat again and again. The world god of Xuanhuan never imagined that this person's power was so ferocious, but he did not panic. Seeing that it was difficult for him to overcome for a while, he changed his strategy and tried his best to use the ultimate move with great power. The purpose was also very simple. With this violent attack, he tried out the ultimate move of Emperor Xuanhuan. Yuan Hai. With one move, the storm swept through him. Almost instantly, he unleashed 9 ultimate moves. His majestic power oscillated endlessly. If he were to fight in a big world, the world would be dead. The most suitable battlefield for world gods is only the starry sky. The world god of Xuanhuan has made a big move, everyone said. Chu Yuan fought back. He stood still in the storm, and the bombardment with a palm was no longer a simple magical power, but the power of the 4 worlds. Boom boom boom. The unparalleled shock, Chu Yuan's palm shook, countless air currents condensed the sea of the vast ocean, and strongly broke his strength, and then chased after one step. Killed the past. Humph. Xuanhuan pushed with both hands, and a world shrouded in a gust of wind flew out. God's hand, dominate God. As soon as the hand of God was grabbed, this Gullian world was directly caught in his hands. Chu Yuan's power was even more turbulent than Xuanhuan's. Xuanhuan quickly retreated, a 5-finger mark appeared on his chest, and it sank deeply. He wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he endured it. My strength is not as good as his. Xuanhuan's thoughts were also violently turbulent, and he shouted, Ancestor Tianhua, it's your turn to take action. Damn. The ancestor of Tianhua cursed. The purpose of his visit this time was to take advantage of it, and leave if there was no advantage. Xuanhuan's loud shout made it difficult for him to ride a tiger, so he had to do it. Heavenly fire comes to the world. The strength of the ancestor of Tianhua was stronger than that of Xuanhuan, and he was almost in the late stage of the 3rd step. With a wave of his hands, the world of Tianhua descended, and a blazing fire directly bombarded Chu Yuan from a distance. Chu Yuan slammed his fist. The power was too majestic, and it directly shattered the fire, and the sky fire that splashed was also swallowed by him. I'll help you. An artifact appeared in Xuanhuan's palm, which looked like a sea eye, and shouted, the eye of the storm. A distorted gust of wind emerged from the eye of the storm. If it hit the sea god Great World directly, the entire world would be blown out of its original position. Heavenly fire stove. At this time, the ancestor of Tianhua also took out his artifact, which is a stove, and the flames burning in it are the fire of burning the sky that he has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. He took a breath, the sky fire and storm mixed, and the power of the 2-world artifact broke out completely. Humph. Fire gate. Chu Yuan pulled the flame door, the door opened, and a long river representing the flame flowed out, directly breaking the threat of the 2-world artifact. This is. The eyes of the ancestors of Tianhua protruded like the eyes of dead fish, and he said in shock, a portal that can absorb the origin of flames, summoned directly from the flames representing the flames, for their own use. This kind of fetish is simply the treasure of all cultivation flames. His heavenly Vulcan stove is pure rubbish in comparison. His eyes are also greedy, if he can get it, let alone the 4th step, even the 5th step is possible. The 5th step is to open up the world. You can open up the world yourself, there is no comparison. If you can break through the 5th step, then you will reach the realm that is enough to be proud of the universe and starry sky. He took out his true strength to fight against Chu Yuan, and every time he slammed it out, a volcano erupted in the universe. In just a moment, countless firelights rushed out, evolving into a sea of fire. Ancestor Tianhua has found the treasure he wants. Seeing this, Xuanhuan sneered again and again. Storm abyss. He was not idle either, using his own power to evolve into the abyss, and suddenly the endless gust of wind blew out. Fengyuan seemed to become a giant of the wind, and when he punched it, it was a storm that shook the galaxy. Even if it is the third step to join forces, it is impossible to be the opponent of the great emperor. Li Songhai sneered, his belief in Emperor Xuanhuan has been deeply rooted, and he will die immediately without frowning. The emperor's charm of Emperor Xuanhuan is too strong. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless. He glanced at the ancestor of Tianhua, and there was a power of exile in his hand. When he grabbed it violently, the ancestor of Tianhua suddenly felt as if he had been deprived of this universe and entered another universe. Where is the ancestor of Tianhua? The instant disappearance of the ancestor of Tianhua made Fengyuan's complexion change, knowing that he was caught by this person's magical powers. But the next moment, he saw the person lift his finger, and an unparalleled black light appeared, directly cutting open his abyss world, and suddenly slashed heavily on him. Boom! Fengyuan was slashed and flew out, and blood was spilled on the spot. Hand of God! It was still the hand of God that fell from the sky, and the power that dominated the sky immediately grasped the starry sky and grabbed it on Fengyuan's shoulder. What? Fengyuan let out a scream. His right shoulder was caught by the hand of God, and it was all crushed. The white bones were mixed with bright red blood, and they became muddy flesh, which was extremely tragic. And this power of God is still destroying his body. This is the hand of God representing God. Fengyuan roared. Where did I go just now? At this time, the ancestor of Tianhua also appeared. After all, his cultivation is high, and the eternal exile only trapped him for a few seconds, but these few seconds made him feel a kind of call between heaven and earth. No one exists. The fear of being alone. In that exile space, he felt that he was lost, and only fought out by his own strength. How did Fengyuan become so miserable? As soon as he appeared, he saw Fengyuan's shoulder being shattered and looked tragically. Thinking of the fear of loneliness before, he turned around, abandoned Fengyuan, and disappeared from the battlefield. #C727 The obedient prosper, the disobedient perish. The ancestor of Tianhua ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. His escape also caused the complexion of the group of people who came to change greatly. The third step of the one was actually running so fast. Ancestor Tianhua! Fengyuan shouted angrily. But the ancestor of Tianhua ran away. He was the third step, and it was difficult to support him alone. He was definitely not a match for this person. Even if he stayed here, he would encounter unexpected changes. He also shouted and retreated. The momentum came and fled. Chu Yuan watched them flee, but did not pursue them. With his current strength, he can compete against the third step, and he can even defeat them by breaking out various means, but it is impossible to kill them unless he breaks through to the realm of world gods. He is not in a hurry. This show of strength has already allowed people in this star field to see his power. Even if he knows that he will conquer other worlds, it is not a matter of a while to make a comeback. He returned to the sea god world. Seeing this scene, the warriors and soldiers had a strong belief on their faces. Emperor Xuanhuan, it's terrifying. Ishan, Ranyu was trembling. They didn't see the Eternal World War, so it was difficult to understand Chu Yuan's position in their hearts. However, one person knocked back the two statues for the third step, and they were beaten and fled directly, which really scared them. Holy Tortoise, go to the kingdom of the Emperor. Chu Yuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint has realized something. Boom. The world god killed by the secluded god, the monstrous world law turned into a rainbow light and injected into the body of the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint. This is helping to break the threshold of the gods of the world. Like Lu Qianfu, Yang Tang and the others need to control the origin of refining a world in order to quickly break through to the realm of the world god, but the Holy Turtle and the Demon Saint do not need it. He has lived from the ancient times of the eternal world to the present, and he has long reached the peak of the Holy Spirit, and what he lacks is only a footstep. All he needs is a power of the world law of the world God. This power was blessed on him, he lived for a long time and accumulated rich. Suddenly, with the help of the resources of the Xuanhu Empire, the ascetic cultivation in the kingdom of the emperor finally broke this realm. God of the world. The infinite laws of the world are shrouded in the body of the holy tortoise and the demon saint. He also sighed that he had actually reached the peak of the Holy Spirit long ago, but he was unable to break through this crucial step. Now, he has wisely turned to Emperor Xuanhu, and finally made himself break through to this realm. Once he became a world god, his lifespan increased almost dozens of times. 1 month from the outside world, 30 years have passed in the kingdom of the emperor. Xuanhuan asked him to consolidate his realm in the kingdom of the emperor. His Majesty announced that all the leaders will go to the Sea God Hall to discuss matters. During this month, Xuanhuan continuously dispatched troops and sent Lu Qianfu, Li Songhai, and others into the Sea God Temple. Participate in the Great Emperor. People salute. Flat body. Xuanhuan Dao, today I announced the call of all the ministers, because I want to launch a campaign against various worlds. During this time, the army was gradually mobilized to the Sea God world, and I decided to directly fight other worlds. With the rapidity of thunder, expand Xuanhu's territory. He looked at Ishan. Your Majesty, I am very clear about the situation in this star field, and how many powerhouses there are in each world. Ishan walked out, waved his palm, transformed into a starry sky, and said, Everyone, please see, the Sea God Great World is located here, the central location, radiating out. It is simply divided into 4 major areas, the south, east, north and west. The most powerful is Xuanhuan Great World. The next is the Great World of Skyfire, and there are 7 great worlds to the north of us. There is no third step. There are the Great World of Mingu, the Great World of Fire Phoenix. Your Majesty, I suggest that if the attack starts from the north and sweeps across the 7 great worlds, there are not many powerful powerhouses in the north direction, which is suitable for us to defeat in one fell swoop. Lu Qianfu said, in this battle, we still have to fight a blitzkrieg, so that they can't react. We will incorporate these worlds into the kingdom of Xuanhu. Although the Sea God Great World is in the place of 4 battles, if it has tyrannical strength, it can send troops in all directions. I and King Zhongyong's thoughts coincide. Xuanhuan said, Holy Turtle, Yang Teng, and Ran Yu, the 3 of you will go to the Huofeng Great World, and Commander Feng will also go together. Yes. They all took orders, and then looked at Zhu Fengfeng, knowing that it was His Majesty who wanted her to become a world god. The owner of Huofeng Great World is a Huofeng whose cultivation base has reached the first step of being a world god, and Zhu Fengfeng is also a phoenix. His Majesty's words are the will of the heavens. One word conferred a god, and whoever hits the spot can get the chance to become the god of the world. Next is the Mingu Great World. Xuanhuan said. There are 2 world gods in the Mingu Great World, but they are only the first step. Ishan has been relying on the Xuanhu Empire for a while, and it has gradually become clear that although Emperor Xuanhu is cruel to the enemy, he is the holy emperor to his own people, loves the people like a son, and will never treat his own people badly. He also wanted to express himself well. Li Songhai, Ishan, and the commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison will all follow you to fight in the great world of Mingu. I don't want to hear any nonsense. There is only one sentence. Xuanhuan's voice rolled in. His meaning is very simple, those who obey will prosper and those who disobey will perish. The empire is not an individual. Individuals pay attention to good and evil, and as an emperor, they will not pay attention to this. In his eyes, it is only for the powerful interests of the empire, and he will not pay attention to so many so-called personal emotions. Those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Lu Qianfu nodded and said, the rise of an empire needs to start with the capture of every big world. This star field must be controlled by our Xuanhu Empire, and in front of the army of the empire, any rebels will be crushed. Pressure. King Zhongyong, in order to prevent other great worlds from sabotaging our actions, you and Xinyu are responsible for supporting at any time and supervising the actions of other circles at all times. This northern battle is handed over to you with full command. Xuanhuan said. There is no third step of the world god in the north. He believes that Lu Qianfu and the others can play well. And there is no need for other world gods in the sea god great world, it is enough to have him alone to suppress them here. The minister takes orders. Lu Qianfu said, everyone, when this battle begins, you must break through it as quickly as possible, and you cannot give others a chance to react. You have also heard your majesty's order clearly, go to battle, this king and Xinyu will support you at any time. Boom. Immediately, a large number of legions set off from the sea god great world, and the teleportation in groups began to battle all walks of life. He chose Sea God World as the first battleground, and he was also thinking about the teleportation array here, so that he could strike quickly. The Poseidon Chamber of Commerce does business, and the goods have to be transported in various big worlds. It is impossible to do without a teleportation array. Although many teleportation formations on the bright side have been destroyed by all walks of life, they still have hidden teleportation formations. The army is divided into 3 parts, heading towards the great world of the Phoenix and the great world of Mingu. I'm here waiting for your good news. Xuanhuan waved his hand and sat on the throne, waiting for the news of this battle. #C728 to see the Phoenix too much. At this moment, the army set off. The teleportation formations hidden by the Sea God Chamber of Commerce helped the Xuanhu Empire a lot. It can be said that if there is no teleportation array that has been arranged before, it will waste a long time just to travel, and there will be no lightning strike at all. The Holy Turtle Demon Saint, Yang Teng, Ran Yu, and Zhu Fengfeng went to the great world of Fire and Phoenix. Li Songhai, the commander of the God of War, the commander of the prison, and Ishan marched into the world of Mingu. Lu Qianfu and Shenyus sit in the central army. Now, Xinyu must attack other big worlds to expand his territory, and Xuanhuan urgently needs to cultivate to the realm of world gods. The scale of the battleship is huge. Thousands of sky battleships and hundreds of starfield battleships appeared from the teleportation array and went straight to attack the Phoenix world. Look, there is the great world of Huafeng. I have been to this big world in order to do business before, and I have seen the ancestor of Huafeng. Although it is only the first step, it is very close to the second step, and there are many strong men under my command. Not long after, Ran Yu finally saw the world of Huafeng, and Ran Yu pointed to the front. The Fire Phoenix world is burning with flaming fire, and it is extremely bright from a distance in the starry sky, as if a fire phoenix with wings is flying, shining brightly, trying to break free from the shackles of the starry sky. Almost all the monsters in this world of Huafeng are respected by the Huafeng family, and there are other races. What should we do? Ranling said. This time, our 3 world gods joined forces to lead a large number of legions, with an invincible will, with the strongest force, directly enter and capture this world. A cautious big demon like the ancestor of the Holy Turtle does not want to grind and waste time, but to adopt a fast attack strategy. It can be seen that he also has a strong confidence in conquering the Phoenix world. That's right, those who obey will prosper and those who are disobedient will perish. Let's fight a blitzkrieg. If the ancestor of Huafeng dares to be ignorant, he will kill him directly. There is no need to talk nonsense with her. Your Majesty is still waiting for our good news. Yang Teng has a strong fighting spirit. His Majesty is waiting for their good news, and must play well. Okay. Go straight in. The battleship accelerates directly. The impact entered the world of Fire Phoenix. The enemy is attacking the enemy, there is a big enemy attacking, my god, why are there so many warships? This is the army of the Xuanhu Empire, they actually attacked my Hufeng world directly, are they going to use tough means to conquer us? Defense, don't let them rush in. It can't be defended at all, their power is too strong. The world of Hufeng was extremely panicked. The arrival of the battleship did not talk nonsense with them. The cannons opened the way, and the energy beams bombarded fiercely. There was no grass in the place where the cannons washed the ground. Xuanhu Empire. There is the Holy Spirit of the Great Phoenix world trying to resist the cannon with mana. However, the roar of thousands of cannons of the divine meteor directly hit him, and the dazzling rainbow of light suddenly burst open, blasting him to pieces, and tragically died on the spot. A thick fire also swept across the big world, transforming into a huge fire phoenix, ramming towards the fleet. God of the world. Hey, the ancestor of Hufeng, still wants to stop us, are you courting death? Yongting was the best at fighting. He stepped out of the battleship and slammed it out with one punch. The ancient prehistoric land came, and he immediately slammed on the fire phoenix, and the domineering power immediately shattered. The three world gods were oppressed, and the battleship corps rushed in and fired at the powerhouses who were blocking them. Ancestor Hufeng, those who know the current affairs are Junjia. Today I will represent the great Emperor Xuanhu to come to your Hufeng great world. The Emperor has a purpose, those who are obedient and those who are disobedient will perish, if you are stubborn, you will definitely be beheaded and die on the spot. The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise screamed. Emperor Xuanhu made him become a god of the world. His belief is only Emperor Xuanhu, and only by following Emperor Xuanhu can he obtain greater opportunities. Yes, Ancestor Hufeng, you have lived for so many years, and you won't even be able to see this. The death of Sea God Guildmaster is the best example. He died because he resisted Emperor Xuanhu. I hope you don't become Sea God. But as wise as we are. Ran Yu also shouted. Ran Yu of the Sea God Chamber of Commerce. Ancestor Hufeng appeared, this is an old woman, glaring, you betrayed the Sea God. There is no Sea God Chamber of Commerce anymore, only the Xuanhu Empire. Ran Yu snorted coldly, my relationship with Sea God is only cooperation, not a subordinate. Where is the betrayal? There is not much time left for you to consider. My Hufeng Great World and your Xuanhu Empire have no grievances. Do you really want to force each other and start a war? Ancestor Hufeng's face was extremely heavy. In the third step, the two were repelled at the same time against the great Emperor Xuanhu, and the Sea God died in the Sea God Great World. She knew all these things, but if she was willing to hand over the Fire Phoenix Great World, she would not be reconciled. The hatred in her heart was terrifying. The Sea God Chamber of Commerce had left too many hidden teleportation formations, otherwise, the Xuanhu Empire would not have reached the Hufeng Great World so much, leaving no time for her to react. But she also had other hopes in her heart. The Xuanhu Empire attacked so aggressively, other great worlds would not be unresponsive, and they could not watch the expedition go out, and they would understand the truth. The Emperor Xuanhu did not show up, and he was obviously in awe. The rise and conquest between empires have no grievances, only profit and loss. Ancestor Hufeng, do you need me to repeat it with you? The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise. If everything has to pay attention to grievances, whether the empire should conquer or develop. You lied to Feng Taishan. Ancestor Hufeng was extremely angry. After all, she is a god of the world, and she is also dignified, so how can she endure this kind of oppression? She also saw that Emperor Xuanhu would not come to her. Although facing the three world gods, but with the blessing of the great world, she still had the confidence to fight. Commander Feng, the three of us directly defeated the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix, you led the army to fight in and prevent her from using all the world's origin. The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise. It is good. Zhu Fengfeng also knew that His Majesty asked her to come to prepare her to become a world god. This is her chance. Follow me to kill. The army that attacked the Great Phoenix world was mainly dominated by the monster army in the demon domain and the gods, demons, and giant beasts in the Great Desolate world. The army that immediately spread to the sky, ruthlessly entered the Great Phoenix world. Although the main battlefield is the battle of several world gods. But if the army does not fight, the ancestor of Hufeng can mobilize the power of the world at will. Now that the army is attacking, the fire of war can be caught everywhere, which weakens the power of the ancestors of Hufeng to mobilize the world. My Hufeng great world is not free to bully. Countless powerhouses were also killed from within the Fire Phoenix world and collided with Xuanhuan's legion. But what made Hufeng ancestors' pupils shrunk fiercely, her army was defeated at the moment of collision, and it was not the opponent's opponent at all. The formation was scattered directly, and no resistance could be formed. She suddenly saw Zhu Fengfeng, the thick flame of the phoenix, and said in shock, "This is the phoenix, the strong blood of the phoenix." #C729 So brutal. Phoenix bloodline. Ancestor Hufeng's eyes straightened. Although Hufeng is also a descendant of the phoenix, the bloodline concentration is far worse. Like the dragon family, it is divided into many branches. The bloodline on Zhu Fengfeng's body is too rich, as if she can swallow it, she can immediately break through the second step. What are you still thinking about? Yang Ting saw the expression on Hufeng ancestor's face and sneered. He strode forward, punched forward, and the power of the world permeated, to tear the big world of Hufeng, and suddenly the power of the wild poured out. Among the three world gods, the more resources he gets, the stronger he is. Ancestor Hufeng was furious, and a huge fire condensed. Hufeng attacked, she waved her flame-burning palm, and the tyrannical spell collided with Yang Ting. Humph! Yang Ting snorted coldly. He is not afraid of the fire of the ancestors of the Fire Phoenix at all. His strength is too strong, and every flesh and blood contains a huge power of the world. Under this blow, it is like 100 million dragons attacking, and Yang Ting's attack is also very simple and direct, completely bombarding with fists and feet. He was too stubborn and tyrannical, his move fell on the ancestor of the phoenix, and he directly knocked her out, spewing fiery blood. How can this happen? It's the first step. Why is your strength so fierce? In the world of Hufeng, I'm not afraid to fight with you. The ancestor of the Fire Phoenix suddenly turned into a fire phoenix with wide wings, burning with blazing fire, as if stepping out of a star. This is her strongest fighting state. She let out an angry phoenix cry, fluttered her wings, and the flame storm swept out. With this little storm, I want to stop the conquest of my Xuanhu Empire. Today, I will break your wings, twist your head, and turn you into a dead phoenix. Yang Ting ignored the storm, he punched open the avenue, and bombarded again and again. This kind of words fell in the ears of Hufeng Patriarch, and it was simply the greatest humiliation. She is also a world god after all, but this person dared to ignore her, causing a torrent of flames to spit out of her mouth. Boom! Yang Ting stepped forward. With strength and unparalleled anger, his heart was beating powerfully, and the prehistoric holy body attacked with all his strength, smashing it with a punch. Boom! Directly breaking through the torrent of flames, this punch hit the ancient ancestor of the phoenix, causing her to fly away, unable to resist at all. The power of the world! Ancestor Hufeng shouted. She mobilized the power of this world to oppress it, and the source was washed away like a vast waterfall. As long as it was here, the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix was not afraid of any consumption, and all kinds of phoenix flames that burned everything spit out. The floods are coming, the hands of the floods. Yang Ting's physique is too strong, he is the first step world god, these Feng Yan can't even burn his skin. If not in Hufeng Great World, Hufeng ancestor would have been defeated long ago. With one punch and one kick, he was majestic, and he played a bright world and a great avenue. Every bombardment made the ancestor Huifeng let out a painful scream, and suddenly another punch was thrown, the world was shattered, a hole appeared, and the ancestor Huifeng was slammed to the ground. Ancestor Huifeng is not his opponent, this person is too cruel. The powerhouse of the Fire Phoenix world said in fear. I fought with you. Ancestor Huifeng seems to have used a secret technique like the Phoenix Nirvana. Her feathers are shining brightly, emitting endless light and brightness. This is the Nirvana method of the Phoenix lineage, sacrificing life in exchange for stronger power. Zhu Fengfeng reminded. Humph. No matter what sacrifice she made, in front of me, it was all smashed with one punch. Yang Ting snorted coldly. Kill. Ancestor Huifeng broke out a peerless ultimate move. The origin of the entire Fire Phoenix world was on fire, frantically blessing her, and immediately her soul and body were also sacrificed. With a desperate method, people immediately saw the true strength of a world god. However, Yang Ting is not afraid, his great desolate holy body is the most suitable for the most direct shopping. His physique stood, the void collapsed, and the tyrannical force affected the void. He raised his hand, the space was gusting, and one hand pressed down. Ancestor Huifeng suddenly screamed, what Yang Ting pressed was not a hand, but an ancient world like the wild, which made her desperate strength torn apart immediately, and the flames that enveloped her body were scattered. No opponent at all. Under the constant pressure of Yang Ting, the ancestors of Huifeng had no power to fight back. Suddenly, Yang Ting grabbed with a palm, leaving 5 bloody scars on her body. Don't waste time with her, kill her, and march into the next big world. They also saw it. Although Yang Ting is overpowering the ancestor of Huifeng, the ancestor of Huifeng has the blessing of the origin of this big world and the healing method of the descendants of the Phoenix. It will take Yang Ting to kill her alone. Okay, let's take action together. Behead her, and complete the task given by His Majesty. Yang Ting also knew that now is not the time to be a personal hero, the most important thing is to complete the great cause of the empire. The Holy Turtle World God and Ranyu started. Although they were not as fierce as Yang Ting, the 2 world gods joined forces, and the world law immediately formed a seal, sealing the power of this big world. The Huifeng ancestor also made a terrified voice and shouted, Don't kill me, I lost, I can give up all resistance and join the Xuanhuan Empire, now you all stop. Originally, she thought that she could block their attack with her own strength, and then delayed until other worlds reacted and formed a counter-encirclement to the Xuanhuan Empire. But she never expected that Yang Ting alone would beat her to be an opponent. The gap was too great, and there was no way to resist. In the face of absolute strength, all her thoughts were in vain. Kill or let go? Ranyu asked. Killed. The Holy Turtle World God said fiercely, not killing is not enough to let them see the power of our Xuanhuan Empire. If everyone fights with us in a bloody battle, if they can't beat us and surrender, how can there be such a cheap thing? I think it is better to directly do it and let them know that the stubborn ones will be killed without mercy. Ranyu also shivered fiercely, the people of the Xuanhuan Empire are too cruel. You are killing me. Ancestor Huifeng was desperate, and the other party did not even accept her surrender. She sent out a desperate struggle, but in the alliance of the 3 world gods, her struggle was useless, and it didn't take long before she was beheaded. The source power of the world gods. The Holy Turtle World God shouted, Commander Feng, you will refine this group of world god energy. According to His Majesty's will, after the Fire Phoenix Great World is conquered, you will be the world lord of this world. Boom. A fiery world power was injected into Zhu Fengfeng's body. The origin of the ancestor of Huifeng is the most suitable for her. The ancestor of the Holy Turtle ordered to kill the ancestor of the Phoenix, which is largely for this purpose. After all, Zhu Fengfeng and she are both monsters. With the help of the 3 world gods, Zhu Fengfeng is also controlling the world at the fastest speed. Hashtag C730 Pingu World God. We have arrived at the Mingu Great World. Another army led by Li Songhai went to Mingu Great World. Ishan pointed to a huge world ahead and said immediately. Huh? Mingu World already knows that we sent troops. Li Songhai immediately looked forward. Outside the Ming and Ancient Realm, there were countless strong men. There were hundreds of them in the realm of the Holy Spirit alone. There was also an old man in ancient clothes standing in front. Go directly. Li Songhai is not afraid of cheating. They can be said to be strong soldiers, for world gods. Even if they encounter the second step, they can't help them. Immediately, the battleship was mighty and marched towards the Mingu realm. Zhou Xian, the lord of the ancient world of the gods, learned that the heavenly soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire had arrived, so he led all the strong men of the ancient world to wait here. I am willing to surrender to the Xuanhuan Empire, become the emperor's son of the Xuanhuan Emperor, and help the emperor to unify all walks of life. Unexpectedly, when the army arrived, Zhou Xian directly made a sound of taking refuge. When he waited here, he also knew that the army of the Xuanhuan Empire had already moved towards him. He had already received the news that the Huafeng Great World had been conquered a few days ago, and he was frightened. This Xuanhuan Empire was too domineering. A world god said that if he killed it, he would kill it. It was simply tyrannical and invincible. And the sea god was killed, and both of them were taken by Emperor Xuanhuan in the third step. His heart was beating violently with fright. He looked at the Xuanhuan Empire and saw the unstoppable general trend of this empire. He came with the invincible will to conquer this star field. If he stopped himself, Huafeng Patriarch would be his best end. Although there is a world god besides him, it is obviously impossible to be an opponent. Knowing that it is unstoppable, it is stupid to have a man's arm as a car. Be decisive, take refuge wisely, and leave a good impression in the heart of Emperor Xuanhuan. Maybe he can get a lot of credit. He is a first step, barely becoming a world god, and not so ambitious. Emperor Xuanhuan has a decree: those who obey will prosper and those who disobey will perish. You are very wise to take refuge in. If the emperor knows, he will be very pleased that you have made the most correct choice, and we will report this matter to the emperor. Li Songhai, Ishan and others appeared. That Zhou Xian put his posture very low and lived a long time. He knows that although he is a world god, it is best not to impose conditions at such a time, and to honestly obey the other party's orders to him is the way to survive. He knew that every time an invincible emperor who fought in the star territory appeared, the world gods would also fall one by one. 4 world gods. Zhou Xian felt the energy of the 4 world gods. All of them were tyrannical, and his heart was trembling. Fortunately, he did not resist, so he said, yes, Emperor Xuanhuan is wise. Zhou Xian is willing to listen to Emperor Xuanhuan's mobilization. Those who are smart live longer, those who are not smart are dead. Li Songhai laughed. Zhou Xian knew what he was saying, and immediately said, I don't know what you are going to do next. Waiting for orders here. Li Songhai said. At this moment, in the cold and dead universe, a huge fleet is sailing. This is the team led by the ancestors of the Holy Turtle. After they conquered the world of Fire and Phoenix, they did not stay for a long time, but rushed towards the world of Mingu. I have already received the news that the Ming and Ancient Realms took the initiative to join. Now the 7 realms in the north have acquired 2 realms, and each time they get 1 realm, His Majesty's strength will increase tremendously. Now the news that we have swept the 2 realms has also come out. The situation needs to change strategy. The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise. Well, although there is no third step in the 7 northern realms, there are still quite a few world gods. Ran Yu said. Boom. At this moment, when the battleship was sailing in the universe, the starry sky rumbled and burst into thousands of black holes. A terrifying force penetrated the void and turned into a big hand that enveloped the fleet and obliterated it. No, someone is attacking us. The ancestor of the Holy Tortoise drank. This is the power of the second step. Obviously, they conquered 2 worlds, and also made other world gods feel a strong threat. They couldn't bear it, and it was impossible to see them continue, so they wanted to obliterate the power of Xuanhuan in the starry sky. The entire fleet has aroused a strong shield, and the rays of light are shrouded together. Go. The ancestors of the Holy Tortoise, Yangteng, and Ranyu naturally couldn't watch this world god be obliterated at will, and their powers also defended the past at the same time. Boom. The moment the big hand came down, the ancestors of the Holy Tortoise also suffered a violent blow and flew out all around. In front of the second step, there was a huge gap, so they could only barely defend. The aftermath of the waves came, causing the fleet to shake, but fortunately, the ancestor of the Holy Turtle blocked more than 90% of the power. Huh? Blocked my palm, but your Xuanhuan Empire is too overbearing. You can't kill your world god, and you will also destroy your fleet. A cold and stern voice came from the starry sky, and then a middle-aged man in ancient clothes walked over slowly. Although he was only one person, his aura was bigger than the entire fleet. The second step of the world god, Yin-Yang realm. Control yin and yang, control life and death. The boundless and terrifying coercion came, turned into a cosmic storm, and set off strong winds and waves. In front of him, the fleet was like a small boat in the sea. Pingu world god. Ran Ling exclaimed in surprise. This Pingu world god is the strongest of the 7 northern realms, and a giant who is very close to the third step. Destroy it, your emperor can't do it. Pingu world god said coldly. He folded his hands together, suddenly opened, and in an instant, an extremely dazzling light swept out, and he could not bear to fight for such a domineering behavior of the Xuanhuan Empire, and he would not wait for others to come to the door. He had long been waiting for the fleet of the Xuanhuan Empire to arrive. Rumbling, the universe is in turmoil, and his world domain is shrouded. This is the power of the second step world god. Yangting rose into the sky, opened the avenue with his fists, and bombarded with one punch. Like the god of war, he was also an absolute powerhouse in the first step, but suddenly, the Pingu world god pressed down with one hand. Bang! He was suddenly under tremendous pressure, and the power of controlling yin and yang enveloped him tyrannically, making him feel as if he was walking in a swamp, and it was difficult to escape. The second step is too powerful. They are not Chuan, they have all kinds of mysterious and powerful magical means. Kill. The ancestors of the Holy Turtle and Ranyu also killed them. But the Pingu world god's expression remained unchanged. He controlled the audience with just one hand, and they were all under his control. With his strength, he easily suppressed Yangting's 3 world gods. The second step is too strong. Ranyu said with great pressure. His purpose is not us at all, but the fleet, and he is going to destroy our countless armies. The ancestor of the Holy Turtle roared, because it was very difficult to kill them even in the second step, but after suppressing them, it was much easier to obliterate the fleet. Swish! Just when the Pingu world god was controlling the audience, a ghostly shadow slashed over with a black sickle in hand. #C731 Victory must be conquered. Shenyus came to kill with a dark sickle, like a ghost, with a strange ultimate move, existing between the virtual and the real, and it was difficult to stop. Surprise attack. Pingu world god's eyes froze. The ghostly being killed is too strange. There is only a shadow in his eyes, jumping quickly, waving his hand and grabbing, trying to block this very strange existence. Puff. The power of the world he condensed was broken by the scythe of the god, and in his palm a bloodstain appeared, filled with black death. The ghostly ghost disappeared again. He was a ghost hidden in the nether world. This is the strength of the second step of the world god. The face of Pingu World God became more and more solemn. He couldn't figure out the details of this ghost at all. He suddenly rose into the sky, and he disappeared here. Pingu World God left. Obviously, he knew that his raid plan had failed. The other party had long expected that someone would start, and it would be useless to continue to stay. Moreover, he was very jealous of this goddess and had threatened him. I already guessed that I would attack you. In the starry sky, Lu Qianfu also appeared. The king of loyalty. The ancestors of the Holy Tortoise came over and said, if it wasn't for the gods, the fleet would definitely be destroyed by him today. The second step of the world god is not something we can resist, but since the other party's surprise attack, we are ready to deal with us. This king has been keeping the gods on guard. Lu Qianfu said, we have raided 2 great worlds, and it is impossible to use this method again, change the strategy, and go to the Mingu Great World with this king first. Inside the Pingu Great World. How about it? Someone looked at Pingu World God. The raid failed, and the other party already expected that I would make a surprise attack. Pingu World God shook his head and said. By his side. There are also other world gods gathered. Of the 7 realms in the north, 2 realms were conquered by Xuanhuan, and now there are 5 realms left, and the other world gods have gathered in the Pingu realm. The Xuanhuan Empire is really difficult to deal with. The faces of these people were solemn. The ancestors of Huifeng were beheaded, and Zhou Xian took refuge, which sounded the alarm for them, knowing that if they continued to fight on their own, the soldiers and horses of Xuanhuan would come to their territory, and they would all be defeated one by one. What do I do next? A world Shinto. Only the Union, you have also seen the fate of the other 2 worlds. The Xuanhuan Empire has a great appetite. After the 2 worlds are conquered, they will attack the other worlds when they turn around, so they are not only our opponents. The Pingu World God said calmly, I also received news that almost all of their world gods are on our side, and this god has also contacted the Fengyuan World God, and they will join other worlds to attack the Sea God Great World at the same time. That is to say, the world god of Fengyuan hopes that we can contain the other world god, and the great Emperor Xuanhuan will deal with them in person? The eyes of the gods of the world flickered. That's right, that's the truth. The Xuanhuan Empire has committed public anger. Although the Xuanhuan Emperor is strong, he has his own people to deal with. I hope that you can mobilize the army in your world as soon as possible. Let's unite and fight against the strong enemy. Pingu World Shinto. No problem, as long as someone restrains the Xuanhuan Empire, we can fight. I can't let them continue. I don't want my world to be breached. Like Zhou Xian, I surrender to the other side and listen to others' orders. Okay, just do it. They also know that if they don't want to be broken by the Xuanhuan Empire, they should unite. Inside the Mingu Great World. Send the war book. Lu Qianfu convened everyone and held a meeting. Everyone, headed by the Pingu World God, forming the 5 Realms Alliance, has issued a war letter to my Xuanhuan Empire, asking us to fight in a deserted place. Do you think we should go? Yes. Of course, it's too crazy, and they must be taught a lesson. The last time he encountered the raid of the Pingu World God, Yang Ting was still angry. It should be answered. Since the formation of the 5 Realms Alliance means that the other party is ready, His Majesty's order is to conquer the 7 realms as soon as possible. We can't waste unnecessary time with them here. The ancestor of the Holy Turtle said, however, the other party's purpose also wants to contain us here, and they must also want to deal with His Majesty. He lived long enough to see through the essence of this battle at a glance. The Xuanhuan Empire is bound to encounter counterattacks from all walks of life when it goes on the road of conquest. There is no doubt about this. Your Majesty sits in the Sea God Great World. As long as His Majesty is there, they can't conquer it. His Majesty's might is not something they can imagine. Lu Qianfu was firm. Emperor Xuanhuan was an invincible god in their hearts. As long as His Majesty stood there, they would not be afraid of everything. Feeling this terrifying momentum, Zhou Xian, who participated in the meeting for the first time, was also shocked. Responding to their war book with our army, this king announced that 3 days later, when we attack the Five Realms Alliance, we must defeat them. With your Majesty here, we have no worries, and we can completely let go of the battle. Lu Qianfu stood up and glanced at everyone coldly. We must win when we fight. Yang Ting said, it's time to let them know that we are powerful. Since the World War I, our army has longed for a new war for a long time, and they need a chance to make a contribution. Li Songhai wrote. The fighting spirit of the Xuanhuan Empire is too terrifying. Yishan, Ranyu, and Zhou Xian had never seen such a terrifying fighting intent. They were about to push everything horizontally. This empire seems to be born to fight. Okay, everyone, let's prepare, and defeat the alliance of the Five Realms in one fell swoop, so as not to delay your Majesty's great cause. Lu Qianfu's eyes focused on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, this is your first battle after joining the Xuanhuan Empire. This king hopes that you will not retreat behind your back, so that your Majesty can see your contribution. Your Majesty is a person who never loses. This is your chance to treat someone who has meritorious deeds. Yes, I will definitely go through fire and water for the Xuanhuan Empire. Zhou Xian dared not say a word. 3 days passed in a flash. Xuanhuan's army set off, and countless soldiers entered the vast fleet that spread across the starry sky. Let's go. Lu Qianfu assembled a large army, and immediately waved his hands to show his boundless power, and his resounding voice resounded, let's go on an expedition to fight the Five Realms Alliance. Your Majesty is waiting for the good news that we will conquer the 7 realms in the north. Immediately, the army set off, mighty and spectacular. The battleships of the Xuanhuan Empire are too terrifying. They are simply giant steel beasts that run rampant in the cosmos. Any big world facing them will be crushed to ashes. Is the Five Realms Alliance really blocking the Xuanhuan Empire? This is the power of the Xuanhuan Empire. Don't forget, we also joined the Xuanhuan Empire and became a member. The Great His Majesty is rumored to be in control of invincible power. Let's go. Zhou Xian led his own army, and when he saw such a fleet, his heart was shocked to the extreme. #C732 too weak. The Xuanhuan army set off to fight the Five Realms Alliance. Not long after, the army arrived in a large world that was deserted and dead. In that big world, the army of the Five Realms Alliance has gathered, and they are ready to wait. They have already prepared here, waiting for the arrival of the Xuanhuan army. The Xuanhuan Empire is here. The world god of Pinggu was wearing a battle armor, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, and he suddenly saw the arrival of the battleship, and made a loud voice, fighting against the Xuanhuan Empire, trying to challenge all worlds with the power of a single country. It will be cruel to meet them. Demise. Yes, defeat them, they can conquer several worlds, nothing more than a surprise attack. Let's start together. I don't believe that we can't beat them, and Qiyuan Great World has already acted. The Five Realms Alliance did not panic when they saw the arrival of the Xuanhuan Empire. Although they know that this empire is very powerful, they also know that the other party has to face the power of a star field after all. The Qiyuan Great World has also united the world to attack the sea god. They have become the masters of a world, and they are used to being at ease, so how can they be willing to surrender to others? The war has begun. Direct attack. In this battle, Lu Qianfu can only attack from the front and use force to break the force. It is absolutely impossible to use tricks. Only by breaking the Five Realms through frontal warfare can the Xuanhuan Empire have the ultimate dominion over the Five Realms. Attack. The warriors of the Xuanhuan Empire are all battle-hardened warriors. As soon as I entered the battlefield, I didn't talk nonsense with them. The warships bombarded, and countless light rainbows cooperated with the cannons of the gods, turning into an endless ocean of energy. The terrifying energy destroyed everything and hit the coalition of the Five Realms. This slam, although the Five Realms alliance is also ready, but they have played against the Xuanhu Empire. Such a ferocious blow, and the terrifying cannon made them stunned for a while. How could the opponent's cannon be so powerful? Hundreds of beams bombarded, and the main god realm was immediately wiped out in front of them. As soon as they met, the army rolled over. Let this deserted world be dyed red. The battleship is in the air, continue to attack. Gaining the first mover advantage with battleships is the forte of the Xuanhu Empire. Down with those warships. The Five Realms Alliance also realized that the existence of these warships was unfavorable to the war situation. Immediately, more than a dozen Holy Spirit powers condensed into one, fell from the sky, and bombarded the Starfield battleship first. But what surprised them was that a layer of shield appeared on the surface of the battleship, but it didn't move at all, resisting the bombardment of the Holy Spirit, and the next moment, it roared with more intense energy. The army has not yet come out, and the Xuanhu Empire has already caused a huge blow to the opponent with the help of the maneuvering advantages of the star warships. Countless people were directly penetrated by the energy light rainbow, and the whole person evaporated. Xuanhu is such a powerful cannon. Zhou Xian was shocked. The powerful defenses of the star warships allow them to roam the battlefield without fear of the blows of those masters. Moreover, the equipped God Meteor Cannon is powerful enough to threaten the existence of the Holy Spirit realm. This is simply slaughter. He also said secretly. Seeing such a scene, the other party's world god also trembled with anger. Of course, they can directly use the power of the world to blast these warships down, but the opponent's world god is not a vegetarian. Even if they do it, the opponent will resist them with the power of the world god. Swish swish. At this moment, countless chariots, with a size of several meters turned into streamers and rushed out, cooperating with the battleships to continue to strike. How can there be so many things in this Xuanhu Empire? They saw that the Xuanhu Empire divided the battlefield with battleships, and then these small chariots entered the battlefield to harvest. Kill kill kill. The Legion of Light appeared, equipped with huge shields, and behind them, there were countless legions of darkness, holding guns of destruction. Ruling. The giant shield of the Legion of Light was connected to form the Great Wall of Steel, and the Spear of Judgment was thrown out. The spear was thrown out, and there was no plan to take it back. Immediately, the power of the judgment penetrated the opponent's army and nailed countless people to the ground. The Dark Legion shot, the long spear slammed out like a black dragon, and brought countless blood flowers on the chests of countless people. Just after the fight, the Five Realms Alliance didn't even touch the opponent's side, and it had already suffered a huge loss. More legions appeared. They all went through the baptism of the eternal battle. Their wills were as strong as steel. They were all equipped with the most elite equipment of Xuanhu. They were organized by legions and killed. Their equipment. The army of the Five Realms Alliance immediately collided with the Xuanhu Empire, but what terrified them was that their army was defeated by the other party as soon as they came into contact, and they were defeated and slaughtered. The army of the Xuanhu Empire was not only well equipped, but also had terrible morale. You know, several years have passed since the Great War of Eternal World. The existence of Attribute 7 allows the army of Xuanhu to have more time to cultivate in the kingdom of the Emperor, and a steady stream of resources supplies them. There is no reason why they are not powerful. The Five Realms Alliance, which sounds terrifying, has also sent a large number of powerhouses. But in front of Xuanhu, these are some turkeys and dogs, forcibly put together. As soon as they were hit by them, they scattered and scurried around. Where could there be a formation of resistance? This is the horror of the army charge. A powerful leader leads countless armies and charges with steel-like will. Unless you really have the strength to subvert the situation, your personal strength is extremely small. It took only an hour for the Xuanhu army to reach the battlefield, and the opponent's camp had been completely dispersed. They all felt that this was not a reciprocal war at all, and it was better to fight against the 5 ancient empires that day. The battle of the eternal world, but let them really experience the cruelty. Weak, too weak. The warriors of the gods all made such a voice. They harvested lives with the weapons in their hands, and these were their military exploits. They are not afraid of death, they are only afraid that they will not have the opportunity to make achievements. Such disdainful voices fell into the ears of the experts of the 5 realms, and it also made them tremble with anger, but the one-sidedness on the battlefield also made them unable to refute. It was indeed too weak. This is taking credit. Zhou Xian was also stunned. Originally, he led his own strong men, and he had already prepared a bloody battle and half of them were killed, but he did not expect that the Xuanhu army would directly defeat the opponent's formation and could not launch any effective counterattacks. His strong men followed behind the Xuanhu Empire, and when they met those who were washed away, they showed their weapons and cut off their heads. When did war become so easy? But the fact in front of him was so simple, he even got bored looking at it. He sighed that it wasn't that the 5 realms alliance was too weak, but that the Xuanhu Empire was too strong, and he couldn't help but be grateful for his wisdom. #C733 One person shocks 1-star field. Poseidon World. Just after the battle of the 5 realms alliance started, all of a sudden, the powerhouses of the great world appeared, and they were aggressive and went outside the great world of the sea god. Emperor Xuanhu, I'm back. The world god of Xuanhuan stood at the forefront. Since he became the 3rd step, he has never been so aggrieved, and his eyes are full of deep hatred. The Xuanhu Empire is trying to capture a star field. This is the enemy of everyone, and their army is in the north of the star field and will not come here. There is only the Xuanhu Emperor in the sea god world. This is our good opportunity. He made a comeback again and made a speech naming the Xuanhu Empire as the great enemy of everyone. The first time was that he misestimated the strength of Emperor Xuanhu. But this time it's different. He gathered the strong, brought more troops, and was fully prepared, and there were no masters in the sea god world. Ancestor Hua was as timid as a mouse that day. He was invited by this god, but he didn't reply at all, so he didn't dare to come. After the Xuanhu Empire is solved, he must break through his heavenly fire world, hateful. Xuanhuan glanced at him, and could not see the ancestor of Tianhua, and there was also a nameless anger that emerged. Not only the ancestors of Tianhua, but also some people did not come. There are other world gods. If they hadn't assembled most of the power of a star field, they wouldn't dare to come alone. Write down all these people who don't come, the pattern of this star field should also change, and some people should disappear forever. It is both a danger and an opportunity. Xuanhuan also wants to use this opportunity to clean up some other worlds and expand his power. Yes, people who want to watch the fire from the other side and think that it's not about themselves are the most hateful. They can't forgive them. If they want to take advantage, they can't be offended. How can there be such a cheap thing? When the time comes, they will be cleaned up. The other world gods also nodded. What to clean up with them is just an excuse, they just want a reasonable excuse to snatch the resources of other worlds. You still want to drag me into the water, it's not that cheap, since this Emperor Xuanhu dares to attack a domain. How can it be so easy to deal with? A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist, and the Emperor Xuanhu does not know the details, how can he deal with it at will? The ancestor of Tianhua is in his own world of Tianhua. Although he practiced the flame Dao, he was actually very cautious, otherwise he would not have left so decisively that day. His motto in life is to take advantage of it and run away if it is not. Only prudent people can live long. It is precisely because of this belief that many of his contemporaries have died, but he is still alive. At the same time, Emperor Xuanhuan, the world god of Fengyuan, looked at the great world of the sea god and let out a loud shout. However, Chu Yuan did not answer him, and everyone saw a stalwart figure in the eyes of everyone, standing quietly in the sea god world, swallowing the galaxy. With a wave of his palm, a portal of lightning appeared. Within this thunder and lightning portal, endless mad thunder swept out, drowning a large starry sky. This is the response from Emperor Xuanhuan to us. Seeing this scene, everyone understood the meaning, looked at Fengyuan, and said, "How do we do it?" Although the preparations were complete this time, they dared to come over when the Xuanhuan army set off, but the record of Emperor Xuanhuan still made the heart palpitate. It was too mysterious and terrifying, and it was definitely not easy to deal with. "I'll go first." Fengyuan knew that if he didn't take action, others would definitely not attack. Suddenly, a dark long knife appeared, and strands of black aurora escaped, causing the void to collapse and completely creating the power of destruction. The Sword of Destruction, that is the divine artifact of the gods in the world of Qi Yuan, obtained from the universe. When everyone saw the divine Sword of Destruction, their hearts also trembled. This knife is extremely powerful and destroys all things. The Qi Yuan world god held this knife in his hand and almost split a world. It was obtained from a place called the Universe Sea. Now, Fengyuan has brought out the divine Sword of Destruction, which shows that he will win this battle. "I'm here to destroy the Sea of Thunder." Fengyuan held the knife in his hand, and his heart soared with boundless confidence. The infinite knife light shrouded, he slashed over, the starry sky was shattered, a knife light swept over like a galaxy, and slashed heavily on the Thunder Sea. "Let's see how that Emperor Xuanhuan responds," the crowd said. Unexpectedly, the great Emperor Xuanhuan still did not appear in front of them this time, as if ignoring Fengyuan. The Thunder God giant punched out, and Fengyuan's hand holding the knife trembled. He wanted to chop down, but the terrifying force directly blasted him out. It turned out that just by casting a mana, Fengyuan was blown away. The crowd looked horrified. Although Qi Yuan still has not broken through the world gods, compared to that day, he controls as many as 6 worlds. As long as it belongs to the territory of Xuanhuan, then he can be shrouded in the kingdom of the emperor and bless him. On that day, Fengyuan only dealt with him in the 4 worlds. And now it's 6. The Thunder Sea condensed again, and a large thunder and lightning hand appeared, carrying unparalleled fluctuations, and when it was pressed down, the thunder light boomed, detonating a large starry sky. Chop chop chop. Fengyuan roared. Immersive, he can feel the strength of this power even more. With the Sword of Destruction, the sword light was cut, but the power of this thunder and lightning palm was too strong. The endless thunder power was extracted from the source of thunder and lightning, and it was rumbling and directly covered him. The thunder and lightning raged on Fengyuan, his whole body was numb, his face was pale, and the hand holding the divine sword was shaking. Stronger. The other party has not shown his true body yet, so he is so embarrassed. Let's do it together. The world god of Fengyuan looked at everyone and shouted, "He is bluffing. Don't look at his strong performance, but he is just pretending to be strong." Is it really pretending to be strong? Thinking of Emperor Xuanhuan's record, they all hesitated. After all, Fengyuan's performance was so bad that they all didn't believe it. Can they really fight Emperor Xuanhuan together? Seeing that this group of people was frightened by Emperor Xuanhuan's outburst, Fengyuan was also very angry. Twilight of the Gods. As if an ancient voice was transmitted, the color of dusk suddenly appeared in the silent starry sky, and everyone saw such a scene. Countless gods struggled in the twilight, and one by one encountered the most terrifying 5 declines of heaven and man, decayed and died. Ah, I see me in those gods. If I step in, I will definitely be. This is the power to end the gods and transform everything into heaven and earth. Then the great Emperor Xuanhuan, how did he master such terrifying power? Twilight of the gods, the end of the power of the gods. Their hearts are shaken, and they dare to be sure that whoever is shrouded in the twilight of the gods will be corrupted by them. Although Emperor Xuanhuan has not shown up until now, this invincible means has deterred them. One person, shocking a star field. #C734 Complete defeat. In the battlefield of the Five Realms Alliance, the war has lasted for several hours. What makes Pingu World God and others look more and more ugly? In these few hours of battle, their army is not the opponent's opponent at all, and they are simply being crushed and become a mess of sand, as if they are fighting an unequal war. It can't go on. A world god made a roaring voice. If it goes on like this, their subordinates will all die in this crushed battle. The world is changing, yin and yang are unpredictable. With one punch, there is a yin and yang charm in Pingu World's divine move. He blasted away, and the whole world was under his control. It seemed that there was no extreme ferocity, but it contained deadly murderous intent. His power shrouded the entire battlefield. Finally can't help but take action? Lu Qianfu said, "Everyone, go out and fight against the gods of the world." Although the world gods of the Five Realms Alliance were killed, the world gods of the Xuanhuan Empire were not to be provoked. Go out and destroy them in the most direct way. Yang Ting was the most direct. He rushed over at once, picked an opponent, and fought with him. Although there are many gods in the world, they are all the first steps. The Pingu World God's mana is profound, and the second step of a statue can completely overwhelm his first step several times, and the powerful one can even be killed directly. Puchi. At the moment when the gods in Pingu World made a move, the god and secluded appeared again. He flickered like a ghost, and a huge sickle brilliance swept over to harvest life. I've been guarding you for a long time. The world god of Pingu was not flustered. He knew that this goddess would look for an opportunity to kill, so he waved his palm, the power of the rolling storm swept through, and he himself jumped, dodging the blow of the dark sickle. Shenyu's was cold and ruthless, and the divine staff in his right hand appeared, a little toward the void. The cold air was rolling, and a storm of the god of the underworld rushed out. Shenyu is not a puppet, he also has his own life, comes from other strange countries, and can cultivate by himself. At the moment when the aura of the underworld god rushed in, the world god Pingu was startled, soared into the sky, and bombarded the goddess. He could see that there was no third step in the realm of the gods, and he could fight. Shenyu's harvested it, with a dark sickle, in a flash. He aimed at the world god of Pingu, and the brilliance of death slashed fiercely. Boom! The Pingu world god thought he could block it with his own mana, but what frightened him was that the power of the secluded god was strange, as if it came from the underworld, and it penetrated his power and slashed into his chest. The body of Pingu world god was cut off and flew out. Reality slapped him hard. Okay, the gods have already crushed the world gods of Pingu, it's time for us to perform, don't beat them. Yang Ting opened the avenue, and his expression was uplifting. He rushed over like a ferocious tyrannosaurus, interpreting the word violent to the extreme, and bombarded the world god in front of him repeatedly. The sky was blasting, and Yang Ting's strong attack, the world god was also roaring again and again, so that he could only keep retreating, and the violent power made him unable to make a decent counterattack at all. Damn, you actually cultivated your own body so well. This world god just fought back, and Yang Ting bombarded with a punch, blasting a black hole, and the terrifying fluctuations almost swallowed him into it. Haha, with your little power, you can also form an alliance of the Five Realms to fight against my Xuanhuan Empire. Today, His Majesty didn't do anything. Otherwise, killing you would be a matter of waving your hands. Yang Ting broke the opponent's power with just a shock. His strength is too strong. Chu Yuan has spent a lot of resources in order to cultivate him, and even ate a lot of realm pills, but the strength he showed did not disappoint Chu Yuan. Boom! He was chasing this world god, and he was pressing the opponent down. In an instant, a punch hit the man's body so hard that he bowed his back, and a painful sound came out of his mouth. "Give me death." Yangting stretched out his big hand, dropped his palm, and slapped the world god again. This world god wanted to get out of the way, but he found that it was not a hand falling, but an ancient wilderness, so he had no choice but to passively withstand the blow. The gap between them is too great. This man's complexion was also changing greatly. He folded his hands together, urging several rays of divine light in a row, and the sharp divine light pierced out. He knew that Yangting had a strong physique and weak magical powers, and he didn't want to fight directly with his opponent. Each of his divine lights was extremely sharp, trying to penetrate Yangting's body in vain. This power is simply too weak. Yangting let the divine light hole penetrate himself, and he patted it indifferently, as if bathed in light rain. Nothing happened. With his physical strength, it was almost impossible to break his defense in the first step. Oops. This world god suddenly felt the deadly murderous intention, and was extremely frightened. He wanted to withdraw from this battlefield and did not want to participate in it. However, Yangting's body rushed, like a tyrannosaur rushing over, not using the teleportation of supernatural powers, but rushing directly. When the big hand locked, boom. A big hand like the wild world grabbed it. What? This world god made a scream of incomparable pain. His head was caught by Yangting, and the powerful force crushed his skull, and the whole head was completely crushed in the next instant. The charge between the armies was completely defeated. And the battlefield of the world god is also a complete defeat. This group of people couldn't believe their eyes. This Yangting actually pinched a world god to death and turned it into a corpse. Suppressing prison and conferring gods. The commander of the prison and the god of war act together. He is extremely cold. His power is not a direct attack, but a domain restriction. With a wave of his hands, 6 ancient stone tablets flew out, forming a great formation to suppress hell and block the gods. This great formation trapped a world god, making him tremble with fear. No matter how much he bombarded, he couldn't break the prison-suppressing formation, and a power of conferred gods swept in, also banning his mana. Unless he has the strength of the second step, there is almost no way to break through from the inside. The great array of suppressing prison and conferring gods was brought into full play, and in an instant, this world god was weakened to the limit, and his strength could only be used to half. If that's the case, it's fine, but there is a war god commander on the side. Do not. The man trembled. Boom. The god of war kills people without blinking an eye. He is a war machine, and the big golden hand slammed into it, and he actually pressed this world god into a meat pie, and disappeared on the battlefield with a wave of the palm of his hand at any time. He disappeared, but everyone knew that it had been beheaded. #C735 cut off the ghost. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 world gods were beheaded, and they died miserably, never resting. It is good. The world gods of the Xuanhuan Empire all laughed. The origins of the 2 world gods were handed over to His Majesty, and then the Empire could cultivate more world gods loyal to the Empire with a large amount of world gods. This is their credit for this battle. After beheading the world gods, they can plunder their origins and cultivate their own powerhouses. It's cruel, but this is the law of the jungle in the universe. If you are not strong, you will be swallowed by others. Sometimes, the realm that was difficult to break through in the past, after the national fortune has reached a peak, the things you come into contact with are different, and it will become easier. This is the snowball effect. 2 world gods were beheaded. At this time, the powerhouses of the 5 Realms Alliance were also frightened and trembled involuntarily. These are 2 world gods, but they died so easily. They originally thought that with their strength, they were enough to compete with each other, but who would have thought that before the battle of the world gods lasted long, 2 people were beheaded one after another, and they were not opponents at all. The Xuanhu Empire is not only formidable in their emperors, but also terrifying under their commanding generals. Xuanhu is enough to deal with the Pingu world god, Lu Qianfu said lightly. They and the Five Realms Alliance are fighting here, just to be done once and for all, to lock the world in one battle, and save them from conquering the world one by one. Frustration flooded the heart of Pingu world god, who glared at him. However, the gods did not pay attention to his emotions. He harvested them with a dark sickle in melee combat, and exploded a magical impact with the divine staff in the long range. The dual means were superimposed, and the Pingu world god was in pain. Kill. Thousands of gods in the world of Pingu exploded. The torrent rushes out. Xuanhu's attack was extremely simple. The dark sickle directly broke through the torrent, and he flashed like a ghost. Suddenly, he was strangely in front of the Pingu world god, and the sickle slashed on his body. Creepy. Pingu world god took a step back subconsciously, and then the boundless pain rushed to his head. He looked down and saw a deep bloodstain on his stomach, faintly showing his internal organs. If he hadn't stepped back half a step, he would have been disemboweled and his body destroyed. Xuanhu continued to kill with the dark sickle. A wave of death power erupted from his body, and the dark sickle set off a huge sickle. Each attack not only attacked the material, but also smashed into the soul that was difficult to attack. I am the second step, how can I die in your hands? Pingu world god's body exploded and became fierce again. His eyes were ferocious. The defeat in the battle had made it difficult for him to calm down. He immediately grabbed his palms, and his strength was in the palms of his hands. And his world artifact is similar to the grip of the god of war, and it is also a pair of gloves. Boom! He rushed over directly, and actually chose to fight directly with the gods. Obviously, he knew that it was useless to continue to dodge. He suddenly resisted the dark sickle with one hand, and grabbed with the other hand. Caught. The Pingu world god saw with his own eyes that he caught the Xuanhu. But all of a sudden, what made his pupils burst open was that his hands seemed to have caught a ball of air, and it actually passed through the body of the Xuanhu, without grasping the essence of the other party at all, as if they were not in the same space. The gods, the power of the gods, the ghost-like means. And this conflict also made him expose his own flaws. He saw that the god of seclusion fell with a scythe, slashed fiercely, and the world god of Pingu was knocked out. What? The heart-piercing pain, which was more painful than the physical body, made him unable to bear such a firm will. It turned out that the scythe of Xuanhu seemed to have slashed his soul from a kind of ghost, and tore apart a piece of his soul. His face was pale, and the trauma on his soul greatly reduced his strength. Seeing the battle situation that was completely suppressed, he also knew that this battle had failed, and they were defeated by the Xuanhu Empire's frontal means. What are you doing in Qiyuan Great World? He also let out an angry cry, and immediately pulled back and wanted to leave the battlefield. However, the gods won't let him go. Disappearing like a ghost, and appearing like a ghost, the dark sickle is simply the most suitable world artifact for him, perfectly matching his attributes, making his strength completely surpass the Pingu world god. You still want to kill me? Although angry, the Pingu world god did not dare to stay for a long time. He blasted out with one move, as if forming a square inch of heaven and earth, a small world condensed in his hands, and the inside was a crystal-colored divine thunder, which burst open. This means is to simulate a world explosion. However, the goddess didn't seem to care at all. He came from the nether world and went back from the nether world. The various methods were extremely strange. Hateful, who is this person? The Pingu world god is also extremely painful to encounter this kind of action, not only attacking the material world, but also killing the soul. What made him feel difficult was that this goddess carried the power of a strange world, and it was difficult for his tyrannical counterattack to bombard him. Every time he made an earth-shattering shot, he just couldn't hit his body. It seems to be an existence in the underworld. The power of the world, jump out of the void. Pingu World God tried his best to calm his mind. He glanced at the battlefield, and suddenly he rose into the sky, as if he had disappeared. This was a secret method of escape, which he used. The goddess also disappeared. The next moment, the goddess reappeared, the dark sickle also appeared, and a figure was split out and smashed to the ground. Pingu World God is not his opponent. Is he going to fall here and be killed by this strange existence? No, it's impossible for the Pingu World God to die here. The powerhouses of the Five Realms Alliance all looked at the Pingu World God, trembling in their hearts. Escape from the sky, there is no way out of the sky, there must be a way out in the dark. Encountered in such a desperate situation, Pingu World God's expression was calm and terrifying. He knew that the more he panicked, the less he could survive. Since he cultivated, he has encountered too many dangers, and I believe he will be able to overcome it this time. He has used his power to the limit, and he really wants to be beaten out by him. I will kill your Mingming, the last line of survival. This voice does not seem to come from the gods, but the rulers of the ancient underworld. Immediately, the dark sickle slashed down, as if beheading the last life of the Pingu World God. Pingu World God stayed in place, not because he didn't want to run, but because he couldn't run at all, and immediately saw the dark scythe of Xuanhuan fall. Puff! Everything is fixed. Pingu World God shook a few times, his head fell from his neck, blood flowed like a column, and his tall body collapsed with a bang. #C736 World God. The Pingu World God was beheaded, and his head and body were separated, which was horrible to watch. Everyone else was scared to death when they saw this scene. This is a two-step world god who understands yin and yang, not an ant. However, they still died so miserably, and their bodies were not completed, so how could they still have the courage to fight again? Don't kill us, we are willing to surrender. These world gods wanted to run away, but when they saw the great terror of the gods holding the sickle, they were all numb and trembling. Wherever they dared to run half a step, they stayed where they were. Submit, don't kill. Lu Qianfu gave an order, and suddenly these people did not dare to resist at all under the shock of their absolute strength. Lu Qianfu considered the overall situation, without personal grudges, and only for the interests of the empire. He can kill some world gods when he goes to war first, and let them know that the Xuanhuan Empire is tyrannical, but after these people surrender, they will not kill them all. This is the strategy of the empire. Kill when it's time to kill, and give it when it's time to live. Otherwise, if you kill them all, if you do it too thoroughly, everyone will rebel against you. Because they knew that no matter what they did, there would be a dead end. Now that Lu Qianfu gave them a way to live, these people were relieved. This time, the Five Realms Alliance was victorious, and the power of the Xuanhuan Empire expanded again. When Fengyuan World God got the news, he was also angrily scolding why the Five Realms Alliance was so useless, but he also knew that the Xuanhuan Empire was about to return, and it would be useless to stay, so he could only retreat. Xuanhuan 5 years. After conquering the 7 realms in the north, the laws of Xuanhuan were immediately implemented in these worlds, and the kingdom of the emperor was shrouded in the past, and the Emperor Xuanhuan was preached everywhere, establishing the invincible image of Emperor Xuanhuan. Of course, being able to wield troops to conquer the 7 northern realms, Emperor Xuanhuan is indeed a symbol of invincibility. After fighting with powerful means and then becoming his own citizen, Xuanhuan implemented the policy of empathy, changing the atmosphere in each world. Those who have been conquered, especially living at the bottom, where every day is precarious, the most ordinary people suddenly find that their lives have become much better in comparison, and they have come from heaven to hell. In the past, resources were in the hands of the strongest, and the fighting in each world was fierce. Immortals fight and mortals suffer. But when Xuanhuan came, he directly established the toughest laws, and everyone was allocated the treatment that was only available as a citizen. Lingyuan rice and medicinal pills are the most common standard items. Xuanhuan Academy, the 3 academy system has given countless people the opportunity to practice. Their children can go to the academy to study, and the state is responsible for the resources in the process of learning, and they can also make contributions in exchange for the medicinal herbs used in cultivation. The key is, after the unification of the gods and martial arts, they no longer have to worry about one day when they are walking on the road, and they will be killed and seized treasures for unknown reasons. Maybe it's not a good thing for those strong people, but it's great joy for the common people. If someone wants to overthrow this hard-won good life, they will be their enemy and the target of counterattack. The world. After a few months of digestion, Xuanhuan has completely controlled the 7 northern realms. He now controls as many as 11 worlds. Boom! Immediately, the power of the world of 11 realms was surgingly transmitted to him through the kingdom of the emperor. He does not directly control the 11 worlds, but through the luck of the empire and the law of the empire, the kingdom of the emperor exists everywhere, and the power of the 11 worlds is his. In the 11 worlds under his control, the boundless power of national fortune condensed a stalwart figure, staring at the starry sky. With a wave of his hand, he took charge of the most terrifying power in the world. Emperor Xuanhuan. The sound of countless people in the 11 worlds roaring and the tsunami roared. This world worships the strong. For the weak, only the strong can protect them. For the strong, only the stronger can lead the expedition to the cosmic starry sky and obtain endless resources. Xuanhuan's miracle this time increased his admiration in everyone's heart. The realm of the gods of the world. Xuanhuan broke through. With the power of the 11 worlds, he made himself a world god. With his hands on his back, he stared at the world, his eyes penetrated into the universe and starry sky. After becoming a world god, what he saw in his eyes was completely different. The whole world was formed by countless laws and contained mysterious power. If the world god of Fengyuan dared to appear on his expression, he could be wiped out with a wave of his hand, and he who became the queen of world gods would be so terrifying. Ding! The host breaks through the world gods and gets 100,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit x512, world artifact advanced card x1, Qiankuan god realm pill x1, world god level slaughtering god 3 knives, mythical battle formation x1, heaven's gate, supreme the restart of the supernatural world, random lottery chance x1, Jiuji Xingguang treasure map x1. This time, 100,000 fate points were awarded. And the 512 magical fruit, Xuanhuan used to directly raise the Great Devouring Technique to the 11th level. Qiankuan God Realm Pill, a divine pill that contains the power of Qiankuan. After refining, it can control the power of Qiankuan and break through the 3rd step of the world god. It can be directly used to break through to the 3rd step of the world god, which is already the strongest in this star field. World God Level 1 Slaughtering God 3 Knives, killing immortals and killing gods, is the first step to kill the world god. Nice reward. Mythical Battle Formation, the supreme battle formation. Countless powerhouses use the power of battle formations to inspire the power of mythology, such as the ancient celestial soldiers descending from mythology to conquer. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright, and he was even more delighted than seeing the Qiankuan God Realm Pill. The Xuanhuan Empire has a lot of various equipment, but it lacks a powerful battle formation. Now the emergence of the mythical battle formation just makes up for this shortcoming. He saw in his eyes that if hundreds of holy gods run the mythical battle formation at the same time, they can resist the world gods. The 10 statues join forces in the 1st step, and they can even kill the 2nd step of the world god. This is the power of the supreme mythical battle formation. God's Gate. This is already the 7th portal that Xuanhuan has obtained. This is the power of God's lordship. With one operation, he can control the sky and control the earth. It can forcibly deprive the world god of the control of his own heaven and earth, and turn himself into a lord like the Lord of God. With the combination of the Heaven's Gate and the great god's art, the power will reach an incomparably huge level. Restart of the world, the supreme ancient supernatural power. After being buried on the same day, everything will be turned into nothingness, and chaos will appear, and a new world will be born in the chaos, and the world will be restarted again. The world restarts. He suddenly saw that the original world no longer existed and was buried, but after endless years, a brand new world appeared in chaos. It was only a little at first, then expanded, and finally exploded violently, opening a world again. The world changes, the world restarts. Xuanhuan moved his hands and used all the supernatural powers under his control one after another. It was like a reincarnation of heaven and earth, and the last restarted world appeared in his hands. Flowers blossom and fall, time is reincarnated, life and death are born, this is the cycle of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said. #C739 Catch Big Fish. The restart of this world means that after heaven and earth were buried, Shinda heaven and earth appeared and connected with the mystery of the previous trick. What will happen when the world restarts? Civilization recovers, the gods reappear, and the cycle begins again, beginning the cycle of the epic? Xuanhuan thought to pay. These supreme supernatural powers seem to be deducing a kind of heaven and earth cycle, the changes of the cosmic era. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the second step of the world god of Yin and Yang. System Road. Break through Yin and Yang, at the click of a finger. In an instant, the supreme supernatural power was revolved thousands of times between his breaths in a cyclical way. The true meaning of Yin and Yang flowed over and over again, 7 special portals, and at the same time swept out the torrent of the true meaning of the 7 great avenues. These 7 special portals open up the bizarre 7th layer of time and space. He wasn't satisfied with just the first step. Boom! After breaking through the first step, his realm directly broke through to the second step, Yin and Yang. Ding! The host broke through the second step of the world god, Yin and Yang, and obtained 200,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit X512, world artifact advanced card X1, endless law pill X1, world god level 2 slaughter god 3 knives X1, and the god-killing formation X1, random lottery chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the third step of the world god. The system publishes tasks. After the achievement of Yin and Yang, Xuanhuan's breakthrough stopped. His accumulation and consumption are gone. If you want to quickly break through this situation, you need stronger power to break the barrier of heaven and earth. He looked at the reward. This endless law pill can make the existence of the third step of the world god quickly realize the power of the fourth step and break through in the shortest time. And this god execution formation is even more powerful, it is a huge formation map. The aura of killing the gods permeates out, forming a large formation that requires at least 5 world gods to activate, and the world gods can directly kill them in it. If there is a great formation to kill the gods that day, there is no need for Xinyu, Yangting, and the others can kill the Pingu world god together, which shows how powerful it is. Xinyu. Xuanhuan said. I have seen the emperor. Shenyus came to Xuanhuan, refining them, breaking through to the fourth step of world god. Xuanhuan gave Chankuan God Realm pill and Endless Law pill directly to Xinyu, Xia. This kind of medicine has special restrictions, as the host cannot take it, and in the entire Shenwu Empire, only Xinyu is the second step. He needs an extremely powerful world god to fight all walks of life. Xinyu nodded and disappeared like a ghost. After letting the gods go to retreat, Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to conquer other worlds. He is in no hurry. After he became the second step of the world god, all the forces in this star field have no one who can resist him. Poseidon World. An island. At this moment, a man appeared with a strange fishing rod in his hand, basking in the sun, as if he was fishing for fish in the sea. "How can your majesty be so elegant, fishing here?" Shang Guangxian was also in the sea god world, and with gentle steps, he came to Xuanhuan and sat down beside him, resting his chin in his hands, watching Xuanhuan fishing. His majesty is still very gentle when he is calm. "There are countless treasures in this sea, and I caught them as treasures." Xuanhuan smiled. "Your majesty, the fish is hooked." Shang Guangxian suddenly said. "Hooked?" Xuanhuan mentioned the fish hook, and suddenly a big fish was caught. It was a strange beast in the deep sea, and its cultivation level was comparable to that of a god. "Take it back to make fish soup." Shang Guangxian smiled and said, "My concubine will cook for his majesty." "Then there is a good fortune today, and taste the cooking skills of a mortal concubine." Xuanhuan laughed. The fish was caught, and Xuanhuan continued to throw the hook in without rushing. Shang Guangxian looked at Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan was completely different from before. There was a sense of calmness. There was a domineering arrogance in which everything was under control and strategizing. He said, "Your majesty is definitely not just as simple as fishing. You are smart." Xuanhuan said, "I did not catch fish in this sea, but the big fish in this star field." "Your majesty, who are you referring to?" "Shang Guangxian is very smart, and he knows a thing or two." "Report to your majesty." At this time, someone came to report to Xuanhuan, "Shang Qixing, there are world gods from many worlds from the sea god Great World. They are begging to see your majesty. I hope your majesty can meet them, and they want to take refuge in my Xuanhu Empire." "Your majesty has caught a fish," Shang Guangxiandao said. "Yes, the fish is here, these people have been hooked and caught." Xuanhuan smiled, "Let them wait for me in the sea god temple." "Your majesty, what do you plan to do with these people?" Shang Guangxian said, "The Battle of the Five Realms Alliance, the shock outside the sea god Great World, has made some people see that His Majesty's strength is unstoppable, and the Xuanhu Empire will definitely conquer these stars. In the realm, instead of waiting to be attacked, it is better to take refuge directly. Those who take the initiative to surrender, I are very tolerant, the empire is open to all rivers, and I am fishing here, in fact, I have given them time to consider." Xuanhuan said, "Let's go, the fish has already taken the bait, go meet them with me." At this time, outside the sea god world, many people appeared here. "I wonder how the Emperor Xuanhu will arrange us." They are nervous. The battle of the Xuanhu Empire had stunned them. The 7 northern realms were conquered by them in a tyrannical manner, and even the Pingu world god was beheaded. Who is not afraid of this news? Some who can run out have already run out of this star field. But some people can't run. Some world gods occupy a big world. If they give up their foundation, they will not only lose the foundation of their countless years of hard work, but their strength will also be greatly reduced, and they will not be able to use the world to cultivate. How can it be so easy to reoccupy other worlds? Then the great Emperor Xuanhu should not embarrass us, this is giving us a chance. There is a world Shinto. They are also inquiring about the news, which makes them feel a little more at ease. Although the Xuanhu Empire has launched continuous wars, they are very tolerant towards those who take the initiative to seek refuge and will not be embarrassed. The most notable example is Zhou Xian of the Ming and Ancient Realms. He voluntarily handed over his world, and Emperor Xuanhu did not deprive him of the rights of the realm master. And because of his initiative, Zhou Xian participated in the battles of the 7 northern realms and made great achievements. In addition to obeying the rule of the Xuanhu Empire, he actually obtained more resources. The Xuanhu Empire will not make it difficult for those who are aware of current affairs. Otherwise, if the Xuanhu Empire does not give them a way to survive and kill everyone, they would rather give up all their inheritance and run away than take refuge. And now, they have also quietly contacted Zhou Xian, knowing that after he obtained a lot of realm pills in the Xuanhu Empire, they were also moved by his persuasion. Yeah, Zhou Xian and I are good friends. He warned me that Emperor Xuanhu didn't do anything to them during this period of time, but he was giving them a chance. If the opportunity passed by, if he didn't join, he would face the swordsman of the Xuanhu Empire next time. There is a world god, alas, maybe this is our chance. In the face of such a powerful empire, even the world gods have no power to resist. Ancestor Tianhua, you are here too. Suddenly, outside the sea god world, the ancestor of Tianhua arrived. After the ancestor of Tianhua came, there was an embarrassed expression on his face, and he just said, "Don't ask, my purpose is the same as yours. The emperor has a decree to announce that you will be invited to the sea god temple for an audience." #C740 Invincible. Inside the sea god temple. These people arrived uneasy. Although they knew that Emperor Xuanhu was very tolerant of taking the initiative to take refuge, how would they arrange it so that they were also very worried about the future? His Majesty is here. Above the empty throne, a figure reigned over the world, swallowed up the galaxy with momentum, sat down slowly, and looked at them. "Do you want to see me?" His words brought forth the terrifying power of the world, such as when the gods descended and the gods ruled. Although they did not restrain themselves, this group of people felt an irresistible gap, and even the legs of the world god were shaking. After all, the current Xuanhuan is already the second step of the world god. See Emperor Xuanhu. That day, Patriarch Hua had the highest cultivation base and the sharpest perception. He clearly felt that he could still fight Xuanhuan a few times that day, but now Emperor Xuanhu can kill him at will. This terrifying strength scared him. Before Tianhua, I was stupid and ignorant. I dared to go against the emperor. I was confused. I hope the emperor will forgive me. I am willing to surrender to the emperor. The ancestor of Tianhua actually knelt down directly. This is a third-step world god, majestic and noble, and all of them are arrogant, but the world gods are not incapable of kneeling. In the face of unmatched existence, they still have to kneel. Submit to me. Xuanhuan looked at him solemnly. I know that I can't fight or run in front of the great emperor. I can run, but the heavenly fire realm cannot run. Without the heavenly fire realm, I have painstakingly managed the world for countless years. It will be difficult for me to break through to the fourth step in the future. There is only one way, that is to surrender to the emperor, and maybe you will get an unexpected opportunity. The ancestor of Tianhua said very frankly. He knew that it was pointless to play some small conspiracy in front of this existence. I hope the great emperor can give us a way to live. Even the ancestor of Tianhua knelt down, and the others knelt down too. Very well, you are very wise, and made the most correct choice. I have always liked you who are aware of the current affairs. Unlike the Xuanhuan realm, you dare to confront me. As soon as Xuanhuan waved his hand, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Above the light curtain, the Legion of Xuanhu went to the strongest Xuanhuan realm in this star field. The Emperor's army is fighting the Xuanhuan realm. The ancestor of Tianhua immediately said, the world god of Xuanhuan is the strongest powerhouse in this star field. He is the peak of the third step, and it is possible to break through the fourth step anytime and anywhere. It is very difficult to kill him in his world. Arrive. They all knew that the purpose of Emperor Xuanhu letting them see this scene was to let them see the power of the Xuanhu Empire with their own eyes. And the Xuanhuan world god is so strong that even he will not be an opponent, and the opponent's Xuanhuan world is more terrifying than him. He was also guessing in his heart that if Emperor Xuanhu did not take action himself, would he really be able to destroy Xuanhuan realm? Boom! The terrifying battle has begun. Xuanhuan realm detected that the Xuanhu Empire would attack, and made complete defense preparations, but the Xuanhu Empire's attack was extremely direct, and the huge artillery on the battleship directly bombarded it. The war continued in the Qiyuan realm, turning the world upside down, and the sky was collapsed. The Xuanhu Empire's war machine is in operation, and it is extremely terrifying. Often tens of thousands of people form a small battle formation, and then many tens of thousands of battle formations are united to form a more terrifying war, which is crushed like a grinding disc. This is a battle formation. These people were shocked. Xuanhu's battle formation is too strong, and it can exert 200% of its strength. Any existence that dares to block in front of them will be crushed fiercely, and there will be no place to die. It has long been known that Xuanhu's strength is very strong through the first battle of the Five Realms Alliance. But today, watching the live broadcast of the war in front of Emperor Xuanhu, they really realized that the strongest Qiyuan realm in this star field, in front of Xuanhu, is like a giant bullying children. This is the mythical battle formation of Xuanhu. Xuanhuan said. Mythical battle formation, hundreds of holy gods unite, and can even directly deal with world gods. They are all masters, and naturally they can see the horror of the mythical battle formation. Qiyuan world god. Ancestor Tianhua suddenly saw through the light curtain that a majestic and tall middle-aged man appeared, exuding an abyss-like horror. But after the world god of Qiyuan appeared, Xuanhu appeared holding a terrifying sickle. His huge sickle slashed. Although the world god of Qiyuan tried his best to resist, his body was still slashed and flew out. Qiyuan didn't take a single move. The ancestor of Tianhua said in horror, "This person is the one who killed the world god of Pinggu that day. How did his strength become so terrifying?" He looked at it again for a while, and came to a terrifying conclusion, and said in shock, "The fourth step, world god. The fourth step, world god, this is the realm that he has only dreamed of cultivating. The 4 steps are endless, which means that he has mastered the vast and endless power. Even in the weakest 4th step, his majestic power is 10 times more powerful than him, and he can easily suppress him with power without using any magical powers. Only inexhaustible power can open up the world." Xuanhu's refined the medicinal pills that the system rewarded after Qiyuan broke through the border twice, broke through to the 4th step in the kingdom of the emperor, and went to battle with the army. The ancestor of Tianhua trembled, and the light curtain evolved by Emperor Xuanhu made him immersed in the scene, and he could feel the sense of depression brought by the battlefield. Although the Qiyuan world god made all his efforts, he was in the world he dominated. But his strength still seems weak in front of the 4th step. The black sickle was brought up in the hands of Xuanhu, and the body of the world god of Qiyuan was slashed violently. A blood seam was split in the middle of his head, blood spurted out, and the whole body was split in half. The ancestors of Tianhua and others also trembled. This picture is too real, the blood seems to be sprayed directly on them, and it is still hot. But they knew that it wasn't the blood that was boiling hot, but their bodies were shaking. The world god of Qiyuan, known as the strongest in this star field, was beheaded by the gods, and died tragically on the spot. He had no resistance in front of the Xuanhu Empire. The live broadcast continues. The world god of Qiyuan is dead, and the next step is the finishing work. Everyone knows that the overall situation has been decided, and there is no power that can stop the Xuanhu Empire in this star field. The Xuanhu Empire has already unified the star domain. Suddenly they were all happy. Fortunately, they wisely came to join the great Emperor Xuanhu first. In this star field, there are still some worlds who still have a fluke attitude. If they did not come to join them, they will be greeted by the conquest of the army. They understand. Even if they take refuge now, the meaning is different. The overall situation of the opponent has been decided, and it is completely surrendered by the defeated. They are different. The ancestors of Tianhua and others took refuge in the Qiyuan realm before it was destroyed. It was such a long time ago that they also had merits and contributed their own world and strength. Emperor Xuanhu will remember their exploits. Xuanhu is invincible. I don't know who suddenly roared like this. Tianhua Patriarch and others reacted immediately, and they also roared out the voice of Xuanhu Invincible, and knelt again in front of Emperor Xuanhu. #C741 Sin Demon World's Curse. The ancestors of Tianhua and others worshipped on the ground. Their hearts were shocked and they had completely surrendered to Qiyuan. Before Emperor Xuanhu took action, his generals destroyed Qiyuan realm. How could they dare to resist? Very good, you volunteered to surrender. I am very pleased, and I will record your achievements. With these achievements, you can exchange for divine pills in the Empire and contribute to the Empire. You will get more, and I will never treat anyone badly. A man of merit. Qiyuan appreciates their wisdom. The ancestors of Tianhua were completely relieved. One by one, they began to regard themselves as people of the Empire, and there were also people who led them to understand the history of the Xuanhu Empire. The battle within the star field continues. However, the unity is already settled, and the people of other worlds can run and surrender. After refining the beheaded world gods in the Qiyuan realm, the Empire can have more powerhouses, especially the two gods. To become a world god, the Empire needs a casting company to refine tools. Qiyuan said lightly. It seems that the casting division is not on the front line, but they are also working hard. With so much equipment, it would be impossible to do without the materials they purify day and night. Moreover, the Empire needs a lot of materials to develop, and it is time for Ouyang Ming to become a world god. This divine light. In Qiyuan's hand, a flash of divine light suddenly appeared, red as fire, with a strong scorching power. The location of one of the Jiuji Xingguang treasure maps is in the Qiyuan realm. Your Majesty, there is news from Lord Zongyangwang that things are not going well in the frontline battle. Originally, everything went smoothly, but suddenly, there was extremely urgent news from King Zhongyong, which made Qiyuan's brows wrinkle. A terrifying power suddenly erupted in Sin Demon realm. It is extremely strange. Fortunately, the gods and secluded people resisted and failed to cause major consequences. Please make a decision. Lu Qianfu said in the letter. Sin Demon realm. Qiyuan said. Your Majesty, I know this Sin Demon realm. Ancestor Tianhua and others were summoned, and immediately said, Sin Demon realm should be the most eccentric and low-key realm in this star field. I have seen Sin Demon world god several times, and the second step of cultivation is very low-key, not very. It stands to reason that it should not be communicated with the outside world. Even if Sin Demon realm wants to resist, they will not have enough strength to resist the Empire. He felt strange waves. Everything will be clear when I see it in detail. Qiyuan said. I'll go with your Majesty. The ancestor of Tianhua is eager to make a contribution. Swish. Qiyuan opened the door to the void and moved in the universe. There was no teleportation formation when I went to Sin Demon realm, because this realm was too weird and didn't communicate with the outside world. Void teleportation, His Majesty's speed is so fast. The ancestor of Tianhua was swept by a terrifying torrent of void. He felt that he was not rushing in the starry sky at all, but was being teleported. He was horrified. His Majesty is using his own stalwart power to teleport the star field every time. His Majesty. It didn't take long for the army outside Sin Demon realm to see Qiyuan's arrival, and immediately shouted loudly, and Lu Qianfu came over. Your Majesty, that is Sin Demon realm, blocking the army's attack. Lu Qianfu pointed to a big world road ahead. In Sin Demon realm, black energy billowed and enveloped the whole world. Just outside the world, there was an extremely cold aura coming out. Even the world god felt uncomfortable, as if he had gone to hell. When I attacked Sin Demon realm that day, I felt weird, so I asked the army to wait outside, and the most powerful Xinyu went to investigate. I didn't expect that Xinyu just approached this world, and encountered a terrible counterattack. Terrible, the strength also turned back to the army, but fortunately we were far away and joined forces to stop it. Lu Qianfu's face was solemn. Thanks to Lu Qianfu, he has a big picture. If it was led by Yan Teng, under such an advantage, he would be dazzled by the victory, and he would rush in regardless of everything. At that time, the army carefully cultivated by the Shenwu Empire did not know how many deaths would be, for no reason. This is also the reason why Lu Qianfu can be the commander-in-chief of the army, and is highly valued by Chu Yuan. Sin Demon World God cultivates magic arts. Could it be that this is the magic energy he cultivated? But it is also very strange, his strength is far from that strong. The ancestor of Tianhua just stared at Sin Demon Realm, his mind suddenly buzzed, and he said in confusion, but there is a strange situation, people from Sin Demon Realm have not come out for a long time. This is not demonic energy, but a resentment, the power of a curse. The divine light in Chu Yuan's eyes was fierce, and through the layers of black gas, he saw through the interior, and said, if I read it right, there are no living people in Sin Demon Realm long ago, and all the creatures in the whole world are dead. Everything is dead. The ancestor of Tianhua said in horror, a creature in the world has died. The Zhangyan realm has also erupted in an unknown curse. Lu Qianfu thought of this. That's right, if I don't go that day, the curse will break out, and all living beings in a world will die cleanly. Chu Yuan said, Sin Demon World God is very low-key and does not deal with others, and Sin Demon World is already on the edge of this star field. It is normal for no one to find out, and this power, under the brewing of long years, surpasses in the Zhangyan realm. If you enter a world god, you will die. Your Majesty, what should we do? Lu Qianfu felt troubled. I will solve it. If I don't deal with it, let this force ferment in the Sin Demon realm, and the curse will even erupt to the entire star field. This is something I cannot tolerate. Chu Yuan looked at Sin Demon realm. This place already belongs to Shenwu, and in their own territory, no one would tolerate such a danger to exist here. Wait outside. Chu Yuan's voice has not dissipated, he has already stepped towards the Sin Demon realm, the power of the Supreme exudes all over his body, and he is not afraid of the terrible power of this curse and resentment. Boom! The moment Chu Yuan's breath touched Sin Demon realm, a terrifying backlash broke out, and the boundless black gas turned into a storm and swept out, and the existence under the world god would bleed pus and rot and die when encountering this black gas. Even the world gods can't stay long. This is the curse of everything. Then the demon world god brought something back, and actually let all the creatures in a world die. The ancestor of Tianhua stood in the distance and felt shocked, not to mention Chu Yuan, who was in the center of the storm. Destroy. Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the power of the bright light blasted in the Sin Demon realm, and the black aura was immediately swept away, and a huge hole appeared, showing a terrifying scene. Through that hole, everyone instantly saw the terror in Sin Demon world. Chu Yuan's breath was shocked. Although he was alone, he was boundless, and he resisted all the black storms. Great phagocytosis. Wherever he went, there was a black hole, and he immediately swallowed the dark storm and stepped into the Sin Demon realm in one step. #C740 Bloody Spear. Your Majesty, he broke in single-handedly. Ancestor Tianhua couldn't help trembling. He felt the danger of Sin Demon realm. If he dared to go in, he would never be able to get out. You just joined His Majesty, and you don't understand His Majesty's mighty power. Lu Qianfu said with admiration, Your Majesty is invincible, nothing can stop him, all obstacles in front of His Majesty will be smashed. Heavenly fire, be loyal to His Majesty, and you will be indispensable in the future. For your own people, His Majesty is kind and generous. The ancestor of Tianhua nodded again and again. He could feel the heartfelt admiration for Emperor Shenwu by everyone in the Shenwu Empire. This majesty, with a single order, even the god of the world will not frown and die immediately. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood in the sky, reigning over the world, overlooking the world. Entering Sin Demon Realm, there is black soil everywhere, the whole world is dim, there is no bright color, and it is completely silent. All dead. Xuanhuan breathed a strong curse breath from the air. This breath is countless, and when it enters the body, it will produce a strong curse, complaining against the heavens and the earth. He saw that there were countless creatures living in this world, and various legendary stories were staged, but at this moment, what he saw, there was no one alive, and there were corpses that died of great fear everywhere. Woo 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 woo. The cold wind whistled, bringing with it a shrill sound that made people tremble uncontrollably. The fear of these creatures dying is fermenting, and it has become an even more powerful curse. How many creatures in a world have all been cursed to death? One can imagine how strong this resentment is. Just as I thought. Xuanhuan walked in the Sin Demon realm. He is invincible, does not fear the power of any curse, and exudes the supreme and invincible momentum. He is the most powerful existence. Damn it. There seemed to be blood in front of him. This was the will of the world, and suddenly, a skinny figure like a mummified corpse rushed over, with a withered shape, hair disheveled, and only a layer of skin covering his face. Sin Demon World God. His strength has reached the third step. One step stronger than the intelligence. Of course, it wasn't that he had reached the third step of cultivation, but that after that Sin Demon World God was cursed and died, the resentment fermented in his body, as if he had absorbed the curse of the entire world, allowing him to exert this strength. The existence of the ancestor of Tianhua came in. As long as he was injured by the world god of Sin Demon, the power of the curse would also penetrate into his body and explode to death. Sin Demon World God's dry palm grabbed Xuanhuan fiercely, with a strong cursed black chi. Dust to dust to dust. With the expression in front of Xuanhuan, his hand of God stretched out, and hundreds of millions of rays of light burst out, sweeping over the world god of Sin Demon. The world god of Sin Demon was struggling, cursing the black air, and it suddenly evaporated, as if it was put into a frying pan for frying. Boom! The hand of God grabbed the world god Sin Demon, unable to stop it in front of Xuanhuan, fighting the world alone, the whole body slammed, and the indestructible body was crushed by the hand of God. He waved his hand to kill Sin Demon World God. If the god of Sin Demon World has a spirit in the sky, he will also be grateful to Xuanhuan. He is finally freed and no longer becomes a container of curse power. The source of the curse outbreak is not here. Xuanhuan said calmly. He walked all the way, and saw too many dead creatures in his eyes, everywhere, but his face did not change at all. With his emperor's heart, he would not be touched by such things. Soon, he saw the source of the curse. In this void, the boundless gloomy aura swept in. In his eyes, it was pitch black to the extreme, completely different from the darkness brought by the extreme black divine light, which obscured all light with a curse. In this cursed black air, everything has fallen, and the gods will also fall. They will experience the 5 declines of heaven and man, and the whole body will rot and die. The curse of immortality. Whoever dares to step into this black air must plan to be cursed to death. Let me see your true face. However, Xuanhuan did not fluctuate because of this curse. His eyes shot out a shocking divine light, which was the power of endless light. He broke through the curse and saw a bad land, where there was a long spear stuck on the ground. I don't know what material this long spear is made of. It seems to be a weapon of a very powerful god, with mottled blood on it, and terrifying evil thoughts hovering. At least it is the peerless divine weapon created by the world god in the 5th step. This is the source of the curse. The source of the curse in the great world of Xuanhuan is the dark sickle, and the blood-stained spear in the Sin Demon realm is the same. He could see that the curse carried in the blood-stained spear was stronger than that of the great world of Xuanhuan. If it was left unchecked, it would erupt in thousands of years, and then spread to other worlds, and then it would go out of control. The entire star field will be cursed and become a Jedi. Since I'm here, I won't leave this threat behind. This star field has become the Xuanhu star field, which belongs to the territory of his Xuanhu Empire. His broad palm grabbed it, it was the hand of God, it shattered the darkness, and was about to grab the bloodstained spear. Damn it! The voice of extreme resentment, triggered by Xuanhuan's power, erupted violently, and the whole world was collapsing, as if countless rancid blood water flowed out from the cracks in each space and began to sweep Xuanhuan. But as soon as this bloody water reached Xuanhuan's body, the even more terrifying Great Devouring technique was turned into a swallowing transformation. Cursed Hand. Immediately, boundless blood and black gas condensed a huge cursed hand. This hand seemed to appear in the abyss. The hand of God cannot be resisted. Xuanhuan is supreme and magnificent, and his hand of God did not give in at all, and directly fought with the hand of the curse, fighting fiercely. Immediately, the two forces collided with each other. It was not as earth-shattering as imagined. Instead, it seemed calmer. A light bloomed and turned into beam radiation, clearing the darkness above the world. That's the power of light. In Sin Demon Realm, Lu Qianfu and others saw light radiating from the originally dark world. The great power of the Great Emperor is already dispelling the curse. The ancestor of Tianhua was shocked. Now the Great Emperor has dealt with the curse head-on. King Zhongyong, what should we do? Until there is no His Majesty's will, stay where you are and wait for His Majesty's order. Lu Qianfu said. They knew that Emperor Xuanhu would definitely be able to dispel this curse, they just had to wait. At this moment, in Sin Demon Realm, a dark human-shaped mark appeared on the blood-stained spear. It pulled out the blood-stained spear, and the rusty tip of the spear stabbed directly at Xuanhuan. #C741 Xuanhu Star Territory. In the Demon Realm. A human-shaped imprint slammed out the blood-stained spear, and it moved instantly. A strong terror erupted from the rusted spearhead, and it came to Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. This human-shaped imprint is exactly the transformation of the curse, the reality in the eyes. It is extremely cruel, it curses all the creatures in a world to death, and strengthens its power. Xuanhuan's palm exploded with the power of God, like the sky of God descending. His power fought fiercely with the humanoid mark, the spear trembled wildly, and the power of the curse that erupted from it disappeared when it reached his side. He is so invincible. The power of the curse could not help him. The humanoid mark attacked and killed again and again. Xuanhuan slashed horizontally with one palm. This human-shaped imprint was actually a strange creature in the virtual reality, formed by the condensed curse. With a sudden pressure on his palm, infinite light swept out, trying to shatter it. The world is sinking. The humanoid imprint is killed in one move, the world has fallen, the time and space are rotten, and anyone who is in this time and space will sink. Xuanhuan looked at the humanoid imprint coldly, and the restart of the world unfolded. Suddenly, the two collided, and an extremely strange scene appeared. The world here is sinking, but this piece is constantly reincarnating. Life after life, fall curse. The humanoid mark broke out again. This is the curse of life and life. The ancient voice came out from the humanoid imprint, and a strange force penetrated from time and space, turning into dense cursed gas entangled with the curse, making him fall into the torture of life after life. Eternal life. The humanoid mark continues to cast the ancient curse ultimate move. The move is strange and deadly, and the ordinary world god can't resist it at all. Ominous comes, the source of the curse. The power that this curse erupted was too ferocious, and the unknown power fell on Xuanhuan, making a person rot from the soul. From Xuanhuan's body, a stalwart power erupted. He was the most supreme emperor. He stared at the human-shaped imprint, stepped forward, stretched out the hand of God, and grabbed the human-shaped imprint again. Infinite time and space are shattering, and hundreds of millions of divine lights are lasing. All the curses in the hands of God have been emptied, and he is an existence that cannot be helped by any doom. He grabbed the human-shaped imprint in his hand. He wanted to turn it into the source of the curse and melt into Xuanhuan's body, but it couldn't be corroded at all. Suddenly Xuanhuan incorporated it into the curse of God. Looking at the blood-stained spear, Xuanhuan lifted it up, rumbling, and the cursed idea of endless roaring suddenly turned into a killer move that impacted the soul. Xuanhuan originally wanted to obliterate the cursed will in the blood-stained spear and hand it over to the Foundry Division to repair it, but after thinking for a while, he decided to give up. Since it is a cursed weapon, Xuanhuan put it into the curse of the gods and strengthens the power of the curse, which may have an incredible effect. He doesn't lack an artifact. But this artifact is weird and has a cursed will. With a wave of his hand, he pushed aside the clouds and mist to see the blue sky, and the Tsin demon realm shrouded in black chi instantly brightened up, with a gleam of light, no longer the cold and miserable appearance before, and returned to the normal world. The black energy of Tsin demon realm has disappeared. The Emperor eliminated the curse, and returned a bright world to Tsin demon realm. Oh my God, the terrifying curse that wiped out Tsin demon realm was wiped out by the great Emperor in such a short period of time. Seeing such a scene, the Xuanhu army, who was waiting outside, made a sound of excitement. The Emperor could make world-shattering creations with an invincible attitude every time. Enter Tsin demon realm. Xuanhuan said. The mighty army entered the Tsin demon realm. The great Emperor is invincible, killing the curse at the click of a finger. It is the wisest decision for me to join the great Emperor. When the ancestor of Tianhua saw Xuanhuan, he immediately stepped forward to flatter him and said, "If there is no great Emperor, the curse will spread to the entire star territory, and everyone will die. There is no curse in Tsin demon realm, but all living beings in this realm are extinct, and it is necessary to transfer the population from other worlds to restore vitality. Qin Jian, I will hand over Tsin demon realm to you. This is the training base of the shadow-killing army." Xuanhuan said lightly, "The unification of the star field is the Xuanhu star field." Xuanhu star territory. Everyone shouted. This is a historic moment. The star field was unified, and the Xuanhu Empire created the history of this star field. In the entire star field, the 25 world god-level worlds were all marked with the label of Xuanhu. Those conquered powerhouses knew that they would all be subjects of the Xuanhu Empire in the future, and they had to obey the orders of the Xuanhu Empire. Emperor Xuanhu is like the gods, dominated by gods, and no one can resist him. 1 year here, 1 day outside. Oh my God, this is the ability to manipulate the flow of time, which is completely different from the outside world. Ancestor Tianhua and others were shocked when they entered the kingdom of the Emperor for the first time. Completely different time flow. They lived for a long time, but they don't care about this kind of time acceleration. But there is a terrifying atmosphere in the kingdom of the Emperor. Even if they are world gods, they are developing their physique. In addition, when they came to Xuanhu, they also got the supply of the gods of the world. World God Pill, the most suitable for world god cultivation. It is too precious, even the Sea God Chamber of Commerce can't come up with a few, otherwise, Sea God would have already broken through to the 3rd step, but in the Xuanhu Empire, it was distributed to them according to monthly benefits. And they also understand that while enjoying the benefits, they must take responsibility and fight for Xuanhu in the future. And Xuanhuan unified the entire star field, and all the resources were mobilized by him and concentrated together. Although the entire star field has been unified, the standing army of Xuanhu has not changed much. Because it is not necessary. Like the Light and Dark Army, the Sun-Moon God Army, the 5 Elements and 5 Army Corps, and the Sword Army, a large number of standing armies can be greatly expanded, and soldiers can be selected from all the star fields controlled by Xuanhu. Once these worlds are unified, the elite and standing legions of Xuanhu have been greatly expanded. And the Xuanhu Empire has become a huge empire in the universe, controlling the territory of the huge star field. In addition to his own establishment in the Xuanhu Empire, Xuanhuan is also organizing a realm army in each realm. These world armies are not as powerful as the standing expedition regiments, but they will go out with the army when the war comes, or guard the satellite domain. These territorial armies belong to the Second Line Corps. At this moment, the entire Xuanhu Star territory is completely different. In the past, the major worlds were completely scattered, and there was no unified command, but with the unification of the Xuanhu Empire, it can be seen that the entire star field has swallowed up infinite national transport forces, connected by long rivers, inspiring infinite power. Light. These rays of light connect the worlds in the star field into a huge whole, which is extremely dazzling in the cosmic starry sky. A unified empire. Xuanhuan's kingdom of emperors has grown again. This is a special time and space that will grow as the empire grows. The vast and infinite power also turned into terrifying power and blessed him, making his strength even stronger. #C742 Hanging Arc Starfield, Sujing Tian. The Kingdom of the Emperor, an extremely special time and space. Wherever the Xuanhu national fortune is shrouded, there will be the existence of the kingdom of human emperors. The eternal great world, the great desolate world, and the 25 realms here, Xuanhuan already possesses the power of 27 realms. The power of the 27 worlds is under his control. There are still 23 realms to complete the main task. During this time, Xuanhuan was digesting the unified power in the Xuanhu Star region. A large amount of equipment was created in the kingdom of the emperor, and the followers of the original eternal world who followed him in the east and west battles broke through the realm one by one. This is the power of the dragon. One person has the way, and the chicken and the dog ascend to heaven. Xuanhuan will not treat anyone who follows him badly. As long as you make great contributions, he will be rewarded here, so those people are also loyal to Emperor Xuanhu, knowing that the emperor will not treat them badly. Time is like water, to Xuanhu 6 years. Xuanhu Star Region, Eternal World. At this moment, outside the eternal great world, a figure is rapidly approaching, seeing the imperial destiny of the eternal great world. He was suddenly shocked and said, "This chi luck is terrible, bright and bright in the starry sky, like a black hole with the power to swallow the sky. It is so tyrannical and terrifying. I heard that the emperor of the Xuanhu Empire unified the star field. The strength is unimaginable." When he arrived outside the eternal world, he did not rush to enter, but shouted loudly, "Hanging Arc Star territory, Sujing Tian asks to see Emperor Xuanhu." This Sujing Tian was dressed in a purple robe, his breath was rolling, he exuded an endless power, and he was actually the four-step world god. He looked at the eternal world and did not dare to trespass at will. "Hanging Arc Star region, Sujing Tian, come in." Sujing Tian was still in place, but suddenly an extremely strong space force enveloped him, which made him look shocked and instinctively resisted, but when he thought of the purpose of this time, he also let the power of the void move him. Inside the Temple of God, Sujing Tian arrived here. He looked up suddenly and saw a young figure sitting there on the throne, majestic and terrifying, which made him feel extremely stressed. "Sujing Tian has seen the emperor." Sujing Tian saluted. "As the 4 steps of the world god, what do you want to see me today?" Xuanhuan looked at him and knew that such a strong man would never venture into danger alone if it wasn't for a major event, and he obviously had no choice when he came to someone else's empire. "I do have something to ask your majesty here." Sujing Tian understood that it was useless to play with scheming in front of this kind of existence, and immediately stated his purpose, saying, "The Hanging Arc Star region will be unified." "Oh? What does the unification of the Arc Star region have to do with me?" Xuanhuan said. Beyond the Xuanhu Star territory is the Xian Arc Star territory. It is the Xuanhu Empire that needs to be unified. Once they are allowed to unify the power of the entire star territory, they will fight it out. The closest is Your Majesty's Xuanhu Star territory. Su Jingtian explained that it was great. So you have to ask me for help. Chu Yuan didn't talk nonsense with him either, his eyes could see through everything. I hope that the Emperor can send troops to attack the Xuanhu Empire. I can listen to the dispatch of the Emperor, follow the orders of the Emperor, and lead the way for His Majesty. Su Jingtian stated his purpose. What is the benefit of sending troops to me, and what can you pay? Chu Yuan remained calm, just looking at Su Jingtian. That expressionless expression made Su Jingtian unsure of what to do in his heart, and became uneasy. In just a few years, the great emperor has unified the Xuanhu Star territory, and has countless powerful soldiers under his command. From this, I can know that the great emperor is also ambitious. If the Xuanhu Star territory wants to continue to expand, the best attack is the direction is also the hanging arc star field. Su Jingtian said, and now is the best opportunity. When the Xuanhu Empire is unified and the power is completely consumed, His Majesty is going to attack, and the price will be high. Choose one, send troops to the hanging arc star field, get 5,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Choice 2, do not make troops in the arc star field, get 5,000 fate points, and supernatural power fruit x512. Moreover, I am willing to give up everything. As long as the Emperor can send troops, I will lead the way, and I will also be loyal to Your Majesty in the future. My purpose is only to destroy the Xuanhu Empire and give them ruthless revenge. I am not reconciled, I will not be convinced, run away in despair. As long as Chu Yuan sent troops, Su Jingtian, the four-step world god, was willing to directly swear allegiance to Chu Yuan. Yes, he is very unconvinced, and with his strength, he can completely escape from the hanging arc star territory. But he didn't want to run away like a lost dog. This would be a shame for him. He would rather lead the army of the Xuanhu Empire to go to Chu Yuan and destroy the Xuanhu Empire. Chu Yuan looked at him and said indifferently, explain the battle situation in the hanging arc star region. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets a random lottery chance x1. His random lottery chances have accumulated to 5 times. Indeed, as Su Jingtian said, for the Chu Yuan Xuanhu Empire to expand, the hanging arc star region is the best direction, and the other sides are full of dead starry sky. There are 31 realms in the hanging arc star territory. Originally, there were 3 pillars, 1 clan, 1 country, and the 4th step. 1 country refers to the Xuanhu Empire. The Emperor Xuanhu returned from the universe a few years ago, and his strength has greatly increased. Behead a clan, that clan has been wiped out. Su Jingtian said only my case is left, but my case is also lingering on the verge of extinction, and only the last world is left. Now the Xuanhu Empire is preparing to launch the final general attack to completely unify the hanging arc star region. He hurried forward and respectfully handed over a star map. Ding. The current branch line has been released and the arc star field is unified. The 31 realms of the hanging arc star region. Chu Yuan looked at the star map, his face did not fluctuate, and he was already calculating in his heart. If the hanging arc star territory is unified, Chu Yuan's main line can be completed and enter the next stage. Now, with Su Jingtian, the leading party leading the way, it will be much easier for him to attack the hanging arc star field, which is indeed a good opportunity. He can't wait until the hanging arc star region is completely unified before launching troops. Su Jingtian continued, God Emperor Xuanhu is also a 4-step world god, but his strength is too strong. That day when I joined forces with the clan chief, they were not his opponents, and they will launch the final general attack within 2 or 3 months. There is not much time left for us. He was also anxious. He stared at Su Jingtian, and a supreme majesty swept out. Su Jingtian suddenly felt the terrifying situation in his heart, and his soul was shaking. Then he heard Chu Yuan say, "In the hall of Shenwu, Xian Zhongchen will start a court meeting, and all world gods must be in a dojo. The emperor is finally going to send troops." Su Jingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Emperor Shenwu was shocking him just now. If he dared to speak the slightest falsehood, in an instant, the power of the entire empire would suppress him, leaving him dead without a place to be buried. His Majesty's mana is terrifyingly strong. All armies will be assembled within 3 days to attack the Hanging Arcstar territory. Su Jingtian, you are by my side, get ready to approach, and our army will march into your world. Chu Yuan announced the battle order. #C743 Xuanhu Empire. The Shenwu army goes to the Hanging Arcstar territory. This battle is extremely critical, and Chu Yuan must take the position in person. This is the army of Shenwu. Su Jingtian was shocked when he saw that the Shenwu army had assembled and set off in just a few days. Although he was with Emperor Shenwu for a few days, he felt the terror of this empire. The Xuanhu Empire army is powerful enough. But Su Jingtian clearly felt that the morale of the Xuanhu army was scum in front of the Shenwu Empire, and there was absolutely no way to compare it. And the equipment can't be compared. Emperor Xuanhu, this time I'd rather surrender to Emperor Shenwu, and I'd rather use the army to destroy you. Su Jingtian's face also turned hideous. Go to the Hanging Arcstar territory. Chu Yuan stood in the cosmic starry sky and made a loud voice. A huge portal appeared, opening the passage of time and space. With his current realm of the world god, and activating the gate of the void, he can achieve cross-border teleportation. Countless steel battleships are lined up neatly, covering the sky and the sun, entering the gate of the void. Don't be surprised, I will help you calm down the Hanging Arcstar territory. Chu Yuan said. Yes, I'll obey the orders of the emperor. Su Jingtian was completely shocked by the Shenwu army. Hanging Arcstar field. It is more powerful than Shenwu Star territory. There are several people in the 4th step of the world god. At this moment, the countless armies of the Xuanhu Empire are gathering outside a big world emitting purple energy. Purple God World. This is Su Jingtian's last big world that has not been conquered. Su Jingtian intends to resist to the end. If you don't surrender to my Xuanhu Empire, there are 31 realms in the Hanging Arcstar territory, and 30 realms are already under the control of my empire. Does Su Jingtian really think that he has a chance to make a comeback and can resist the Xuanhu Heavenly Soldier? Within the army of the Xuanhu Empire, the commanders of many empires gathered together. Although they have mastered the absolute advantage, they have not inflated and got carried away. Facing the last realm of the Hanging Arcstar field, it is still the largest force of the empire that has been mobilized, and it must be broken with the strongest force. After all, Su Jingtian is the 4th step, and launching madness will also pose a great threat. Purple God Realm has gathered all the remnants of the Hanging Arcstar territory who dare to resist our Xuanhu Empire. There is no time for them to think about it. The empire is ready to launch a general attack and defeat it in one fell swoop. A world god said murderously, let's send troops. Yes, send troops, they are trapped beasts, and they have to make a final struggle. God Emperor Xuanhu is kind and gave them a chance to live, but he doesn't cherish it. After breaking the Purple God Realm, they will all be killed. I heard that on the other side of our Hanging Arcstar territory, there is a Shenwu Star territory, and there is an existence called Shenwu Great Emperor to unify the Star territory. Shenwu Star territory? It doesn't even have a 4th step, and it is also qualified to be with my Xuanhu Empire. Fighting for the front? It's easy to destroy them. When the Purple God Realm is broken, we will destroy the Shenwu Star territory, and the Xuanhu Empire will definitely become a cosmic-level empire, immortal and immortal. God Emperor has returned from the Universe C this time, his strength has increased dramatically, and he will soon be able to reach the pioneering realm. Yes, the Xuanhu starfield must be conquered. With the power of 2 starfields, the Emperor Xuanhu will be able to break through the 5th step, and we will reap countless benefits. Attack the Purple God Realm. An existence with a long spear in his hand, his eyes blazing fierce light, is the Grand Marshal of the Xuanhu Empire. He is the 4th step, and said coldly, destroy the Purple God Realm with the momentum of thunder, and move to the Xuanhu Star region. As far as Xuanhuan is concerned, if he wants to fight out, the Hanging Arc Star region is indeed the best direction. The same is true for the Xuanhu Empire. They also need to expand and gather stronger national fortunes. Immediately, in the starry sky, countless armies set off, and they directly oppressed the Purple God Realm with absolute power. There were also many masters in the Purple God Realm, and when they saw the arrival of the army, they panicked in their hearts. This is the last world, and there is no turning back. No, the Xuanhu Empire has attacked, and the sect master hasn't come back yet. With our strength, we are not their opponent at all. A 3rd step, wearing purple clothes, is the great elder of the Purple God sect, and said savagely, fight, and fight with them, with the Purple God Realm as the final base. Even if the Purple God Realm is destroyed, it will not make them feel good. They didn't want to surrender the Xuanhu Empire at all, otherwise they would have surrendered long ago. A powerful defensive force suddenly surged in the Purple God Realm. I still want to resist, court death. Seeing this big hand, the Grand Marshal of the Xuanhu Empire grabbed it suddenly, covering the sky, and the endless power was ruthlessly spread on the Purple God Realm. Immediately the whole world was in turmoil. In the Xuanhu army, countless tyrannical fluctuations also attacked one after another, like fireworks, slammed into the Purple God Realm, and suddenly a splendid light rain broke out, ushering in the disaster of destruction. The whole world was shattered, and many world gods started to crush them with the strongest force. Although there are strong resistances in the Purple God Realm, under this absolute strength, they are not opponents at all. I didn't feel Su Jingtian's existence. A world god shouted to the Grand Marshal, could it be that Su Jingtian has already run away, or is he hiding somewhere? Continue to attack, regardless of whether Su Jingtian runs or not, the Purple God Realm must be destroyed. If Su Jingtian dares to appear, he will kill him on the spot. Grand Marshal said. It's over, the Purple God Realm is over. They all knew that the Purple God Realm was over. Boom. But at this moment, in the starry sky, a door of light suddenly appeared. Inside the gate of light, a vast aura emerged, and dense steel battleships appeared, spreading to the sky. Many powerhouses who can roam the starry sky have also arrived in this battlefield. It was like a heavenly soldier descending from the sky, shocking the entire battlefield. Which empire's soldiers and horses is this? Both the Purple God Realm and the Xuanhu Empire made such shocking voices. Su Jingtian was looking for rescue soldiers. In order not to let the news spread, he did not tell anyone. After these battleships appeared, they were aggressive, and they didn't say anything nonsense at all. They directly turned on the cannons, and the terrifying energy beams bombarded the army of the Xuanhu Empire. The sudden blow made the Xuanhu Empire not react for a while, killing countless of their masters. The Xuanhu Empire actually felt the danger coming, but they didn't expect the opponent to attack so quickly, and the purpose was obvious. It was aimed at the Xuanhu Empire and regarded them as the target of attack. There is an empire attacking my Xuanhu Empire, and it is very likely that Su Jingtian is looking for reinforcements. The Grand Marshal reacted extremely quickly, and in the fourth step, the power of the world god oscillated out, blocking the energy of the cannon bombardment, giving the Xuanhu Empire army time to react. Grand Marshal of the Xuanhu Empire, I, Su Jingtian, are back. This time I invite the army of Xuanhu to destroy your Xuanhu Empire. Su Jingtian appeared from the Void Gate and looked at the Grand Marshal.